Ang real-time na balita, mapapanood rin sa GMA News live stream.
Aktual na pag-alis si Senador Bato de la Rosa sa Senado nung madaling araw ng May 14.
Kailangan tayo ng sunod-sunod na putok.
Para sa taong bayang gutom sa balita.
Kayo ba? Pwede rin na sumama na walang gulo.
The motion is approved by unanimous vote.
Bubusugin namin kayo sa bawat live stream. Kaya mag-subscribe at follow na sa aming YouTube channel at Facebook page. Dahil ang bawat Pilipino may karapatan sa napapanahong balita.
Magandang hapon, ikatlong araw na po ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ako po si PR Kanghel at tuloy ang pagtutok ng buong pwesto ng GMA News para sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Mga kapuso, tumagal po ng mahigit 4 na oras ang ikalawang araw ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Unang tinalakay sa Articles of Impeachment ang Article 4 na grave threats and destabilization. Ipirinisenta ng prosekusyon ang una nilang testigo, si John Mark Calilong, na senior agent ng National Bureau of Investigation. Si Calilong na isang NBI agent mula pa noong 2021 at sumalang sa intensive training sa Digital Forensic Examination, ay inatasang mag-imbestiga sa mga naging pahayag ni Vice President Sara Duterte, kabilang ang video ng online press conference ng Vice noong November 23, 2024 na naipakita rin sa pagdinig. Doon binanggit ni Duterte ang pagkausap umano sa taong papatay kina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez kung siya ay mapatay. Pero bago po maipalabas ang naturang video, naging tensyonado ang sagutan ng prosekusyon at defense team. Gusto ng prosekusyon na ipalabas lang ang mahigit 2 minuto na bahagi ng online press conference. Ang gusto naman ng defense team, ipalabas ang buong video na mahigit 2 oras para buo raw ang konteksto. Maging si Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano nagpahayag na gusto niya mapanood ang buong video kung sa hinaharap ay buo rin naman itong ipapalabas sa paglilitis. Matapos ang daling mag-suspend, ang bahagi lamang ng video ang pinayagan ng korte na ipakita. Halos sunod-sunod ang objection ng depensa sa iba pang ipirinisenta at tanong ng prosekusyon. Ipinalabas din sa paglilitis ang ilang bahagi ng press con ng Vice noong October 2024. Kabilang ang pagbanggit at pagmuestra ng Vice na may gusto raw siyang tanggalan ng ulo. Ayon sa witness na si Calilong, base sa investigasyon ng NBI, si Pangulong Marcos ang pinatutungkulan ni Vice President Duterte sa video. Ngayong araw ang cross-examination ng defense team kay Calilong. Dumulog po sa Korte Suprema ang grupo ng mga abogado para questionin ang pagkakahalal kay Senator Chis Escudero bilang presiding officer na impeachment trial. Nag-hide po ng very urgent manifestation with motions sina Attorney Israelito Torion, Attorney Jimmy Bondoc, Attorney Martin Delgra at iba pa para hilingin sa Korte Suprema na maglabas ng temporary restraining order o status quo ante-order para pigilan ang paglilitis hanggat hindi nare-resolba ang issue ng presiding authority. Sa kanilang manifestation, sinabi ng grupo na wala raw quorum noong June 3 kung kailan inamyendahan ng rules tungkol sa pagboto ng presiding officer. Mali rin daw ang body na nag-aproba ng amendment dahil ang nag-aproba rito ay Senado bilang isang legislative body at hindi bilang impeachment court. Hindi raw naaayon ng amendment na ito sa ideya na masumulat ng konstitusyon base sa deliberasyon ng Constitutional Commission. Ang pagpapatuloy raw ng impeachment trial sa kabila ng naunang Supreme Court petition ni na Senator Alan Peter Cayetano ay dumadagdag rin daw sa panganib na madeklarang void ang paglilitis. Ayon sa tagapagsalita ng Senate Impeachment Court, iginagalang nila ang karapatan ng sino man na questionin sa korte ang issue. Makibalita tayo ngayon sa Senado at naroon ang ating kasamang si Tina Panganiban Perez. Tina?
Yes, Pia, day 3 na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte at ngayong hapon ay isasagawa ng mga abogado ni VP Duterte ang cross-examination kay prosecution witness, NBI forensic expert John Mark Calilong. Magugunita na kahapon ay tumestigo si Kalilong tungkol sa authenticity ng mga video ni VP Duterte kung saan pinagbantaan niya ang Pangulo, pati na sina First Lady Liza Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Sabi ni Private Prosecutor at House Impeachment Legal Spokesperson, Attorney Benjamin Tolosa Jr., pwedeng ipalabas ng depensa ang buong 2 hours na video ng bise kung gusto nila, gaya ng tinutulak nila kahapon. Bagamat makakaapekto raw ito sa bilis ng trial, diskarte na raw ito ng depensa. Hinihintay rin ng prosekusyon ang aksyon ng Senate Impeachment Court sa request nilang isabpina si Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President, na balak ipresenta ng prosekusyon sa susunod na linggo. Sa issue naman ng voting threshold na ayon kay Senate Impeachment Court, Presiding Officer Senator Chis Escudero ay 16, tinanong si Tolosa kung ano ang legal na hakbang na gagawin ng prosekusyon tungkol dito. Ang sagot niya, pinag-uusapan pa ito ng House Prosecution Panel sa ngayon. Kasama natin si House Impeachment Prosecutor, Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. Buong-buo yung name niya, sir. Meron pong mga kumakalat online about netizens photocopying their money. After po yung presentation ng witness nyo kahapon, where Attorney Ligutan mentioned that yung photocopy can be considered the original na pag present na ebidensya po sa korte. How do you react to this?
Siyempre, sa inyo, Ma'am Tina, hindi po yun maiiwasan. Talagang with a public case such as this, talagang magkakaroon ng memes po, no? Pero I would like to think na yung lumalabas po na ganitong mga memes ay in jest lang naman. I think it was very clear na hindi naman po yun yung ibig sabihin ng prosecution. Very clear po na yung debate sa loob ng impeachment court ay doon lang po sa rules on evidence po. Yung rules on evidence po kasi yung rules that are governing how evidence is presented, how is accepted, and doon po na lumalabas yung concept ng original, photocopy as original.
Opo. So yung presentation ng prosecution kay Vice President Duterte as hostile witness, can you please expound on that?
I'm not sure how else to expound, pero other than yung based on nabanggit po ni Attorney Kapunan, that is a possibility lang po for the prosecution. I believe nabanggit lang naman po ito ni Attorney Kapunan yesterday dahil nalaman po na si Vice President ay present sa Senado, and Attorney Kapunan took the opportunity to bring it up with the impeachment court po.
Opo. Kung si PR Canhel po nasa studio, meron po siya mga tanong sa iyo.
Magandang hapon po, Congressman Gutierrez. Well, first of all, makikihingi lang sana ako ng reaksyon ng prosekusyon doon sa paghain, at least doon sa very urgent manifestation na inihain ng with motion ni na Attorney Israelito Torion, yung grupo nila, questioning yung pagkakahalal kay Senator Chis Escudero bilang presiding officer. At tingin niyo po ba magiging problema po ito para sa prosekusyon dahil ito na, gumugulo na yung paglilitis at pero meron ganitong pending motion sa Supreme Court?
Magandang hapon po, Ma'am Pia. Sa tingin po ng prosecution, ang aming opinion dito ay syempre nire-respeto po namin yung karapatan ng kampo ni Vice President Sara Duterte na lumapit sa Supreme Court for any judicial remedy that they may see fit. On our part po, patuloy naman po, kagaya ng sinabi po ninyo, Ma'am Pia, tuloy lang po ang paglilitis dito sa impeachment court, tuloy po ang trabaho ng prosecution. We don't see this being a problem po naman po.
And today we're expecting na Article 4 pa rin, syempre yung cross-examination, isasalang muli si Agent Kalilong. Nasabi niyo po na Article 4 ang pinili ninyong unahin dahil ito pinakamadaling intindihin para sa publiko. Did you expect na at least yesterday yung direct examination tatagal ng ganon, or inakala niyo ba na aabot na sa cross-examination dapat kahapon?
If we're just basing it on expectation, medyo alam naman po namin na matagal-tagal po yung direct examination ni NBI Special Agent Kalilong. There were no surprises there. And it seems to be on time as we expected naman po.
At so nanindigan pa rin kayo na tama nga na ito na nga yung inuna. Wala nang posibilidad na parang i-reshuffle the remaining 3 articles of impeachment.
We don't want to preempt po na ano po ang decision ng prosecution panel as a whole. I believe po when we submitted the order to the impeachment court, there was that reservation that we might still change the articles of impeachment presentation. Pero syempre, depende na po ito sa decision ng impeachment court, yung senator judges po.
Ano pong pinaghandaan ninyo para dun sa cross-examination?
Pinaghahandaan lang po talaga natin is the exercise of the right by the Vice President's camp to test the accuracy, the truthfulness, or to check for any interest or bias on the part of the witness that was presented. Kasama po talaga ito ay normal at kasama sa proseso ng paglilitis. So we are expecting a full-blown cross-examination, and we'd like to think what the prosecution is ready for that.
If the defense, as they said yesterday, will request that they play the entire video or the video in its entirety of more than 2 hours, will the prosecution be objecting to this?
Of course, I don't want to preempt what the prosecution will be doing, and I don't think I will be in a proper position to say. Pero if you would ask my personal opinion, I think very clear po, nasabi naman po ng impeachment court, si Presiding Officer Escudero, they will not dictate how evidence will be presented, either by the prosecution or the defense. So I don't think if that were the case, in the same way, the prosecution will not object to it po.
All right. Well, like we said earlier, no, cross-examination yung inaasahan natin for today. Pero yung iba po bang testigo na naka-line up for the prosecution, ready na rin po ba? Naka-standby din po sa Senado today, just in case umabot po tayo dun sa next witness?
Yes po, as it stands, the prosecution is ready. When we ask for the subpoena, it's a whole list of witnesses naman po, and we're ready to proceed at any time po.
All right, Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, House Prosecution Panel spokesperson, at ang ating kasamang si Tina Panganiban Perez. Thank you very much at magandang hapon po. Ngayon naman mga kapuso, makibalita tayo sa isa pa nating kasama si Sandra Aguinaldo. Sandra?
Yes, Pia, inaasahan nga ngayong araw ang pagbabalik sa witness stand nitong si John Mark Calilong, ang NBI agent po na natunghayan kahapon sa pagbibigay ng kanyang testimonya, at sa pagkakataon nga pong ito ay inaasahan naman ang kanyang cross-examination. Ayon po kay Attorney Reggie Tonggol, spokesperson ng impeachment court, ay maaaring magkaroon ng oportunidad naman yung depensa na hilingin sa korte na mapanood yung 2 hours mahigit na video na sentro ng usapan kahapon. At ito nga po yung naipresenta kahapon na ilang bahagi lamang ng 2 hours video na iyan na nagpapakita ayon sa prosecution ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa buhay po ni Pangulong Marcos, First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos, at ng dating speaker. Pero kahapon, nung pinanood po ito, ay nagsimula na nga yung debate tungkol dyan. Pero pagkatapos, Pia, na nasaksihan natin na nagumpukan yung mga senador, kanila pinag-usapan din naman kung papanoorin nila yung 2 oras na video na yon, ay nagpasya sila na panoorin na lamang din at ipagpatuloy yung pagpepresenta ng prosecution ng mas maigsing version nito. Pero maari nga daw na yung depensa naman ang magsabi na gusto nilang ipalabas itong 2 oras na video. At ayon po kay Calilong, ay trabaho nga daw niya at meron siyang karanasan at ilang taong karanasan sa forensics examination. Pero nasabi rin niya na meron siyang intensive training na 2 linggo sa digital forensics. Kahapon ay meron ng paniwala yung depensa, Pia, na pag-question kung nararapat bang isalang sa witness stand ito si Calilong. At ayon po sa isang UP Law professor, si Attorney Paulo Tamase, na maaasahan natural lamang na ang depensa po ay susubok na questionin yung kredibilidad ni Calilong, lalo na, for example, ay yung kanyang 2 weeks lamang na training dito sa forensic examination. Bagat sinasabi nga niya na ilang taon na rin naman yung kanyang experience. Pero ganoon pa man, ayon nga po sa prosecution, kung sakaling matapos po ang cross-examination kay Calilong, ay nakastandby naman po si Attorney Jeremy Lotok ng NBI para naman sa susunod nilang witness. Sa ngayon, Pia, kanina umaga pa ay nakaantabay tayo dito sa Senado, ay nakikita na natin yung pagdating na ilang mga senador mula pa nung umaga at inaasahan po natin na magsisimula po sa oras ang impeachment trial ngayong alas 2. Pia?
Sandra, may naging reaksyon ba si Attorney Tongol na siya nga ang spokesperson ng impeachment court dun sa paghain ng grupo ni na Attorney Israelito Torion na isang very urgent manifestation with motions sa Supreme Court para pigilan yung impeachment court dahil nga sa pagkakahalal kay Senator Chis Escudero bilang presiding officer?
Para sa kanya ang nakuha yung reaction kahapon dahil nag-press briefing siya pagkatapos ng impeachment trial na ito naman daw ay inaasahan bagamat ayon na rin naman po sa impeachment court ay ito ay maaring recourse na maaring gawin pero habang wala pang desisyon ang Korte Suprema ay magpapatuloy lamang po sa kanilang gawain ang impeachment court. Pia?
Alright, so Sandra, nabanggit mo rin na naka-standby na kumbaga ang susunod na witness sakaling ang mabilis na matapos itong cross-examination. Yan si NBI Regional Director Jeremy Lotok. Pero kapag ganun ba, Sandra, yung mga naka-standby na witness, yung mga susunod, sila ba ay nakamonitor din? Alam mo ba kung nakamonitor din sila sa proceedings na ongoing habang sila ay naghihintay?
Yes, Pia, kanina nga tumitingin tayo sa likuran kasi talaga dito sila, kung saan tayo nakatayo, dito sila dumadaan at sila po ay dinediretso sa holding room ng prosecution team at doon ay may sarili silang monitor ng nangyayari kung hindi pa sila isasalang at gayon din meron doon kumbaga para naman medyo hindi sila matensyon, medyo relax ay maganda naman yung setup doon, merong maaring makain or mainom habang naghihintay dahil mahaba ito, pati yung prosecution team meron silang lugar na mapagpapahingahan pag grabe na at talagang nakakapagod itong impeachment trial. Pia?
Siguro yung expectation rin natin, Sandra, sa ngayon, halimbawa para kay Agent Calilong nasasalang mamaya sa cross-examination, meron ding isinasagawang briefing para sa kanya right before the trial begins.
Hindi sa atin talagang dinedetalye yung bagay na iyan. Kasi nga, naririnig din natin sa prosecution team, pero na syempre, hindi naman din maganda na kino-coach yung witness at hindi daw nila iyon ginagawa. So, ang maaasahan natin ay may preparasyon itong witness, pero sabi nila ay ito ay hindi coach at kumbaga ay hindi ito tinuruan ng prosecution team. Pia?
Sa ganitong pagkakataon ba, Sandra, yung tumatayong testigo ay pwede rin magdala ng personal counsel niya, sarili niyang abogado?
Piyang, yung bagay na yan ay hindi pa natin naririnig mula sa prosecution team. Pero kung makikita kahapon yung pagsasalita nitong si Calilong, nakikita rin natin sa komento ng ating mga viewers na nanonood parang kumbaga tuloy-tuloy kumbaga siya ay malinaw yung mga sinasabi niya. So makakaasa tayo na meron din siyang guidance mula sa isang lawyer. Pero for one, ang NBI naman po at yung pinatawag ngayong araw na ito, isa po siyang abogado, siya po yung susunod na witness naman na isasalang ng NBI. Pia?
Okay. At sabi nga din di ba, Sandra, parang dahil nga isa siyang special agent, bahagi rin ng kanyang trabaho na with yung mga dati niya investigasyon na talagang mag-appear, tumestigo sa iba't ibang kaso, hindi sa impeachment court, pero ibang mga korte, I suppose mga RTC or ano man, kapag may mga ibang kasong kinokontest or nililitis.
Yes, Pia, ang sabi niya, 30 times na siyang nakaharap doon sa iba't ibang trial at talaga daw yung kanyang tasking ay mag-imbestiga sa ganitong klase ng mga video na maaring maipresenta sa korte at maaring maimbestigahan. So ito ay dinetalye niya kahapon, kinokolekta niya at dinodocument din niya yung pagkolekta niya at may sinasabi siya meron silang hiniling halimbawa sa Meta, yung may-ari ng Facebook na i-preserve itong video na ito. So, meron siya, may notes pa nga siya, Pia, kung mapapansin mo, meron siyang notebook at sinusulat daw niya doon yung mga observations niya or mga notes niya sa kanyang mga investigasyon. So, sabi niya, 30 times na siya nakaharap sa hukuman kaugnay sa bagay na ito. Pia?
Alright, maraming salamat, Sandra Aguinaldo. Ngayon mga kapuso, makibalita naman tayo kay Joseph Morong. Joseph?
Yes, Pia, day 3 tayo at ang tanong ko sa iyo ngayon, handa ka bang manood ng online press conference na 2 hours and 26 minutes? Kasi kahapon sa pagdinig kahapon, day 2 natin, ay isa yan sa mga pinagtalunan. Ang gusto ng defense, para makita ng taong bayan yung context, ay dapat ipakita kung saan ang galing yung statement nitong si Vice President Duterte. Ang sabi ng prosecution, ano yung ginawa kahapon, yun munang 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So yung pinagtalunan na yan ay yung testimony nitong si NBI Special Agent John Mark Kalilong. Ito ay nasa Article 4 pa rin tayo at ang mga admissions or mga statements na inadmit nitong si witness for the prosecution, si John Mark Kalilong, number 1, October 18, 2024, ay sinabi, yun muna, November 23, yung kauna-unahan, yun yung sinabi ni Vice President Duterte sa isang press conference na nag-contract siya ng assassin for the President, First Lady, and former House Speaker. Second statement, yung sinabi ni President ni Vice noong October 18, 2024, pupugutan ko yung tatay mo, pupugutan ko si BBM, huhukayin ko yung tatay mo, itatapon ko sa WPS. July 11, 2024, designated survivor siya, kaya hindi siya attend ng State of the Nation address. And then lastly, November 26, 2024, hindi niya dininay yung nauna niyang statement noong November 23 na nag-contract siya ng assassin. Article 4, sabi ni Senator Risa Ontiveros, teka lang, yung mga pumasok na testimonya nitong si Kalilong ay hindi pa nag-establish na nag-contract nga siya ng assassin. At ang pinaka-importante ng tanong yesterday, ito ba ay isang impeachable offense? Nagkaroon ng pagtatalo dyan si Senator Pia Cayetano and Senator Risa, parang sandali, inuunahan mo naman. Ayun na nga yung bone of contention itong paghihiling natin, huwag natin i-shortcut. But, and then, today, pagkakataon naman ng defense na kontrahin yung testimonya nitong si Kalilong. Ito yung tinatawag ng, para sa ating mga kababayan, cross-examination. Kumbaga, kung may kaaway ka sa bahay mo, duda ka. So titingnan mo kung tama ba yung sinasabi nitong testigo na to. So cross-examination yung tawag dyan. So yung mga makikinig nyo po ng mga sustain, overruled, yung sustain, papayagan. Overruled, hindi pwede yan. So pagka mamaya manonood kayo, yun lang yung tatandaan nyo. Overruled, X, sustained, approved. Okay? Tapos ano pa? Kanina nakausap natin si Attorney Lorna Kapunan. Siya yung private prosecutor na tumutulong sa public prosecutors. Ang sabi natin, teka, ang alegasyon nyo dyan ay nag-contract or kumontrata itong si Vice President Duterte ng isang assassin. Kaya nyo ba yung patunayan? Sabi ni Attorney Kapunan, sabi, hindi lang naman yan ang aming testigo. In fact, next week, ipapatawag itong si NBI Director Melvin Matibag on that aspect. Kung nag-contract nga ba itong si Vice President Duterte ng isang assassin para kay President Marcos. Pia.
Well, Joseph, ito naman ang tanong ko para sa iyo. Ikaw ba ay handa sa mahigit 2 oras na pagtatalo kung pwedeng panoorin yung mahigit 2 oras na video kung sakali man? Kasi diba, Joseph, if ever ipapasok na ito agad sa cross-examination kung pwedeng panoorin o hindi yung kabuang video.
May sagot ako sa iyo dyan kasi natsempohan natin si Attorney Michael Powa, Lead Defense Counsel. Sabi ko, sir, yung napag-usapan nyo kahapon, tutuloy nyo ba yun? Kasi 2 hours yun, na parang replay ng isang press conference. Ang sagot ay wala pa silang desisyon. Tinitingnan pa nila kung enough na ba yung testimony kahapon na pwede nilang bakbakan yun. Kasi ang sinabi dun sa press con, nag-contract ako ng assassin. Ang gagawin ngayon ng defense, gigibayin yan, di ba? Titirahin yan. So, enough na ba yun ng statement na yun para magiba ng defense? So, malalaman natin. Pero kung halimbawa man, 2 hours or 2 minutes, alam mo yan, wala naman tayong choice ang ating kababayan. Kasi ang kailangan nating ma-establish ay kung tama ba yung alegasyon ng prosecution na yung sinabi niya na contracting an assassin ay factual. Kasi remember, yung answer ni VP dun sa Senate Impeachment Court, freedom of expression yan. Galit ako. Kaya ako nasabi na gusto ko mag-contract o may contract ako na assassin for President Marcos. So, 2 hours, 2 minutes, we still have to see whether the evidence is there for Article 1, Pia.
Joseph,
Article 4, sorry.
Joseph, may nabanggit ba yung either the prosecution or the defense? Kasi kahapon yung mga eksperto na kausap natin, ang sabi nila, ang pinagtatalunan naman dito, not necessarily yet yung pag-contract ng isang assassin. Kasi the mere fact na, kasi grave threat yung Article 4, di ba? So ang sinasabi nila, the mere utterance
Correct.
of a threat is in itself enough to constitute the grave threat, which is mentioned in the article of impeachment. Natalakay ba nila ito, Joseph?
Kasi may kapatid yung allegation na yan, grave threat and inciting to sedition, di ba? So ang sinasabi ng ang teorya ng prosecution is that hindi lang naman isang beses nagsalita si Vice President Duterte ng ganito. In fact, dun nga sa testimony nitong si Calilong, 4 na beses yung sinasama nila ng ebidensya. Anong pinapakita niyan? According to the prosecution, may consistent at may plano itong si Vice President Duterte to harm itong government, to destabilize the government, to harm the president. Kaya meron siya mga statements like that. But of course, the defense would say freedom of expression yan. Pero tandaan natin na yung chance ng defense to present their evidence medyo malayo pa. Kasi tatapusin muna ang presentation ng prosecution. 4 na articles yan. In terms of schedule, medyo atrasado na tayo dyan. So medyo kung 92 days yan, 30 days yung gusto nila. So 62 ang prosecution. So after 62 days, assuming mag-stick tayo doon, sa 63rd day pa natin, malalaman yung side ng defense, Pia.
Well, Joseph, kahapon nakita natin, nagkakainitan na no, yung prosecution, pati yung defense, which is of course expected. Pero day 1 pa lang yan. Day 2, ito cross-examination pa man din. Ang expectation ba natin, mas matindi pa ang head-on collision ng prosecution and defense?
Kahapon, dun pa lang sa pagpipresenta ng mga documents, nagtutow-tutow na, di ba? Parang hihinga lang itong prosecution, oops, objection. Kung presentation pa lang ng evidence yun, kumbaga, ito lang yung papel ko, original, hindi original, object. So, much more now na they have to atakihin yung primary statement na nag-contract ng assassin si Vice President Duterte. So, we can expect that as we saw yesterday, medyo hindi pa pakawalan, no, to put it simply, ng depensa na ganun lang yung sinabi at ng prosecution witness. Medyo mas magiging, siguro, mas mahigpit yung ano ba tawag doon? Pag sa basketball, pag box out, di ba? Parang hindi, kasi ang kailangang i-convince ng prosecution, ng defense na, hindi po, mali po yung prosecution, hindi po nag-contract si Vice President, freedom of expression lang yan. Kailangan ipaintindi yun sa mga senator judges and more importantly, sa public na nanonood and nanonood ng impeachment trial, Pia.
Siguro, Joseph, ngayon yung tamang panahon no, para paalalahanan mo kami, ano nga ba ang proper decorum dapat in court from both, not just actually yung prosecution, defense, senator judges, pero maging dun sa gallery. Kasi alam natin na may mga members of the public na pwedeng manood at talagang nanonood sa loob ng plenaryo.
Nakapasok na tayo for 2 days, no? And we can say naman na behave. So kung halimbawa may mga controversial statements, may maririnig ka ng mga maliliit, ng mga snickerings, pero wala yung mga jeering. So more or less formal doon sa loob, no? At medyo tahimik talaga. Even the senator judges, talagang pag nag-presenta halimbawa yung prosecution, or during the opening statements of both sides, no, prosecution and defense, talagang nakikinig yung ating mga senator judges. Kita mo nakafocus. Doon sa loob, tama, pwede ang publiko, selected members, kailangan nyo lang magpa-register doon sa VMS. But you can attend and you can see for yourself kung ano yung evidence dito sa impeachment trial and you can form your own conclusion na para ka ring isang senator judge. Diba kasi sa Filipino, it is our right also for the public's right to know kung may ebidensya ba itong pinag-uusapan natin na kaso, Pia.
Nasa rules rin yan, di ba, Joseph, na talagang may allotted number of seats, may allocation talaga for the public to be in the gallery. Nakita ko nga, di ba, Joseph, meron yan QR code, ganyan. Pero pwede bang pare-pareho lang yung nanonood every day from the public? Parang may limit ba? Halimbawa, kapitbahay ko, gusto niya manood ng Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Pwede ba yon? O kailangan Tuesday lang, ganyan? Give chance to others.
Hindi, loto to.
Okay.
Loto to.
Pang-concert.
Talagang paunahan. Kumbaga, oo, parang kung gusto mo manood ng BTS, ay, sandali, madaling araw pa lang, or kahit ngayon pa lang, kung may BMS link na, ay, pa-register ka na. Kasi the interest really from the public, and discounting the media, kasi normal naman and as expected yung attention from the media, but also attention from the public. Ang nakikita natin mga students, yung mga bata, sabi ko nga, ano ba to? Required ba to sa school nyo na pumunta dito? And surprisingly, sasabihin nila sa Pia, hindi. So talagang yung mga nanonood dito, talagang interesado on a personal level na sandali, di ba? Na parang ang karapatan naman nila 'yon. And it's nice, no? Na inopen yung ibang seats for the public kasi nung corona trial walang ganong option eh. You can just watch it. It's public, live stream and then sa TV, but now personal. Nasa loob ka mismo ng Senate, Pia.
Alright, Joseph. At mamaya ba nasa loob ka ulit?
Number 2. Reporter number 2 ako. Kasi limited nga. So si Sandra muna. Pagkatapos si Sandra, ako naman. So para tayong basketball team dito, Pia.
May sub. Alright, Joseph, maraming salamat sa iyo. Mag-usap ulit tayo mamaya. Si Joseph Morong po live mula sa Senado. At sa punto ito, makakapanayam naman natin si dating Supreme Court Associate Justice Adolfo Ascuna. Magandang hapon po, Justice Ascuna. Si Pia Arcangel po ito. Justice Ascuna? Alright.
Sir, narinig, sir.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon po. Si Pia Arcangel po ito.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sir, nako, I'm sure you've been monitoring very closely the impeachment trial, everything that's been happening. Yung first question ko po, sir, would be the very urgent manifestation that was filed just yesterday by the group of Attorney Israelito Torion asking that the Supreme Court put a stop to the proceedings dahil nga po sa pagkakahalal kay Senator Cheese Escudero bilang presiding officer. Sa tingin niyo po ba, sir, magiging problema ito as the impeachment trial goes on?
Sa tingin ko, hindi siguro makilahok ang Supreme Court sa ngayon dahil itong mga bagay na ito ay dapat ipaubaya sa Senado. These are internal matters that the Senate can easily provide for according to the rules that the Constitution says the Senate can adopt.
All right. So ibig sabihin po ninyo parang this is an opportunity for, not an opportunity, but really it's supposed to be the Senate acting independently as an impeachment court.
Tama po yun, but that is not unchangeable. It's up to the Senate to adopt according to its rules. It's also up to the Senate President in parliamentary practice. The Senate President can yield the chair to any other member as he desires.
Okay. But do you think this applies also, I mean, this philosophy also applies to yung threshold for conviction? Because nung unang araw sinabi ni Senator Cheese Escudero, or Senator Judge, Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero, that the threshold for conviction would be 16. But he said that kung meron mang magko-question nito, then you can ask for judicial review. So parang ang thinking nun would be to seek recourse from the Supreme Court. Tama po ba yun?
Palagay ko po, hindi pa kailangan hindi pa panahon na dalhin ito sa Supreme Court dahil hindi pa naman magbobotohan. At ito ay isang position lamang ng chair regarding the voting threshold which can be appealed to the body. There is a procedure of appealing the declaration or ruling of the chair to the body, to the Senate itself. And it should really be the Senate itself that make a definitive position on the voting threshold. And that has not happened yet. So the Supreme Court will wait for that.
All right. Well, Justice Ascuna, maraming salamat po. Thank you for your time at maraming salamat po sa inyo, dating Supreme Court Associate Justice Adolfo Ascuna.
I cannot hear you.
Justice, we will get back to you later. Marami pa po tayong pag-uusapan, pero mamaya po, babalikan po namin kayo for a lengthier discussion as we go along. Thank you very much, Justice Ascuna.
Okay.
Thank you. At ngayon mga kapuso, puntahan naman po natin na ating kasamang si Ian Cruz na naroon rin sa Senado. Ian?
nabanggit. So to be honest kasi dahil nandito tayo buong araw, I wasn't able to monitor. Hindi ko po nabalitaan yung petisyon. Pagdating naman sa defense team, ako po categorically masasabi ko na hindi namin alam na magkakaroon ng petisyon or may plano mang magkaroon ng petisyon. Hindi ko nga alam na naihain na yung petisyon. Attorney Torion and I know each other. I think we're acquaintances, but we're not in communication, and especially with this petition, hindi po kami nagkausap tungkol dito.
Do you support the petition, sir?
No, the defense would like to just focus on the impeachment trial. Yung petition, I haven't read the petition at all, so I don't know what it says. So I'm not in any position to support or not support any
But are you
petition.
satisfied with the performance of the presiding officer sa pagkaka-elect niya doon sa proseso na ginawa?
Well, sa akin naman po, naging orderly naman yung conduct ng trial for the past 2 days, no? And yesterday, nung may first witness na talaga na na-present. So, there's nothing I can say against the presiding officer. It would be inappropriate for me to comment against senator judges also.
Sir, nakarating na po ba kay Sara yung request din ng prosecution na ipasagbina yung kanyang chief of staff na si Attorney Zuniga Lopez, and how did she respond to it?
Yes, nakarating na, nabanggit ko sa kanya yon, and well, she knows, na gano'n naman talaga ang mangyari because sa pre-trial brief pa lang nakalista naman. In fact, even ako nakalista doon, di ba? And that's okay. Sa akin nga, sinasabi ko parate, ulitin ko lang, prerogatiba ng ng prosecution. So sa atin naman, when the witness is there, they're given the chance to direct the witness and we're given the chance to cross-examine. So, ano naman po tayo? Talagang normal sa proceedings. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Attorney Torion, walang hindi kinonsult si Vice President Sara Duterte.
I cannot speak for the Vice President kung nagkausap sila, but as far as I know, wala namang nabanggit sa akin ng Vice Presidente na alam niya to or may nagkausap sila. So, as far as I know, no, walang ganon. But kami sa defense, I can only speak for the defense, no? And for the defense, hindi talaga kami nag-usap at all.
Base sa paghahanda ng defense attorney, same length ba ng oras ang ibubugo ninyo sa cross-examination kay Calilo today?
Hindi natin masasabi. Hopefully naman, syempre kami, ang gusto namin, and even the prosecution for sure, ang gusto naman namin mapabilis lahat ng proceedings. Kahapon, in fairness to the prosecution, kinakailangan lang talaga yung ganung oras because, you need the witness to identify, authenticate all these documents, paano niya in-extract, etc. So, just to be fair to the prosecution, kung kami man yun, siguro ganun din kahaba because you really need the witness to do that, no? Sa amin, sa course examination, we're hoping naman na hindi ganun kahaba. But tingnan natin kasi it will really depend, no, sa takbo ng questions.
Attorney, mabigyan niyo ba sa defense na mag-object parate dun sa mga inihahain ng prosecution? Talaga bang gano'n ang strategiya ng defense?
Opo, hindi po, Sir Ian, hindi po strategy yun. Actually, it's really something that lawyers do every day in court. Bakit? Kasi under the rules, there are questions that are objectionable and there are questions that are allowed. And if questions are objectionable, syempre, trabaho rin po ng abogado, whether it be defense or the prosecution, to object. No? And the rule is that in terms of testimony being given by a witness, that we have to object as soon as the ground is apparent, no? Ibig sabihin, pag lumabas na at napansin mo na objectionable yung question ng kabilang panig, dapat mag-object ka na kagad. Kasi kung hindi ka mag-object, that will be considered waived, no, on our part. So, ginagawa lang naman namin yung trabaho po namin. But as to strategy, hindi naman po ganun babaw yung strategy namin na object lang ng object. Opa.
Sir, based on sa...
Right now, wala kaming nalagay na ganyan sa aming pre-trial brief. No? Yung hostile witness, ang hostile witnesses po, dapat po kino-qualify po muna yan. Meaning, pag pinatawag mo sa stand, kailangan mo ipakita sa korte na talagang hostile ang magiging testimony ng isang witness and they will have to ask for the court to declare the witness as a hostile witness. No? Ano ba ang pagkakaibahan nun? Pag hostile witness po kasi, para lang sa kalaman ng ating mga kababayan, kung ako ang nagde-direct, meaning usually hindi ako pwede magtanong ng leading questions or questions answerable by yes or no. Pero pag ang isang witness ay mula sa pagiging ordinary witness ay naging hostile witness, pwede na po siyang tanungin na nagde-direct sa kanya ng yes and no questions answerable by yes and no. So, yun naman po yung usual nuances pagdating sa hostile witness. But to answer your question, sa amin wala naman po sa listahan namin. But ang parati namin sinasabi is, kung darating ang oras na sa pananaw namin ay kinakailangan, then syempre we will consult our client regarding the matter.
Attorney, hindi kaya si VP Sara kung dumating ang time na yun?
Never naman siya nagpakita ng any objection, no? But I guess it will have to really depend on kung ano yung takbo ng trial talaga.
Sir, just a matter of clarification. If the court should and if the court orders her appearance, may legal ways ba siya pwedeng gawin para hindi masunod sa subpoena, or is she really required to face?
Well, we'll see. Of course, there will always be remedies, no? Especially if the issue is a fundamental right under the Constitution. So, tingnan po muna natin. I don't also want to preempt the presiding officer, si Senator Cheese Escudero, and also the senator judges. So, tingnan po muna natin. And then, pag dumating tayo doon, definitely magbibigay naman ako ng panayam kung ano po ang magiging posisyon namin.
Attorney, sir, pagka po pinasabi na siya as hostile witness, i-assert po ba ng defense yung kanyang right against self-incrimination?
Isa yan sa mga bagay na available to us. Of course, I know kahit kahapon nabanggit ang presiding officer that these things might be debatable, diba? So tingnan po muna natin, no? But kasi ang hirap magsalita habang wala pa naman yung motion ng prosecution. So tingnan lang po natin, but definitely we're aware of the remedies available to us. And then, syempre, it will be done in consultation also with the Vice President.
Attorney, according to prosecution, there's still a possibility for them to question yung 16 threshold to convict the Vice President. What's the reaction to the defense?
I think naman that in fact, nasabi yun, I think doon sa proceedings natin, that any party has the right to raise an issue before the appropriate forum, whether it be the Supreme Court, no, to question yung ganong current standing or position ng impeachment court that it has to be 16 to convict. It's well within their rights, but of course, if they file, I'm sure the Supreme Court or whatever appropriate forum they file that in will ask us to give our comment also.
Pero hindi ba magiging pangamba sa defense team kung bababa yung threshold?
Hindi pa namin iniisip kasi nga nung tinatanong niyo ako 2 weeks ago, ang sabi ko is wala pa namang categorical pronouncement. Ngayon, nagkaroon ng categorical pronouncement na 16. So, pag dumating man sa panahon na gustong i-question yon, we will just submit our comments then. No? But sa amin, isa lang naman ang posisyon ng defense dyan sa threshold. The Constitution is clear for us. The Constitution is clear. All members of the Senate.
Sir, magiging regular ba yung pag-visit ni Vice President dito?
Wala kaming schedule. Yung kahapon po talaga, kaya nga ayokong bigyan ng laman sana yun kasi yung kahapon biglaan lang that we asked for a meeting, she was available, and she also wanted to see us, and she also wanted to thank everyone in the defense team in person. So napag-usapan na dadaan siya kahapon. Pero kung kailan siya pupunta next, hindi pa po namin napag-uusapan.
Sir, habol lang, baka nasabi ni VP, ano po yung napag-usapan nila ni Senator Marcoleta nung binisita niya dun sa PNP General Hospital?
Ay, hindi namin napag-usapan, ma'am. Kasi,
but
planning to visit? I don't know. I'm not from OVP anymore. So, I'm only her lawyer. So, I wouldn't know her schedule. But, hindi namin napag-usapan kung ano yung ano. And I think that's something private to them. So, she's not the type also to naikwento kung ano yung mga napag-usapan.
Sugan ko lang po yun. Can this affect the case? Kasi, as we all know, Senator Marcoleta can still vote. I mean, at this point, sabi nila, may posibilidad pa rin na pwede siyang pamotohin doon sa kaso ni Sara. So yung meeting po ba nila ay mapaling maka-apekto doon sa kaso?
I don't know. I think well, I don't want to speculate, to be honest. But she always visits naman people who consider her friends and give her support, diba? Siyempre lalo na mahirap yung katayuan ni Senator Marcoleta. So, but will it affect the case? Nababanggit na naman sa impeachment court, diba, na if hindi ka makapag-participate one way or the other, then that's actually in favor of the defense because abstain ang mangyayari, hindi ba? Or no vote. So, yung mga ganyang bagay. Medyo masalimuot. I don't want to, we're just talking here, no, as on a theoretical sense. So, I don't want to get into the merits. Hintayin na lang natin kung may maghain ng petisyon, dahil sabi naman, baka may maghain, and we will comment. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, ng defense, clickbait daw po yung pagbisita ni Vice President
Sabi ng defense? Sabi ng prosecution.
Si Ortega daw po nagsabi na clickbait daw yun.
Well, he's entitled to think whatever he wants to think about it. I respect Representative Ortega. But sa amin, sinabi ko lang sa inyo kung ano yung totoo. In fact, when I came in here, ayoko nang mag-expect kayo. So sinabi ko na kaagad no, na she's only here for a meeting with us. Thank you. Thank you. I have to go na kasi magto 2 p.m. na po. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat.
Mga kapuso, yan po ang press conference ng depensa bago ang pagsisimula ng Day 3 ng impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Huwag po kayong bibitiw, magbabalik ang special coverage ng GMA News, The Vice President on Trial. Magandang hapon po, ikatlong araw na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ako po si PR Kanghel at patuloy ang pagtutok ng buong pwersa ng GMA News para sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Mga kapuso, eto na po ilang minuto bago mag-alas 2 ng hapon at unti-unti nang pumapasok para sa Day 3 ng impeachment trial ang mga miyembro ng prosekusyon, mga miyembro ng depensa, pati na rin ang mga Senator Judge na inaasahan natin anumang oras sa ngayon. Kahapon po, naging mainit ang debate tungkol sa kung maaari nga bang maisumite ang ilang bahagi ng depensa or ilang bahagi ng mga argumento ng prosekusyon, particular na ang ilang mga dokumento. Ang nakasalang po bilang unang testigo ng prosekusyon ay si NBI Agent John Mark Calilong. Siya po ay ang nagsagawa ng investigasyon ng NBI sa mga tinawag nilang pagbabanta ng Vice President o ni Vice President Sara Duterte laban kay Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos at pati na kay nooy House Speaker Martin Romualdez. So nang siya po ay iupo bilang pangunahing testigo, siya po ay isinailalim sa direct examination. Hindi na po umabot sa cross-examination. So yun po ang inaasahan nating magagawa, uumpisahan ngayong araw na ito. So aabangan natin kung ano ang maging takbo at kung may ipapalabas ba na kabuang video ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa isang press conference. Pero bago po niyan, makibalita tayo sa ating kasamang si Ian Cruz. Ian?
Yes, Pia, ayon sa tagapagsalita ng defense team ni Vice President Sara Duterte na si Attorney Michael Poa ay ready as always sila. Ngayon nga nasa day 3 na itong impeachment trial ng Vice Presidente at kanina, Pia, nung pagdating naman nung iba pang mga miyembro ng defense team kagaya ni Attorney CJ Narvasa ay tinanungan natin siya kung siya rin ba yung magko-cross-examination doon sa agent ng NBI na si John Mark Calilong. Tumango sa atin itong si Attorney Narvasa na siya nga ang magsasagawa ng cross-examination. At katatapos-tapos lamang din Pia ng press conference ni Attorney Michael Poa at yun nga sinasabi rin niya na hindi estratehiya ng depensa yung mag-object na lamang, mag-object doon sa mga inilalabas ng prosecution sapagkat hindi naman daw ganoong kababaw yung kanilang strategy dito sa pagtatanggol kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Ang ginagawa daw talaga nila kung may nakikita sila na kailangang tutulan ay sinasabi nila yan sa impeachment court parang hindi maggamit na bahagi ng ebidensya laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Hindi naman matiyak ni Attorney Michael Powa kung gaano tatagal itong gagawing cross-examination kay Agent Kalilong at inaasahan din na magkakaroon din ng dalawa pang presentasyon ng testigo ang prosecution, ang agent din na si Jeremy Lotok at ang taga-Legislative Security Bureau na si Captain Bello. So inaasahan na magiging mahaba muli ang araw na ito gaya ng day 2 pero sinasabi ni Attorney Powa na nakahanda sila. Doon naman sa sinasabi ng prosecution na nais nilang gawing testigo si Vice President Sara Duterte, ayon kay Powa, may mga pag-uusapan pa itong bagay na ito ng depensa, ngunit may mga nakalatag daw na kondisyon sa ating konstitusyon at lalo na yung mga karapatan na hindi maaari ang self-incrimination o ang pagtistigo laban sa sarili at kaya naman pag-uusapan nilang maigi kung dumating na ang punto na magkaroon nga ng motion na hihilingin ng prosecution na isa lang bilang witness nila itong si Vice President Sara Duterte. Sa ngayon ay bumalik na si Attorney Powa doon sa huddle room ng defense at inaasang maghahanda na sila papunta sa session hall para nga sa day 3 nitong impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Balik sa iyo, Pia.
Cruz. At sa puto ito, balikan po natin ang ating panayam kay dating Supreme Court Associate Justice Adolfo Ascuna. Magandang hapon po muli, Justice Ascuna.
Magandang hapon po naman.
Justice, kahapon po sunod-sunod yung objection ng depensa sa direct examination ng prosecution kay NBI agent John Mark Kalilong. Justice, bahagi ba talaga ito ng strategy na talagang every little item ay talagang binubusisi at may mga objections that are expected?
Alin po, hindi kita mga intindihan.
Justice, sa tingin niyo po ba yung bawat objection, well, first of all, kung yung bawat objection na inilagay ng defense dun sa direct examination ng prosecution kay NBI agent Kalilong, bahagi po ba yon ng kanilang strategiya?
Bahagi
ng defense
yung
strategy?
objection?
Yes po.
What's wrong with the objection?
No, my question for you, Justice Ascuna, is if this many objections, are those expected or is it just part of strategy? Because some people were saying that, for regular viewers who have no deep appreciation of the legal system, it seems like they're just minor objections, but then they do pertain to markings in the document. So, are the sheer number of the objections, is that expected? Is it regular or is it part of strategy?
Itong mga objection na yan is part of the trial because the defense has the right to object to the evidence presented by the prosecution. It's up to the chair to rule on the objection, whether the objection is valid or not. That's why the chair is there. But the objection is part of the normal proceedings.
All right. And yesterday, one big point of contention for them, Justice, was the whether or not the entirety of the press conference or the video of the press conference of Vice President Sara Duterte should be played. And yesterday, the defense already said that they will try and request that the entirety be played today. Sa tingin niyo po ba mahalaga na yung kabuuan ay maipalabas sa mismong impeachment court?
Mahaba po yung video na yon, so I don't think it should be presented entirely. But what should be done is to make it available to the defense and for the defense to select also portions of it that they think that is in their favor, and that is the one that should be shown. And then the senators, judges, should be given a copy of the entire video for them to examine on their own. And then they can also raise their observations during the trial.
So, Justice, pwede naman po na isang bahagi lang ang ipapalabas or ipapakita sa impeachment court, pero pwedeng balikan ng mga senator judges yung kabuuan ng video basta ito ay ma-admit sa mismong korte.
Opo, I think that is the proper procedure.
All right. Well, today, Justice, Day 3 ng impeachment trial and cross-examination ng depensa dun sa unang witness nga, no, si NBI Agent Calilong. Ano ho ba ang aasahan pagdating sa cross-examination?
Well, the cross-examination will try to extract from the witness something favorable to the defense or to discredit what the witness has said during the direct testimony. So yun po ang normal na nangyayari sa cross-examination. So pakinggan natin.
So, Justice, pwede po ba naming linawin? Kasi po, yung sa Article 4 ng impeachment article, ang nakalagay, grave threat and inciting to sedition. Ang sinabi po noon nung kampo ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa kanilang response dun sa pre-trial, ang sinabi po nila, yung kanyang sagot, wala namang ebidensya na may kinontratang individual para patayin yung First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos, President Bongbong Marcos at nooy House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Pero Justice, ang tanong ko po ba, the mere utterance of a threat is enough for it to be to prove that there was grave threat, or kailangan meron ngang action of contracting an assassin?
Sa tingin ko po ay hindi kailangan na presenta ang ebidensya na tinuloy ni Sara yung threat niya na mag-hire ng assassin. Kasi yung grave threats sapat na mayroong panakot kung seryosong tinatakot niya yung tinutukoy niya, grave threats na yon. Hindi kailangan na meron pa ebidensya na talagang nag-hire siya ng assassin, although that can be also part of the evidence kung meron to show the seriousness of the threat. Pero a serious threat does not have to be implemented as long as nakakatakot talaga at seryoso, that is grave threats already.
At Justice, yung NBI ba ang magsasabi, sila ang mag-a-assess na ito ay considered a threat?
Isa sila sa mga mag-assess, but the main reaction should be the person threatened. We should see whether or not the person threatened believed the threat and acted on it. In which case, that is part of the grounds to believe that the threat is serious.
Okay. Thank you so much, Justice. We'll get back to you later on. Mag-uumpisa na po ang impeachment trial. Day 3 po ng Vice President Sara Duterte impeachment trial.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with a deep sense of responsibility. We ask for your wisdom, Lord, the kind of wisdom that seeks only what is true and what is right. As senator judges, may we listen carefully, reason clearly, and decide justly. May we never lose sight of the fact that our role here is not to serve any interest, but the interests of the Filipino people and the integrity of our institutions. We pray for fairness in every step of this process. May the truth be heard, may the evidence speak for itself, and may justice, whatever form it takes, be arrived at with honesty and with clear conscience. We also pray for our nation. We know that moments like this can divide us. May this process, difficult as it is, bring us closer to the kind of Philippines we all want to live in, one where no one is above the law and where every Filipino can trust that justice is real. In your word, Book of Timothy 2, verses 1 to 2, Timothy urges the people to pray, petition, and intercede for their leaders. We are a prayerful nation, O Lord. Please hear our prayers. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Cayetano Alan. Senator Judge Cayetano Pia. Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. We recognize the presiding officer, Senator Chis Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
The presiding officer dispenses with the reading of the journal, and if there are unless there are objections, considers the journal of July 7, 2026 as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances of the parties. Tech, kindly turn on the mic.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Appearances for the respondent.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the Vice President.
Clerk of court is instructed to kindly bring the witness that was testifying yesterday, I believe Mr. Calilong.
Your Honor, the prosecution is ready for the continuation of the presentation of our first witness, NBI Agent Calilong. And with that, Your Honor, we would like to request that Attorney Virgil Ligutan, Attorney Amado Ligutan be recognized, Your Honor.
For the record, Attorney Ligutan will be representing the counsel for prosecutors, and on the part of the respondent, it will be Attorney Narvasa. Yes, Your Honor. That will be correct? By the way, while we're waiting for the witness, Attorney Narvasa, if you recall yesterday, Attorney Ligutan, in response to a question by a senator judge, gave a discussion, a peroration, if you will. But yesterday I said we will be giving counsel the same opportunity. I cleared it earlier with Senator Pia Cayetano, who wanted the statements deleted from the record. However, since this is a televised proceeding, nakita na eh, napakinggan na eh. So, i-erase ko man sa record, baliwala na lang. The fairest thing to do is to give you an opportunity as well. Attorney Ligutan spent 5 minutes and 18 seconds delivering his discussion. The court will give you the same time after your cross-examination with a warning. With a warning and reminder from the presiding officer that the presiding officer will not tolerate such perorations again by either party. Even if it is in response to a question of a senator judge, and the presiding officer will try to remind as best we can senator judges to let the witnesses present the evidence of both parties instead of the counsels presenting both facts and law through their statements. Senator Judge Cayetano. Alan.
I'd like to thank the presiding officer for prudence, for wisdom in trying to resolve this issue. And I do understand that we are 24 people, all elected by the people, all wanting justice, all wanting a fair trial. Having said that, prudence dictates that we stop ourselves from asking certain questions that can prejudice the whole trial, whether or not our intention is to do so. So the problem is well stated by the presiding officer that if we simply delete from the record, mapapanood nyo na rin naman sa YouTube yung magandang discussion ng prosecution. So, on one sense, it is fair to give the defense a chance to answer. But on another sense, it's unfair. Why? Because whoever phrases the question, lamang na eh. Kasi yung question nga is, why is this an impeachable offense? So for example, if I was the one who stood up yesterday and I asked the prosecution, why is this a political vendetta? And why is the House not investigating the flood control instead of investigating the Vice President? That would be unfair. That would be unfair to the House. That would be unfair to everyone. So simply giving the prosecution the chance to answer that question I asked would be unfair to everyone. So I do not know the solution. I accept the solution of the presiding officer. Now, let's not tolerate any more questions like that. I agree with Senator P. I don't like being called out. But that's the role of the presiding officer and the Senate President. No? So, sana yun lang, no, na one, when we ask the questions, we'll make sure it doesn't prejudice the whole trial. Whatever we say here, may ma-accuse na lawyering for the prosecution or defense. Okay lang yun. Okay lang yun. Sa prayer nga kahapon, di ba? Basta't justice, bahala na magalit. Okay. But my last point, Mr. President, let's give the defense a little latitude in not only answering that question, but what you want to say. Because nga, the question is unfair. So if you're simply going to answer that question, then it won't solve the problem na nakapagsalita sila 5 minutes, kayo nakapagsalita. So we'll consider, personally, I'll consider the very eloquent answer yesterday as a sort of a closing. So same personally lang, Mr. Presiding Officer, give the latitude to the defense na parang closing din, na whatever. Because they have affirmative defenses. And they did not push us to hear that. They went straight to trial. So dun din sa mga nagsasabi na delay sa dami ng objection, that's unfair. No? Let's give everyone latitude here. The same thing, I think, may konting ano sa internet na photocopies are not original and the council was simply citing, tama ba? A Supreme Court decision, no?
And the rules of court.
And the rules of court. So I'm just saying it's an emotional issue. So all of us will be hit, badgered, whatever. I think trabaho naman nung witness natin, bantayan yung internet. So as long as hindi foul, hindi threat. But having said that, Mr. President, let's give each other leeway, but only to the point that the trial will not disintegrate, di ba, into a political fiasco or circus. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano are noted. Senator Judge Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be brief. First of all, I'd just like to confirm that I acknowledge what the presiding officer said, that I agreed. Basically, I'm withdrawing my motion in the interest of fairness, because the delivery of justice is about fairness. So kung nakapagsalita nga ang prosecution with their closing statement, di pwede rin dapat mag-closing statement ang defense, no? So I am amenable to that. But very, very, very briefly, Mr. President, I'd like to put on record, why are we being strict about the rules? Why do I have to bother standing up? Well, because nothing in this world will run well without the rules. Now, my colleagues, the Senate is a basketball-loving Senate. Dami dito, hilig mag-basketball. Kung ako volleyball player, colleagues ko basketball. I'll use basketball as an example. Will you have a decent basketball game if there's no rules? No, there's rules. That's why we stand up. And then sometimes there are also opportunities to question the rules. That's also fine. But that's why we have to stand up and call the attention of the presiding officer when we feel that the rules are being violated. And we will continue to do so when we believe it is necessary in the interests of justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady are noted. since we are discussing housekeeping chores and matters, let the presiding officer continue with the same. The presiding officer will call for a break midway through in order to afford the parties 15 minutes to has been brought to request as well the senator judges to lower the tone of conversational voices because I think where you're seated is an echo chamber. Naririnig sa iba't ibang sulok ng plenaryong ito yung mga sinasabi din ninyo at hindi rin nakakapag-concentrate yung ilan sa ating mga kasama na nakaupo sa paligiran ninyo. Just a reminder, and one last reminder before I recognize counsel for the respondent, Mr. Calilong, you will be testifying once again and will be undergoing cross-examination under the same oath
Yes, Your
that you
Honor.
took yesterday. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel for respondent, Attorney Narvasa. If you are ready, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to approach a witness?
You may do so.
Thank you, Your
counsel.
Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Calilong.
Good afternoon, sir.
During your direct examination, you testified that you were trained on photo and video authentication.
Yes, sir.
You said that you were trained for 2 weeks?
Specific for photo and video, sir.
Sir, my questions are answerable by yes or a no. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
please constrain yourself to these questions, unless I tell you, okay?
Objection to that, Your Honor, please.
And you got this training
Your Honor,
from
can I
Max.
object to that? I have to
Before
make an
counsel for
objection.
respondent proceeds, counsel for the prosecutor, let the presiding officer
Your Honor.
recognize you first. You are so recognized, sir. What is your objection?
Thank you so much. Inasmuch as I would like to accommodate the defense that in asking the question that the witness is to be limited to a yes or no question, Your Honor, please. Unfortunately, Your Honor, please, that's not sanctioned in the rules. There's nothing in our rules that would allow a defense to constrain a witness, even on cross-examination, to answer the questions by a yes or no answer. It's not in the rules. So, Your Honor, please, we cannot constrain a witness to answering either a yes or a no. The witness should be able to qualify. The usual answer by the defense is that it could be handled by the prosecution on redirect. But that is not the case, Your Honor, please. So long as there is nothing in the rules that would allow the defense to constrain the witness to answer yes or no, the prosecution will vehemently object to that, Your Honor,
The
please.
presiding officer
May I, Your
overrules
Honor?
the presiding officer overrules the objection. The counsel for prosecutors can make a continuing objection regarding this matter, but it is the position of the presiding officer that the witness is seasoned enough. According to his testimony yesterday, he has attended over, if I recall correctly, 30 hearings already. So he would know how to respond and to explain if the need would arise. And it's up for counsel for the respondent, if at all, to strike out whatever answers that are not responsive to his question. Counsel for respondent may proceed.
Thank
We
you.
would abide, Your Honor. We would abide.
Thank you, counsel for the prosecutors.
And you testified that you got this training from MaxCore Interventures.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And you said that the training you got from MaxCore Interventures was in digital forensics.
Yes, sir.
I have with me in Articles of Partnership of MaxCore Interventures Co. You see that it states that it is the Articles of Partnership of MaxCore Interventures Co.
Your Honor, may we allow Attorney Stephen Magallon to also approach the witness stand to peruse the document. And of course, at this juncture, Your Honor, please, I have to object.
I have no question yet, Your Honor.
Yeah, I am objecting to the witness being shown an articles of incorporation, a partnership of a partnership, Your Honor, please. Anyways, since the question has not been asked, I will...
Let us wait for the question, counsel. In the meantime, the presiding officer allows counsel for the prosecutors to examine the document being presented to the witness.
And Your Honor, for the reference of the senators, we are flashing this Articles of Partnership on the screens. Sir, please take a look at page 2 of these articles. Page 2, sir. That's here. Page 1, page 2. Let's read it together, okay? Primary purpose, to engage in the business of trading both import and export of goods on wholesale, retail basis. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now on page, the same very same page 2. The secondary purpose. Let's read it together again. Own, use, improve, develop, subdivide, sell, exchange, lease of all kinds, including buildings, houses, apartments, and other structures. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
After that, in the same page 2, the secondary purpose is to print, publish, distribute, buy, sell, acquire rights, to and generally deal in all kinds of software packages, books, periodicals, newspapers, magazines, journals, and other publications dealing in or having to do with subjects of all kinds, character, and all acts of things as may time to time be deemed needful, necessary, or required. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm showing you a screenshot of the website of this MaxScore Interventures Co. It states under About Us. I am also flashing this on the screen, Your Honors, for the ease of the senator judges.
Your Honor, at this juncture, the prosecution will now manifest that there was no question propounded as to the presentation of the Articles of Partnership. And the counsel is now moving forward to the presentation of an alleged website. Therefore, it seems that the defense counsel is the one presenting the documents without propounding any question to this witness. Highly improper, Your Honor, please. Highly improper. The counsel should be asking questions and not presenting document. You will have your turn when the defense team is allowed to present your evidence. 2 documents, no question yet. Highly improper, Your Honor, please. Again, I don't want to put the lawyer on the spot, but that is highly improper. Ask questions.
Your Honor, I did ask questions.
No, there was no question.
Can we ask that the transcript be read back?
Counsel, kindly proceed.
Thank you.
Counsel for the prosecutors, with the understanding that Mr. Calilong is not testifying as to the truth of whatever counsel asked him or what he read, because clearly he's not competent
Agreed,
to testify as to the truth of what is contained in the Articles of Partnership. However, as to the fact that he read it and saw it, up to that extent, and the senator judges are so advised as well. So ordered. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I am on cross, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, under the words About Us, it says MaxScore Interventures has been established as a one-stop source of different products and services intended for both government and private institutions. Its company tagline, Innovation Without Boundaries, stands true testament to provide customers with quality merchandise, from the simplest to the most sophisticated ones at very affordable prices. The company places a long-term business relationship through customer satisfaction on top of its priority list, with integrity and honesty as the foundation of the company. It envisions to evolve into excellence amidst the competitive pace of information technology. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, now I'm showing you another screenshot of the website of this MaxScore Interventures Co. You confirm that I'm also flashing this for the ease of the court. Sir,
At this point, Your Honor, please, allowed. The prosecution is allowed.
Counsel for the prosecutor is recognized.
Your Honor, not by way of an objection, but a manifestation, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor,
Based-
this is,
wait. I'm not
before
done.
that, I would like to object to your manifestation. Your Honor, there's no objection. Why is the
Your Honor,
prosecutor allowed to manifest during my cross-examination?
Counsel
Honor.
for respondent, kindly wait for the presiding officer to recognize you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is the desire of the counsel for the prosecutors to
I
make
would like to put into record the simple fact, Your Honor, please, that basis has not yet been laid as to the presentation of these documents. He presented an articles of partnership and screenshots of websites without saying who took these screenshots or who, from where did the defense get the articles of partnership. That is only by way of manifestation. No need for the court to rule on that, Your Honor, please.
Noted. Earlier ruling of the presiding officer stands. Counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, may I respond?
No need, counsel. It was not an objection. Please proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I also state a manifestation, Your Honor? Your Honor, the basis of the defense was laid.
For the record, the chair will allow it just this
Thank you.
once, please.
The basis of the defense was laid when we asked him whether he testified that he got his training as an expert witness from MaxCore Ventures. That's basis.
Counsel, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you take a look at this? Under the words "our products," the products seen there are office supplies and equipment, ICT equipment, software and hardware, investigative equipment, hardware and software, emergency response software, and CCTVs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Calilong, are you a lawyer?
No, sir.
Yesterday, you testified that you signed the affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I request a copy from the prosecution? I think it is Exhibit P-4-3 in series.
P-4-3
series.
Your Honor, please, manifestation. The witness, number one, mentioned the affidavit of investigation, but that the witness did not identify the document. So for the record, Your Honor, please, that document is not yet presented in courts as the documentary evidence, Your Honor, please. So highly improper for the defense to elicit that document through this witness precisely because this witness did not yet identify the affidavit of investigation, Your Honor, please.
Which exhibit is this? I believe he did, counsel, but which exhibit is this?
Exhibit P-4-3 to Exhibit P-4-3BB, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please, if I may, it was not yet identified, but it's pre-marked, Your Honor, please, to be presented by our next witness, Attorney Jeremy Lotok. So highly improper, in as much as we want to accommodate the defense.
So who is the signatory in that document? Is it
Your Honor, Mr. Calilong is a signatory to that document.
Is one of the signatories?
Yes.
Is one of the signatories. But the counsel for prosecutor is correct. This document has not yet been identified by any of the witness for the counsel for the prosecutors.
Yes.
You will get your chance, counsel for the respondent, when Attorney Lotok testifies later, which I believe this is the only exhibit that he will be testifying to.
All right, Your Honor.
Kindly proceed, counsel.
You mentioned a affidavit of investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this affidavit of investigation, you sent a copy to the House of Representatives Committee on Justice.
Yes, sir.
You identified it during the House Committee hearings on April 29, 2025.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now an affidavit of investigation. This is marked as Exhibit D-4-46 and series, Your Honor.
D-4-46 and series. Is there a counterpart marking from the Council for Prosecutors?
Yes, Your Honor. This is P-1, P-4-3 to P-4-3BB.
Thank you. For the record.
This annex of this affidavit of investigation has appendages, correct? Annexes.
Yes, sir.
And it forms a whole, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, do you confirm that you signed this?
I'm one of the signatories, sir.
Do you want me to have in my identifying signature? Okay. Your Honor, do you have here, sir? Kaso lang, sir, yung sinumpit emote po, I withdraw, Your Honor. Apart from this affidavit of investigation, dated February 10, are you aware if there is another affidavit of investigation executed by the NBI represented by the Cybercrime Division in relation to this case?
This is the only one that is submitted, sir.
No, executed, signed.
Your Honor,
my question is
the defense
executed.
cannot argue with the witness, Your Honor, please.
The witness would know how to respond, counsel. If he is not responsive to your question, do not argue with the witness.
Yes, Your
Kindly
Honor.
rephrase.
Apart from this affidavit of investigation, are you aware if there is any other affidavit of investigation signed by the NBI represented by the cybercrime?
Okay, at that juncture, I have to object. Vague, Your Honor, affidavit of investigation signed by
Related
the
to this
NBI.
case,
There
Your
could
Honor.
be thousands
Related
of
to this
documents.
case.
If the witness knows, witness may answer. Is there any other affidavit of investigation executed by the NBI cybercrime in relation to this case, witness?
As far as I remember, sir, this is the final affidavit of investigation, sir.
Final affidavit. Are you sure, Agent? Let me remind you that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
I have with me a certification, a DOJ certification executed by J.V. Lawrence B. Bandung, Senior Assistant State Prosecutor J.V. Bandung. For the record, Your Honor, this is Exhibit D-4-29 for the defense. Do you see this, sir?
Yes, sir.
This certification dated February 5, 2025, states, and I quote, the complaint referral does not contain all the necessary evidence to prove the essential elements of the crime. Therefore, it is recommended that the same be first referred for case buildup. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, below that, in the second page, below that, under the word notes, number 1, therefore, states, and I quote, that there is no... May I have this flashed on the screen, please? For the ease of the court. So the Honorable Court can follow. Under notes again, sir. For the record, Your Honor, we are flashing the certification on the screen. Under notes, sir, number 1, therefore, states, and I quote, there is no affidavit of the persons who recorded the video entitled VP November 23 Press Con at Batasan through open broadcast software, OBS, and in turn stored it in a digital video disc. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to page 2. On paragraph 7, it states, and I quote, one of the elements of the crime of grave threats is that the offender threatens another with infliction upon the latter's person, honor, or property, or upon that of the latter's family of any wrong amounting to any crime. In the instant complaint, only the NBI executed an affidavit and there was no participation on the part of the offended parties, as it appears. NBI is not the offended party for the crime of grave threats. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Above this, in paragraph 6, it states that, and I quote, only the minutes of the meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. And although the minutes were signed, there was no individual affidavit executed regarding the contents of said minutes. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 5, it states that, and I quote, the affidavit of one Patria Morales mentioned that she stored these footages in a USB and submitted it to the NBI. However, there was no USB attached to the complaint, only a DVD was attached. There was no detail regarding the contents of this DVD. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 4, it states, and I quote, Annex L did not indicate who made such TSN. There was also no affidavit of the person who made the TSN. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 3, it states that, and I quote, Annexes I and K, open parenthesis, DVDs with markings NBI-CNN-C-2412-43-6-2 and NBI-CCN-C-24-12-436-2, close parenthesis, were not accompanied by an affidavit of the record and TSN, also affidavit of the one who will execute the TSN.
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 2, it states, and I quote, the press briefing conducted on October 18 was not recorded and or stored in the DVD, no video submitted, and there was no TSN of the said briefing and the necessary affidavit of the person taking the CSN. Now, you are aware, sir, so now, is your memory refresher? Did the DOJ send back the original affidavit of investigation to the NBI?
Yes, sir. As far as
Thank you. Now, you are aware that on February 11, 2025, the NBI, through its then director, retired Judge Jaime B. Santiago, wrote to the Office of the Prosecutor General submitting a revised affidavit of investigation.
Yes, sir.
This is your affidavit of investigation dated February 10, right? February 10, 2025.
Mm-hmm. So,
Yes, sir.
wait. So, objection, Your Honor. The defense said that this is your affidavit, dated February 10, without showing any document to the
asking,
witness.
sir,
How could the witness answer to a question that is not accompanied with a document? That should be the basis for the question and the
And
answer,
this
Your
is
Honors.
your affidavit. I will reform, Your Honor.
Kindly reform, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is your affidavit dated February 10, 2024, correct? Please check. Sorry, sir.
Your Honor, can I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please?
Your Honor, can we object again to this manifestation?
I will not even object. I'm being generous. Your Honor,
Counsel, let's wait for the witness to review it. It's a voluminous document.
Ano,
The signature is on the last page. You can make the corresponding objection to
signature
the style, manner, or cross-examination of the counsel for responding at the proper time.
Ayan po. Is this the amended affidavit of investigation?
This is a photocopy of the
Yes, sir.
affidavit, sir.
This is the amended one.
Yes, sir. The photocopy, sir.
Thank you.
With the permission of counsel, Mr. Calilong, what was the date of the first affidavit you submitted that was returned by the DOJ to the NBI?
As far as I remember, January 30. And was, when the certification was issued, we complied with the requirements and submitted it on February 10. That's why there's a
Have you
revision.
identified that affidavit of investigation dated January 30 in yesterday's proceedings? No. Yes or no?
Sir?
Have you identified the January 30?
The one that I identified, Your Honor, is the authentication, Your Honor.
Not the affidavit of investigation. So you have not done so?
Yes, sir.
This one, you have not done so too?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, counsel, you may proceed.
I'm showing you now a letter dated January 30 from the former NBI Director Jaime Santiago.
Now, I have to object, Your Honor, please. You know, the defense has been confronting this witness with documents, even without marking and identifying the source of these documents.
Your
It's
Honor,
like plucking out of thin air a document, presenting them the document to the witness, and withdrawing the document.
Your Honor, that's up
Without
to the...
even introducing this piece of evidence, this piece of exhibits into evidence. So my question is, through the presiding officer, is the defense not entering these documents into evidence, Your Honor, please?
They can do so at the proper time, counsel, but insofar as the witness is concerned, I think the basis was laid when he said that he executed only one affidavit of investigation in connection with this case. Now it seems that there are two affidavits.
I would like to make
both of which have not yet been presented. One will be presented, I think, by Attorney Lotok.
Your Honor, for
but
the
first
record-
one, we're not aware of it. Is that correct, counsel, for the respondent?
Your Honor, he just identified a copy of the affidavit of investigation.
Dated January 30?
April 10, 2025.
February
February 10. Sorry, Your Honor. February 10.
February 10, Your Honor, please.
What about the first affidavit? The witness said he had a first affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor. Not yet.
Not yet?
Yes.
You only cited a January 30 letter of
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
former NBI
I cited, Your Honor, a
Director.
certification by the DOJ returning an affidavit.
And that is now the problem, Your Honor. In fact, even I am confused because the documents are not introduced into evidence by the defense.
Counsel, please proceed and kindly help the court to be
Thank
clarified
you.
regarding this matter.
You mentioned that that you were aware that the then director, retired Judge B. Santiago, wrote to the office of the Prosecutor General submitting affidavit of investigation on February 11, 2025. I'm showing you now that letter dated February 11, 2025. For the record, this is Exhibit D-4-43 for the defense.
For the defense, you mean pre-marked, I
Pre-marked.
suppose. Because when you say marked as evidence for the
Pre-marked.
defense, It's not yet. Your turn has, you have yet to present your exhibit, so it should be pre-marked, Your Honor, please.
No, it's pre-marked, and I believe both the defense and the respondent and the prosecution also have common pieces of evidence which should decided during pre-trial. This is not one of them, which should decided during pre-trial to be marked
It's
separately.
not one of those few common pieces of evidence.
Yes, there are a few.
Sir,
please proceed, counsel, for the respondent. Witness may answer.
There is a signature above the name Judge Jaime B. Santiago. Whose signature is that?
Your Honor, now I would like to object to the relevance. A letter is being, the witness is being confronted with a letter coming from the former NBI Director, Judge Jaime B. Santiago, and this witness is now being asked to identify whose signature is that. That's obvious.
I'll allow it conditionally if you can show the relevance insofar as your ability to test the credibility and the accuracy of the witness is concerned. In the meantime, I'll allow it. Kindly show the connection, counsel.
Thank you. Sir, whose signature is this?
As far as I remember, signature of Director Santiago, sir.
Thank you. On the last line of the letter, on the fourth page, sir, please take a look. Last line. It says, and I quote, "To support our recommendations attached herein is the revised affidavit of investigation, including its attachments." Did you see that, Agent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you confirm that the former NBI Director Jaime Santiago wrote to the Prosecutor General, Richard Anthony Di Fadolion, a letter dated January 30, 2025. This is one of the documents that you submitted to the Committee on Justice, correct? Okay, I will show you now. May I have this flashed on the screen? Do you recall this document?
Yes, sir.
Yes. January 30, 2025 is a date earlier than February 10, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor.
Ask an answer,
for the
Your Honor.
prosecutor.
Your Honor, the witness being asked which
Your Honor,
date,
ask an
came
answer.
first. Relevance, Your Honor. Relevance.
Counsel, if the witness knows and the counsel for respondent will be given the latitude to test the credibility, accuracy, and completeness of the testimony of the witness. But we note your continuing objection, because you already sound frustrated, counsel, in regard to this line of questioning by the
I'm very
counsel for
patient,
the
Your Honor,
respondent.
please. I'm very patient.
The counsel for respondent may proceed. Witness
Thank
may
you.
answer.
He already answered, Your Honor. Thank you. You earlier confirmed that there was actually a certification dated February 5, 2025.
Objection, misleading. I don't
I have no
remember
question,
this
Your Honor.
witness
Let
stating
the
that there
counsel
was...
finish with this question, counsel.
He even read it, Your Honor. You likewise confirmed that in that said certification, dated February 5, 2025, the earlier affidavit of investigation were subject to 7 recommendations. And you confirmed that you read that.
Objection. Misleading, Your Honor,
objection?
please. Now the counsel mentioned 7 grounds. 7 grounds. And I don't remember this witness uttering the term 7 grounds. What I do remember, Your Honor, please, is that this witness was confronted with a certification, a letter, whatever, but now the counsel is now asking this witness to confirm the contents of those certifications or letters. Misleading.
No,
That's not allowed during cross. The counsel is now assuming facts that have yet to be established. Can I repeat that? This witness was only confronted with certifications, letters, dated this, dated that. And now, the counsel now asking,
Your
do you
Honor, please.
confirm?
He's
Do you
now
confirm
testifying.
rights? Wait, let me finish. Now he is asking this witness to confirm that in that letter there are 7 grounds, as if this witness uttered those words. The ground is misleading, definition. This counsel is assuming facts that have yet to be established through this witness, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, again, the witness is not a newbie. I think he can handle himself and would know how to answer if indeed he is familiar or not with what is being presented to him. And thus far, he has responded based on his knowledge of these documents. Chair will allow it. Witness may answer.
Sir?
Can you repeat the question, counsel?
You confirmed that there was a certification dated February 5, 2025. You likewise confirmed that in said certification...
Your Honor, compound question.
There's no question.
Wait.
Kindly wait for the presiding officer to recognize you before answering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Much
Please,
obliged, Your Honor,
counsel
please.
for the prosecutors, please finish with your objection.
Thank you so much. Can I?
Yes,
Your
please
Honor,
proceed, counsel.
Compound questions. The witness is now being confronted with 2 successive questions without allowing this witness to answer the first question. What makes a compound question?
No need to lecture, counsel. Counsel for respondent, please reform.
Your Honor, I had no question. I had no question yet.
Kindly proceed with your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. The earlier affidavit of investigation was subject to 7 recommendations from the DOJ
Vague, Your Honor,
for
please.
case build-up.
Objection, vague. The earlier investigation, which investigation is the counsel referring to? Objection, vague.
We already established, Your Honor, there was an earlier one.
Overruled again. The witness is competent enough to testify. Overruled. Witness, kindly proceed with your question, counsel.
Yes. In the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, that you identified, despite DOJ's recommendation number 6 that you earlier read.
Objection, Your Honor, objection.
Sir, Your Honor, I'm not
If
yet
the
finished.
ground is
Can we
already-
wait for the counsel to finish with this question, counsel, please?
Okay, Your Honor.
Sir, there were still no affidavits of the journalists from the media outlets in your affidavit of investigation dated February 10.
Witness, not answer first. Objection, Your Honor, please. Misleading.
Why is it misleading, counsel?
The counsel said the earlier affidavit of investigation. In fact, Your Honor, please, he referred to the February 10 investigation. That's not the earlier investigation. That is the final affidavit investigation submitted to the DOJ. Misleading. Misleading, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
The presiding officer will ask the question. Mr. Witness, did you attach the affidavits of the 2 witnesses that viewed the video of the Vice President in the February 10 affidavit?
Yes, sir. Let me qualify my answer in number 6, sir.
You may do so.
In number 6, sir, the DOJ requested an affidavit to be executed regarding the contents of the minutes. I executed an affidavit attesting to those minutes, sir, which I'm part of the interview, sir.
But was it attached to the February 10 affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Counsel for the respondent, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, but there are no affidavits of the journalists from the media outlets, correct? My question is not found there, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, please.
My question is
Your
not
Honor.
found there.
Okay, wait. The counsel is confronting the witness with a document, and he propounded questions, and then he asked another question, and he took the document away. What's
Your
the
Honor,
purpose of that?
I was
Objection,
not-
Your Honor, please.
My question is plain, Your Honor.
Let the witness peruse the document you presented him with. Let him answer that through a document.
My question is plain, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a witness should be allowed to peruse the document
I am
that he
not-
was confronted with.
Counsels, please. Witness, I think the witness understood the question. Mr. Calilong, you may answer if you understand the question.
I will repeat the question. Your
Kindly
Honor.
repeat, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is still no affidavits of the journalists from media outlets appended on your revised affidavit of investigation, sir.
May I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir.
Oh.
Just answer yes or no.
Kindly look at the document presented to you. On redirect, counsel can make you explain the disparity, if any. The question is simple. Are the affidavits attached to the affidavit of investigation?
May I see the question number 6?
Your Honor, my question does not relate to question number 6.
Kindly show the witness, counsel.
I will.
If it will enable him to give an intelligent answer
Can we
to your
please
question.
slash certification and put it to paragraph number 6?
The paragraph number 6 states that only the minutes of meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. Although the minutes were signed, there were no individual affidavit executed regarding to the content of the minutes. On this,
Okay, sir. I have no
So the
question.
answer is the affidavits are not attached.
I have executed an affidavit, sir.
No, the
Sir,
affidavits of the two journalists are not attached. I think that's the only question of
Yes, sir.
counsel for the respondent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Instead, sir, as you confirmed, what you appended to the affidavit of investigation are affidavits of NBI agents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not the journalists who were present
The one who
during the
interviewed.
November 23, 2024 press conference.
The one who interviewed, sir.
Yeah, the one in the interview. Not the journalists.
Yes, sir.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Sir, in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025 that you identified, despite DOJ's recommendation number 7, can we show again DOJ recommendation number 7? In the certification dated February 5, 2025, it is still the NBI Cybercrime Division that is the complainant.
I believe this is answered on the letter of the director, sir.
Sir, my answer is answerable by yes and no. The complainant is still the NBI Cybercrime Division.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The supposed offended parties in this case would be President Bongbong Marcos,
Yes, sir.
the First Lady Lisa Marcos,
Yes, sir.
the former Speaker of the House Martin Romualdez.
Yes, sir.
Did President Marcos appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Did the First Lady Lisa Marcos appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Did the former Speaker Martin Romualdez appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you again for the record the affidavit investigation. Sir, did you attach to that affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, an affidavit of the President Marcos?
Only the responses, sir.
Sir, listen to my question.
That's
Did
the
you-
answer.
Your Honor, he did not answer, so I am entitled to
That's
ask
his
again.
answer.
Not responsive.
responses.
The question was, Mr. Witness, did you attach the affidavit of President Marcos to the February 10 affidavit?
No, sir.
Did you attach an affidavit of the First Lady Lisa Marcos on your affidavit?
No, sir.
Did you attach an affidavit of former Speaker Martin Romualdez on your affidavit of investigation?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, if you know, sir, did President Marcos file any criminal complaint against Vice President Sara Duterte as a result of the November 23, 2024 online press conference?
He made a statement.
No, sir. My question is, if you know, did the President file any criminal complaint against the Vice President?
I have no personal knowledge, sir.
Did the First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos file any criminal complaint against VP Sara?
I have no personal knowledge.
How about the Speaker, Martin Romualdez? Did he file any criminal complaint against VP Sara as a result of the November 23, 2024 online press conference?
I have no personal knowledge.
Did you really investigate this case?
Oh, Your Honor,
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
argumentative,
Withdrawn.
Your Honor, please.
Withdrawn.
Did you really investigate this?
How about
Question
the
has been
Speaker,
withdrawn.
Martin Romualdez? In other words, sir, the alleged offended parties were not included as complainants in the case you filed with the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And despite the fact that the NBI Cybercrime Division did not comply with recommendations number 6 and number 7 in the certification date February 5, 2026, it nevertheless filed the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025 that you identified today.
Can I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir. Just answer with a yes or no.
Witness may be allowed to answer according to how he wishes to explain. You may proceed, Mr. Witness, to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. For this case po, we complied with the requirements of the DOJ. That's why we secured a second certification wherein our documents is enough for preliminary investigation, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And this certification is a certification dated February 5, 2025, correct?
Kindly show the witness a
This
document.
is not the new certification, sir.
Oh, sorry, sir. So, apologies, Your Honor. February 11.
Yes, sir.
This was also executed by Senior Assistant State Prosecutor J.V. Lawrence B. Bandong, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's discuss the nature of the investigation you conducted. You claimed in your affidavit, sir, affidavit of investigation, that the NBI began its investigation into the VP's remarks because it was directed by the DOJ to do so.
Motu proprio and directed, sir.
Okay. Do you understand what you just said, sir?
Oh,
yes, sir.
Oh. Can I
I'm
object to
asking,
that, Your
sir.
Honor, please? That's
I'm asking, sir, it
argumentative.
makes sense, Your Honor.
Argumentative, counsel. Move on.
Mutu proprio, sir, means...
Oh, no, objection. You cannot lecture, counsel. This is
Sir, what does
cross-examination.
you mentioned mutu proprio. What does it mean?
Even without a complainant, we started the investigation, sir.
Are you sure, sir?
Oh, argumentative. Are you sure, sir?
Move on, counsel.
Are you sure,
move on.
sir?
How...
Hold your horses.
How about direct investigation? What does that mean?
Your Honor, okay, never mind. Your Honor.
Directed investigation. What does that mean?
There is instruction from above, sir.
From?
Above. From
Above.
upper.
What does above mean?
It may be the DOJ or the higher.
Higher. What's higher than the DOJ?
Based on that, it's only the DOJ, sir.
Based on... You said above the DOJ, sir.
No, sir. Above the
Sir,
NBI, sir.
you said above... May I ask for a
Argumentative,
reading?
Your Honor,
Counsel,
argumentative.
counsel, again, I would have to sustain the objection. It is argumentative. I heard
All
the
right,
answer,
Your
and he meant as a general term above, but referring apparently to only the DOJ in this particular instance.
We submit, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
You confirmed that the NBI Cybercrime Division is the complainant in the case against the Vice President, and that the DOJ filed this with the NBI filed this with the DOJ.
Objection, compound, Your Honor. That's a
no
compound
question, Your Honor. That was just a statement.
Counsel,
Oh,
kindly
exactly. Your Honor, a
Is laying
statement.
the basis for a question. Go to your question, counsel.
Sir, the NBI, of course you're from the NBI, is under the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we can take judicial notice of that. We
Your
cannot-
Honor, If I'm on cross, Your Honor.
I know, but
I'm on cross.
there are things that
No.
did not be
Your Honor,
discussed.
please.
Counsel-
Can I, Your Honor?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel, let's give him some latitude.
Much obliged, Your Honor, much
although we
obliged.
can't take judicial notice of that, it's part of his cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The Secretary of Justice is meanwhile the head of the DOJ, correct?
Yes, sir.
The Secretary of Justice exercises control and supervision over the NBI.
Yes, but even
No,
without...
no more questions.
The witness
Yes
is
or no,
answering.
Mr. Witness, if you know.
Can you repeat, sir?
Mr. Witness?
The Secretary of Justice exercises control and supervision over the NBI. Yes or no?
We are under, sir. But we're independent.
So you do not know.
Oh, Your Honor, that's
Sorry.
argumentative. So
Sir,
you
are
do
you-
not know?
All right, Your Honor. Are you aware of Book 4, Chapter 8, Supervision and Control of the Admin Code?
Your
Section
Honor.
39. Your Honor, I have
Your
no
Honor.
question yet.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Section
Counsel for the
39.
prosecutor, let the counsel for respondent finish his question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Section 39 thereof, Secretary's authority. The Secretary shall have the supervision and control over the bureaus, offices, and agencies under him. Supervision and control. Sir, my question is this. Is the NBI, the National Bureau of Investigation, under a bureau under the Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And, sir, the President has control over all executive departments, correct?
I believe so, sir.
The DOJ is one of those executive departments, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the current President is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., correct?
We agree to that. That's judicial notice.
Your Honor, please. Yes
There's
or
no
no?
other
Yes, sir.
president. We
Oh,
only
he
have one
answered already, Your
president.
Honor.
Already asked and answered.
The head of the executive branch is President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., correct?
Yes, sir.
The very same Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who you said was an offended party in the case against Vice President Duterte.
Yes, sir.
So, in other words, the NBI investigated and filed the complaint. The DOJ directed the investigation and will determine whether the case should proceed to court. And the alleged offended party, President Marcos, is the constitutional head of the executive branch,
Objection.
exercising control over both the DOJ and the NBI. I
Your Honor,
withdraw, Your
objection
Honor. I
to that.
withdraw. I
The
withdraw, Your
ground
Honor.
is the ground is.
I withdraw.
It's Your Honor. It's even more compound question
Nothing to
asking
object to.
several
Withdraw,
subject
Your Honor.
matters.
Withdraw.
Counsel, move on.
Withdrawn.
Sir, you testified earlier that you investigated the Vice President in relation to the press briefing that she conducted on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
This investigation by the NBI Cybercrime Division was started after the conduct of the November 23, 2024 press briefing of the Vice President, correct?
Yes, sir.
So basically, to put it simply, the investigation was done after the supposed incident on November 23, 2024.
The same day, sir.
The same day, but after.
Oh, Your Honor, the same day then after.
Same,
How
not
could it be the
responsive, Your
Counsel,
Honor.
clarify your question.
Same day,
The
same
investigation was done after, later than, the supposed incident on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You mean to say later that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because how can you investigate something that hasn't happened yet?
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Sir, you're not one of the participants of the press conference on November 23, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you do not have personal knowledge about what transpired during that press briefing, correct?
It was live streamed, sir.
You did not watch that live stream, correct? In
It
real
was-
time.
Yes, sir.
You only acquired knowledge about it when you started investigating later that day.
Yes, sir.
You also do not have personal knowledge of the alleged threats made by the Vice President during that press conference. Press briefing, sorry.
After the press briefing, sir.
You only acquired knowledge about it when you started investigating.
Yes, sir.
You also do not have personal knowledge of the alleged assassin that was allegedly hired by the Vice President.
It came to my knowledge upon...
Personal knowledge, sir.
No, sir.
Now, during your testimony yesterday, you mentioned that during your investigation on the November 23, 2024 press briefing conducted by the Vice President, you preserved a copy of said press briefing through open source investigation, correct?
Preserve a copy through Open Broadcast Software Studio.
Okay, thank you for that correction. One of the videos that you were able to preserve in relation to your investigation is the screen recording of the November 23, 2024 press briefing conducted by the Vice President, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I move that the very same USB be unsealed and shown by the prosecutor's Exhibit P-4-10 be unsealed and shown the witness.
Counsel for the prosecutor so instructed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay ka na po.
November 20.
This is Exhibit P-4-10, I believe. Your Honor, may I request that he unseal the USB and that it be allowed to be played?
Which part, counsel?
Your Honor, we will play various parts of the, not the whole, for the, as the...
That's what I was worried about.
Yes, Your Honor. We understood by the faces of the honorable members of the court. So
you will
we will just
play parts.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of it. And you identified, I presume, the time stamp.
Yes, we have, Your Honor. I will get to that.
Witness may open the seal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And counsel for the prosecutors is instructed to accompany counsel, one of the counsels for the respondent, in the tech booth to make sure that it's the same USB being presented.
For the record, Your Honor, the witness is opening the prosecution's Exhibit P-4-10, Your Honor. This is the video dated November 23, 2024.
I have unsealed the flash drive, sir.
Counsel this with understanding, okay, very much like yesterday, that this USB will again be sealed and signed by both parties.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may request that this be played. Here, brother. Sorry.
Counsel for the prosecutors, kindly accompany a representative from the counsel of the respondent to the tech booth to make sure that the same USB to be played. Kindly just guide us through, Counsel Attorney Narvaez, as regards the timestamps.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will.
Please don't forget your promise that it's not going to be the whole 2 hours.
Yes, Your Honor.
Waiting.
Senator Judge Pia Cayetano, what is your pleasure, ma'am?
Yes. If it's possible, Mr. President, if our Secretariat can install a monitor here because magkaka-stiff neck na po ako watching this. And it really doesn't look nice that I'm slouched there looking this way. So, and then this one here is a little bit, not for videos, but for the copies of affidavit, it's quite difficult. So if they can put one here, the others want another, but I can speak for those in the front row. We would like to request. Thank you.
The clerk of court, rather, is instructed to kindly install a TV monitor in front of the tables of the counsel for the parties instead of at the witness stand. Both sides. Underneath the table of the counsel for the parties, Senator Judge Pia. Counsel, for the record and for reference, kindly identify the timestamp that you will be playing. I presume in chronological order.
Your Honor, for the record, we are showing the witness a part of the video marked as the prosecution's Exhibit P-4-10. First video, the timestamp around 0001:27 to 0002:20 of the November 23, 2023 press briefing as contained in the video that you identified yesterday, sir. Your Honor, may we ask that the video be played at those specific timestamps?
I did an apology. And then, ang sabi po nila, I just have to do an MR. And I did an MR, but they did not rule on it. And then suddenly they have an order transferring me. When ang nauna naman na order ng final ng lawyers namin was an MR to lift that order of contempt. Because they said that was the procedure. If they were not able to rule on that, how were they able to come up with an order, to transfer me to the Women's Correctional in the dead of the night? I mean, bakit ganun? Wala na bang rights yung mga tao? They just go to your room and then just get... Wala, bakit ganun? I don't understand.
Your Honor, may I ask that the video be stopped? Sir, do you know who that is in the screen in the video that you identified?
Attorney Zulaika, as far as I remember, sir.
And Attorney Zulaika, as far as you remember, Attorney Zulaika is who in relation to the Vice President? You may answer not a yes or no question.
As far as I remember, she is the COS.
COS meaning Chief of Staff,
Chief
right?
of Staff.
And she is there in that video because she was cited in contempt by the House of Representatives, correct? If you are aware, you're the investigator.
Prior to the...
Sir, my question again.
The witness
Let
is
the
about to
witness
answer.
Witness was in the process of answering.
Prior to the scene, I have no personal knowledge, but based on her statement during the video, I think it was mentioned.
So you didn't investigate the things that happened prior to the scene, correct? Sir, yes or no?
We have investigated, sir.
You didn't investigate.
Oh,
I did, sir. That's why there's an October 18, sir.
So what happened before that? If you investigated,
I
what
only
happened?
say I don't have personal knowledge, sir, because
Sir.
I'm not present during that time, sir.
Witness is not responsive. The question was, what happened prior to this video, this particular clip of the video, if you know, given that you investigated the incident, as you said?
As far as I remember, there is a hearing in the House of Representatives.
What committee, sir?
I can't remember the committee, sir.
What happened, sir?
COS was cited in contempt, sir.
By who, sir?
I can't remember the exact, sir.
But you investigated. I withdraw, Your Honor. Can we play, let me show you timestamps around 002832 to 002933. This is the same prosecution's exhibit P-4-10. That is the video you identified yesterday. Your Honor, may we request that that video be played?
Pero hindi ako lalabas. Hindi ako lalabas.
Please, pwede magtanong.
And, sorry, just
Okay.
very quickly, Jason, if I may.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So after you pushed back, attorney, they left the room, no? Tama ba? Did they appreciate that, that detail accurately?
Oh, because I think alam din naman nila na mali yung ginagawa nila. You know, for people in the dead of the night. What is that? It served, di ba? Official business hour. Because hindi naman po ako criminal eh. I am not a criminal. I am already here in their facility. I have assured them already that I will attend their hearing on Monday. So why will they treat me like that? So that's why I said I want my lawyer. I want my lawyer.
Stop, please. Sir, did you consider this in making your evaluation in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now let me show you timestamps around 003305 to 003432 of the November 23, 2023 press briefing as contained in the video that you identified yesterday, the prosecution's exhibit P-4-10. Your Honor, may we request that the video be played?
You're online, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Sorry. I would not have pushed that there by myself if I did not feel that I was being threatened. My life is being threatened. And I'm sure you saw in the hearing that my back hurts. I cannot parang lift heavy things. I cannot. But dahil natakot ako, I feared for my life. I really pushed that by myself. Because hindi lang to harassment. This is really a threat to my life. They gang up on you in the middle of the night? Huh? How is that done? Isn't that a threat to my life? Alam nila that I'm sick. I have said that repeatedly when the doctor came here.
Stop. Thank you. Sir, did you investigate the threats to Attorney Zulaika's life?
We need a complaint for this one. That's why
Yes or no, sir? Did you investigate?
we did not, because there's no
You did not.
complaint.
Okay, thank you.
The motto pro.
No question, sir.
If the witness may be allowed to answer, Your Honor?
I had no question.
Already answered.
Did you consider this part in making your evaluation in the revised affidavit?
Asked and answered. He said
This is
yes
a different
earlier.
part, Your Honor. This is a different part. Did you
Witness may
consider
answer.
this part in your evaluation in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite considering these parts of the aforesaid videos, the NBI still recommended the filing of complaints for grave threats and inciting to sedition only against the Vice President. Yes?
May I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir. Yes or no?
There's a reason why I...
Sir, your counsel may ask you questions. This is my turn.
Proper
Sir?
subject matter for redirect.
So, despite
Counsel,
considering these parts of the videos shown to you, the NBI still recommended the filing of complaints for grave threats and inciting to sedition against only the Vice President.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, in page 15, paragraph 40 thereof, it is stated there, and I quote, "We unanimously believe that Vice President Duterte may be held liable for grave threats defined and penalized under Article 282 of the Revised Penal Code and inciting to sedition defined and penalized under Article 142 of the Revised Penal Code in relation to RA 1017-5 or the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. You see that, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
This conclusion was reached by you together with other affiants of the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, you mentioned that you're not a lawyer, right?
Asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
To date,
Go on,
we are
counsel.
aware, are you aware if any court has convicted the Vice President for grave threats over what transpired on November 23, 2024?
As far as I know, not yet, sir.
Not yet.
As far as you
Your
know.
Honor,
Mr. Witness, as far as you know, no.
No, sir.
Proceed, counsel.
To date, thank you, Your Honor. To date, are you aware if any court has convicted the Vice President for inciting to sedition over what transpired on November 23, 2024?
No, on my personal knowledge, sir.
Thank you. But you're the complainant, right?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
I was just asking.
Sustain mo.
Ask and answered, argumentative, then you withdraw your question. Improper.
Attached to the revised affidavit of investigation, which you identified and submitted to the DOJ and the Committee on Justice, is your affidavit of transcription of the press conference on November 23, 2024. I am showing you this now. For the record, sir, Your Honor, I will show the... Can you check? Sir, please take a look. Can you please state say it in for the record? This is your affidavit of transcription.
Yes, sir. This is a photocopy of my affidavit of transcription, sir.
This refers to the press conference on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
You signed this on December 20, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please take a look at your paragraph 2. Let's read it together. In relation to the ongoing investigation, the undersigned was tasked to transcribe the screen-recorded video of the press conference of Vice President Sara Duterte on 23 November 2024, which was saved on a DVD. You read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 3 thereof, let's read it together. The undersigned transcribed the video mentioned above which resulted in a CCD transcript hereto attached.
Yes, sir.
You read that, sir? And 4, I hereby certify that the above-mentioned digital evidence has been faithfully transcribed and that has not been edited, altered, or changed in any way. Did you read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I am, on number 5, paragraph 5, I am executing this affidavit to attest to the truth of the foregoing facts and circumstances and for whatever legal intent and purpose it may serve.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
These statements of yours, this affidavit of yours, these were all done under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were offered as an expert in digital forensic examination with a whopping 2 weeks of training. Do you confirm that that transcription of the screen-recorded video of the press conference of VP Sara Duterte on the 23 November 2024 has been faithfully transcribed?
I don't remember that I was introduced as expert, but a competent witness.
Okay, sir, but my question is, the press conference of VP Sara Duterte, that the transcription of the screen-recorded video of the press conference of VP Sara Duterte on 23 November 2024 was faithfully transcribed by you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, attached to this affidavit is the transcript, correct? Can you please take a look?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I ask again that the video, parts of the video be played of the press conference on November 23, 2024. Let's go through it together, sir. Where's the timestamps? First, let's go to around timestamp 00446. Your Honor, may I request that the video be played? Sir, please.
Steps after this order, are you going to file? Are you going to trigger na po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. Nobody can come in here and demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights.
Okay, ma'am.
Any crime. I am not leaving this room.
Stop.
Okay. Yun lang po, ma'am.
You heard that, sir? Do you want to repeat it?
I heard it, sir.
You heard it. Sir, in the first, you see also where that part is? Can you see it?
Start with the question with Red Mendoza, sir.
Okay, after the Zuleika Lopez. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, kindly speak to the mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
You heard, she said, I am not leaving this room. I am a detainee here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. That is the first sentence, sir. My question is this. Does your transcript have the words a detainee?
Can you repeat the video, sir?
Okay, let's do it. Please repeat. Please play for the video again, please.
Instructed to kindly play the video timestamped identified by counsel for respondent.
Are you going to trigger na po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am at the here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days.
That part that the detainee is inaudible, the only I heard. That's
You
why.
heard the, correct?
Yes.
Are the words or the sounds the there?
Here.
Huh? Here.
Yes.
Here. Okay. Please play. How about the last part? The last part of the paragraph. She said, "I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room." Does your paragraph in your transcript have the word accused after not?
Can you play the video, sir?
Speak to
Please
the
play the
microphone,
video
please.
again.
Speak to the microphone.
Tech is instructed to play the video. Witness is instructed to speak to the mic.
Demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room.
More. Play, please.
Okay po, ma'am. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you po, ma'am.
Wait. Back.
Any other question?
0446, please.
I'm sorry, ma'am, kasi I understand, ma'am. Ma'am, this is my last question, and I'm very much sorry. I'm so triggered na po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am at the here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. Nobody can just come in here and demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room.
Stop.
Okay po, ma'am.
Is the word accused in your transcript?
What I heard is root, sir.
The root.
Of any crime.
The root of any crime.
Yes, sir.
Let's play 001238. Can you please go to 001238?
Personal?
Sinabi sa iyo. Diba? Sinabi nila sa iyo, isip namin yung contempt. Ipupus mo yung apat.
Sabi nila sa akin, if you notice if you're during the hearing, diba? Sinuspend po ng Chairman Chua yung...
Wait,
yung...
stop, please.
Your Honor, please. Now, I am now registering my objection as to the relevance, Your Honor, please. If I may explain, Your Honor, of this line of questioning, Your Honor, please, if I may.
Counsel may explain his objection.
Your Honor, please. This witness already identified the video containing the contents of that press conference on November 23, 2024. And the counsel is now confronting this witness whether there are minuscule portions of the 2-hour video, like detainee, accused, whether this appear in the transcription. Now the basis for the objection is irrelevant. How can it be relevant? How can it be relevant, assuming but not conceding that these two minuscule words, detainee and accused, are not reflected in the transcript, when in fact this witness said he investigated not only on the basis of the transcript, but on the basis of the video that he himself viewed. What's the relevance?
Overruled part of cross to test the accuracy and the truthfulness of the witness insofar as his transcription of the video is concerned.
Thank you.
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you. Please play again 001238.
Sinabi nila sa iyo. Kaya yung content. Diba sinabi nila sa iyo, isip namin yung content. Isip mo yung apat.
Sa akin, you notice if you're in the hearing, di ba? Sinuspend po ng Chairman Chua yung session. Tapos, nung sinight po ako ni Congressman Castro in contempt, then after that, nag-rule sila. Tapos, then sinuspend niya. Tapos lumapit po sila, nag-huddle sila, and then they called my lawyer, and then told him na kausapin ko. So lumapit ako, and I really apologize. I said, you know, that letter to the Commission on Audit was really a position of the agency. It is our stand. Like all, di ba, like, meron kang points na gusto mo i-raise. We respectfully parang raised our points to the Commission on Audit. Alam ko, hindi naman po yung mali kasi that was our right as an agency. Because there was an ongoing audit investigation. Pero hindi naman namin kinukuha.
Narinig mo ba? Narinig mo? Did you hear the Vice President speaking?
I don't hear.
Can you please play again?
Mr. Kalilong, you're reminded, please answer
don't hear,
through
sir.
the microphone.
Can you please play it again?
MR ka, we will let you go. So we filed our MR, they did not rule on it, but suddenly they were able to come out with an order ruling to transfer me to the Women's Correctional.
Sinabi nila sa iyo. Kaya diba sinabi nila.
There. Did you hear that?
There are sounds, but I can't distinguish the words.
Can you play it again?
Your Honor, ask and answered. What's the point?
Okay, withdrawn, Your Honor. No further questions.
No further question
are
for
we
this
done?
witness. On cross, counsel, do you have redirect?
Of course, Your Honor, please, for the utter failure
I
of
was hoping you won't, but yes.
for the
please
utter
continue.
failure of the respondent to
Counsel,
debunk.
before I recognize counsel for the prosecutor,
Your Honor,
Senator
we
Judge
just strike-
Tulfo Rafi is recognized.
Your Honor, sorry, may I move to strike that statement of the prosecutor?
How can it be, Your Honor? That's my manifestation. I'm about to answer the question of the presiding officer.
We will review the journal tomorrow. I did not even hear anything
Yes.
that is strikeable, counsel, but we will review the journal tomorrow.
Your Honor, he said for the utter failure of the respondent.
Yes, Your Honor,
We take
I said
exception
for
to
the
that.
utter failure of the respondent to debunk the material points testified to by the witness yesterday.
Your Honor,
I'm
he
not
is
yet
testifying.
done.
I'm not
yet
done either. He is
I'm about
still
to answer
testifying.
the question. I'm not yet done with the answer.
Counsels, please. The presiding officer is not recognized either of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kindly settle down. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding
Sir, you may
Officer.
proceed.
Clarification naman po ito, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, what is your experience with regards to social media analytics?
I have training, sir.
What kind of training?
I have cybercrime investigation training, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with Facebook, or do you have SOCMED accounts that would make you a little bit knowledgeable when it comes to SOCMED?
Yes, sir.
What is your account? What is your social media account? If
I have
any?
an account in Facebook, in Instagram,
Okay.
in X.
X. So that means pretty much you're a little bit familiar with Facebook, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. There were concerns, Mr. Witness, whether the videos presented yesterday are AI generated or authentic. So are you experienced enough analyzing whether a video is AI generated or authentic?
Yes, Your Honor.
What makes you say that?
Based on my experience, Your Honor, and the video itself, it's a 2 hours long. Normally, an AI-generated video will only last a short second, sir.
So the video that was presented yesterday, where we saw the VP was saying something or talking to that effect, did you do something, or what kind of system did you observe or follow to ensure whether that video was AI generated or authentic?
Based on personal observation, sir.
Personal observation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, a few more questions. Therefore, will you be able to say that the video presented yesterday were AI generated or authentic?
The video presented today is what it is being seen on the Facebook, sir.
Okay. So, based on your affidavit, you mentioned that the NBI subpoenaed some members of the media who were participants of the online press con on November 23, 2024, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And subsequently, you said that you questioned and investigated these persons regarding the conduct of that press con. So, based on what you gathered from your investigation, so I have a few questions, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who set up the press conference?
Based on our interview, sir, it is the Office of the Vice President, sir.
So it wasn't spur of the moment? Press con?
I can't confirm, sir, but it's the response of the media personnel that we interviewed.
Okay, who invited the participants?
If my memory serves me right, it's JC Kahinhinan, sir.
Okay. Who is JC?
Staff of the Office of the Vice President, sir.
Okay. Who are the participants? And how many participants were there, if you can remember?
As far as I remember, it's at least 40.
40. Okay. Were there mainstream media or anybody from the broadsheets at that time?
There are, sir.
There were?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many? Approximately, give or take?
We have the one that we have issued subpoena, sir. At least 6, sir.
6. Okay. What was the reach of the video on that very day? Like how many views on that very day, and then a few days later? Were you able to observe that?
I can't remember, sir.
You can't remember. Okay. How did it spread? O paano kumalat sa SOCMED yung videos that was presented yesterday, as far as you know, when you did an investigation?
It became trending, sir.
It became trending. And my last question is, kasi in-establish dito is inciting to sedition on top of yung sa sinasabing grave threat. Ano yung mga comments na napansin mo doon sa video? Can you give us an example?
One of the comments, because on the video November 23, there were mentioned about people power when asked a question by Princess Maui. And the Vice President agreed, and ang laban ay wala sa EDSA, nasa Malacanang, and there are responses from the comments, but it's not documented. That is agreeing, sir.
No further question, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Tulfo. Senator Judge Aquino, thereafter Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Aquino has 2 minutes. You may proceed, sir.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Kalilong, kanina may nabanggit na 2 affidavit, isang January at isang February. Yung January ay binalik sa inyo, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there were 7 grounds why it was returned to you, is that correct?
7 points.
Can you narrate what are these 7 points that you addressed? Is that the correct term, that you addressed in the second affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you name them, please?
May I have the certificate, sir?
The certification, was it counsel for the respondent?
Your Honor, may I
Yes, you may approach and show him the document being alluded to by Senator Judge Aquino.
Note 1. There is no affidavit of the person who recorded the video entitled BP November 23 Press Con at Batasan through open broadcast Super Studio and in turn stored in the DVD. Number 2. The press briefing conducted on October 18, 2024 was not recorded and or stored in DVD, and there was no TSN of the said briefing and the necessary affidavit of the person taking the TSN. Number 3, Annex I and K DVD with markings NBI-CCN-C-24-12436-2 and NBI-CCN-C-24-12436-2 were not accompanied by an affidavit of the recorder and the TSN. Number 4, Annex L did not indicate who made the TSN. There was also no affidavit of the person who made the TSN. Number 5, the affidavit of what Patricia Morales mentioned that she stored the footage in a USB and submitted to the NBI. However, there was no USB attached to the complaint. Only DVD was attached. There was no detail regarding the content of this DVD. Number 6, only the minutes of meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. Although the minutes were signed, there was no individual affidavit executed regarding to the contents of the said minutes. Number 7, one of the elements of crime of grave threat is that the offender threatens another with the infliction upon the latter's person, honor, and property, or upon that of the latter's family, or if the wrong amounting into a crime. In the instant complaint, only the NBI executed an affidavit and there was no participation on the part of the offended party, as it appears in the NBI is not the offended party of the crime of grave threat.
Okay, so nakuha mo yung nag-submit kayo, yan yung binalik sa inyo, and then you did your best to correct all those items, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the first 6 are technical, no?
Yes, Your
Yung
Honor.
panghuli is a matter of who is the offended party.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo na-correct yan? Or nung binalik ninyo, it was accepted already by the DOJ? Is that correct?
There is an explanation, Your Honor, that was included in the letter of the former director, Judge Jaime Santiago, sir.
Okay.
Wherein,
yeah, go ahead.
in the filing for preliminary investigation, it is not required for the victim to execute an complaint affidavit.
Yan yung
sir.
sagot ng NBI?
Yes, Your Honor.
And once you submitted, it was accepted by the DOJ?
Yes, Your Honor, and we received a certification, Your Honor, that our evidence is enough for preliminary investigation, sir.
Okay, yun na yung second response to the second affidavit that you provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. May mga nabanggit dun sa mga statements tungkol sa hitman, no? Sa totoo lang, yung presensya ng hitman, mabigat yon. So, let me ask, are you the one who investigated just the video, or did you also investigate the presence of the hitman that was being mentioned in the videos of the Vice President?
I was only tasked for the video, sir.
Okay, may I direct this to the prosecution? Will you be presenting other witnesses that will pertain to this alleged hitman?
As to the alleged hitman, Your Honor, please. Yes.
Yes. So kayo, Mr. Kalilong, hindi kayo nag-imbestiga niyan. Wala kayong alam tungkol dun sa presensya ng hitman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. President, I will refrain from my questions and wait for the witness pertaining to the hitman. Maraming salamat.
Noted and entered into records, Senator Judge Pangilinan, thereafter Senator Judge Ontiveros, and then Senator Judge Villanueva.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The question is to the witness. Kanina tinanong sa iyo ng Defense Counsel or Counsel for the Respondents na kung ikaw ay abogado. Ang sagot mo hindi.
Yes, sir.
Ikaw ba degree holder?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano ang degree?
Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, Bachelor of Science in Accounting Technology, and I'm a certified public accountant, sir.
So you're a certified public accountant.
Yes, sir.
Kahapon, tinanong ko sa iyo yung training, no? Kasi nabanggit mo nagkaroon ka ng mga training. Ang nabanggit mo kahapon, 2 weeks ng training.
Yes,
Pero on what matter?
Only on photo and video authentication, sir.
Okay. Meron pa bang ibang training na ikaw ay you went through bilang expert or competent witness sa usapin ng digital technology, cybersecurity, online training? Meron ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong mga ito?
I mentioned that I have a training in Certified Computer Hacking Forensic Investigator. I have a training in Computer Forensic, Mobile Forensic, and Photo and Video Authentication training. I have also training in Cybercrime Investigation. We also undergone a 480 hours training on cybersecurity. And a training before we start the bureau, we have undergone the NBI Academy, which teach us all the aspects in investigation, sir.
Okay, and siguro last question. Ang training na ito, puro local ba o meron ding training sa ibang bansa?
I have an international, sir, recently.
Ano yan?
It's a training in Strasbourg.
Okay.
The name of the training is...
Saang lugar na lang, Mr. Witness?
Strasbourg, Germany? France?
Strasbourg, France, sir.
Oh.
It's a 5 days training, sir.
And meron pang ibang international seminars na inattendan mo?
International, sir, but it is conducted locally, the Interpol, sir.
Interpol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Judge
Salamat.
Malinan. Senator Judge Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, and you have 2 minutes.
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Para sa Counsel for the Defense, Mr. Presiding Officer, just for clarity, ano pong relevance nung video na ipinakita ni Attorney Zuleika Lopez? Sinasabi po ba ng depensa na yung mga alleged threats o alleged incitements ni VP Duterte ay prompted nung detention ni Attorney Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a systematic oppression made by the House of Representatives dating back from their even before their mini trial, Your Honor. The committee headed by Representative Joel Chua began investigating the Vice President and her people, even when Attorney Zuleika Lopez was being interviewed by the House Committee of Quadcom Committee, Your Honor. Even if she was answering the questions faithfully and to the best of her ability, she was cited in contempt, detained. Her lawyer was not allowed. Her lawyer was not allowed to be with her when they were trying to detain her in the Women's Correctional Facility, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Presiding Officer, Counsel for the Defense, position po ba ng depensa na pwedeng palampasin ng alleged grave threats kung may masasabing lehitimong dahilan para magbanta?
Your Honor, that is not the point.
No. Mr. Presiding Officer, I am making a point through my question and I am asking the good counsel for the defense dahil sinabi nila there was a systematic oppression that yes, yan po ang nag-prompt nung alleged grave threats and alleged incitements ng Vice President na prompt po ng detention ni Attorney Lopez na kanyang inilarawan sa ipinakitang video kanina. Kaya itinatanong ko kung yan ba ang posisyon ng depensa na pwedeng okay lang or pwedeng tanggapin ang grave threats kung may masasabing lehitimong dahilan para magbanta.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before counsel
Yes,
for
Mr. Presiding
responded answers, although he already answered in the affirmative.
No, Your Honor. I was just referring to before.
Would like to remind the senator judges to be cautious in making counsels for either party make conclusions of law and fact. Instead of presenting evidence through a witness, they will present or through direct, cross, redirect, or recross. Because if he answers Senator Judge Ontiveros, that would effectively place on record a conclusion of fact and law, not drawn from a witness, which they can very well do so during their closing remarks. And when I allow him to speak by way of repartee to the peroration yesterday and discussion yesterday by counsel for the prosecution. But other than that, as agreed with some of the senator judges, we would try to limit the answers of the counsels for the parties. With your indulgence, Senator Judge Ontiveros, please.
I submit, Mr. Presiding
Thank you,
Officer, may I just in closing make of record that I also appreciated and also submitted to the ruling of the presiding officer yesterday because I appreciated that it partook of the history of impeachment proceedings in this court. Pinag-aralan ko rin po ng maigi ang mga nakaraang mga impeachment trials at di hamak na pati noon naging liberal ang pagpapahintulot nila sa mga katanungan ng mga senator judges para lang mas maliwanagan ang iba't ibang punto. So I again thank the good presiding officer and again reiterate my submission to his ruling and thank the good counsel for the defense for his response.
We thank Senator Ontiveros for her indulgence and understanding. Senator Villanueva. And thereafter, Senate President Gatchalian. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. May I just point out something to the witness? Mr. President, Your Honors, the witness mentioned yesterday that reported statements of the Vice President were referred to the Presidential Security Command and evaluated in coordination with the National Security Council. Just to assist the court in evaluating the relevance and weight of the government security response in determining whether the respondent's conduct constitutes an impeachable offense. May we know from the witness could the witness explain yung threats po ba, how threats against the president are ordinarily assessed by the government? Kasi dito yung lumalabas yung pag-weigh natin whether or not meron bang bigat yung threat o ito'y ordinaryong threat na nangyayari sa pang-araw-araw nating buhay. Specifically, Mr. Witness, what factors are taken into account in evaluating a reported threat and in determining appropriate measures?
I can't answer on the part of the NSC or TNO because I'm not part of the institution.
In your in your capacity as an agent?
In my capacity,
yes.
One of the consideration if it's a active threat, if it's the one giving the threat is capable of doing so.
Meaning?
If someone
high-ranking officials, and if you say an official,
have a capability or power over to implement those such threat, it is considered, sir.
Example, a mayor, perhaps? Would you say a high-ranking official? A congressman? Or yung basihan po ng kanyang threat. Kunyari, ang threat ko, dadalhin kita doon sa buwan. Wala naman akong space shuttle. So, wala din pong bearing yon. Is that the correct assumption?
Not only, sir, but also how it was delivered, sir. Like what was mentioned in the that I mentioned previously, it was mentioned that no joke, no joke. It's a serious.
So that is the
one of the considerations,
that's
sir.
the consideration. Thank you very much. And lastly, Mr. Witness, you made mention na submit mo sa DOJ noong January 30. Is it the same affidavit that you submitted to the HOR?
The one that submitted to the HOR is the affidavit dated February, sir.
So that's the latest?
Yes, sir. The one that complied with the requirements of the DOJ, sir.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Before I recognize Senate President Gatchalian and thereafter Senator Erwin Tulfo, may I remind Attorney Narvaso, that your 5 minutes, you will be given your 5 minutes after the questions of the senator judges and before we recognize the counsel for the prosecutor for his redirect. Senate President Gatchalian is recognized.
Your
You may
Honor.
proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
May I be
Presiding
clarified?
Officer.
I believe that we would do it after recross. So
you
it's-
want, I heard cross.
Sorry,
After
Your
we
Honor.
cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Better for us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I just have a few questions, clarificatory questions. Narinig ko ho kanina, Ginong Testigo, na nasabi niyo may 40 media personalities doon sa press con. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ang inyong inimbitahan, 6 lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit 6 lang?
The 40, we see the number of participants, but the number of person who asked the Vice President during that time, it's limited. And we consider who we sure that is present during that time, Your Honor.
Meron bang kayong criteria kung paano pipiliin itong mga media personalities or kung sino lang ang nagtanong? Kasi kahit hindi ka naman magtatanong, nandoon ka naman, naririnig mo yung mga diskusyon, meron ba kayong mga criteria kung paano pumipili ng media personalities?
Yung sure po namin na present during that time, kasi kapag hindi po kasi kayo nagtanong, hindi po magpa-pop up yung mukha nyo tsaka yung pangalan nyo.
Okay. At itong mga 6 na sinupinan ninyo, ano yung kanyang common statement na ibinigay?
Kinonfirm po nila na present sila during the November 23, 2024 press conference, and yung utterance po ni Vice President narinig po nila.
Okay, I believe ilan dito sa mga personalities ay ipapatawag rin. So tatalon ako sa ibang topic. Nakita ko kanina itong tungkol sa max score interventures at nakita ko kanina pinakita yung Articles of Incorporation. Mukha siyang supplier ng equipment. Ngayon, nasabi rin na doon ka nag-training for 2 weeks. Sino nagbayad ng training?
Sir, the training is included in the procurement of digital forensic tools. In the procurement document, ni-require po si MaxCore na mag-provide po ng training included in the equipment, sir.
Yung paggamit ng equipment.
Tsaka yung yung process po ng digital forensic as a whole.
Yung kanya lang sila ba ay 'di ba sa mga IT, let's say Oracle, alam natin kilala yan pagdating sa IT. Si MaxCore ba ay kilala pagdating sa digital forensic training? Kasi pag nakita ko kanina talagang supplier sila, but are they a well-known or internationally renowned training organization?
It's not the MaxCore itself, but it's the trainer that they provide, sir, that is capable in training us, sir.
Itong trainer na ito, certified siya in this type of technology?
Yes, sir. The trainer has a lot of certifications in relation to digital forensics, sir.
Can you name a few certification na meron itong trainer na ito?
I can't remember,
Let's
sir.
say Oracle or let's say Microsoft, 'di ba? May mga ganyan
No,
yan.
sir. CompTIA, sir. CompTIA training. I believe he also have a certified ethical hacking certification and a lot more, sir. When it was presented to us, sir.
All right. So itong mga trainers nito ay certified trainers na pwedeng mag-train sa iyo at magiging certified ka rin.
Yes, sir. Initial na akong certificate, sir.
Lastly, Mr. Presiding Officer, after training, nakakuha ka ba ng certification na katulad sa kanila?
No, sir. But that certification that I was trained by them, sir.
Pero ikaw mismo, are you certified to do forensic examinations for your purpose and responsibility?
I have a certification, sir. I am a certified computer hacking forensic investigator, sir.
Itong forensic analysis, meron kang for this purpose, itong pinag-uusapan natin.
The authentication, sir, part or as a whole, sir?
As a whole.
I have a certification in computer hacking, sir, specific. But I have trainings in relation to the...
Iba yung hacking eh. Yung pinag-uusapan natin, forensic examination ng video, forensic examination ng mga ganitong bagay. Meron kang certification doon?
I have certificate, sir.
Alright. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, thereafter Senator Judge Marcos. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ang katanungan ko po ay para sa ating testigo. Batid ko po na sa ilalim ng Republic Act 10867, sa ilalim po ng Section 4, ang kapangyarihan po ng inyong ahensya na mag-imbestiga kapag ng mga krimen, partikular na tulad ng mga banta sa buhay ng Pangulo, ikalawang Pangulo, Senate President, Speaker of the House at Chief Justice. Tama po yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kahit na lalo pat pag ito ay may kaugnayan sa national security. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ang tanong ko po, ang pagsasampa po ba ng kaso, nasa mandato rin po ba ng NBI na magsampa ng kaso doon sa mga tao na nagbanta sa buhay ng Pangulo, ikalawang Pangulo, Senate President, Speaker of the House, Chief Justice? Is it automatic or kailangan mag-request sila sa inyo? Matic ba yung pagsasampa ng kaso doon sa nagbanta? In this case, is it automatic or wala lang, kasama sa mandato niyo to file charges dahil binantaan mo Pangulo o si Vice Presidente kung sino mang yang 4 na matataas na opisyal natin or 5 matataas na opisyal natin?
Ang basis namin doon, Your Honor, is yung primary objective namin to investigate cases to the threat to the President, Vice President, Senate President, Supreme Court. And if we found that the evidence is enough that there is a crime committed, we will file a case because that's the output of our investigation, sir.
Kahit po ba na hindi yung biktima, in this case, yung Pangulo, biktima ng threat, kahit na hindi siya nagreklamo, automatic po yun? Kahit na hindi siya nagreklamo sa inyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hindi nyo na siya kailangan tanungin pa na, Sir, gusto nyo po bang kasuhan namin ito? Wala nang gano'n. You will never ask. Sabihin natin, hindi lang Pangulo, Vice Presidente. Nangyari din sa Vice Presidente o sa Speaker of the House, sa Senate President o sa Chief Justice. Hindi nyo naman lang siya afford to ask him like, Sir, will you go to the process? Kasi magpa-file ka po ng mga affidavit. This is a long process, etc. Kahit na Pangulo ka po, may pipirmahan ka mga affidavit. Is it automatic, Mr. Witness?
We submitted it, sir, even without a complaint in the for preliminary investigation, sir.
No further questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Senator Judge Marcos is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, maraming salamat. Mahal na namumuna. Hihingi lang po ako ng dokumento para mas madali nating sundan ang mga pangyayari. Nalilito lahat pagkat wala po kaming papel. At ang nabigay sa amin, eto, Annex FFFGGG. Nalilito po kami kung alin dito yung mga papel. Kung maaari kaming bigyan, unang-una, yung unang tinutukoy, the first affidavit of investigation dated January 3, alleging grave threats inciting to sedition ng NBI. Ikalawa, yung napasok na yata sa record, pero nais rin namin bilang Senator Judge na magkaroon ng kopya ng DOJ certification signed by Prosecutor Bandung February 5 na nagbigay ng 7 grounds na insufficient for preliminary investigation. Ikatlo, yung naibigay na. Ito klaro to, naibigay po ni Mavic at ng iba pang staff natin. Yung February 10, yung ikalawang amended na ibinigay na revised affidavit of authentication, February 11. Ngunit sabi ni Testigo Kalilong na merong kasama ito na wala rito sa record natin at sana maibigay si Senator Judge. Ito yung sulat kasama nung second revised affidavit of authentication. Ito naman yung sinasabing sulat ni Santiago K. Fadulyon ng DOJ na nagsasaad na hindi kailangan na may private complainant yung sina Presidente, ang First Lady at saka yung dating Speaker dahil base sa kaso ng Santos Concho versus DOJ na 2008, hindi daw kailangan yung private complainant. May we also have a copy of the same. Finally, may we urge that a copy also be given of February 14 certification of DOJ asserting that the revised affidavit of investigation was finally sufficient. Nais lang namin na makita yon at alamin yung investigation data, huling-huli, nung March 7, almost a month after the submission of the affidavit of authentication, kasi halos isang buwan bago utusan na magkaroon ng investigation data form. Sana may kopya rin tayo noon.
To respond to Senator Judge Marcos, what the court has copies of are the pre-marked documents that the parties pre-marked during pre-trial, but not documents that have not yet been pre-marked. Most of the documents you mentioned that was discussed by counsel for respondent has not yet been pre-marked. They only used it to confront via cross-examination the witness of the prosecution. But the ones we have, we will furnish you with a reminder, of course, Senator Judge Marcos, that these documents have not yet been formally offered by either party. And we still have to await formal offer before the court rules on the admissibility, if at all, of these documents. But we will endeavor to furnish the good Senator Judge with whatever the clerk has.
Yes,
Your Honor, if I may.
if we could be provided with whatever the clerk has and adequately identified, not as GGGGG or FFFFF, at sana kung mabuo yung mga dokumentong sinasabi sa lalong madaling panahon. Maraming salamat.
We will endeavor to comply as best we can, Senator Judge Marcos.
Same
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano,
Peram
what is your pleasure, sir?
Mr. President and Mr. Presiding Officer, before I ask to be allowed to ask a question, can I just follow up yung kay Senator Marcos, including the ruling yesterday? Just in the interest of all Senator judges being able to follow closely, especially kami sa first row kasi medyo nagkaka-stiff neck na kami. Mahirap tignan yung TV, so baka dun sa
Maglalagay
harap.
na po kami ng TV sa harap ng
And
lamesa
I
ng
don't know,
Council for Parties.
I think all of us own a iPad or a tablet. I don't know what the solution is, but if the Secretariat or the Clerk of Court, the Office of the Clerk of Court can work with our staff, just to give you an example for today, no? If you look at the impeachment complaint on page 19, for example, it says that the affidavit we're looking for kanina, footnote number 72, is this one, in the impeachment complaint, no? It's found on Annex G. Okay, so this is Annex G. If you look at Annex G, it is a certification, not an affidavit. Okay, so where do you find the affidavit mentioned in the impeachment complaint? You actually find it in Volume 14, Annex FFFFFFF-GGGGGGGG. So before I can even
That's not
say
dash,
that,
that's FFFFFFF to GGGGGG.
yes. So even before we finish saying that, Your Honor, Mr. Presiding Judge, medyo mahirap. To further complicate, the annexes when delivered to us was labeled annexes, and then when it was pre-marked, iba na yung marking.
That is correct.
Okay. So to clarify, I'm not asking both the prosecution and defense to give us any documents in advance that will prejudice their presentation or the rebuttal. I do understand that it has to be offered, but to speed things up and to make sure we understand, in the same manner that they're asking the witness to examine it, maybe we can be given a copy to examine at the same time, whether digital or actual copy. I don't want to impose upon them to print 24 copies. But again, anyway, it's Wednesday. We have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for our staff and the clerk of court to meet.
I think we already have a solution for you, Senator Judge Cayetano, as well as for Senator Judge Marcos. We will be furnishing the parties either via soft copy to your respective iPads or laptops, or we will enter their official emails as well. Kayo na po mag-print ng hard copy. Ng list of evidences as marked, as pre-marked by the prosecution na ipe-present for Article 4. And we will do this by article. However, insofar as I said, the documents presented by the counsel for respondent, these have not yet been pre-marked. But I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for a copy from the counsel for respondent.
On that point,
for our guidance, whether or not the same will be offered without prejudice to respond to
On
counsel
that
for
point-
respondent, deciding on whether or not they will offer it at the appropriate time.
On that point, Mr. Presiding Officer, even if it's pre-marked, if it will prejudice their presentation, I don't mind it be given in real time. And same, no? If it's being used on cross or recross on rebuttal, and hindi ito na pre-mark, as long as real time, para lang we can process it. If not, we have to review afterwards, and it messes up our preparation for the hearing the next day. No?
Is that possible for the parties once the roles are reversed? May I get a response
Honor.
from the counsel for respondent?
Your Honor, first we'll clarify everything that was showed today was pre-marked by the respondent.
That's not my understanding, because the DOJ letter you pre-marked is different from the DOJ letter that we have pre-marked. But we'll verify. So everything was pre-marked?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you presented a document that was not pre-marked either by the prosecution or the defense. Walang marking eh.
I presented all that.
So if it was pre-marked, it's our lookout. Then then there's no problem furnishing the senator judges with a copy of the same.
We have no problem with that, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano's concern has no basis if it was all pre-marked. Apparently, it was our oversight.
Yes.
Counsel for the prosecutors, would that be possible?
Yes.
To furnish it? I think what counsel for respondent did earlier helped us out a lot. Plastering it on the screens, whatever affidavit you were presenting. I think counsel for the prosecutor should do the same.
Yes,
Hindi naman
Mr.
bawal
Presiding Officer.
magkopyahan dito eh. Okay lang. Senator Judge Cayetano?
Thank you. Yeah, and just to clarify, the 2 minutes is the question, not including
Yes,
the
yes, of
answer.
course.
No?
You have 2 minutes if you want to
if
start
they-
with asking questions.
Yes, if they ask to repeat the question, please don't count that. No, 2 minutes is long with short questions, but many of us want to get to the bottom of it, end up only asking 1 or 2 questions. So just a little bit liberality.
We will be lenient,
Yes. Thank you.
Senator Judge
Thank
Alan
you very much.
Cayetano. You
Appreciate
may proceed,
it.
sir. You
Yes.
have 2 minutes.
A question for the witness, and maybe to put all of us in check, I don't mind if any of the counsel says na medyo hindi maayos yung question. I mean, given what happened yesterday and today, and there are questions that could prejudice the case either way. As long as we call each other out respectfully, to the both counsels, you cannot correct a senator judge, but I don't mind if you think it prejudices. That's your duty to your client.
Yes, sir.
So this isn't the start of the 2 minutes yet. Sa magandang hapon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Medyo mahaba na yung pag-upo mo dyan, but allow me a few questions. No? Yung circumstance lang, so paano nagsimula yung investigasyon na na-involve ka? Were you from the start o hindi? At written instructions ba to? O sinabi, oy, may investigasyon tayo? Just konting clarity, paano na-umpisa yung specific investigation? And was it based on the November 3 video? Tama ba?
November 23, Your Honor.
Okay.
It all started, I received a phone call, sir, from my executive officer that there is a video wherein there is a statement given by the Vice President, which is classified as threat, and I was tasked and assigned to investigate the case, sir.
Okay. So basically, ganun yung pagkasabi, na I'm tasking you to look at the video, investigate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you working alone or with a group?
With a group, Your Honor.
NBI group?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was this, is there an interagency also or just purely NBI?
Don't have personal knowledge. Maybe our chief, sir, has the
Okay.
knowledge on that, sir.
Yes. No, that's all I asked for naman, yung personal knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor.
So pakiulit mo yung sinabing how exactly sinabi sa'yo na tignan mo yung video, imbestigahan mo, or may statement? So,
To be specific, sir, as far as I remember, may statement si Vice President regarding the November 23 press conference na kung saan may pagbabanta na naganap, pakiimbestigahan.
pakiimbestigahan. So, ganun ka-general.
Yes
May
po.
pagbabantang naganap, pakiimbestigahan.
Yes po.
And you proceeded by watching the video.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you watched the video, you got to the part na may pagbabanta.
No, Your Honor. I first don't know which part of that.
So you watched the whole video, of course.
First, the clippings, Your Honor.
Okay.
Then, I look for the whole video, Your Honor.
Then you watched the whole video.
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you for your honesty. So after the clipping, tapos the whole video, what did you do next? You reported or you made your recommendations? I don't understand the process lang kasi.
Upon identifying the whole video, I informed my executive officer that I identified the video, Your Honor.
And then yung sinabi mo yesterday, then you started looking for patterns. That's why you looked at yung dating mga video ni Vice President.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you started investigating the threat against the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you investigate the threat against the Vice President?
We tried, Your Honor.
How did you try?
It is included in our letter to the Vice President, Your Honor. That's why we're inviting her to proceed to our office to investigate the threats to her life, Your Honor.
How about the vlogger who asked her about Oplan or whatever they call that Romanov? Did you invite them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did they testify?
The Princess Maui did not appear, Your Honor.
Did not appear. Did you also look for previous videos that are threatening to the Vice President?
We look on the Romanov part, Your Honor.
Okay.
But we identify a different person who first mentioned the Romanov, Your Honor.
Did you coordinate with the PSG?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
You yourself?
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe our chief, Your Honor.
Yeah. But you are aware that the primary responsibility of protecting both the President and the Vice President is the PSG?
Yes, Your Honor.
So isn't it fair to say that any investigation against a threat to the first family, the President or the Vice President, you would normally ask the PSG if they received any threat?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking, hindi ba normal sa investigation kung sino yung primary agency na taga-protekta na lumalaban dun sa threat ay tatanungin natin?
Yes, Your Honor.
So bakit hindi tinanong ng NBI ang PSG? Or in your case, why didn't you ask the PSG?
Maybe it can be answered by a chief, Your Honor.
No, I'm not. I will ask your chief also. I'm asking you, when they said, look at this, you looked at other videos, you tried to get Princess Maui, you tried to get the Vice President, but you didn't contact the PSG for the First Lady, for the President, and for all you know, the PSG will tell you right there and there, the threat is real, or the PSG will say, politika lang yan. Diba? Both the Vice President and the President are protected by the PSG. So why wasn't so nakalimutan lang or wala sa procedure nyo or?
Your Honor, there is already a statement from the National Security Council, Your Honor, that it is an active threat, Your Honor. That's why we start investigation.
Yes, and the primary group that will know if it's an active threat is the PSG. So if this was the United States, it will be the Secret Service. So whether the FBI or the CIA, state troopers, the federal marshals, kung sino man mag-iimbestiga, parati nilang tatanungin yung Secret Service. So I'm just curious why we did not ask the PSG input.
Kindly wind up, Senator Cayetano. Senator
Okay.
Judge Cayetano.
So my last question is, how did you characterize the threat of the Vice President to the President? Given that ang exact words niya, huwag kang mag-alala ma'am sa security ko kasi may kinausap na akong tao, sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako. So that would be fair to you and not vague, no? Did that phrase, kapag pinatay ako, have any bearing in your investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was that bearing or thoughts in your mind?
First of all po, dun sa statement, may nakausap na po. it already took place before pa yung mangyari yung meeting. And nung
Excuse me.
condition,
I'm not talking about yung may kinausap na para pumatay. Ang sinasabi ko yung sinabi niya na pag pinatay ako.
yes, Your Honor.
How did that affect your investigation?
There is a condition na kapag pinatay siya. But as we can see, it's only applicable if there is only two parties. The statement make a loophole wherein a third party can use that na kapag namatay si BP, ma-execute ngayon yung statement ni BP na may nakausap na siya without the participation of the one mentioned, the President, the First Lady, and the Speaker of the House, Your Honor.
That's fair. But what I'm saying is that in your reports, did you characterize it as a conditional threat? Kasi kung hindi naman siya pinatay, the logical implication is that there's no threat against the... So I'm not saying it's not illegal, immoral to contract a killer. I'm just trying to follow the logic na pag sinabi kong pakukulong kita, Mr. Witness, pag nagsinungaling ka under oath, then it's actually not a threat. It's a legal, I'm just telling you the law, di ba? Pero pag sinabi kong pag hindi ka sumunod sa akin, anuin kita. So that's my last question lang. So how did you characterize that? It wasn't a conditional in your mind because may kinausap na?
Even with or without, sir, it's still considered a threat as long as the person...
I have no doubt there. I'm just asking, is it a conditional threat?
Based on our affidavit, sir, I believe it's conditional, which...
Based in your affidavit. But your initial assessment, yung personal mo as an investigator, this is an investigation of the whole NBI, but yung personal mo?
The threat is absolute, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Cayetano. We
Yeah.
now proceed. Senator Judge Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po.
Thereafter, Senator Judge Zubiri.
Maraming salamat
Senator Judge
po.
Padilla, you have 2 minutes.
Opo. Nais ko lamang po magtanong sa ating saksi. Ginoong saksi, kanina po kasi habang nagkakaroon ng pagdinig, ako po'y laging iistorbo dahil tuwing may itatanong, mag-o-object, medyo magulo po eh. Pwede po bang sagutin po ninyo ako dahil noong pong February 5, ang sabi po dito ay insufficient po yung na hindi dapat makarating na sa preliminary investigation. Tama po ba? February 5 po yun?
May certification, sir. Yes po.
Opo. Tapos nung February 14, naging sufficient na for conduct of preliminary investigation. Nasagot po ba yung 7 na sinabi dito na para, ang sinasabi po kasi dito nung February 5, merong 7 na kulang.
I believe so, sir. That's why we have received a certification, sir.
Ayun. Kasi po, parang narinig ko kanina, hindi po naibigay yung original copy nung sinagawang interview kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Yung original po na kopya, kung sino po yung nag-record. Wala po kayong affidavit? Meron po ba kayong affidavit na nakuha nyo?
Yes, sir. Ako po yung ang inire-request po ng DOJ dyan is affidavit po nung nag-screen record, which is my affidavit, Your Honor.
Meron po siyang affidavit?
Ako, sir. Ako po yung nag-execute, sir.
Hindi po yung mismong tao?
Yes po. Ang hinihingi po kasi ni DOJ is kung sino yung nag-screen record through OBS, sir.
Hindi po yung mismong tao?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo lang po yung nag-affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero meron po kayong ng pagkakataon ba na nakausap niyo yung tao at nagbigay siya ng affidavit?
May I clarify, Your Honor, if sinong tao yung tinutukoy?
Yung nag-record po?
Ako po yung nag-record through OBS, sir.
Hindi po. Yung mismong nag-record po kay Inday sa Vice President. Nakausap niyo po ba? Yung raw file po. Kasi napakahalaga po nun. Kasi doon po natin malalaman kung original ba o hindi.
The video itself, sir, is publicly available. That's why I performed the recording, sir.
Opo. pakisagot na lang po, mahal na saksi, kung nakuha niyo po ba yung original. Yung original, hindi po yung galing sa internet.
The original, no, sir.
Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Zubiri, you are recognized, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat to our presiding officer. Magandang hapon po, Sir Witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Gusto ko lang magtanong, clarificatory questions lang po ito. Dito ba sa ating bansa, dahil tinatanong ko po ito sa inyo, dahil kayo po investigating body, sa ating bansa, meron bang specific law pagdating sa mga banta sa Pangulo, Pangalawang Pangulo at kanyang mga successors? Or yan ba'y pasok lang sa grave threats, which is applied sa lahat? Applicable sa lahat ng tao?
Based on my personal knowledge, sir, it's only on the grave threat, Your Honor.
Which is applied to everyone, if I'm not mistaken. No? Kasi sa batas sa Amerika, sa Estados Unidos, meron pong tinatawag na number 18 under the United States Code, Section 871. There is a specific law na pinagbabawal po itong mga threats to the President, Vice President, and its successors. May jail time po ito at may fine na malaki. As a matter of fact, dito sa panahon ni Pangulong Trump, marami na po silang kinasuhan at hinabla at napasok sa kulungan dahil sa paglabag nitong batas na ito. At Secret Service po ang sumasagawa ng investigasyon. Sa atin ba dito, ang NBI ba ang nabigyan po ng kapangyarihan para gawin itong investigasyon under your new NBI code?
Under our law, sir, the new NBI law, included po yung investigation to the threats to the life of the President, the Vice President, the Speaker, the Senate President, and the Supreme Court, sir.
So, klaro na kayo, nasa kapangyarihan ninyo. Kasi hindi pwede sa Presidential Security Group. Hindi katulad sa Estados Unidos, yung Secret Service ang talagang nanguhuli at nag-imbestiga. Sa atin dito sa Pilipinas, ang NBI po ang nangunguna sa investigasyon. Tama po ba yan o mali?
It is within our law, sir.
Okay. And this is just food for thought because not only are we senator judges, we're also legislators. It may be time that we also craft a law that will be specific on threats made to the President, Vice President, and its successors, meaning the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and the Supreme Court Chief Justice. Sa Amerika kasi, sa batas po nila, and I'll just wrap up, the defendant, to secure conviction, the defendant communicated a threat, the defendant understood and intended the statement as a true threat, hindi po niya sinabi joke only in the end. And pangatlo, the defendant knowingly and willfully makes the threat. So just food for thought as legislators as well. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Zubiri. We now proceed to where we left off. I believe that was the redirect of the counsel for the prosecutor. Just out of curiosity, without any pressure, because I promised I would declare a break somewhere in between. Depending on how long your direct and recross would be, I can call the break after the recross and the statement of the counsel for respondent, so that we break on a good point before we call on the last witness for today. Yes, counsel for the prosecutors.
As to the question, if the prosecution will do the direct examination.
The redirect. Kung mahaba-haba
Sorry,
pa
the
yung
redirect examination after the cross-examination of the defense. The prosecution decides not to conduct a redirect, Your Honor, please.
Thank you, counsel for the prosecutor. Counsel for the respondent, do you want to begin to utilize your time now?
Your Honor, I will turn over the mic to my co-counsel. He will also be the cross-examiner for the next witness.
But Your Honor, please, may I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please, before we proceed, Your Honor, please? A manifestation as to the statement.
In connection with what, counsel for the prosecutors?
As to the manifestation earlier that all the documents that were confronted, that were presented to the witness, I believe that the defense said that all those exhibits were pre-marked. But based on our records, Your Honor, please, and then I hope the defense will clarify this for the record, we perused the documents, and we don't see that the articles of partnership and the screenshots of the websites that were presented earlier, based on our tally, based on our records, these were not pre-marked, contrary to what the defense manifested. So we would like to seek clarification from the defense.
That is correct, Your Honor. Those 3 documents were not
Noted
pre-marked.
and entered into the records.
Thank you so much.
Given that there is no redirect and recross, counsel, can you state for the record your name?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Mark Sivinluan for the Vice President.
Sir, you're aware of the situation. Time was given to the counsel for the prosecutors to make a discussion about whether or not Article 4, the acts alleged in Article 4 constitute an impeachable offense. You have the same time of 4 minutes and 26 minutes, which were around. Before I allow you to continue, kawawa naman si Mr. Calilong. Mr. Witness, Mr. Calilong, Senator Judge Lacson, before we excuse. Senator Judge Soto is recognized. Sir, what is your pleasure, sir?
Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, are we going to dispense with the
Unless you have questions to the witness. So not yet.
Well, it's a simple question.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much. You're familiar with the internet, of course.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you noticed that lately all the AI-generated videos have a caption saying AI-generated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya pag walang nakalagay na AI-generated, siguradong hindi AI-generated? Not
Yes, Your
exactly.
Honor. Today, Your Honor.
Yes, lately, no?
Lately, Your Honor.
Lahat nakalagay. Pag AI-generated, nakalagay AI-generated, and Meta does not allow it. Right?
They allowed it, but there is a AI info part.
Correct.
On
Let's
the
say
post.
there is a manifestation.
Yes,
that
Your
it's
Honor. It is
AI-generated.
explicitly mentioned that AI.
So you're aware of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's it.
Senator Judge Lacson, you likewise have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President. I have questions para sa ating testigo. Since you are presented here as an expert witness, alam nyo, nag-consult din ako sa digital forensics expert para lang makonvince sarili ko. No, my first question is, in this day and age of artificial intelligence, no, will you agree with me na it is almost impossible to distinguish an AI-generated video from the original? Almost impossible.
Yes, Your Honor. It is hard, Your Honor.
Yeah, very hard, di ba? Very difficult. So kasi ito, impeachment trial, ano? Kasi sa court, ginagamit talaga yung expert testimony ng digital or computer forensics expert. Now, you may or may not answer this question kung classified, ano? Gusto ko lang malaman, ano ba yung digital forensic tools na ginagamit din sa NBI?
Currently, I'm not familiar. But during the time na nandun po ako sa Digital Forensic Laboratory Division, meron kaming N-Case Forensic, Celebrite, and Amped Authenticate, sir. Amped Authenticate, sir.
Ang balita ko, yung AMP5 or AMP Authenticate, di ba?
Amped Authenticate, sir.
Ito yung ginagamit ninyo. Ito, capable ito na magsagawa ng reverse image, a photo or video, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito ba yung ginamit mo?
For this part, Your Honor, the OBS only, Your Honor.
Bakit hindi nyo ginamit ito?
The duration is too large, Your Honor, the 2 hours. And the Amped Authenticate can only detect if there is a inconsistent FPS, Your Honor.
Yeah, kaya ko tinanong yon dahil una-una maraming para mag-adhere na magamit sa korte, no? Likewise sa impeachment court. May mga requirements, di ba? Sinabi mo kasi meron kayong open source. Di ba?
Yes, Your
Pero
Honor.
ang pinaka-importante, yung chain of custody, of course, yung provenance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung original na pinanggalingan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang sabi mo, pinanggalingan lang Facebook.
The Facebook was captured, Your Honor.
So, hindi yun ang original, di ba?
The screen recording is the original itself as to my authentication, sir.
Yeah, and you can attest sa authenticity ng video.
Yes, Your Honor.
In spite of not being or not having originated from the original.
Yes, Your Honor. I compared the recorded with the original and ensured that the contents are identical, Your Honor.
Kasi nabanggit mo rin, ginamit mo yung manual comparison simultaneously ng dalawang videos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero again, I will insist na talagang hindi reliable yung manual. Ito yung sinabi sa akin ng digital forensics expert na nakausap ko. No? Ang pinaka mas importante, makuha mo yung original copy, yun nga, yung provenance, di ba? Para talagang, tapos masundan mo yung sa analysis, gagamitan mo ng tools para malaman mo na talagang authentic yung video. Of course, I'm not here to question the authenticity. I just want to be assured. Dahil, sabi ko nga kanina, pagka sa artificial intelligence, napakahirap talaga. Almost impossible to distinguish it from the original video or yung source.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are competent enough to ginagamit yung forensic tools o forensics tools at yung inyong yung competence mo through your training. You know?
And experience, Your Honor.
And experience. Kasi sabi mo nga, you've been with the NBI since 2021, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And since then, you have appeared in some 20.
At least 30, Your Honor.
30.
Yes, Your
30 court hearings.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Cayetano, what is your pleasure?
Just a clarification addressed to the presiding officer.
You may proceed, sir.
Apologies, I don't remember if it was one of the counsels of one of the senator judges who asked the witness a while ago whether he was an expert witness, and he said he was a competent witness.
That is correct.
And there's a
The
difference
presiding
between an
officer
expert
confirms that.
witness. So he's not an expert witness. He's an competent witness.
That is correct,
Yes.
sir.
So that will have bearing because whether or not an AI video can be produced without an AI has to be testified by an expert witness.
If I may,
Wait, yeah, go ahead.
If I
That
may-
doesn't mean, I don't think you'll disagree with my second statement. That doesn't mean that this witness is not competent to testify on that. Second point, I'd just like to clarify for the record, my understanding of watching the video is that it was on StreamYard, then a link was shared sa Facebook.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if that's the case, Mr. Presiding Officer, the original video is with StreamYard, not with Facebook, or are both original?
It's Zoom, Your Honor.
Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was informed StreamYard, but just for the record, so that later on when we review everything, someone testified to it.
Duly noted.
Yeah, thank you.
Duly noted and entered into records. Mr. Vinluan, you have your 4 minutes and 26 seconds, but we cannot use the seconds in our timer, so just look at the clock, sir, please.
Your Honor, please.
Before we... Yes, Mr. Kalilong, you are excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you for your time and cooperation with this impeachment court.
Thank you so much, NBI Senior Agent John Mark Calilong. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Mr. Kalilong. Yes, Senator Judge Padilla. What is your pleasure, sir?
Ginoong tagapamahala ng hukumang ito, nais ko lamang po sana hingin ang mga credentials ng ating saksi kung paano po lahat ng kanyang certification, lahat, upang mapatunayan po natin lahat na...
It's ready.
To it earlier, but kindly respond to the question of Senator Judge Padilla, Mr. Witness.
I have here, sir, my certifications during the time of my investigation, Your Honor.
Can you, mahaba ba?
I can read, Your Honor.
Mahaba ba? Hindi.
Ibigay na lang po siguro sa atin.
Kindly just submit it to us. Yes, please.
Opo,
Yes,
submit
Your
na lang po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If that is okay with Senator Judge Padilla. Thank you, sir. Mr. Calilong, you are excused, sir, and thank you for your time and cooperation with the impeachment court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The presiding officer will just wait for the witness to leave the premises before recognizing Attorney Binon. Okay, Attorney Binon, you have 4 minutes and 26 seconds. You may proceed, sir. Thereafter, we will call for a 15-minute break.
In the discourse yesterday, talking about VP Sara's statements during the November 23, 2024 press con, Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros stated, and I quote, "None of these statements are proof that the Vice President actually contracted an assassin or hired one. She is absolutely right." She then asked the question, why are these acts impeachable? To this question, the prosecution responded, "We understand that these statements may not actually 100% prove that she, in fact, contracted an assassin. End of quote. Hence, the prosecution admitted that the video does not prove any fact other than its existence. In simple words, there is no proof of any contracting of an assassin. The prosecution's admission before this honorable court made the respondent's position clear. The prosecution has no other competent evidence to prove that VP Sara contracted an assassin. Ang testimonya ni Calilong, gaya ng iba pang ebidensya kuno ng prosecution, ay hindi sapat para patunayan ang paratang na ito. Trying to prove this stretched narrative using a hodgepodge of materials is a waste of this honorable court's time and the Filipino people's money. Si VP Sara na mismo ang nagsabi na hindi assassin ang kinausap niya. This term only came from people who took her statements out of their proper context and tried to exaggerate them for what they really meant. The truth of the matter is this: she and her family were threatened, and while her response was unconventional, it was justified. What triggered her response was a question about Operation Romanov, which is the plot to eliminate VP Sara and her entire family. The NBI's own records prove this. In the minutes of the meeting of Dempsey Reyes' interview, he said, and I quote, "May press con kasi earlier than that," sabi niya, parang hindi lang niya gusto daw, sabi lang niya gusto daw siyang patayin daw, according to her, ni Speaker. That was during a press conference the day before, November 2022. End of quote. During the virtual press con, Princess Maui mentioned Operation Romanov again and even warned her about her safety. Reyes talked about it, Princess Maui reiterated it, but the NBI gaslighted it. When VP Sara uttered those words, she was not responding as Sara Duterte, the Vice President, but Sara Duterte, the wife, mother, daughter, and sister, who only sought to protect her own and her family members' lives. Operation Romanov is in place, and the threat against their lives is real. VP Sara became the target of unauthorized intelligence and surveillance operations by government operatives that exposed her family to high-level risks and security threats, thereby causing intense trauma and uncontrollable fear. Her homes in Davao and Manila were profiled, and this is proven by classified casing reports. Her trusted security personnel were removed. Her schedule of official functions, like the one in Naga, was leaked by intelligence agents, and her security was heavily compromised. In sum, the prosecution was right in using the term culmination. But the prosecution's interpretation is wrong. Rather, when VP Sara left the administration, she suffered various forms of threats and harassment for many months from the powers that be, and the culmination was her statement on that fateful early morning in November 2024. She didn't commit an impeachable offense. She drew the line in the sand and said, enough is enough. That is the meaning, and that is the context. Finally, as to the alleged grave threats and inciting to sedition, these are defined by the revised penal code and are punishable by prisión correccional. Thus, these fall under the jurisdiction of the MTC or first-level courts. These charges are not other high crimes as contemplated by the Constitution as grounds for impeachment and are therefore not impeachable. After all, VP Sara was fighting two important battles that day. One against the threat to her family's life and another against the life of the ordinary Filipino, constantly suffocated by the immense weight of corruption, which she talked about during the press con.
Ang real-time na balita, mapapanood rin sa GMA News Live Stream.
Aktual na pag-alis si Senador Bato de la Rosa sa Senado noong madaling araw ng May 14.
Kailangan tayo ng sunod-sunod na putok. Para sa taong bayang gutom sa balita.
Kayo ba? Pwede rin na sumama na walang gulo.
The motion is approved by unanimous vote.
Bubusugin namin kayo sa bawat live stream. Kaya mag-subscribe at follow na sa aming YouTube channel, Facebook page. Dahil ang bawat Pilipino may karapatan sa napapanahong balita.
Magandang hapon, ikatlong araw na po ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ako po si PR Arcangel at tuloy ang pagtutok ng buong pwesto ng GMA News para sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Mga kapuso, tumagal po ng mahigit 4 na oras ang ikalawang araw ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Unang tinalakay sa Articles of Impeachment ang Article 4 na grave threats and destabilization. Ipininisenta ng prosekusyon ang una nilang testigo, si John Mark Calilong, na senior agent ng National Bureau of Investigation. Si Calilong na isang NBI agent mula pa noong 2021 at sumalang sa intensive training sa Digital Forensic Examination, ay inatasang mag-imbestiga sa mga naging pahayag ni Vice President Sara Duterte, kabilang ang video ng online press conference ng Vice noong November 23, 2024 na naipakita rin sa pagdinig. Doon binanggit ni Duterte ang pagkausap umano sa taong papatay kina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez kung siya ay mapatay. Pero bago po maipalabas ang naturang video, naging tensyonado ang sagutan ng prosekusyon at defense team. Gusto ng prosekusyon na ipalabas lang ang mahigit 2 minuto na bahagi ng online press conference. Ang gusto naman ng defense team, ipalabas ang buong video na mahigit 2 oras para buo raw ang konteksto. Maging si Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano nagpahayag na gusto niya mapanood ang buong video kung sa hinaharap ay buo rin naman itong ipapalabas sa paglilitis. Matapos ang daling mag-suspend, ang bahagi lamang ng video ang pinayagan ng korte na ipakita. Halos sunod-sunod ang objection ng depensa sa iba pang iprinisenta at tanong ng prosekusyon. Ipinalabas din sa paglilitis ang ilang bahagi ng press con ng Vice noong October 2024. Kabilang ang pagbanggit at pagmuestra ng Vice na may gusto raw siyang tanggalan ng ulo. Ayon sa witness na si Calilong, base sa investigasyon ng NBI, si Pangulong Marcos ang pinatutungkulan ni Vice President Duterte sa video. Ngayong araw ang cross-examination ng defense team kay Calilong. Dumulog po sa Korte Suprema ang grupo ng mga abogado para questionin ang pagkakahalal kay Senator Chis Escudero bilang presiding officer na impeachment trial. Nag-high po ng very urgent manifestation with motions sina Attorney Israelito Torion, Attorney Jimmy Bondoc, Attorney Martin Delgra at iba pa para hilingin sa Korte Suprema na maglabas ng temporary restraining order o status quo ante-order para pigilan ang paglilitis hanggat hindi nare-resolba ang issue ng presiding authority. Sa kanilang manifestation, sinabi ng grupo na wala raw quorum noong June 3 kung kailan inamyendahan ng rules tungkol sa pagboto ng presiding officer. Mali rin daw ang body na nag-aproba ng amendment dahil ang nag-aproba rito ay Senado bilang isang legislative body at hindi bilang impeachment court. Hindi raw naaayon ang amendment na ito sa ideya na masumulat ng konstitusyon base sa deliberasyon ng Constitutional Commission. Ang pagpapatuloy raw ng impeachment trial sa kabila ng naunang Supreme Court petition ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano ay dumadagdag rin daw sa panganib na madeklarang void ang paglilitis. Ang sa tagapagsalita ng Senate Impeachment Court, iginagalang nila ang karapatan ng sino man na questionin sa korte ang issue. Makibalita tayo ngayon sa Senado at naroon ang ating kasamang si Tina Panganiban Perez. Tina?
Yes, Pia, day 3 na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte at ngayong hapon ay isasagawa ng mga abogado ni VP Duterte ang cross-examination kay prosecution witness, NBI forensic expert John Mark Calilong. Magugunita na kahapon ay tumestigo si Calilong tungkol sa authenticity ng mga video ni VP Duterte kung saan pinagbantaan niya ang Pangulo, pati na sina First Lady Liza Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Sabi ni Private Prosecutor at House Impeachment Legal Spokesperson, Attorney Benjamin Tolosa Jr., pwedeng ipalabas ng depensa ang buong 2 hours na video ng bise kung gusto nila, gaya ng tinutulak nila kahapon. Bagamat makakaapekto raw ito sa bilis ng trial, diskarte na raw ito ng depensa. Hinihintay rin ng prosekusyon ang aksyon ng Senate Impeachment Court sa request nilang isabpina si Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President, na balak ipresenta ng prosekusyon sa susunod na linggo. Sa issue naman ng voting threshold na ayon kay Senate Impeachment Court, Presiding Officer Senator Chis Escudero ay 16, tinanong si Tolosa kung ano ang legal na hakbang na gagawin ng prosekusyon tungkol dito. Ang sagot niya, pinag-uusapan pa ito ng House Prosecution Panel sa ngayon. Kasama natin si House Impeachment Prosecutor, Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez. Buong-buo yung name niya, sir. Meron pong mga kumakalat online about netizens photocopying their money. After po yung presentation ng witness nyo kahapon, where Attorney Ligutan mentioned that yung photocopy can be considered the original na pag-present na ebidensya po sa korte. How do you react to this?
Siyempre, sa ikaw, Ma'am Tina, hindi po yun maiiwasan. Talagang with a public case such as this, talagang magkakaroon ng memes po, no? Pero I would like to think na yung lumalabas po na ganitong mga memes ay in jest lang naman. I think it was very clear na hindi naman po yun yung ibig sabihin ng prosecution. Very clear po na yung debate sa loob ng impeachment court ay doon lang po sa rules on evidence po. Yung rules on evidence po kasi yung rules that are governing how evidence is presented, how is accepted, and doon po na lumalabas yung concept ng original, photocopy as original.
Opo. So yung presentation ng prosecution kay Vice President Duterte as hostile witness, can you please expound on that?
I'm not sure how else to expound, pero other than yung based on nabanggit po ni Attorney Kapunan, that is a possibility lang po for the prosecution. I believe nabanggit lang naman po ito ni Attorney Kapunan yesterday dahil nalaman po na si Vice President ay present sa Senado, and Attorney Kapunan took the opportunity to bring it up with the impeachment court po.
Opo. Kung si P.R. Canhel po nasa studio, meron po siya mga tanong sa iyo.
Magandang hapon po, Congressman Gutierrez. Well, first of all, makikihingi lang sana ako ng reaksyon ng prosecution doon sa paghain, at least doon sa very urgent manifestation na inihain ng with motion ni na Attorney Israelito Torion, yung grupo nila, questioning yung pagkakahalal kay Senator Chis Escudero bilang presiding officer. At tingin niyo po ba magiging problema po ito para sa prosecution dahil ito na, gumugulo na yung paglilitis at pero meron ganitong pending motion sa Supreme Court?
Magandang hapon po, Ma'am Pia. Sa tingin po ng prosecution, ang aming opinion dito ay syempre nire-respeto po namin yung karapatan ng kampo ni Vice President Sara Duterte na lumapit sa Supreme Court for any judicial remedy that they may see fit. On our part po, patuloy naman po, kagaya ng sinabi po ninyo, Ma'am Pia, tuloy lang po ang paglilitis dito sa impeachment court, tuloy po ang trabaho ng prosecution. We don't see this being a problem po naman po.
And today we're expecting na Article 4 pa rin, na syempre yung cross-examination, isasalang muli si Agent Calilong. nasabi niyo po no, na Article 4 ang pinili ninyong unahin dahil ito pinakamadaling intindihin para sa publiko. Did you expect na at least yesterday no, yung direct examination tatagal ng ganon or inakala niyo ba na aabot na sa cross-examination dapat kahapon?
If we're just basing it on expectation, medyo alam naman po namin na matagal-tagal po yung direct examination ni NBI Special Agent Calilong. There were no surprises there and it seems to be on time as we expected naman po.
At so nanindigan pa rin kayo na tama nga na ito na nga yung inuna. Wala nang posibilidad na parang i-reshuffle the remaining 3 articles of impeachment.
We don't want to preempt po no, na ano po ang decision ng prosecution panel as a whole. I believe po when we submitted the order to the impeachment court, there was that reservation that we might still change the articles of impeachment presentation. Pero syempre, depende na po ito sa decision ng impeachment court, yung senator judges po.
Ano pong pinaghandaan ninyo para dun sa cross-examination?
Pinaghahandaan lang po talaga natin is the exercise of the right by the Vice President's camp to test the accuracy, the truthfulness, or to check for any interest or bias on the part of the witness that was presented. Kasama po talaga ito ay normal at kasama sa proseso ng paglilitis. So we are expecting a full-blown cross-examination and we'd like to think the prosecution is ready for that.
If the defense, as they said yesterday, will request that they play the entire video or the video in its entirety of more than 2 hours, will the prosecution be objecting to this?
Of course, I don't want to preempt what the prosecution will be doing, and I don't think I will be in a proper position to say. Pero if you would ask my personal opinion, I think very clear po, nasabi naman po ng impeachment court, si Presiding Officer Escudero, they will not dictate how evidence will be presented, either by the prosecution or the defense. So I don't think if that were the case, in the same way, the prosecution will not object to it po.
All right. Well, like we said earlier, no, cross-examination yung inaasahan natin for today. Pero yung iba po bang testigo na naka-line up for the prosecution, ready na rin po ba? Naka-standby din po sa Senado today just in case umabot po tayo dun sa next witness?
Yes po, as it stands, the prosecution is ready. When we ask for the subpoena, it's a whole list of witnesses naman po and we're ready to proceed at any time po.
All right, Representative Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, House Prosecution Panel spokesperson at ang ating kasamang si Tina Panganiban Perez. Thank you very much at magandang hapon po. Ngayon naman mga kapuso, makibalita tayo sa isa pa nating kasama si Sandra Aguinaldo. Sandra?
Yes, Pia, inaasahan nga ngayong araw ang pagbabalik no, sa witness stand nitong si John Mark Calilong, ang NBI agent po na natunghayan kahapon sa pagbibigay ng kanyang testimonya at sa pagkakataon nga pong ito ay inaasahan naman ang kanyang cross-examination. Ayon po kay Attorney Reggie Tonggol, spokesperson ng impeachment court, ay maaaring magkaroon ng oportunidad naman yung depensa na hilingin sa korte na mapanood yung 2 hours mahigit na video na sentro ng usapan kahapon. At ito nga po yung naipresenta kahapon na ilang bahagi lamang ng 2 hours video na iyan na nagpapakita ayon sa prosecution ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa buhay po ni Pangulong Marcos, First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos at ng dating speaker. Pero kahapon nung pinanood po ito ay nagsimula na nga yung debate tungkol dyan. Pero pagkatapos Pia na nasaksihan natin o na nagumpukan yung mga senador, kanila pinag-usapan din naman kung papanoorin nila yung 2 oras na video na yon, ay nagpasya sila na panoorin na lamang din at ipagpatuloy yung pagpepresenta ng prosecution ng mas maiksing version nito. Pero maari nga daw na yung depensa naman ang magsabi na gusto nilang ipalabas itong 2 oras na video. At ayon po kay Calilong ay trabaho nga daw niya at meron siyang karanasan at ilang taong karanasan sa forensics examination. Pero nasabi rin niya no, na meron siyang intensive training na 2 linggo sa digital forensics. Kahapon ay meron ng paniwala yung depensa PIA na pag-question kung nararapat bang isalang sa witness stand ito si Kalilong, at ayon po sa isang UP law professor, si Attorney Paulo Tamase, na maaasahan natural lamang na ang depensa po ay susubok na questionin yung kredibilidad ni Kalilong, lalo na, for example, ay yung kanyang 2 weeks lamang na training dito sa forensic examination. Bagat sinasabi nga niya na ilang taon na rin naman yung kanyang experience. Pero ganoon pa man, ayon nga po sa prosecution, kung sakaling matapos po ang cross-examination, kay Kalilong ay nakastandby naman po si Attorney Jeremy Lotok ng NBI para naman sa susunod nilang witness. Sa ngayon, Pia, kanina umaga pa ay nakaantabay tayo dito sa Senado, ay nakikita na natin yung pagdating na ilang mga senador mula pa nung umaga, at inaasahan po natin na magsisimula po sa oras ang impeachment trial ngayong alas 2. Pia?
Sandra, may naging reaction ba si Attorney Tongol, na siya nga spokesperson ng impeachment court dun sa paghain ng grupo ni na Attorney Israelito Torion, na isang very urgent manifestation with motion sa Supreme Court para pigilan yung impeachment court dahil nga sa pagkakahalal kay Senator Chis Escudero bilang presiding officer?
Para sa kanya ang nakuha yung reaction kahapon, dahil nag-press briefing siya pagkatapos ng impeachment trial, na ito naman daw ay inaasahan, bagamat ayon na rin naman po sa impeachment court ay ito ay maaring recourse na maaring gawin, pero habang wala pang desisyon ang Korte Suprema ay magpapatuloy lamang po sa kanilang gawain ang impeachment court. Pia?
Alright, so Sandra, nabanggit mo rin na naka-standby na kumbaga ang susunod na witness sakaling ang mabilis na matapos itong cross-examination. Yan si NBI Regional Director Jeremy Lotok. Pero kapag ganun ba, Sandra, yung mga naka-standby na witness, yung mga susunod, sila ba ay nakamonitor din? Alam mo ba kung nakamonitor din sila sa proceedings na ongoing habang sila...
Magandang tanghali po. Oras na para sa maiinit na balita. Habagat na pinalakas ng Bagyong Inday, nagpaulan at nagpabaha sa ilang lugar sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Low pressure area sa labas ng Philippine Area of Responsibility, tropical depression na. May epekto kaya sa lagay ng panahon sa bansa? Bulkang Mayon na nasa Alert Level 3, nagbuga ng pyroclastic density current uuson. Ulikam sa Bulacan, graduating student nahulog mula sa sinasakyang tricycle. 27 nasawi sa sunog sa isang pub sa Bangkok, Thailand. At kilalanin ang 2 new characters na mapapanood sa GMA Afternoon Prime Series na Born to Shine.
Sa bintana na yan.
Water cannon, sana po, George.
Busog na sa balita.
Dito sa Balitangan. Mainit na balita, hawak na ng Department of Justice ang rekomendasyon ng NBI para sa isasampang reklamo laban kay dating Ateneo head coach Tab Baldwin at iba pa. Kaugnayan sa pagkamatay ng kanilang basketball players na sina Rene Baterbonia at Divine Adili. Live mula sa DOJ, may ulat on the spot si Darlene Kai. Darlene?
Rafi, mag-aalas 10 ng umaga dumating dito sa tanggapan ng DOJ Department of Justice ang ilang tauhan at opisyal ng NBI Homicide Division. Kahon-kahong dokumento ang dala ng NBI agent sa pangunguna ni NBI Homicide Division Chief Romeo Astrero Jr. Inirerekomenda nilang kasuhan ng reckless imprudence resulting in 2 counts of homicide si dating Ateneo men's basketball coach Tab Baldwin, 6 na assistant coach at isang physical therapist ng team. Nais din nilang pakasuhan ng simple negligence resulting in homicide ang athletic director ng Ateneo, pati na ang magkapatid na may-ari at co-manager ng resort sa Dipakulaw, Aurora, kung saan nangyari ang team building activity ng Ateneo team nitong Hunyo. Base rin sa inisyal na impormasyong nakuha ng GMA News mula sa NBI, irerekomenda nilang sampahan ng kasong administratibo ang Dipakulaw LGU. Noong June 26, nauna nang inirekomenda ng PNP-CIDG o Criminal Investigation and Detection Group sa DOJ ang pagsasampa ng reklamong paglabag sa Anti-Hazing Act laban kay Baldwin at ilan pang miyembro ng Ateneo Men's Basketball Coaching Team. May karagdagang referral ang CIDG noong July 1 para irekomenda sa DOJ ang paghain ng reklamong homicide at reckless imprudence resulting in homicide. May umiiral ding ILBO o Immigration Lookout Bulletin laban kina Baldwin, Christopher Kimpo, Reynaldo Jacinto Jr., Dean Castaño at Sandro Soriano. I-evaluate o susuriin ng DOJ kung sapat ba ang mga ebidensyang nakalakip sa inihain ng NBI ngayong araw at traffic kung sapat yan, uusad ang proseso at idodocket na ito para sa preliminary investigation. Rafi, sinusubukan pa ng GMA News na kunin ang panig ni na Baldwin at iba pa sa aksyong ginawa laban sa kanila ng NBI ngayong umaga. Yan ang latest mula rito sa Department of Justice sa Maynila. Balik sa iyo, Rafi.
Maraming salamat, Darlene Kai. Patay ang isang babaeng gagraduate na sana sa kolehiyo sa Balagtas, Bulacan matapos mahulog sa tricycle at mabagok. Ang kaanak ng biktima, iba ang paniniwala sa kanyang pagkamatay. Balita natin ni Gabriel Gonzalez.
Sa kuha ng CCTV pasado alas 11 ng gabi nitong Miyerkules, kitang sumakay ng tricycle ang 23 anyos na babaeng ito sa Burol 2nd, Balagtas, Bulacan. Maya-maya, maririnig sa kuha ng isa pang CCTV ang tila malakas sa paglagapak bago sumigaw ang ilang residente. Sa isa pang anggulo, kitang huminto ang tricycle at bumaba ang driver para tingnan ang nangyari. Hindi nakuna ng CCTV pero nahulog daw ang babaeng sakay ng tricycle.
Sa halip po na hintuan siya nung driver nung tricycle and then yung kasama na passenger na isa pa, hindi nila hinintuan yung biktima natin.
Kinailangan pa umano silang habulin ng isa pang tricycle para mabalikan ang biktima. Dinala ng tricycle driver at kanyang kapatid sa klinik ang biktimang wala ng malay. Wala raw sapat na gamit ang klinik kaya inirefer sila sa ospital. Pero bago tumuloy sa ospital, pumunta raw ang tricycle driver at kanyang kapatid na pasahero rin sa tanod para humingi ng tulong. Tumagal sila ng mahigit 8 minuto bago muling umalis. Ayon sa executive officer ng barangay na naroon sa lugar, inalam muna nila kung anong nangyari sa babae. Ang kwento daw ng tricycle driver sa kanila, tumalon umano mula sa tricycle ang biktima.
Pagdating doon, nireport sa amin na tumalon. So tulog yung bata, tinatanong ko kung nakainom ba, kung paano ba. Inunat ko yung paa niya, ginigising ko siya sa mukha, ate, gano'n lang. Tapos talagang naghihilik lang siya.
Sa halip na idiretso na sa ospital, dinala muna sa bahay ng kanyang kaanak ang biktima. Dito na sila nagpasyang isugod sa ospital ang biktima. Namatay kalaunan ng babae dahil sa matinding pagkakabagok. Ang biktimang 23 anyos, gagraduate na sana kinabukasan.
Matagal na panahon nag-aral ang anak ko. Graduation day, hindi nakaaten ang anak ko. Saan nila nilagay sa kabaong? Na dapat ang anak ko masaya na umaakyat dahil sa pagtsatsaga, pagsasakripisyo, paghirap, lahat dinanas ng anak ko.
Yung kapatid ko, sobrang bait niyan. Ngayon, yung kapatid ko, yung dapat gagraduate na atakit sa stage. At kakain sana sila. Ititreat ko sila sana sa isang steakhouse. Biglang nawala yung kapatid ko.
Nagarap ang magkabilang panig sa presinto. Hindi raw kumbinsido ang pamilya sa sinabi ng tricycle driver at kanyang kapatid na nalaglag ang biktima.
There's something na missing talaga po dun sa story. Sabi nila hindi namalayan. Tinanong ko yung nasa loob, bakit mo hindi namalayan na nalaglag? Sabi po niya ay napuwing daw po siya at nagpupunas daw po siya ng mata niya, kaya daw po hindi niya namalayan na nalaglag. Kine-claim nila na wala silang ginawang masama kay Pauline.
Ayon naman sa pulisya, itinuturing ng sospek ang tricycle driver at kapatid niyang pasahero na nakasama ng biktima noong mangyari ang insidente.
Ongoing pa rin po kasi ang aming investigation, subalit identified na po natin itong mga suspect. pine-prepare na po natin yung kaukulang mga papeles, base na rin po doon sa ano ng parents ng ating biktima ay magtutuloy sila na reklamo laban do sa ating mga suspect.
Sa Facebook post naman ng isa sa mga sospek, sinabi niyang handa siyang makipagtulungan sa pamilya at iginiit na wala silang kasalanan. Ibinebenta na rin niya ang tricycle na gamit noong mangyari ang insidente. Sinusubukan pa naming kuhanan ng pahayag ang magkapatid na sospek. Gabriel Gonzalez, nagbabalita para sa GMA News.
20 ang huling bilang ng nasawi sa pananalasa ng hanging habagat na pinalakas ng Bagyong Inday. Ayon sa National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, 9 ang sugatan habang 16 ang nawawala. Ilang lugar sa Visayas at Mindanao ang nakaranas ng pagbaha at landslide. Balitang hatid ni Bam Alegre.
Namataan ng isang buhawi sa Nabas, Aklan sa kasagsagan ng masamang panahon. Ayon sa video uploader, nakisilong sila sa waiting shed nang makita ang buhawi. Walang naitalang nasaktan sa insidente. Sa Boracay, sa Malay, Aklan, binaha ang ilang negosyo dahil sa malakas na ulan. Sabi ni Hughes Cooper, the Boracay Way, problema sa lugar ang drainage system o daluyan ng tubig tuwing umuulan. Binaha rin ang ilang bahay at kalsada sa Bugasong Antique dahil sa malakas na ulan. Sa Leon, Iloilo, naperwisyo ang mga residente matapos masira ang Kamando Hanging Bridge dahil sa malakas na hangin at ulan. Sa bayan ng Tubungan, isang lalaking senior ang nasawi matapos matabunan ng lupa ang kanyang bahay sa barangay Nagba. Ayon sa MDRMO, natutulog ang lalaki nang mangyari ang pagguho. Nakaranas din ang masamang panahon sa Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental. Ayon sa lokal na pamahalaan, 3 ang nasawi dahil sa flash flood sa barangay Tanuman. Isa ang sugatan habang 6 naman ang nawawala. Malalakas na mga alon naman sa dagat ang naranasan sa Payaw, Zamboanga, Sibugay sa gitna ng masamang panahon. Nawasak ang ilang bahay sa barangay Lumantik. Walang namatay o nasaktan. Sa Lake Cebu sa South Cotabato, nawasak ang bahagi ng kalsada sa barangay Ned kasunod ng mga pag-ulan. Pansamantala itong hindi madaanan ng mga motorista. Buwis-buhay naman ang pagtawid sa ilog ng ilang lalaki sa barangay Alegria sa Alabel, Sarangani. Ayon sa uploader, halos wala nang mabiling produkto sa kanilang lugar, kaya sinuong nila ang rumaragas ang ilog. May naitala ring pagguho ng lupa sa ilang barangay. Sa bayan ng Malapatan, gumamit ng improvised cable crossing ang ilang tauhan ng Department of Social Welfare and Development para makapaghatid ng supply sa barangay Kihan. Baha rin ang namerwisyo sa mga taga-barangay Colobe sa Palimbang, Sultan Kudarat. Ayon sa Pag-asa, ang pag-ulang naranasan sa Visayas at Mindanao dahil sa hanging habagat na pinalakas ng Bagyong Inday. Bam Alegre, nagbabalita para sa GMA News.
Mga kapuso, may bagong bagyong binabantayan sa labas ng Philippine Area of Responsibility matapos ang Bagyong Inday. Namataan niya ng Pag-asa 1,275 kilometers silangan ng Visayas. Isa itong tropical depression na may taglay na lakas ng hangin na aabot sa 55 kilometers per hour. Mamayang gabi o madaling araw bukas, posibleng pumasok na ito sa PAR, sabi ng Pag-asa, at tatawaging bagyong Josie. Base sa datos ng Pag-asa, posibleng kumilos pahilaga sa Philippine Sea ang nasabing bagyo hanggang sa lumabas ito sa northern boundary ng PAR sa Miyerkules. Hindi ito inaasang maghahatak ng habagat. Sa ngayon, papahina na ang habagat pero magpapaulan pa rin ito sa Luzon kasama na po ang Metro Manila. Higit na makaaasa sa maayos na panahon ng Visayas at Mindanao pero pinaalerto pa rin ang mga residente mula sa mga posibleng local thunderstorm. Susunod, estudyante sa Cavite namatay matapos painumin ng pampurga umano sa kanilang eskwelahan. Mga insekto na merwisyo sa ilang lugar sa Batangas at Laguna. At kilalanin ang 2 bagong karakter sa GMA Afternoon Prime Series na Born to Shine. Busog ka sa balita dito sa Balitang Hali.
85 pesos kada araw ang dagdag sa sahod ng minimum wage earners sa Metro Manila. Tinatayang 1.1 milyon na mga manggagawa ang makikinabang dito. At may dagdag pa raw na 1.9 milyon na workers ang posibleng tumaas din ng sahod dahil sa wage adjustment. Ayon sa Department of Labor and Employment, Ang 85 pesos na dagdag sahod ang pinakamalaking umentong naaprubahan sa NCR. Bago nito, 50 pesos ang pinakamataas na wage hike sa NCR at ipinatupad ito noong July 2025. Ang bigayan ng 85 pesos na aumento hahatiin sa dalawa. Sa July 19, 2026 ang unang tranche at sa January 20, 2027 naman ang ikalawa. Ang 695 pesos per day na arawang sahod ng non-agricultural workers magiging 755 pesos sa July 19. At tataas sa 780 pesos pagdating ng January 20 sa susunod na taon. Madaragdagan din ang daily wage ng mga nasa agriculture sector. Mga nagtatrabaho sa retail at service establishment na hindi hihigit sa 15 ang tauhan at ng manufacturing firms na hindi hihigit sa 10 ang tauhan. Mula sa 658 pesos, magiging 718 pesos per day ang kanilang bayad sa July 19 at 743 pesos per day pagdating ng January 20 sa susunod na taon.
Marami pong basihan, yung inflation, yung pagtaas ng presyo ng kuryente, yung pagtaas ng bilihin, at yung kakayahan ng mga manggagawa natin na magkaroon ng isang disenteng pamumuhay dito po sa Metro Manila.
Kung tutuusin kumpara sa ibang ASEAN countries, hindi naman kulelat ang Pilipinas pagdating sa minimum wage hike. Pero sabi ng ilang labor groups, kung inflation at taas ng presyo ng mga bilihin ang basihan ng DOLE, dapat mas mataas pa ang aumento sa sahod, lalo't hahatiin pa yan sa 2 gifts. Sapat nga ba ang 85 pesos na
Hindi mga sasakyan at pedestrian kundi mga insekto ang pumuno sa Maharlika Highway mula sa Santo Tomas, Batangas hanggang San Pablo, Laguna. Mabagal ang takbo ng mga dumaraang sasakyan dahil pahirapang makita ang kalsada. Batay sa paliwanag ng isang entomologist na nag-aaral tungkol sa insekto, posibleng dahil ito sa pagkawala o pagkabawas ng kanilang natural habitat.
Ako agad. Good morning po, sirs. Over the weekend, sa isang interview po, sinabi ni Prosecutor Bel Zamora na dapat dumalo si VP Sara Duterte sa impeachment trial tulad po ng ginawa noon ni Chief Justice Renato Corona. Kung sakali po na magpakita sa trial si VP, especially tomorrow, magkakaroon po ba ng pagbabago sa approach po ninyo sa direct examination, or sa palagay po ninyo, papaano po makakaapekto yung pagdalo ni VP sa trial sa mga diskarte at saka sa strategies po ninyo?
Well, sa tingin ko, hindi naman makakaapekto yun dahil as we always say and always state that the prosecution panel, the prosecution team is prepared to do their direct examination sa mga witnesses at mga ebidensyang inilatag natin. So kahit sinong umattend, wala naman hong epekto yan sa pag-conduct ng direct examination doon sa ating mga witnesses. Sa aking palagay, mas makakabuti na umattend ang ating pangalawang Pangulo nang sa ganon, marinig natin kung ano ang sagot doon sa mga aligasyon na nailatag dito sa articles of impeachment na inihain ng ating House of Representatives.
Ako idadagdag ko lang, it's not so much on the presentation of the case of the prosecution. It's her owning to her narrative that she is not guilty of all these charges. And the people deserve to know from her the truth. At the very least, denying all these allegations. So hindi doon sa prosecution or mayroon bang epekto sa prosecution, ito yung matagal ng panawagan ng taong bayan na pumunta siya kasi this is her trial at marinig sa kanya from her kung ano yung mga kasagutan nila dito sa kaso na pinipresenta against her ng prosecution.
Yes, maybe just to add a little bit to that, diba? Again, regardless of who will be there, the respondent or anyone else, the strategy of the prosecution remains the same, that we will present evidence in a proper and efficient and effective manner. Now, if it will have any effect in the presence of the Vice President, if at all, maybe ito yung not on the strategy of the prosecution in presenting any of our witnesses. But at the very least, this will show that she's finally heeding the call of the people, asking her to show respect to the constitutional process and to the impeachment court by facing these charges in person and letting the people hear how she will answer these serious allegations.
So sa makatwid po, safe to say, walang magiging intimidation. Hindi kayo may intimidate kahit na may presence, kahit na dumalo po si VP?
Ako magpapasalamat ako siguro. Thank you ha, nakadalo ka sa trial of the century. Malaking bagay po na nandito kayo kasi matagal na po itong inaabangan, saka nasa tamang forum na po tayo para masagot yung mga katanungan at saka mga allegations. So thank you po ma'am, salamat.
Nobody gets intimidated eh. Nobody gets intimidated. Ang pinag-uusapan dito yung proseso ng trial, yung pananagutan ng trial. So nobody is being tried to be scared of kasi ang pinag-uusapan po nito paano ilatag ang proseso, paano ilatag ang kaso, paano sagutin ang kaso. Siya naman po yung nagsasalita from the very start na ready na po sila sumagot ng kaso. So we take that as a sign that she will take her case, her trial seriously by attending in the coming days sana.
Sorry. Last na lang po, Diaz pa, may comment ka na lang dun sa sinabi ni Secretary Bantog na parang nag-request po yata yung defense na magpasok ng appliances and other equipment po. Nung bumisita po si Attorney Zulaika Lopez here last week.
Hindi naman bago yun sa amin kasi doon pa lang sa hearing sa House noon may dala rin sila mga sariling baon nila saka supply. So baka may mga specifications siguro sila na kailangan. Saka baka minsan kasi pag mahilig ka sa mga iba-ibang klaseng kape, medyo mas particular ka sa lasa ng kape. Oo. May mga ganun kasi na parang they function better with good coffee. Siyempre, kami naman ni Kong Sia, 3-in-1 lang kami. Okay na. So, more on admin naman yung mga sinabi ni Sec Bantog. So, baka yun lang yung mga, more on specifics lang. If ever they decide to attend or bless us with their presence.
Good morning po, sirs. Na-file na po ba ng prosecution yung request to subpoena the Vice President?
I don't think we've filed it at this time, not yet.
Within the week po kaya, sir? Do you have a timeline?
Well, as we've stated before, if and when she will be called as a witness by the prosecution, diba? And again, not preempting the action that the impeachment court may take on this matter. It's quite novel. I'm sure magkakaroon ng question dyan in the first place. Can she be called by the prosecution as a witness? Because, well, technically, this is not a criminal case. So, she's not an accused and she's a respondent. So, yung absolute right against self-incrimination, you cannot invoke this to even take the stand. But again, let's see how the impeachment court will act on it. But, yung magiging relevant naman ho kasi yung testimony niya, not just with respect to threats, if ever, it will be relevant with respect to all of the articles of her impeachment. So, under deliberation naman ho yan, pwede naman hong could be possible na for this article or for the last one. So, let's see ho.
Sir, ano pong ina-expect natin this afternoon?
Well, ang ina-expect natin ay yung ipapakilala ulit ng ating prosecution panel, yung aming mga inilistang mga witnesses. Nang sa ganon, mabigyan ng tibay at mapagtibay yung earlier testimony na ginawa naming first witness, si John Mark Calilong. Just to be clear about this, no, itong proseso kasing ginagawa natin, ay yung unang 3 araw ay nakita na ho, no, yung ating proseso na umaandar. Everybody heard the testimony of John Mark Calilong, and for the prosecution, we feel that it was a competent statement made by the expert witness, no, on the authentication. In fact, hindi nga din ito dininay, no, nung kabilang panig na nagpapatunay na totoo, authentic itong videong ito. Ngayon, inaasahan natin na para mas mapalakas at mapatibay pa, no, yung mga statements that John Mark Calilong made during the time that he was being examined by both panels. Ito ngayon ay magbibigay ng mas matibay na puwersa. Bakit? Ang resulta ng investigation maaaring ilabas, no? Ano ba yung mga pamantayan kung bakit nagkaroon ng investigation? Pangatlo, syempre, sino itong magbibigay ng testimonya para mapalakas ang statements na binigay ni John Mark Calilong? So, this is now moving forward. Hindi na ito yung unang ebidensyang inilatag. May bago tayong ebidensyang inilatag sa pamamagitan ng statements nitong ating mga bagong witnesses.
If I can just add something quickly. So, just to recap, in the first week of the trial, when we presented the NBI agent who authenticated the video, again, as mentioned, maliwanag na ho dito. First, yung authenticity. Although at first, it seemed that they were trying to question his credentials and question the authenticity of the video. But later on, they conceded its authenticity by using the very same video, under cross-examination. At we would also want to point out, maalala ho natin, mismong abogado na ho, ng respondent na umamin, na ginawa niya ho itong statement na to. Just to be accurate, when asked by Senator Risa Hontiveros, the question, sinasabi ba ng defense na ang threats ay prompted ng detention ni Zulaika Lopez? Answer, yes, Your Honor. In other words, wala nang question, maliwanag na sinabi talaga itong threats na to. Ngayon, ito hong susunod na witness namin, ilalatag naman ho niya, ano yung mga investigasyon na ginawa ng NBI kaugnay ho dito sa mga pagbabanta na ginawa ho ng respondent.
Dadagdag ko lang doon, I think the prosecution case is being built one piece at a time, one evidence at a time. So ito po yung tatahi doon sa naging pahayag nung last week ni Mr. Calilong. Ang gusto nating ipahiwatig, hindi lang po sa korte, pero sa ating taong bayan, buong picture. Kung buong picture na yon, kung saan yung nagbanta nga ang Vice Presidente. I think clear na yon yung pagbabanta. Last week, hindi lang yun na yung nababasa natin, napapanood natin sa YouTube. Ito na ay isang official na na-entry ng ebidensya sa korte. So, babigyan po ng konteksto at papaliwanag sa atin itong susunod na magiging witness para yung taong bayan mabigyan ng kumpletong larawan kung ano po yung naging investigasyon, ano po yung naging resulta ng investigasyon. So, this is part of the piece by piece na ginagawa po ng prosecution panel para continuity ng pagtatahi ng kaso nila ay ma-establish po natin dito sa Article 4.
Dagdagan ko lang din ulit yung sinabi ni Congressman Adjong. Yung unang linggo, nakita natin na naipakita, na ilatag ang ebidensya. At ito naman ay pinatunayan na authentic na ebidensya kahit na ng kabilang panig. Ngayong linggong ito, we will have to move forward by establishing whether the Vice President is fit to be in the office or not. Hindi ito parang criminal case na kung saan yung mga elements of the crime ay mapapatunayan sa korte at pagka ito'y napatunayan, ikay makukulong. Ito ho, walang kulong. This process, this impeachment process, walang kulong. Kundi yung pagtatanggal lamang sa opisina. Kasi ang malaking tanong, ikaw ba ay karapat dapat na manilbihan o manungkulan bilang pangalawang Pangulo after nakita natin itong mga ebidensyang inilatag na ito?
Pwede ako magsalita? Okay lang. Hindi, siguro to cap naman po. Siyempre marami po talagang tanong ang media parang about what do you predict, ano po sa palagay nyo, ano yung mga pasabog sa susunod. Gusto nyo ba ng spoiler?
Yes.
Ang spoiler lang kasi na pwede kong ibigay, magiging consistent lagi ang prosecution panel, ang prosecutors, no? Sigurado yan na nakahanda at mas maingay ang ebidensya sa kahit anumang ingay sa palibot ng ating impeachment. So, consistency siguro ang magiging tema sa kalakas ng ebidensya ng buong impeachment trial na to. Thank you.
Good morning, sirs. Milky Rigonan, DCRH. As not to preempt the statement of Attorney Lotok this afternoon, pero bang possibility, sir, na baka mabanggit yung ginawang investigasyon ng NBI to identify the assassin or kinausap ni Vice President Sara Duterte?
Well, sure you'll understand we can't go into the specifics at this time because this is covered by the sub judice rule. But what we can share is what we've stated in our pre-trial brief with regard to the purpose of the testimony. So ito ho yung investigation, interagency investigation conducted by the NBI in relation to these threats, as well as the criminal actions filed by the NBI because of them.
Follow-up lang, sir, doon sa request ng defense panel. Siguro si Kong Pao na lang magsagot. Kasi kung yung defense panel, sir, merong request kay Attorney Bantug to bring some mga coffee o kung ano man. Sa prosecution ba, meron din po tayong request?
And kung may dala na siguro silang kape, baka pwede rin kami kape sa kanila. Kasi si Joel Chua, dinadala niya kami ng kape. Ay, ng hopya kada hearing natin. Yung Master's Hopya. Masarap yun sa... old school sa Binondo. Nagre-request nga ako today, siopaw naman sana para maiba. Chicken siopaw kasi Muslim si Kong Zia eh. Siguro maganda rin na may di ba? Iba pag masarap din yung kape eh. Parang it perks you up, di ba? Di ba? Ako kanina nagkape ako. Cold brew with oat milk. Sarap. Healthy. Sarap. Masarap siya. Sana kung may sobra sila, bigyan nila kami. Kanina lang yun. Pero, siyempre nakaharap kayo, kailangan medyo mas social ng konti yung ininom ko, di ba? Pero kung kami-kami lang yun, kopi ko.
Hi, Kongs and Attorney. Good morning po. According to Congresswoman Zamora, sa isang interview rin po, sinabi niya na kailangan na raw po mapag-usapan, kailangan na raw po dapat ma-resolve ang threshold sa Korte Suprema as soon as possible before pa lumapit yung botohan ng mga senator judges natin. Pero nilinaw naman niya na hindi naman lang daw prosekusyon ang pwedeng lumapit sa Supreme Court, kundi anyone can do it. However, do we share the same sentiments po? Kailangan po bang matapos na, final na kung ilan talaga yung boto?
Well, at this time, our position on this has been consistent from the very start. We don't engage in vote counting. At the end of the day, ang priority namin dito is to establish an airtight case. Siguraduhin natin ang kaso natin, this will be backed by solid evidence. Para pagtapos ho ng paglilitis na to, regardless kung ano ho yung magiging final na interpretation ng 2/3 threshold, makukuha ho natin yung numero na yan. So yan ho ang priority ng prosecution from the start and it remains to be our priority until now. So, but of course, we respect the statement given by the presiding officer, no, that this matter could be taken up to the Supreme Court by any interested person. But insofar as the prosecution is concerned, nakatutok ko kami dito sa paglilitis na to at paglalatago ng aming ebidensya.
Dadagdag ko lang. I think yung issue ng threshold, it's an indication how important this impeachment trial to the public is. Kasi narinig natin yung opinion, samut-saring opinion from the legal community. Hindi po ito nag-emanate from the prosecution itself. It came out during the first discussion nung na-ensure na meron ng transmittal ng impeachment complaints sa Senado. With the current setup, with the current membership now of the Senate, kasi alam naman po natin, iba sa ating kanilang mga kasamahan ay facing individual legal challenges. No? So ito'y indication na talagang taong bayan ay gusto nilang umunsad itong trial na to by making sure that the whatever is or would be the threshold, it would render the Senate responsive to the current situation that they're in right now insofar as the membership is concerned. Nagpapakita lang ito gaano kaimportante itong Senado at yung taong bayan na gusto nilang matapos yung proseso na walang magiging hadlang or legal na problema pagdating dun sa punto na sila na ang korte ay magbibigay na ng kanilang judgment.
Well, maraming schools of thought, no? Maraming opinion na lumalabas tungkol dito sa threshold na ito. No? And the prosecution is not involved in the political arithmetic, no? So to speak. Ayaw natin yan dahil hindi pa naman siguro panahon. No? But if anyone raises this before the Supreme Court, then it's a welcome development. Whatever the decision of the court will be, of course, the prosecution panel will respect that. Again, I'd like to emphasize that we're not involved in political arithmetic or anumang calculations meron yan. What the prosecution team is focused on is one, ilatag ang ebidensya, ipahayag ang ebidensya sa relatable na pamamaraan na kung saan maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. Pangatlo, ipakita yung importansya nitong mekanismong ito na sinasabi nating accountability mechanism. No? Ito yung very important na dapat naiintindihan ng ating mga kababayan. So again, we're not involved in the calculations, whatever number there is. We're not involved in political arithmetic. What we intend to do is just ilatag itong ebidensya, pagtibayin, palakasin ang ebidensya tungkol dun sa aligasyon na nakasaad sa articles of impeachment.
Some members of the prosecution na sinasabi po nila, kino-question, I mean, for them, dapat ibaba yung threshold, especially Congressman Luistro and Congressman Zamora. According to Congressman Zamora sa isang interview nung isang araw, naniniwala siya na movable yung 16. Are all prosecutors po have the same opinion with the threshold?
I think they've made it clear when they give these statements that these are their own personal opinion, no, and not necessarily reflective of the official position of the prosecution panel as a whole. No? So, again, tulad ho ng sinabi ni former Congressman Ace Barber. So, may dalawa ho kasing schools of thoughts dyan, no? Meron isa, yung restrictive, no, na sinasabi, it has to be just 16. Meron naman ho yung mas functional, no, na interpretation, which is, kailangan mong tignan din yan, no, na pag sinabi mong 2/3 of the Senate, members of the Senate, titignan mo lang kung sino yung mga functioning members, no? Kung hindi naman nakapag-participate in the first place, didn't even take their oath or didn't hear the evidence, how can their vote be considered? So, lahat naman yan, valid points yan. But at the end of the day, ang prosecution right now, again, we're not focused on that. So, we have not taken any official step with respect to this matter. No, kami nananatili ho, no, yung focus natin nandito ho sa paglilitis na to, no, at tutuloy-tuloy ho natin siguraduhin na gugulo yung proseso at maglalatag ho kami ng ebidensya dito.
Last na lang pong question from me. Sa isang interview rin po, sinabi naman ni Attorney Michael Powan, ang ibig sabihin daw po ng bloodbath na sinabi ni VP Sara ay siya raw po yung magiging duguan sa nangyayaring impeachment trial. Pero nga sabi niya, she will remain unbowed. Based on our evidence po, sa tingin niyo ba magiging sugatan at duguan si VP Sara?
Never po na intention ng prosecution na magkaroon ng sakitan. Pero ang intention po talaga ng prosecution ay pananagutan. Hindi ho namin alam kung saan nanggagaling itong dugo na parati po nilang ginagamit sa kanilang mga statement.
Alright, next. Hi po, good morning po. Marian from TV5. May we confirm lang po yung request ni NBI Director Melvin Matibag. He has asked daw po the prosecution panel to move his court appearance to an earlier date. Before July 20 sana. Kasi may dadaluhan daw po siyang summit in Thailand from July 21 to 22. And ano po ang sagot ng prosecution regarding this?
Yes, we received that yesterday, the notice sent by Director Matibag. So we're currently discussing how we could accommodate his request, para of course we need to consider his schedule as well. So maybe we will see if in the hearing this afternoon, this is already something that we will raise to the court. Ang halaga ho dito, hindi naman sorpresa na magbibigay ng testimonya si Director Matibag na sabi namin ho ito nung matagal na panahon na. So kung kakailanganin ho na magkaroon ng konting adjustment dun sa order of witnesses na papresent namin, yan ho yung under deliberation at maaring raise ho namin to sa impeachment court sa pagdinig ngayong hapon.
Sige. I understand, sabi rin po ni Congresswoman Zamora, I think during the weekend press con, ready daw po yung prosecution to present at least 2 witnesses a day.
Yes, but again, we will see. Siyempre, depende ho yan, on a per witness basis. Depende ho kung gaano katagal ang abutin nung sa kanyang direct examination, cross-examination, kung papayagan ho, na or if necessary, magkakonduct pa kami ng redirect. Sila din, pwede pang mag-recross. And makita din naman natin, minsan nagkakaroon din ho ng mga debate about some legal issues, before the witness takes the stand or minsan during, So, mahirap pong pangunahan. But if there's enough time, then we can do that.
Last na lang po, can we say na we are winning na po itong article ng grave threats? Lalo na first, the defense cannot even say that the VP is innocent. And second po, even Kong Ridon and Kong Luistro said that they've already admitted the threat of the VP against the President. Only that it is justified. So may pag-amin na po ng pagbabanta. Can we say na we're winning already this case po?
Maybe ako mauna. Well, first of all, are we winning? Ultimately, that's a decision that the Constitution has given to the Senate sitting as an impeachment court to make. So hindi ho namin papangunahan. But if you'll ask us, what we can say is we've achieved our goal so far, which is first, diba, yung present this video where these threats were made and prove its authenticity. We've done that. Sinisiguraduhin din natin, una, in the first place, is magtuloy-tuloy itong paglilitis na to. We've also achieved that. So, we're pleased with how it has unfolded so far at tutuloy-tuloy ho natin ito na magpresenta pa ng additional evidence para lalong pagtibayan itong kaso ng grave threats and all other articles of impeachment.
Dadagdagan ko lang yung konteksto ng sinabi ni Attorney Jay. Una, tingnan natin yung video. Yung pagbabanta, hindi ho ito yung ordinaryo na pagpalagay natin, assuming without conceding na mayroon silang sinasabing conditional threat. Pero yung normal naman na may naririnig tayo kasi ang premise nila is nagalit. Diba? Yun ang justification nila. Hindi ho nila na-refute yung ebidensya na yun. Rather, they provided justification kung bakit daw ganon ang naging pananalita ng Vice Presidente. Tingnan po natin yung video na yun. Hindi po yung usual na pagbabanta ang naririnig natin. Halimbawa, sa Bisaya pa, kasi Bisaya kami ni Chairman Ace na bantay lang ka kay nakoy buhaton nimo kay di ba nasuko ko. Di ganun Yung narinig po natin sa video na yon, sinabi niya, kinausap niya ang lalaki, may kinausap siya. Meron siyang sinabi na pag may mangyari sa akin, patayin mo si Presidente, ang unang ginang, ang former Speaker of the House, huwag kang titigil hanggat di mo to magawa. So it was not really a threat kung akong tatanungin mo. She described a meeting wherein she requested or she ordered someone to do her bidding to kill these individuals. So it was not just the usual, sabihin natin, pagbabanta. Dinescribe niya yung paraan kung paano to gagawin. So malaki po yung difference nun. No? Ngayon, dadagdag ko lang po. Alam po natin kumbaga, ayaw natin marinig yung pagbabanta, maski na lang sa ating mga anak, hindi natin gusto yon sa ating mga katrabaho. Ngayon, uso ang pickleball. Ayaw mong marinig sa mga kalaro mo sa pickleball na magbanta, di ba? Kung ayaw niyong marinig yon, the more na ayaw niyo dapat marinig sa mga halal na opisyal. Mag-demand kayo ng ethical standard na hindi basta-basta dahil galit na tao na gawing justification ito na magbanta, lalong-lalo na kung ang isang nagbabanta ay matataas na opisyal halal ng gobyerno.
Well, a threat is a threat. No? Kahit anong angle mo tingnan yan, pagbabanta yan. No? Ang tanong na lang dito, ito ba ay dapat ginagawa ng isang mataas na opisyal ng gobyerno? Hindi ba dapat kapag mataas ang pwesto mo sa gobyerno, hindi ba dapat mas mataas yung panuntunan, mas mataas yung standards of you being in that office, di ba? So ikaw ay role model, no? Ikaw ay inelect, binigyan ng tiwala. So dahil sa pagbabanta ba, nawala yung tiwalang yun? So, yan ang gusto nating patunayan. Kaya tayo nandito sa impeachment trial. Wala hong makukulong dito. Ito ho ay proseso na kung saan tinitest yung fitness ng ating mga opisyal sa gobyerno. Kung karapat-dapat ba silang manatili sa kanilang pwesto. Yan po ang malinaw, no? Yan po ang malinaw na sinasabi ng ating prosesong ito at nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. So again, it's not really the issue of whether may conditional ba yung threat na yan. Bakit kailangan magkaroon ng condition yung threat? Hindi naman iba yan doon sa sinasabing pagbabanta. Ano ba? Kapag ka sinabing ikaw, pag hindi mo ako binayaran ng utang mo, papatayin kita. Gusto ba nating naririnig yun? Not anyone would be able to accept the fact na merong nagbabanta sa iyo. Kasi sigurado, kahit tayong mga pagka binantaan tayo, alam namang wala tayong reaksyon. Di ba? Ngayon, ang tanong, yung pagbibigay ng pagbabanta ng ating pangalawang Pangulo, acceptable ba yan sa ating mga kababayan? Yun lang ang gusto nating ipunto dito.
Sir, follow up lang dun sa threats kasi napag-usapan na lang din yung threats. Over the weekend, parang yung mga supporters ni VP Sara Duterte, kinukumpara nila itong issue ng grave threats dun sa ginawang threats din daw ni Chris Aquino sa isang abogado na nakaaway niya before. Parang ang sinasabi nila, parang bakit yun daw, parang magkaiba yung pagtingin daw ng mga tao doon na parang pinagbantaan din naman daw ni Chris Aquino yung abogado. Bakit daw si VP Sara Duterte parang pinoprosecute ng mas malala? Any thoughts po?
Well, ako, hindi ko alam kung ano yung klaseng pagbabanta. Pero iba yung pagbabanta na papatayin. Diba? Iba yung pagbabanta sa pagpatay. Mas pwede kang magbanta na sabihin mo lang na, okay, pakukulong kita. Pero pag sinabi mo, ipapapatay kita, whatever it is, whether by sinasabing kondisyon o wala, it's still pagbabanta. At walang ibang dapat meaning yon.
Sir, parang ang nasabi po ni Chris Aquino before dun sa abogado, do not return home because you would be dead. Parang maybe Attorney J.
Sige. difficult to comment on that because I'm not really aware of the words given by Ms. Aquino. No? But ang pwede kong sabihin, ang mas tama ho sigurong ikumpara natin ay yung hong pagbabantang ginawa ng isang simpleng public school teacher, no? Nung tinakot ho during the previous administration, yung presidente nung panahon na yun, no? Maalala natin ang sinabi ho niya doon, kung sinong makakapagpapatay sa presidente, bibigyan niya ng 50 million pesos. Obviously, ang public school teacher, wala ho siyang kakayahan na magbayad ng 50 million pesos na to. Pero alam ho natin, naging swift ang action ng law enforcement dito. Hinuli siya, kinasuhan siya. Doon ho natin ikumpara. Ngayon, ito hong nagbigay ng threat na ito noon, simpleng public school teacher, ang pinag-uusapan ho natin dito, ang nagbigay nitong pagbabanta na to at pag-amin na meron ng kasunduan sa isang mamamatay tao, nanggaling ito sa pangalawang pinakamataas, pangalawang pinakamakapangyarihan, no, na public official ng ating gobyerno. So, iyan ho ang magandang comparison na tignan ho natin dyan.
Kailangan ho natin, again, I have to reiterate, hindi lang ito pagbabanta lang ng sinabi. Dinescribe niya yung paano yung naging usapan. So hindi lang talaga siya, meron talagang willingness. And if you're talking about capacity, that already consummated, that already makes her capable because the agreement was already done. So she is already that capable of ordering this hitman to, to do her bidding. No? Hindi lang yung pagbabanta na basta-basta lang. Ito ay dinescribe niya yung meeting na yon at yung agreement na yon.
Sir, on my second question po, without revealing without going too much into the merits and the strategy of the prosecution, ano po bang relevance ng testimony ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez sa Article 4? Meron po ba kayong balak i-pursue na line of questioning for her?
Again, just in broad strokes, no, the defense, they pointed out certain portions of the video showing Attorney Zulaika, meaning she was there when these utterances were made. So, maliwanag naman, no, kung pag pinatawag siya as witness, magiging relevant ang testimony niya dahil nandun din ho siya dun sa same room, same place, kung kailan ho to ginawa itong mga pananakot at pagbabanta.
Sir, good afternoon po. Morning. Dwight De Leon pa from Rappler. Mga sirs, we'd just like to ask, how is the prosecution preparing for the oral arguments on the issue of the BIR box on Wednesday? Sinabihan na po ba kayo ng impeachment court how it will go exactly? Will it happen during the trial itself or will it be a separate meeting?
Well, we have not yet received any particular directives or instructions regarding the oral arguments, no. But most probably it will be done at the start before we call our witness for that day. And as regards our preparation, these are legal issues that we've anticipated from the start because, again, we know that their strategy is consistent from the start when even when the proceedings were still before the House of Representatives and then consistent with their stance and when they filed the answer, which is to prevent us from presenting evidence, in support of the articles of impeachment. So itong mga issues na to, pinaghahanda na natin yan, but of course, patuloy pa rin naman yung paghahanda in view of the oral arguments to be held this Wednesday.
Tama ba, sir? The prosecution and also the defense are required to submit a memorandum for each party. Nag-submit na po ba kayo?
That will be filed today.
But not yet, as of the moment?
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay. But will it be filed during the impeachment court? Not necessarily?
Not necessarily.
Okay po. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Sir, pwede niyo po ba kaming i-inform kung ano lang yung highlights ng memorandum na i-file po ninyo within today? For example, yung at least yung mga na-mention na when it comes to the yung AMLC, bank records, and tax records.
Maybe it will be better if we'll wait for the parties to file their respective memoranda and then we can talk about it afterwards.
Okay, sir. Dito naman sa i-raise po ninyo this afternoon regarding NBI Director Matibag, will you raise na this week na po siya mag-testify or after next week na po?
Well, the request is as much as possible allow him to testify, before he leaves for his trip, because baka possible meron din siya engagements after that, no. So again, this is under deliberation. We'll see, if there's already a need to raise it during the hearing this afternoon. Basta importante lang naman dyan, gusto natin siguraduhin na mabigyan siya ng pagkakataon, to take the stand, para mabigyan niya ho yung relevant and material testimony that we're expecting from him.
Kaano po kahalaga yung na makatestify si NBI Director Matibag?
Well, same as well our other listed witnesses, importanteng sa kanya because he will testify on the investigation conducted by the NBI, in relation to the threats. So I'm sure you'll understand that that's the extent that I can discuss with you right now. But once he takes the stand, we could discuss it at length.
It seems there are no other questions. So any member of the panel? Please.
For the grave threats, we were given 11 days to present witnesses. But we hear the sentiment of some of the senator judges that it will be better to abbreviate the proceedings, at kami din naman, gusto din naman namin tong matapos sa lalong madaling panahon. Ayaw naman namin tong patagalin unnecessarily, but of course without sacrificing our ability to properly, efficiently and effectively present evidence. But bawat pagkatapos namin magpresenta ng testigo na ebidensya, nagkakaroon kami lagi ng assessment para makita ano na ang mga importanteng bagay na natalakay ng aming witness at ano pa ang kinakailangan. So, we will make adjustments. Maaaring yung mga ibang witnesses na listed sa aming pre-trial brief ay hindi na namin patawag kung ang intended testimony nila ay natalakay na ng mga naunang testigo. Dahil yan naman ang goal din natin, kung maaaring mas mapaiksit, mapabilis natin itong paglilitis na to, we will try to do that. 11 trial dates for grave threats, So far, we've just presented one. We'll be presented another one today. So as we've stated, titignan natin. We'll make the necessary adjustments kung pwedeng hindi na namin ipatawag yung mga ibang testigo na nalista namin para mas mapabilis ito.
Attorney Tolosa, follow-up lang po sa question ni Ate Marian. Hoping ba kayo na hindi kayo aabot ng Pasko or bagong taon, ito pong impeachment trial? Kasi sabi po ni Senator Ping Lacson, kapag hindi po binago or hindi pinabilis yung pong trial, magpapasko po talaga kayo na mayroong paglilitis. Thank you po.
We'll do our part in making sure that this could be expedited, Again, to the extent reasonably possible. Siyempre, hindi din naman usapan ditong pabilisan, Importante din dito mailatag ng mabuting ebidensya dahil napakaseryoso ng pinag-uusapan natin ng mga charges dito. So, but at the same time, we're cognizant of that fact, na gusto natin pare-pareho matapos to ng sa mas madaling panahon. So, susubukan natin yan, pipilitin natin yan.
All right. Any parting words from members of our panel?
Ako siguro baka itong part na to, itong Article 4, baka posibleng mas maikli siya kaysa dun sa inaasahan. Kasi yari talaga dito sa threats. Yaring-yari sila dito.
All right. On that note, we thank our members of the panel and our friends from the House Media. We'll see you again this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Di ba sabi conditional? Hindi ba yung condition is the fact that
biktima at may mananagot sa insidente. Huli kamang bangga ng kotse tricycle sa Tulunan, Cotabato. Nangyari yan sa National Highway na sakop ng barangay New Esperanza. Patawid at patungo sa kabilang lane ng kalsada ang isang tricycle nang masalpok ng paparating na kotse. Sa lakas ng pagbangga, tumilapon ang ilang sakay ng tricycle. Agad naman silang sinaklolohan ng mga residente. Ligtas ang 4 na sugatan sa insidente. Nangako ng tulong sa pagpapagamot ang driver ng kotse. Bagong testigo ang haharap ngayong araw sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. May ulat on the spot si Sandra Aguinaldo. Sandra?
Yes, Rafi, sa day 4 ng impeachment trial, ang inaasahan namang sa sala ngayon ay si Attorney Jeremy Lotok, isang opisyal ng National Bureau of Investigation. Kaugnay pa rin po ito sa Article 4 or grave threats, assassination plot laban sa Pangulo, First Lady at dating Speaker. Inaasahan na susuportahan ng testimonya ni Lotok, yung naunang testimonya naman ni NBI agent John Mark Calilong na siyang nag-imbestiga sa online press conference ni VP Sara kung saan nasambit umano niya ang sinasabing pagbabanta. Bukas naman inaasahang isasalang ng prosecution si Attorney Zulaika Lopez, ang Chief of Staff ni VP Sara Duterte. 2 araw siyang hiniling na ipatawag ng prosecution. At sa Miyerkules naman po ay si Captain Belinda Bello, ang Legislative Security Bureau Executive Director ng House of Representatives. Sinugundahan po ni Attorney Renato Bantug, Clerk of the Impeachment Court, ang pahayag ni Presiding Officer Senator Chis Escudero na inaasahan daw na bibilis sa mga susunod na araw ang proceedings ng impeachment. Nitong weekend po ay sinabi naman ni Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian na sisiguruhin nila na lahat ng dokumento at ebidensya na natalakay sa impeachment ay makikita ng publiko sa Senate website. Ani Bantug, tingin niya ay sabihin na lamang ang hindi nila agad-agad na ipopost sa website ng Senado sa ngayon. Yan muna po ang pinakaunang ulat mula dito sa Senado. Rafi?
Maraming salamat, Sandra Aguinaldo.
May new characters na magdadagdag ng excitement at tensyon sa GMA Afternoon Prime series na Born to Shine. Mapapanood kasi sa musical series sina The Clash Season 1 Grand Champion Golden Cañedo at ex-PBB housemate AC Bonifacio. Sila ang newest addition sa grupo ng Nixie, ang rival P-pop group ng Yumi nina Zephanie at Olive May. Kwento ng Yumi sa akin, excited na silang mapanood ng mga kapuso sina Golden at AC. Sina AC at Golden naman thankful sa new opportunity.
Binigyan po ako agad ng opportunity dito sa Born to Shine. And of course po, na maipakita ko rin yung talent ko kasi it's my first time po sa serye, sa sayaw.
I'm just glad to be here. I always love to do shows that celebrate performing and dancing and singing, and this is one of them, so I'm just glad to be part of it.
Yan ang may init na balita ngayong tanghali. Rafi Tima po.
Kasama niyo rin po ako, Aubrey Carampera.
Ito ang GMA News. Walang kinikilingan, walang pinoprotektahan. Noon at ngayon, serbisyong totoo.
Ang real-time na balita, mapapanood rin sa GMA News Live Stream.
Aktual na pag-alis si Senador Bato de la Rosa, Senado nung madaling araw ng May 14.
Kailangan tayo ng sunod-sunod sa putok. Para sa taong bayang gutom sa balita.
Kayo ba? Pwede rin na sumama na walang gulo.
The motion is approved by unanimous vote.
Bubusugin namin kayo sa bawat live stream. Kaya mag-subscribe at follow na sa aming YouTube channel, Facebook page. Dahil ang bawat Pilipino may karapatan sa napapanahong balita.
My point of inquiry, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, is this portion of your opening statement a matter of legal opinion on your part as Presiding Officer, or does it constitute a ruling by the Impeachment Court?
the first issue, the Constitution provides that no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of all the members of the Senate. With 24 members of the Senate, a literal interpretation of this means that conviction requires the affirmative vote of at least 16 senator judges.
If they do not attend at all and cannot vote, their vote will be equal to a acquittal. And as we said from the start, we want a fair and we want justice. We want a fair impeachment trial.
Sinasabi ng Constitution kung ilan yung kailangan i-acquit. Ang sinasabi lang niya is kailangan i-convict. Kaya doon nanggagaling yung sinasabi ni Senator Alan na kung hindi ka makadalo at hindi ka makaboto, effectively vote for acquittal yun. Kasi hindi ka naman makakaboto ng convict. Kung 16 yung vote, no? Kung 16 yung 2/3, and hindi makaka-attend yung ibang senators, any senator na hindi makadalo is effectively a vote for acquittal. Kasi ang required sa Constitution is 2/3 to convict. Meron ding alternatibong view kasi ngayon na itinulak ng ibang mga constitutionalists, dating mahistrado ng Korte Suprema, maging law professors na yung itong tinatawag ko na emerging view na pag tinignan mo naman yung all the members ng saligang batas, una, hindi niya sinabi na 16, sinabi niya 2/3, ibig sabihin nag-accommodate siya ng potential changes to the 16, but also, halimbawa, no, kung siyam yung maaresto or hindi makadalo, ang maiiwan na lang sa Senado ay 15. Ibig sabihin ba nun hindi na pwede mag-convict sa impeachment? So tinakda ba talaga ng saligang batas na imposible magawa yung ibang bagay na nagre-require ng
And should the Supreme Court, who possesses the sole authority to interpret the Constitution, by virtue of its power of judicial review, render a different ruling on this question other than what the chair has stated, this court and this representation shall faithfully abide by that ruling of the Supreme Court.
Isang critical issue dito is yung tinatawag natin na political question. Mayroong mga bagay sa ating sistema na bagaman binigyan natin yung Korte Suprema ng kapangyarihan na mag-review ng mga pang-aabuso sa pamahalaan, ay hanggang ngayon hindi niya pinapakialaman bilang paggalang sa ibang sangay ng pamahalaan, as well as to ensure na hindi siya nahihila sa dumi ng politika. historically and until recently only in 2025, iniiwasan talaga ng Korte Suprema na mag-intervene sa impeachments. Kasi kinikilala na yan, hango dun sa experience ng Estados Unidos, na yung mga korte hindi nila pinapapasukan itong issue ng impeachment dahil napaka-political niya at ito mismo ay check dun sa Korte Suprema. Sila mismo kasi pwede ma-impeach. So ayaw niya pakialaman yung rules na yan. So hindi pa natin alam kung ano yung attitude na kukunin ng korte pagdating ng kaso sa kanila. Dahil procedural ruling lang siya, pwede din yan mag-iba batay doon sa circumstances ng kaso. So, maayos kahit pa paano na sinet yan at the beginning of the 90-plus days kasi hindi na natin yan yung pinag-aawayan ngayon na nakafocus tayo sa ebidensya. Pero eventually, pwede nga mag-iba yung circumstances. No? May senators ba na mawawala bigla? O may senators ba na hindi na makapagdadalo? No? Yung factors na yun, hindi naman pinabawalan yung Senate natin to adjust to those new realities. Kailangan natin alalahanin na yung pag-unawa natin sa saligang batas, nag-iiba din yan according dun sa practicalities or realities ng sitwasyon. Ideally, no, lahat ng senators dapat makadalo doon sa impeachment trial kasi high constitutional function to eh. Pero kailangan din natin kilalanin no, na hindi naman unaccountable yung senators mismo. So kung may dahilan para mag-face sila or humarap sila ng criminal charges at may dahilan na hindi mo na sila mag-participate, so parang preventively suspended, kailangan natin balansehin yung tungkulin ng Senado at tungkulin ng bawat senador doon sa pananagutan naman nila sa mga batas kriminal natin.
Kasaysayan ng bansa, 5 opisyal pa lang ang na-impeach ng House of Representatives. Kapag na-impeach, haharap ang opisyal sa impeachment trial sa Senado. Sa yugtong ito, magsisilbing hukuman ang Senado upang litisin ang kaso batay sa Articles of Impeachment na ipinadala ng Kamara.
Ang ilang impeachment proceedings hindi na iwasang mabalot ng tensyon at kontrobersiya. Sa ilang pagkakataon nga, tumaas ang tensyon at nauwi pa sa pag-walk out. Ano nga ba ang ilan sa mga impeachment proceedings na tumatak sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas?
Report of the Committee on Justice to the House on the verified complaint for impeachment against His Excellency President Joseph Estrada. In case the verified complaint of the members of the House, the same shall constitute the articles of impeachment and trial by the Senate shall forthwith proceed. Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a point of order.
Halo-halong emosyon ang nakita sa Kamara sa pagbabasa pa lang sa plenaryo ng Articles of Impeachment laban kay dating Pangulong Joseph Estrada. Mayroong mga natuwa at mayroon din namang mga tumutol. Si Estrada ang kauna-unahang presidente ng Pilipinas na na-impeach ng Kamara kaugnay umano ng kaso ng bribery at korupsyon at natuloy sa Senate impeachment trial. Isa sa pinakamahalagang testigo ng prosekusyon ang Senior Vice President ng nooy Equitable PCI Bank na si Clarissa Ocampo na siyang nag-ugnay kay Estrada sa kontrobersyal na Jose Velarde's secret bank account. Sinabi ni Ocampo na siya mismo raw ang nagdala ng mga bank documents sa Malacanang noong February 4, 1999 para pirmahan ni Estrada. Nakita raw niya mismo na pinirmahan ni Estrada ang mga dokumento gamit ang pangalang Jose Velarde. bilang otorisasyon sa isang $10 million investment management agreement gamit ang perang nasa bangko.
Who affixed the signature of Jose Velarde on this document?
The President, Joseph Ejercito Estrada, affixed the signature.
Mas uminit ang mga tagpo ng pinagdebatihan kung dapat bang buksan ang second envelope na pinaniniwala ang naglalaman ng mahahalagang ebidensya laban kay Estrada.
Na hindi po maaaring ikulong ang katotohanan dahil lamang sa teknikalidad.
We talk of discovering the truth. There are people in this chamber who do not know the meaning of truth.
Our job here is to ferret out the truth. The people deserve nothing less than to know the truth. Payagan po natin malaman ng taong bayan ang katotohanan sa pagbukas po ng pangalawang dokumento.
Defensor Santiago, Drilon,
Nanaigang boto ng 11 senador na tumutol laban sa 10 pumapayag na buksan sana ang dokumento.
The no votes have it.
Hati ang reaksyon ng mga naroon sa Senado. Ang ilan naghiyawan sa tuwa. Habang ang ibang senador naging emosyonal dahil sa pagkadismaya. Dito na nag-walk out ang mga House prosecutor, maging ang ilang mga naroon sa Senado. Ito na ang naging mitya para sa muling pagmarcha ng taong bayan sa EDSA o mas kilala bilang EDSA 2. Binawi na rin ng militar ang kanilang suporta kay Estrada at umanib sa protesta ng taong bayan. Ito ang naging dahilan ng pagbaba sa pwesto ni Estrada. Siya ang kauna-unahang presidente ng bansa na napatalsik sa pwesto habang humaharap sa isang impeachment trial.
Tao din ako, nasasaktan din ako. Pero sana maging fair naman itong aking mga detractors. Wag lang naman yung mga negative ang nakikita sa akin. Hindi po ako corrupt. Yan po ang maipagmamalaki ko sa inyo.
Iba naman ang naging takbo sa kasong betrayal of public trust ni dating Ombudsman Merceditas Gutierrez.
As the President himself has ordered his allies in the House of Representatives to impeach me. They are not interested in ferreting out the truth and seeking out real accountability. They are just interested in removing me from office no matter what.
Pero noong April 29, 2011, 10 araw pa bago magsimula ang Senate impeachment trial laban sa kanya, nagbitiw na siya sa pwesto. Dahil dito, hindi na ipinagpatuloy ang nakatakdang Senate impeachment trial noon sa kanya. Ganito rin ang naging siste sa kaso ni dating COMELEC Chair Andres Bautista. Nagbitiw naman siya sa pwesto sa mismong araw na inaprubahan ng Kamara ang kanyang impeachment, kaya hindi na natuloy ang impeachment trial sa Senado. Pero sinabi niya noon na handa naman daw siyang harapin ang mga akusasyon laban sa kanya.
Handa po nating haramin ang anumang mga paratang laban sa akin sa tamang lugar at basta tama po yung proseso at kumbaga nga sa akin ito din ay isang pagkakataon para malinisan ang anumang bahid na ibinato sa akin.
Inakusahan si Bautista ng betrayal of public trust dahil sa umano'y kabiguang tugunan ang hacking ng website ng COMELEC noong March 2015 at sa hindi umano tamang pagdeklara ng kanyang Statement of Assets, Liabilities and Net Worth o SALN.
I beg you, gentlemen.
Pagkatapos naman magbigay ng statement, ninooy Supreme Court Chief Justice Renato Corona para sa kanyang Senate impeachment trial, bigla na lamang siyang nag-walk out sa Senate Hall kahit na hindi pa dinidischarge ng impeachment court.
Now, the Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines wishes to be excused. Pero
Nagpalakpakan ang kanyang mga taga-suporta, pero pilit siyang pinapabalik ni Noy Senate President Juan Ponce Enrile. Dito na iniutos ang pag-lockdown sa Senado, na puno rin ng bulong-bulungan noon ang Senate Hall. Napag-alaman na bumabaraw kasi ang sugar level ni Corona. Matapos ang halos 1 oras, bumalik din sa Senate Hall si Corona, sakay ng wheelchair at nakahubad na ang kanyang coat. Sa araw rin yun, pumirma si Corona ng conditional waiver na pinapayagan ng pamahalaan at banking institutions na i-disclose sa publiko ang mga dokumento at impormasyon tungkol sa kanyang mga ari-arian, negosyo at maging ang kanyang foreign currency accounts.
I vote to hold the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Renato C. Corona, guilty as charged.
Hindi ka talaga doon. Isa ka ng matinding vlogger doon. Gerard, tayo na. Paano mo na? Ikaw ang nasa ilalim mo yun. Kamay mo naman naka-forward yung sa akin. Sayang daw kasi naka-live daw tayo. Yung nga, sila daw dati, radyo. Mga dito lang ako eh. Iyak na. Diba? si Poco eh. Hindi pwede ito. Ganun pa. Or baka hindi pa umakyat. Umakyat pa.
Alamin ko kasi pinag-uusapan lang sa
Baka dumating na ba ito. Kapay.
July 13 and
14. Mary. Yes? Kaso na lang lakay. Ganda. Ano ah? Hindi tayo kaya rin. Laki ng camera. Live pa.
Naka ano ako? Sa online. Sa online.
Television.
Mamaya ako pag mga... Paano na kayo? Bago mag-umpisa ako. Wala yung picture. Dapat yan mo mga Diyos pa rin. Lansi po. Diyos pa rin. Namunsa pa eh. Lansi po.
bago ata.
Di mo ba, no? Tumawid daw dyan. Tumawid daw. From elevator to ba? Pero, kwentong-kwentuhan lang. Ha? Yung parang ginawa sa atin last time.
Sa likod ng mga.
Si ano ba? Hindi ko kasi alam mo kanino. Alam mo kung kanino. Tingnan natin. Oo.
Tanda ko na yung mga nila.
Hi, Kong. Sandra po. Magkano, Sandra?
Ganyan na.
Pababa ka dun. Mas pababa ka dun. Akat ka dun. Yung galawan ng mga senador, pababa ka. Oo, naka-live sheet na siya naman tayo sa akin. Hello? Yes po. Nandito. Magtatayo siya? Hindi. Sa mga arrival nga, ano ko eh. Kaya nahihirapan ako kasi sabay yung online yun, tsaka yung recording ko eh. Kaya hindi ako kaya kanina pinireview ko yung kinukuha ko eh. Akala ko, tapos na tayo. Tawagan mo rin ako pa magsisimula na para alam ko rin yung galaw. Okay, sige.
Malutong.
Kaya problema yun eh, hindi sinasabi na kauna.
Ganun din kami kanina. Kapag ganun,
Akala ko ang haba-haba ng antay. Akala ko tapos na yung pala ako.
buti nga mong ginagawa na lang namin, depress ko. Sa logo na lang. Yung mga tao kumakain na. Hindi sinasabi ng office na nakabuton.
Nag-ano, nag-thumbnail ako. Tumawag. Hindi ko rin paganda sinabi na ano ba ito? Ano pa kain na dito?
Si Ronald nag-zoom in, zoom out kanina. Naka-live pala. Ronald, itutok mo na lang sa logo.
Hindi ko pangalan. Kaya alawag mo ulit tayo ng sa tapos na pala tayo. Hindi mo sinasabi. Hindi ko naman ganyan yun. Nagre-recording ako, arrival eh. May 1 o'clock ka daw. Color of the day. doon, nagligana ni Sara. Si Sulay. Yung sabi ko, kapit-lapit daw. Sabi lang, sabi lang. I think that
Ron, kita mo ba ako dito? Ano lang ako?
oh, kita kita to. Kita, kita.
Pwestuhin tayo ng mga daratingin. Ricky Ricardo.
Magpapaya ka na rin?
Subukan ko na iba na may shot.
Gagawin, kasama niya si Bobo.
Ayun. Diskarte mo na lang, mamaya. 230. 230.
Dong pa, dong ha.
ako. Tinawagan ako. Sasabihan mo na ba? Kanina kasi tayo nag-usap. Ikaw rin naman, hindi siya sabi ongoing tayo. Sabi ko, oo naman. Re, naka-live ako. Naka-live ko.
Online. Pasensya na. Under pa rin. Hindi nga po, I was trying to clarify na pro po siya, pero bigyan ko pa siya verify. Tawag ako eh. Hindi ako makalapit kasi remote to go live. Pero, alright. Camera. Pasensya na po.
Don, okay lang. Dalim na kami lang.
Mag-live.
Oo, dalim na ako. Tanay ko lang dito. Sub ko lang. Ayun.
Check, mic 1, 2, 3, check.
Kaya kaya parang
Check, mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Check. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, check.
Day 4 at ikalawang linggo na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Magandang hapon. Ako po si Maki Pulido. Samahan niyo po ako sa pagtutok kasama ang buong puwersa ng GMA News para sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Nakatakdang ipresenta ng prosekusyon ngayong araw ang kanilang ikalawang testigo. Haharap sa impeachment trial ang Regional Director ng NBI na si Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Nauna na siyang humarap sa pagdinig ng House Justice Committee kaugnay ng investigasyon nila sa video ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte kina President Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Inaasahang isasalang din sa paglilitis ngayong linggo sina Office of the Vice President Chief of Staff Attorney Zuleika Lopez at Belinda Bello ng Legislative Security Bureau ng House of Representatives. Ang isa pa sa mga ipinatatawag ng korte na si NBI Director Melvin Matibag, hiniling sa prosekusyon na isalang na siya ng maaga bago o sa mismong July 20 dahil may dadaluhan siyang regional summit sa Bangkok, Thailand sa July 21 to 22. Kinukunan pa namin ng reaksyon dyan ang prosekusyon. Sa panayam ng Super Radyo DZBB, sinabi ni Senador Ping Lacson na suhestyon niyang ipastandby na sa Senado ang mga nakalinyang testigo kada linggo para maisalang na kung maagang matapos ang isa. Ayon kay Lacson, bukas naman sa mungkahing ito si Impeachment Court Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero. Mga kapuso, naging mainit ang talakayan sa unang 3 araw ng impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Unang pinagtalunan ang paghahalal ng presiding officer. Pero natuloy ang botohan at naluklok si Senador Cheese Escudero bilang presiding officer. Tinutulan din ng korte ang hiling ng prosekusyon na mag-enter ng plea ang bise sa kada article of impeachment. Ipinasauli rin ni Escudero sa Bureau of Internal Revenue ang selyadong kahon na naglalaman ng tax records ng bise at mister nitong si Attorney Mans Carpio. Nakatakdang talakayin ang tungkol dito sa oral arguments sa Miyerkules. Sa ikalawang araw naman ng impeachment trial, dumating sa Senado si Duterte. Pero hindi siya dumalo sa paglilitis at sinabing pinulong lang niya ang kanyang mga abogado. Sa paglilitis, iniharap ng prosekusyon ang kanilang unang testigo sa Article 4 o grave threats, si NBI Senior Agent John Mark Calilong. Sa direct examination sa kanya ni Attorney Amando Ligutan, tinalakay ni Calilong ang authenticity o pagiging totoo ng November 2024 video ng pagbabanta ng bise kina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez kung ipapapatay siya. Ipinalabas din ang iba pang videos ng bise na may kaugnayan sa article of impeachment. Ilang beses nag-object ang depensa sa mga naging pahayag nina Calilong at Ligutan. Sa ikatlong araw, defense team ang nagkaroon ng pagkakataon para himayin ang testimonya ni Calilong. Kabilang sa mga inusisa ng depensa ang kumpanyang nagbigay ng digital forensic training kay Calilong. Ipinalabas din ng defense team ang ebidensyang online press con. Partikular ang bahagi na emosyonal ang Chief of Staff ni Duterte na si Attorney Zuleika Lopez. Na-cite in contempt noon si Lopez ng komite sa Kamara na nag-imbestiga sa paggamit ni Duterte ng confidential funds. Emosyonal sa online press con noon si Zuleika dahil sa ililipat daw siya sa Women's Correctional sa Mandaluyong. Makibalita na po tayo sa ating kasamahan na si Joseph Morong, live mula sa Senado. Joseph?
Maki, day 4 of 92 impeachment dates. So, pang-apat na araw pa lamang ito sa lampas siyam na pong araw ng paglilitis dito sa impeachment court. Last week, natapos na yung prosecution sa witness number 1 nila, si NBI Special Agent John Mark Calilong. recap lang ng mga naginyang testimonya na bahagi ng ebidensya ng prosecution laban sa Vice President. Number 1, siya ang nag-imbestiga ng mga banta nitong si Vice President Sara Duterte laban sa Pangulo, sa First Lady at sa dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. At ang tawag niya dyan ay isang absolute threat o tiyak na threat, at ang sinasabi ng prosecution, yung mga bantang yan ay betrayal of public trust. Ngayon, quinis din noong defense yung provenance o pinanggalingan ng investigasyon nitong si Kalilong, at nakita natin doon na yun ay January 30, ibinalik, ni-revise. Finally, meron tayong February 10 version na yun yung ginamit ng impeachment complaint. Sabi naman ng defense panel, yung pong buhay nitong si Vice Presidente Duterte ay under threat. Binanggit nila yung Operation Romanov, at kaya yun daw ang bahagi ng pagpapaliwanag kung bakit nasabi ng Vice Presidente yung kanyang assassination threats against the President. Bottom line, Maki, prosecution is saying absolute threat, and that yun ay isang betrayal of public trust. And defense is saying it is not an impeachable offense. So today, ang number 2 na witness ng prosecution ay itong si Attorney Jeremy Lotok, NBI Regional Director galing sa BARM, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. Inasang ipagpapatuloy niya yung naratibo ng prosecution tungkol sa assassination threats. This week, medyo exciting kung lulutang o ipapatawag na itong si Attorney Zuleika Lopez, itong Chief of Staff nitong si Vice President Duterte, at si NBI Director Melvin Matibag. Ang sabi sa atin ng prosecution, maaari, Maki, na after itong si Lotok ay isunod na itong si Director Matibag, dahil tulad nga na nabanggit mo ay may sulat itong si Matibag, si Director Matibag, na sana ay unahin siya dahil may schedule siya for the 20th and 21 sa Bangkok. Maki.
Joseph, so si Attorney Lotok, no, yung isasala ngayong araw. Siya yung inaasahan nating isasala ngayong araw.
Yes. Kasi, correct, si Attorney Lotok muna, NBI Regional Director ng BARM, kasi narinig natin merong assassination threats, di ba? Ang sinasabi ngayon, last time ni Attorney Kapunan, is that aside from the investigation na ginawa nitong si John Mark Kalilong, may ginawa rin ang National Bureau of Investigation na investigasyon surrounding the threats of the Vice President against the President. May testimony, may interview itong si Director Matibag na meron silang ginawang surveillance ng ilang mga tao na malapit sa Vice Presidente in connection with the assassination threat na sinabi niya against the President. So, yun ang kailangan nating, yun yung makikita natin ngayon, kadugsong ng kwento. Nagkaroon ng assassination threats, anong ginawa ng NBI at ano yung nakita nila. Kasi nung kausap natin si Attorney Kapunan, isa sa mga private prosecutors, sabi natin, kayo nyo bang establish na meron na nakita kayo na mismong kinontrata ng Vice Presidente? Sabi ni Attorney Kapunan, may investigasyon ang ginawa ang NBI at yun yung pwede nating abangan today at sa pagsalang ni NBI Director Matibag kung meron silang natuntun na tao na makapagpapatibay doon sa sinasabing pagkukontrata ng Vice Presidente ng isang assassin para kay Presidente.
Okay, so Joseph, ibig sabihin, this is outside nung video, di ba? Yun yung iprinisenta ni Kalilong nung huling pagdinig ng impeachment. Ngayon, ang inaasahan natin, baka may natuntun ang NBI na tao na magpapatunay nito?
Yeah.
Joseph?
Pwede mangyari ganyan, Maki, kasi ang kadugsong ng kwento, sinabi, yes, Maki, ang sinabi ng prosecution, merong assassination threat, absolute threat, betrayal of public trust. Outside of that, may investigasyon ng NBI. Teka nga, meron ba mga kinausap talaga itong si Vice President? Yung testimony, or no, yung interview kay Attorney Matibag, sometime April, I think, last year, no, ay ang sabi niya may surveillance ng mga tao na malapit kay Vice Presidente in relation to the assassination threat. So yes, pwede nating, ang asahan natin today ay kadugsong. May assassination threat, may kinontrata raw ang Vice Presidente. Tingnan natin kung natunto ng NBI yung tao na yan, Maki.
And in previous interviews ninyo, Joseph, may nabanggit ba? Kung meron nga o kung sino man to, may personalities na ba silang nabanggit?
The way I phrased it kay Attorney Kapunan, sabi ko, ma'am, meron ba na assassin na nakontrata talaga itong si Vice President. Kaya niyo bang patunayan yan? Una, ang sabi niya, hindi na kailangan kasi inadmit naman, galing naman mismo kay Vice President yung kanyang assassination threat. Second question, Attorney Kapunan. Sabi ko, ma'am, hindi. May papakita ba kayo na tao na meron nga? Sabi niya, yung testimony ni Kalilong last week, hindi lang naman yun yung ginawa ng NBI. So at merong, and then she brought up itong pangalan ni Director Matibag na sinabi nga na may iba pang investigasyon. Ang importante dyan, Maki, ay may iba pang ginawang investigasyon aside from yung video na tiningnan nitong si Kalilong. So meron pang outside of that video ay tiningnan natin kung tiningnan ng NBI, teka lang, meron nga bang kinausap itong si Vice President? Maki.
Nagkaroon na kaya kayo ng pagkakataon, Joseph, na matanong ang depensa tungkol dito sa mga statements na binitawan ni na Attorney Kapunan?
Ang sinasabi is that pag kasi tinatanong mo yung defense tungkol sa mga lumulutang dito sa mga testimony, for example, nitong si Kalilong, ang laging sasabihin nila sa amin ay sub judice. So iniiwasan din naman. To be fair sa kanila, gusto sana nilang sagutin yung tanong, pero ang iniiwasan nila is mapagalitan sila ng korte at sasabihin sub judice na yan. Ang ibig sabihin ng sub judice, sandali, ang nag-a-argue na kayo sa merits ng kaso sa labas ng Senate Impeachment Court. So as much as they wanted to react dun sa mga statement ng prosecution, ay ang sasabihin nila sa atin, sub judice yan. Okay.
Gusto ko lang linawin, Joseph, no? So, ngayong araw ay isa lang ba ang isasalang na testigo?
Depende yan sa flow, no, Maki? But number one, last week kasi, ang schedule dapat natin, 3 na dapat, 1, 6, 7, 8, tigi-tigi, 1 witness every day. Pero ang nangyari, because of course, yung nakita ng taong bayan natin na technicality, ay yung isang witness, ang ginugol ay halos 2 araw, no? 7 and 8. So today, ang nakapila for today ay itong si Jeremy Lotok. Pero depende yan sa magiging agos ng trial ng paglinig. Pwedeng umabot siya bukas, pwede rin namang mapabilis at isa lang na yung witness number 3 nila. Pero ang sabi nga nitong si Senator Judge Ping Lacson, para mabilis tayo, yung lahat ng nakasabpina na mga testigo ay mag-standby na para oras na matapos, ready na sila. But today, ang outlook natin, si Attorney Jeremy Lotok, pag natapos siya ng maaga at meron pang panahon ang Senate Impeachment Court, ay pwedeng isa lang itong si NBI Director Melvin Matibag na gusto magpaaga ng schedule because he has a prior commitment na.
And so far, may nakita na ba tayong ibang witnesses dyan na naka-standby?
Wala. Nung pumasok ako dito, wala pa. No? So, maaga pa naman, 2 o'clock pa naman yung trial. Usually, dumadating sila very close to 2 o'clock, maybe 1:30, 1:45. At syempre, security concerns din. Pero yun nga, ang sabi, standby na sana yung mga witnesses para today, para dire-diretso tayo. In fairness naman to the Senate Impeachment Court, mukhang at least yung last week, no, dire-diretso yung naging pagdinig. Despite sa mga objections and mga technical issues that surround yung regular trial, Maki.
Okay, maraming salamat sa iyo, Joseph Morong. Kasalukuyang nagsasagawa ng press conference ang depensa. Pakinggan po natin.
As disclosed to us last week, and we thank the prosecution for disclosing the witnesses as agreed. Si Jeremy Lotok will be testifying today. So we're just waiting syempre kung ano yung lalabas sa kanyang direct examination. And hopefully, makapag-cross-examine din kami today para makatapos na tayo ng isang witness, no, sa isang araw. This will probably have to do also with the affidavit of investigation. But again, I cannot go into the merits, but yun yung ina-expect natin at the very least. Ngayon, on the second question, kung ano yung nangyari kanina, hindi naman po nag-confer. I think we were trying to have the prosecution receive yung yung comment, memorandum. If you remember, last week, na take up yung requests for issuance of subpoena duces tecum for certain documents. Yung bank documents, AMLAC records, and also yung BIR records. No? So we were given by the impeachment court until today. Today is the deadline to file our comment and memorandum. I think both parties. So in preparation also for the oral arguments on Wednesday. So yan lang po yung ginawa namin kanina, tinry lang ipa-receive. But I think, I'm not sure kung ngayon napa-receive na, but so far kanina, bago ako umalis sa holding area, wala kasi yung authorized na mag-receive pa, so hindi pa nare-receive. But definitely we will have it received before the day ends.
Sir, gano'ng ka-importante yun na ma-receive po ng prosecution, yung pinapa-receive na document?
Oo, kasi ano lang naman yan, fair play lang yan, no, na kung ano yung fina-file natin sa Supreme Court tuloy, sa impeachment court, dapat po may kopya rin naman yung ating opposing in the interest of fairness. So, nasa rules naman po yan. At yan po yung pinagawa natin. After ma-receive nila, we will now file it before the impeachment court.
Sir, dumating daw po si Atty. May sabihin na ba sa kanya ngayong araw?
Ay, hindi ko alam na dumating si Attorney Laika today. Sorry, I'm really not from OVP anymore. So, hindi ako privy sa mga activities ng OVP personnel or officials.
What is expected talaga is tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I think, no? At least from the disclosure that was given, today would be Agent Lotok, tomorrow would be Yusek Lopez, and I think on Wednesday will be si Miss Bello.
Ano na yung magiging strategy ng defense team ngayon for this week? Siyempre, iba-ibang witness na po yung inaasahan na si Sara.
Wala, same strategy pa lang naman as far as the details are concerned. Obviously, we do not disclose those things. But siguro ang kailangan maintindihan ng mga kababayan natin is right now, itong phase ng trial, it's really the prosecution's turn to present their evidence in chief. So ang magagawa lang naman ng defense at this point is really to cross-examine the witnesses that will be presented. So if we have targets man, dun po natin nilalabas yun sa cross-examination. Sa ngayon, wala pa siyang nababanggit sa akin. No? Nag-usap kami kamakailan, but it was on other topics. So wala naman siyang nababanggit sa akin. But obviously, there's always that possibility, hindi ba? Like last week, diba, bigla siyang napunta dito. So that was for a scheduled meeting na finalize lang namin, I think the night before, if not the morning. No? So there's always that possibility. Right now, I know she's in Davao, but you can never discount that possibility. Pero sa ngayon, wala pa akong masabing definite kasi wala pa rin siyang nababanggit sa akin na definite.
In terms of coming to the Senate lang, hindi po pag-attend ng trial. Yung pag-attend ng trial po ba, are we expecting that anytime soon?
Wala rin akong, totally wala akong nababanggit. Wala pang nababanggit. So, ibig sabihin nun, if she comes here, I also don't know if it's only for a meeting or to attend the trial itself. No? But definitely, kung may meeting naman, malalaman ko naman. Sa ngayon, wala pa naman kaming nakaset na meeting with her as far as the defense team is concerned. But of course, I wouldn't discount the possibility kung sakaling dumalo siya sa trial.
Ano po yung summary of the defense's comment on the BIR?
We cannot. I understand the question, but we cannot because that will be delving into the merits already. Plus, we have oral arguments on Wednesday. So abangan na lang natin siguro doon naman lalabas lahat ng mga argumento natin.
Attorney, we know sino po yung magka-cross-examine?
The defense team kasi has always taken the position that we do not disclose before the trial kung sino yung on deck sa amin. So, hintayin na lang natin. Total, ilang minuto na lang naman at magsisimula na.
Attorney, may nasabi po yata ang ilang members ng prosecution team na they're awaiting for a Supreme Court filing doon sa threshold ng impeachment from lowering down from 16 to the current number of senators to the current number of senators. At ano po ang inaisip po ng defense? Do you have any comment on that? Kasi po parang ang sinasabi ng prosecution, they are waiting for that someone to file a comment on the Supreme Court.
Well, sa amin ngayon, since the position of the impeachment court is 16 votes, as mandated by the Constitution, wala po tayong any comment about it. But once there is a filing and we feel the need to intervene or to file a response or a comment, we will definitely do so.
Attorney, may mga nabanggit si Attorney Bantog, ang clerk report natin sa impeachment court po din sa mga ipapasok doon na refrigerator, catering, Meron ba talagang gano'n na dinala ngayong araw na to or dati na kayo may catering?
Ngayong araw, walang refrigerator akong nakita. I don't know kung talagang kung kailan ipapasok, kung meron man. To be very, very candid with all of you, since I'm no longer with OBP and I haven't been for almost 2 years now, hindi ko kasi alam yung nangyari na meeting. Kumbaga hindi ako privy sa naging pag-uusap nila ni Secretary Bantug. Although nabasa ko naman sa news and of course to prepare for interviews, nagtanong rin ako sa staff ng OBP. I did not communicate with Yusek Lopez directly because mahirap we're very mindful of the fact that she will be a witness this week. So ayoko mapag-isipan ng kung ano. So what I did was I spoke to the staff just to find out ano ba yung napag-usapan. But basically yun din po yung nabanggit ni Secretary Bantug about food dito. So wala akong masabi, but yung catering naman, I think it just seems but it's really just lunch, and I think if I'm not mistaken, hindi naman siya irregular na may ganyang request. But again, I'm not the right person to ask. Probably the OVP would be the right person to ask because I'm no longer their spokesperson, and hindi ko po talaga alam kung ano yung mga napag-usapan except for yung mga naging pahayag din ni Secretary Bantug sa media.
Attorney, may we know po what is your definition of the bloodbath? Kasi na-mention po kanina ni Rep. Adyong na yung interpretation po nila ng bloodbath is medyo violent daw po. Para po sa inyo sa defense.
Opo, I think it's not my definition, but actually the Vice President's definition that's important. And she already said this, not just recently, but even last year, kung ano ba yung ibig niyang sabihin nung sinabi niya yung bloodbath. Ang ibig sabihin niya doon ay yung sariling dugo niya, yung tataga dahil siya yung nagiging subject nitong impeachment proceeding na ito. And that was clarified further when last week pumunta siya dito na sinabi niya she will be bludgeoned, hindi ba? So what she meant was bloodbath was actually herself. And I guess it was subject to a lot of misinterpretation, which is understandable. But I think the Vice President has since clarified that for the public.
So, attorney, bloodbath hindi para makapanakit?
Definitely hindi. Wala naman pong ganyang insinuation ng Vice President. In fact, last year pa lang, nung unang round ng impeachment, hindi ba, sinabi kaagad niya na what I meant was with bloodbath was my blood. Diba?
Attorney, sa pag-testify o sa pag-testigo ni Attorney Sulaika, ikapos ba siya ng depensa?
Kung kinakailangan, depende, and I don't want to be vague about this, kasi parati ko nalang sinasabi kung kinakailangan. Pero what that means is, syempre, titingnan muna namin sa naging presentasyon ng prosecution if there are things that we would need to bring out, points that we need to clarify, to be clarified with and bring out, then we will conduct cross-examination. But it's not also unusual na there are times, instances, kung sa tingin namin wala namang masyadong napatunayan or nothing harmful was done in the direct examination, that sometimes the other party would just wave cross. So, abangan natin tomorrow kasi kahit kami, hindi pa namin alam kung magka-cross o hindi. But definitely, titingnan muna natin kung ano yung magiging presentation sa kanya.
Attorney, ngayon, anong category niya as witness? Siya ba hostile witness, regular witness?
Oo. Sa ngayon, definitely regular witness pa lang siya. Yung hostile witness po, under our rules, hindi po kasi automatic yan na porket, let's say, kaibigan ka nung kabilang panig or nagtatrabaho ka sa kabilang panig, ay hostile ka na. That is something that the prosecution will have to work on in their presentation. They will have to have the witness qualified as a hostile witness. So, ibig sabihin nun, dun pa lang nila sa presentation, through their questions, kailangan nila ma-establish at maipakita sa korte na hostile witness siya, and then they will ask now the court to qualify her as a hostile witness. Oplan Romanov, again, I don't want to venture into the merits, so I'll just give you what was factual, what we saw in the video. In the video, Oplan Romanov was being referred to as alleged, and I would say alleged because I want to be very careful about this kasi wala naman akong personal knowledge dyan. It's the alleged threat against the life of the Vice President as well as her family. So yun yung sinasabing Oplan Romanov na batay yun, hindi ko yun opinion, hindi ko rin yun definition, batay yun dun sa naging tanong ni I I think Princess Maui, if I'm not mistaken, doon sa subject Zoom press conference. But aside from that, I have no further knowledge on that, and I would not like to delve into that because wala naman akong facts na hawak-hawak ko dyan. No, I think the reasons behind the utterances is something that we will have to show later on when the defense presents its evidence in chief. But hindi naman yan singular, no. That's why not one, like last week may nagsasabi, does this justify this and all of those things. Hindi yan ganun kasimple, no. So I'm sorry if I'm being cryptic, but it's something that the defense will have to show not through the media but through the court proceedings when it's our turn to present our evidence in chief.
Attorney, last na lang on my end. Kasi sinabi over the last week dun sa prosecution na yung pagpapalabas yun ng video segment na yun is already proof daw na the video is authenticated. Your comment po po. Thank you.
Sa amin, hayaan na lang natin yung impeachment court, sila ang mag-decide kung na-authenticate or hindi. Kasi once we start commenting on the media, again, that is delving into the merits, that is trying to sway public opinion one way or the other. They have their position, we have our position, and sa atin, let's leave it up to the impeachment court.
Attorney, what will we expect for the second week of the impeachment trial and for the next following weeks?
Patuloy lang. I think right now, nandito pa tayo sa article ng grave threats, which is, I think, Article 4 na nauna lang. And sa atin, we will just keep on cross-examining the witness they will be presenting, gaya rin ng nangyari last week. Thank you very much.
Yan po yung katatapos lamang na press conference ng depensa at ang humarap nga sa atin ay si Attorney Michael Powa at ang sinabi nga ni Attorney Powa ay it's always a possibility kung madadalo nga ba sa impeachment trial si Vice President Sara Duterte. Sa ngayon, sa kanyang pagkakaalam ay nasa Davao City raw ang bise pero wala pa raw itong nababanggit kung dadalo ng impeachment trial. At kung sakali man, ang sinasabi ni Attorney Powa ay maaaring magpunta para makausap ang kanyang defense team o kaya ay talagang mag-attend ng paglilitis. Nilinaw din muli ni Attorney Powa yung nabanggit ni Vice President Sara Duterte nang huling magpunta sa Senado nang mabanggit ni VP Sara ang tungkol sa bloodbath. At ang paglilinaw ni Attorney Powa ay nang mabanggit ito ng bise ay she meant sariling dugo daw niya ang tatagas. At ganun din daw parang ang sinasabi ni Attorney Powa ay this was a misinterpretation on the part of the public, kung sino man yung nakarinig. Pero ang sinasabi daw dito ni VP Sara ay sarili niyang dugo ang dadanak at yung bludgeoning o yung pagkakabugbog ay sarili rin niya, siya yung masasaktan at hindi ibang tao. Samantala, nakatutok din po sa Senado si Sandra Aguinaldo. Sandra?
Yes, Maki, day 4 nga ng impeachment trial at inaasahan naman dito ngayon yung testimonya ni Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Siya po ay Regional Director ng National Bureau of Investigation. Kaugnay pa rin ito sa Article 4 patungkol sa grave threats at assassination plot laban sa Pangulo, First Lady at dating Speaker. Inaasahan na bilang mas mataas po na opisyal ng NBI ay susuportahan niya ang testimonya ni Lotok, testimonya ni John Mark Calilong. Ito po yung NBA agent na siya naman na nag-imbestiga sa online press conference ni Vice President Sara Duterte kung saan nasambit daw umano ayon dito sa prosecution yung pagbabanta niya sa Pangulo. Bukas naman na inaasang isasalang ng prosecution si Attorney Zulaika Lopez, ang Chief of Staff ni Vice President Sara Duterte. 2 araw po ang hiniling na ipatawag siya ng prosecution team. ngayong araw na ito at bukas. At ngayon lamang nga, Maki, ay dumating na po itong si Attorney Lopez. Susunod si Captain Belinda Bello, Legislative Security Bureau Executive Director ng House of Representatives, na pwede namang tumestigo sa darating na Miyerkules. Yan ay kung matutupad yung nais po ng impeachment court na one witness kada araw ang matatapos nila. At sabi nga po ni Senator Judge Panfilo Lacson ay sana naka-standby na yung susunod na witness para kung sakaling biglang matapos ay meron na agad isasalang. Sinigundahan din ni Attorney Renato Bantug, ang Clerk of the Impeachment Court, ang pahayag naman ni Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero na inaasahan na mas bibilis sa mga susunod na araw ang proceedings po dito sa Senado. Last week kasi, Maki, ang nangyari ay isang witness lamang at sa kabuuan na po yan ng 3 araw. Kaya nais nila na mapabilis yan. Sa kanya pong podcast nitong nagdaang linggo, sinabi ni Senator Judge at Presiding Officer Escudero na baka abutin ng November o December po ang impeachment. Samantala, Maki, ma-share ko lamang po sa inyo patuloy ang pagdating ng prosecution at depensa, kadadaan lamang ni Chief Prosecutor Jervil Luistro. At dito po sa aking likuran, maipakita ko lamang sa inyo, Maki, nandyan po si Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Pero syempre, maaari siyang manatili dyan kung hindi naman siya ipipresenta talaga ngayong araw. At nakita naman namin na dito rin sa isang holding room, nakahiwalay naman po ay pumasok po si Attorney Lotok po ng NBI. At nananatili po sila sa loob niyan. And as you can see, Maki, tightly guarded. May nakabantay po sa pintuan kung saan naroroon ang mga inimbita at pinatawag na witness. Maki?
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Sandra Aguinaldo. Balikan naman natin si Joseph Morong na kasama si Attorney Renato Bantug, ang Senate Secretary na tumayuring clerk ng Impeachment Court. Joseph?
Yes, makikasama nga natin to si Attorney Ray Bantug. Sir, ikaw ang 4 days pa lang tayo, 92 days outlook today. Ang sabi ni Senping, yung mga witnesses para mabilis, kung may sabina naman na yan, pa-standby yun na. Paano ginagawa natin dun?
Tama naman po yan, kasi yung aming na-isyong sabina naman sa magiging testigo ditong linggong ito, multiple dates naman po yun.
Okay.
No? So inaasahan namin na yung testigong naka-line up this week, a-attend na ng unang araw pa lang. Para kung matapos man yung unang witness, makakasalang kagad po yung mga kasunod na witness.
Okay. So, sir, kasi para maratat na, kumbaga kung matapos yung sa number 2, 3 agad tayo. Si Director Matibag ba nagpasabi na, sir, kung naka-standby na siya for today?
Wala pa akong impormasyon kung nandito na po si NBI Chief Matibag, pero nabasa ko naman sa pahayagan na siya po ay nag-request sana na kung pwede, mag-testify siya before July 20. Now, since 3 days a week lang naman ang ating trial, that would mean na he wants to be on the witness stand between today and Wednesday po.
Hanggang Wednesday meron siya. Pero sir, yan, depende yan sa flow, no? Kasi yung
Depende
witness number 1 natin, dapat isang araw lang yan, pero 2 siya. So today, ganun ba yung outlook natin? May
ngayon, sana inaasahan natin na matapos yung unang testigo, si Director Lotok, para makasunod na si NBI Chief Matibag.
Sir, yung request ni Attorney Lopez, no, yung pumunta siya sa inyo, ang tinanong, coffee maker, parang siniset up yung kanilang room, no? But, bakit daw?
Yan naman po ay hindi naman unusual na.
Okay.
Katunayan, nung huling impeachment trial ni Chief Justice, ako din yung liaison officer sa magkabilang panig. Kasi at that time, kaklase ko si Justice Maidas, kaklase ko naman sila Congressman Bembem. So ako din yung nag-coordinate ko ano yung mga requirements sila sa kanilang opisina.
Hindi naman ibig sabihin yan, sir, na nagpe-prepare sila sa eventual appearance or sasamahan ni Vice President si Attorney Lopez maybe tomorrow or Wednesday?
Sa akin naman po hindi. Yung request, parang ang outlook nila parang pangmatagalan na paglilitis eh.
Matagal. Mga 7 months ba tayo, sir?
Sana naman hindi. No? Pero if that's what it takes, di ba? Para madinig ng gusto ang magkabilang panig, then we're ready to do it 7 months.
Sir, last, yung kay Attorney Lopez, walang nabanggit kung dadating si VP?
Wala po. No indication at all pa. Hindi po napag-usapan.
Maki, if you have questions kay Attorney Bantug, she's ready. Although kailangan matapos siya before 2 o'clock kasi
Oo nga.
nilalatag pa niya
Ako
yung
naman,
day
attorney,
4 natin. Maki.
may gusto lang naman akong i-clarify, attorney, kasi may nasabi na si NBI Director Matibag na may hinihingi siya na sana naman daw before or on or before July 20. Ano yung proseso niya? Mapagbibigyan po ba yan?
Tama po yan. Inaasahan natin na yung prosecution magmomosyon na maisunod si NBI Chief Matibag pagkatapos po ni Director Lotok ng NBI din.
Okay. Ano po, ngayon po sino-sino na po ba? Kung pwede ho nating ulitin, sino-sino na po yung binigyan natin ng subpoena?
Opo. Bali na, ang nabigyan natin ng subpoena para sa linggong ito is si NBI Director James Lotok, no? Si Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Yan po yung dalawang testigo this week na na-issuehan po natin ng subpoena. Yung isa pong ipipresentang witness ng prosecution ay empleyado naman po ng Kamara de Representante po.
Tapos, we expect them to be...
Captain Bello, yes.
Opo.
Tama po.
We expect them na, katulad po nung nabanggit nyo kanina, na sana ay nandyan na sila, no? From the first day, hanggang sila ay matawag.
Opo, inaasahan po natin na nandito na sila sa unang araw pa lang na paglilitis ngayong linggong ito para kung sakaling merong matatapos sa testigo, makasunod po agad sila.
Hindi talaga sila pwedeng umalis. Tama po yun, no? Hanggang sila ay matawag, hindi sila pwedeng umalis.
Habang hindi nag-adjourn po yung korte, stay put muna po sila.
Have we prepared other subpoenas, sir, para sa mga susunod na testigo na kakailanganin ng prosekusyon?
Sa ngayon po, wala pa po tayo natatanggap na request coming from the prosecution, but we expect that to happen before the end of the week po.
Okay, maraming salamat, Joseph.
Yes, Maki,
Thank you.
yung sa tanong mo, sabi naman ng prosecution kung matapos si Attorney Lotok, pwede na nalang isalang itong si NBI Director Matibag. Ang tanong ay kung matatapos. Witness number
Kung matatapos. Sana naman po matapos.
Okay, Maki.
Okay, maraming salamat sa iyo, Joseph Morong. Samantala, okay, so ang ano naman po, ang pagkakasabi po sa atin kanina na parang nagsisilbi po na clerk of court, no, nung ating impeachment court, at sinabi na rin sa mga reports po ni na Joseph Morong at ni na Sandra Aguinaldo, yung nakikita po nating pintuan na ngayon, kung tama yung pagkakaintindi ko kanina, itinuturo yan ni Sandra kanina, ay dyan po ngayon nag-aabang sina Zulaika Lopez, siya ang Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President, although siya yung ikalawang witness. Ang una pong sasalang ay ang NBI na Regional Director. At pagkatapos nun, kung matapos po yung pagsalang sa testigo mula sa NBI, ay susunurin ang Chief of Staff ng OVP. Sila po ay binigyan na ng mga subpoena para lang mapabilis yung proseso ng pagtawag, pagsalang at pagtapos ng testimonya ay ang gusto kasi sana para nga mapabilis yung proseso ay nakaabang na yung mga testigo sa Senado para mabilis na maipatawag kung sila ay kakailanganin ng impeachment court. Samantala, kumuha naman po tayo ng ulat mula kay Tina Panganiban Perez. Tina, kumusta dyan sa kinaroroonan mo sa Senado?
Nandito tayo sa Tolentino Room, Maki, kung saan dito kami nagbabantay sa update sa House Prosecution Panel at bagong witness ang ipipresenta nga ng prosecution sa trial mamaya, si NBI Regional Director Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Ayon kay House Impeachment Legal Spokesperson Attorney Benjamin Tolosa Jr., itatahi at palalakasin ng testimonya ni Lotok ang naunang testimonya ni NBI Forensic Expert John Mark kalilong. Tungkol pa rin ito sa video ni Vice President Sara Duterte na iprinisenta sa impeachment trial noong nakaraang linggo kaugnay ng article of impeachment sa grave threats. Ayon kay Tolosa, posibleng mabilis lang ang kanilang direct examination kay Lotok at posibleng masimulan na ng defense panel ang kanilang cross-examination sa witness mamaya. Tungkol naman sa pagpapatawag ng prosekusyon kay NBI Director Melvin Matibag, sinabi ni Tolosa na pinag-uusapan ng House Prosecution Panel kung babanggitin sa impeachment court mamaya ang request ni Matibag na maisalang siya sa witness stand bago ang kanyang official trip sa ibang bansa. Sumulat si Matibag sa prosekusyon para maisalang siya sa July 20 o mas maaga dahil ang official trip niya abroad ay sa July 21 hanggang 22. Inihayag din ni Tolosa na hindi pa naisusumite ng prosekusyon sa Senate Impeachment Court ang kanilang request para ipasabpina si Vice President Duterte. Kinikilala raw nila ang na hindi akusado kundi respondent ang bise, na hindi ito criminal case at mayroon siyang right against self-incrimination. Pero patuloy pa rin ang panawagan ng House Prosecution Panel sa bise na humarap sa paglilitis para masagot niya ang mga alegasyon sa kanya. Sakali magpunta naman si VP Duterte sa Senado, sabi ng House Prosecution Panel, hindi ito makakaapekto sa presentasyon nila sa kahit sinong witness. Hindi raw na i-intimidate ang prosecution at matutuwa raw sila kung sasagutin ng bise ang mga alegasyon laban sa kanya. Maki?
Tina, pwede bang pakwento lang kung ano ba yung inaasahan, bakit inaabangan itong pagsalang ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez?
Siya kasi ang Chief of Staff ni Vice President Sara Duterte. At kung matatandaan mo yung video kung saan binigkas ni VP Duterte yung kanyang banta kay Pangulong Marcos, First Lady Liza Marcos at ating House Speaker Martin Romualdez, yun ay noong panahong nakadetain si Attorney Zulaika Lopez sa Kamara. Ito ay noong na-contempt siya ng House Quadcom sa kanilang investigasyon. Maki?
What do we expect from her? Kung yung ano yung gustong kunin sa kanya sa testimonya niya ng prosekusyon, Tina?
Present daw kasi siya noong binanggit ni Vice President Duterte yung mga banta laban sa Pangulo, sa First Lady at sa dating Speaker at mapapatotohanan niya yung mga sinabi ng bise. Nandun kasi siya noong time na yon, Maki.
Alright, maraming salamat sa iyong report, Tina Panganiban Perez. Samantala, kumuha naman tayo ng update mula kay Ian Cruz. Ian?
Yes, Maki, handang-handa na rin ang defense team ni Vice President Sara Duterte para nga sa day 4 ng impeachment trial. Actually, natapos nga ang press con dito sa room na ito ni Attorney Michael Powa at kabilang nga sa mga binabanggit niya, sana maging mabilis lamang yung presentasyon ng prosecution sa testigo nila na pangalawa, si Attorney Jeremy Lotok ng NBI, at hopefully ay makapag-cross examination nga daw sila doon sa witness at may mga impormasyon din kasi tayo, Maki, na yung susunod na witness, si Attorney Zulaika Lopez ng Office of the Vice President ay narito ngayon sa Senado. Kung sakali na matapos kaagad ang direct at cross-examination doon kay Attorney Lotok, ay pupwedeng tawagin ng impeachment court si Attorney Zulaika Lopez. At nung tanungin natin si Attorney Powa kung ano ba ang category ni Lopez bilang witness, kung hostile ba siya o anong klaseng witness, ang sinasabi niya sa ngayon ay regular na witness pa lamang si Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Kailangan pa daw kasi i-qualify ng prosecution kung sakaling nais nilang gawing hostile witness ang Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President. Pero kanina sinikap nating pumunta doon sa huddle room ng defense, pero hindi na natin nakita kung doon nga dumiretso itong si Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Basta ang sinasabi lang ni Attorney Powa kanina, hindi rin niya alam na nandito nga ngayong araw itong si Attorney Lopez dahil nga makibukas pa talaga siya sana nakaschedule sa pagsalang sa impeachment court. Pero kasi nga tulad nung nakaraang linggo, maagang natapos ang trial ng impeachment court sapagkat yung susunod na witness ay hindi present dito sa Senado. Kaya naman ngayong araw marahil ay minabuti na ni Attorney Lopez na magpunta dito para sakasakaling maging mabilis nga yung presentasyon doon sa maunang witness sa kanya ay ready na sila. Tinanong din natin si Attorney Powa kung sakasakali ba ay gaya nung nakaraang linggo ay biglang darating dito si Vice President Sara Duterte. Ang sabi niya sa ngayon ay wala pang ganyang impormasyon pero sila naman ay laging nakahanda kung sakali mang dumating dito si Vice President Sara Duterte. So yun muna ang latest sa panig ng depensa. Balik sa iyo, Maki.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Ian Cruz. Day 4 at ikalawang linggo na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Magandang hapon, ako po si Maki Pulido. Samahan niyo po kami sa pagtutok ang buong puwersa ng GMA News para sa aming special coverage, The Vice President on Trial. Nakatakdang ipresenta ng prosekusyon ngayong araw ang kanilang ikalawang testigo. Haharap sa impeachment trial ang Regional Director ng NBI na si Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Nauna na siyang humarap sa pagdinig ng House Justice Committee kaugnay ng investigasyon nila sa video ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte kina President Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Inaasahang isasalang din sa paglilitis ngayong linggo sina Office of the Vice President Chief of Staff Attorney Zulaika Lopez at Belinda Bello ng Legislative Security Bureau ng House of Representatives. Ang isa pa sa mga ipinatatawag ng korte na si NBI Director Melvin Matibag, hiniling sa prosekusyon na isalang na siya ng maaga bago o sa mismong July 20 dahil may dadaluhan siyang regional summit sa Bangkok, Thailand sa July 21 to 22. Kinukunan pa namin ng reaksyon dyan ang prosekusyon. Sa panayam ng Super Radyo DZBB, sinabi ni Senador Ping Lacson na suhestyon niyang ipa-standby na sa Senado ang mga nakalinyang testigo kada linggo para maisalang na kung maagang matapos ang isa. Ayon kay Lacson, bukas naman sa mungkahing ito si Impeachment Court Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero. Sa puntong ito, makakasama naman natin si Attorney Dante Gatmaytan, profesor ng Constitutional Law at Legal History sa University of the Philippines College of Law. Magandang hapon po, Attorney. Attorney, nasa ikalawang linggo na tayo ng impeachment trial. Ano po yung aasahan natin ngayon?
Sa ngayon siguro, a lot of the technical things, lalabas yan eh. Yan yung nakita natin ng unang 3 araw. Ina-explain ng prosecution na binerify nila yung authenticity ng video na kung saan apparently o allegedly nag-commit ng grave threats ang Vice Presidente laban sa Pangulo among other people. And ngayon, I think ang point ng prosecution is to show na in-investigate nila yung, if any, actions taken by the Vice President to secure the services of an assassin to fulfill yung kanyang threat.
Importante ho yun. Parang yun yung binabanggit kanina. Yun hata yung isasalang na Regional Director ng NBI na maliban nga dito po sa video ay meron pa pong ibang klaseng investigasyon. Ang pagkakatanong daw dun sa prosecution may nakausap bang tao? Supposedly.
So that will help the case of the prosecution. Okay? So technically kasi, Ang issue naman dito ay hindi whether nagkumuha siya ng ng assassin. Ang issue dun sa grave threats ay nagbanta ba siya? Okay? Nakalagay na sa batas yung elements ng grave threats. So all the prosecution has to do is prove na naka-check lahat ng mga elements ng crime na yon. So technically, hindi kailangan ipakita na nag-hire nga siya. Although, pag mapakita ng prosecution na she took steps, I think so. I think that will really help yung case ng prosecution.
So ang kailangan lang po nila para kasi ay makitang nagbanta. Pero hindi nila kailangan na yung beyond reasonable doubt. Ganun po ba yun?
Hindi nga ito criminal proceeding, no? So yung guilt is not to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. Yun din ang isang nakita kong problema dun sa, if I may, problema dun sa first 3 days, sobrang technical. Ang sinasagot nating tanong dito ay, nararapat bang manatili sa poder ang Vice President given itong mga grounds for her impeachment? Hindi siya guilty of the following crimes. Although, in the process of showing na hindi nga siya worthy of staying in government service, pwedeng ipakita ng prosecution na she in fact committed certain crimes.
But isn't that part of it? Kailangan matibay yung ebidensya mo para sabihin na she has to be impeached.
Yes. Kaya nga sobrang technical no first week, no? Kasi para walang question, baka sabihin na naman ng Supreme Court may denial ng due process dyan. Kailangan ipakita talaga nila saan nanggaling itong video na to, sinigurado ba nila authentic itong video na to. And hopefully today, papatungan nila yan ng other evidence showing that she in fact took steps para kumuha ng assassin. I think that's what they're going for today.
Sir, kasi laging napag-uusapan kung a-attend ba si Vice President Sara Duterte sa kanyang impeachment trial o hindi. Tapos naitanong din yan kanina sa press conference ng depensa. Pero ang sabi nga right now, ang pagkakasabi ni Atty. Powa, sa pagkakaalam niya nasa Davao City, and he doesn't know kung a-attend ba o kung kailan, kung a-attend man. Kailangan ba, attorney, na mag-attend si Vice President Duterte sa kanyang impeachment trial?
I don't think so. I think sinasabi ng mga observers na under the Senate rules, wala namang requirement. No? Although, politically, it might help her cause kung pakita niya na hindi siya takot, one. Two, na nire-respeto niya yung impeachment process. Kasi all the others who came before her, si Estrada, President Estrada, Chief Justice Corona, were both there nung first day, nung may arraignment. Tapos, and succeeding days, important points dun sa trial nila. And, I think that helps kasi gusto nilang sagutin. Lumalabas na, gusto na ready sila harapin yung mga paratang against them. So, it might affect yung voting ng judges. Diba? As opposed to one who keeps on evading yung issues.
Pero wala to sa procedure. Hindi ho siya required na magpunta, pero perception-wise, parang ganun. Perception ng labanan.
I think so. I think, pero hindi ko memorize yung rules ng Senate, but as far as I know, hindi nga required. And, yun namang prosecution cannot compel her to attend. Diba? Kasi baka manggaling pa sa kanya yung mga words na makakaipit sa kanya. So, I think wala namang nagsasabi na pilitin siyang pumunta eh.
Talking about yung kanina sinasabi niya about technicalities too, and of course yung legal procedures of an impeachment trial. Ang susunod po kasi after the NBI Regional Director, we're expecting Attorney Zulaika Lopez, the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Isa po yun sa pinag-uusapan kanina, kung hostile witness or regular witness. Ano ba yun, Attorney?
Well, usually hostile witness kasi yan yung usually this is what happens. May witness ka, tapos biglang nagbaligtad ng testimony, papadeclare mo na hostile witness, tapos iba na pwede mo nang gamitan ng leading questions, hindi mo na yung mga iba na yung pagtrata mo sa kanya. To be honest, hindi ko makita yung point ng prosecution on why they want Attorney Lopez to appear. Kasi,
as their witness, di ba? As a prosecution witness.
I would think na the defense would present her, kasi may sinasabi yung Vice President last week na may context, di ba? May threats. And she would be important in setting or explaining ano ba yung context na kung bakit nagalit yung Vice Presidente. But hindi ko pa makita kung bakit kung bakit siya ni-request ng prosecution.
So maaari po mamaya na kung halimbawa may oras at naisa lang po si attorney ay si Ms. Lopez, maaaring sabihin ng prosecution na hostile witness. But why would they want to have a hostile witness?
Yun nga. On this point, hindi ko ma-figure out yung strategy nila.
Kasi kung katulad ng sinabi ninyo kanina, dapat depensan tumawag sa kanya.
If they want to show yung context. No? So, pinatawag sila ng prosecution, but I'm not sure yet why. Or paano nila to gagamitin.
What do you think? Why do you think paano makakatulong? Kung ipinatawag nila si Lopez, paano makakatulong sa depensa?
Sa defense?
Kasi silang, sa depensa, sa prosecution.
Yun na nga eh. Ayaw masyadong mag-guess. Ayaw masyadong mag-guess. Baka before, pag nag-start na, baka makita natin what they're driving at.
Okay. So, mamaya-maya po, meron po tayo yun sa NBI Regional Director, and of course, the prosecution plans to call Zulaika Lopez na sa ngayon hindi pa natin makita kung bakit nila pinapatawag. Okay. Nitong unang linggo ng trial, ang pinag-usapan po yung authenticity ng video. So bakit po mahalaga yung authenticity ng video?
Para walang doubt as to whether it's the Vice President or not. Pero sa totoo lang, nung lumabas naman yung video na yan, wala namang nag-deny eh. Di ba? In fact, the Vice President tried to explain, di ba? Yung what she meant when she said those threats, those alleged threats. So, para lang I think, wala nang question. Let's follow yung procedure ng pag-authenticate ng evidence so that nobody can complain later on. Diba?
Kasi parang naka-anchor dito no, attorney? Yung grave threats.
Oh, yes. Kasi
dito sa
talaga.
video na to.
Pero unless they can show na it's not authentic, admissible talaga yan. Plus, yung ginawa ng witness nila last time was to establish na ito yung paraan how I authenticated the video. It seems to be consistent with practice. So, on that point, I think they did a good job.
Tapos may papatawag pa silang isa pa na sinasabi nila magtatahi at magtatawid.
Yun nga daw.
Dun sa grave threats. Pero di ba after nito, meron pa po tayo sa Article 4, maliban sa grave threats is inciting to sedition.
Ibang speech ata yan, no? So we probably, dadaanan natin yung yung same process na ginawa na kailangan mo i-authenticate yung speech na yan. The defense will say, may context yan. But it probably will be shorter kasi maiksi lang ata yung speech na yan eh. I think in that speech, she was riding up the audience, from my point of view. And the government can say, that's inciting sedition. Kasi naano mo na eh. You're telling people not to follow the law. So, may kaso sila. So again, it's going to be a question of totoo ba yung video? And then, do her actions and her statements fill the requirements for the crime of inciting to sedition. Yun yung mangyayari ulit.
Kahit sa isang speech lang?
Yes.
Attorney?
Oh.
Because okay.
Kahit isang speech lang.
Kahit isang speech lang.
In the same way, kahit isang rant lang to, sorry for the term, no? Yung where she allegedly threatened the lives ng Presidente, First Lady, former Speaker, that would be enough. Diba? Wala namang requirements what has na repeated eh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So ito, mabilis dapat po to kasi isa lang na insidente.
Yes. Hindi tayo magpapakita ng pattern. Yung gabi na yon, nung nagalit siya, ang question is, ito bang acts na to ay, do they fall under grave threats? Tapos yung speech niya, I think sa Davao City ata yan, no? Yung bang sinabi niya dito, would it constitute inciting to sedition? Yun.
I think there are several witnesses just for Article 4 Medyo nasa ikalawang ano pa lang po tayo, testigo kung maulit. Ay, kung makikita po natin, Attorney, isa-isa na pong pumapasok ang ating mga senator judges. We saw Senator Ping Lacson, Senator Bam Aquino, makikita naman po natin ngayon sa ating screen na isa-isa na silang papasok because 2:00 po ng hapon, any moment now, no, ay magsisimula na ang mismong impeachment trial. Kaya't ayan, ito yung aabangan natin. Sinasabi nyo, Attorney, baka marami na namang mga technicalities na kailangan nating linawin mamaya habang sa pagsasagawa ng impeachment.
Tignan natin, no? Sana hindi katulad yung last week.
Bakit po? Nakakatagal ba siya?
Yung ano kasi, part of the reason na tumagal last week kasi yung nature ng objections eh. So parang pareho-pareho lang naman yung objection ng defense that may ruling na si presiding officer Escudero on what to do about your objections.
Okay. Sandali lang po natin. Bibitawan lang po natin ang ating diskusyon. Kasama si Attorney Dante Gatmaytan. Salamat po. Babalikan po namin kayo maya-maya lang. Attorney, babalik po tayo sa Senate of the Philippines.
While the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge J.V. Arcito.
Ama namin makapangyarihan, lumalapit kami sa iyo nang may pakumbaba. Batid namin na ang karunungan ng tao ay may hangganan. Ngunit ang iyong katotohanan at kaungan ay nanatili magpakailanman. Sa pagtupad namin ng aming tungkulin bilang mga senator judges, hinihiling namin ang iyong gabay sa lahat ng aming gagawin. Pagkalooban mo, nawa kami ng tapat na puso at malinaw na pag-iisip sa buong panahon ng paglilitis na ito. Panginoon, nakikiusap po kami, nakain niyo kami sa landas na makatarungan na may patas na pagtingin sa karapatan ng bawat isa. Dalhin niyo kami sa liwanag pagkat nakapiring ang aming mga mata. Hindi man po namin hiningi, ngunit ipinagkatiwala sa amin ng konstitusyon ang timbangan ng katarungan. Kumiling nawa ito sa karapat-dapat na pagkalooban nito. Nawa ang inyong salita ang maging gabay sa aming paglilingkod at pagdala sa amin sa katotohanan. Kagaya po ng winika sa Leviticus verse 15, do not pervert justice, do not show partiality, but judge your neighbor fairly. Lagi po naman tatandaan ang gubilin niyong ito. Ama, anuman ang maging bunga ng paglilitis na ito, hindi nawa ito makita bilang tagumpay ng isa at pagkatalo ng iba, kundi para sa ikabubuti ng sambayanang Pilipino. Lahat po ng aming gagawin ay para sa lugod mo at hindi para sa kapakpinabangan ng sino bang tao, mga partido o kanilang mga pansariling interes. Kundi ito'y para sa pagpapatibay ng aming mga institusyon ng pamahalaan at sa pagpapanatili ng tiwala ng mamamayan sa demokrasya ng aming bayan. Buong puso po naming nananalangin na sa lahat ng aming gagawin, lagit-lagi namin kayong pinupurihan. Amen.
Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Cayetano Alan. Senator Judge Cayetano Pia. Senator Judge De La Rosa. Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Estrada. Senator Judge Go. Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Lapid. Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Marcoleta. Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Soto III. Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin. Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi. Senator Judge Villanueva. Senator Judge Villar Camille. Senator Judge Villar Mark. Senator Judge Zubiri. The presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero. The Senate President, Sherwin T. Gatchalian.
With 17 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. We note the presence of Senator Judge Bongo. We have 18, and Senator Judge Amy Marcos. We have 19 senators present. We have 18 senators present for the record.
If there are no objections, we dispense with the reading of the July 8, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and consider the same as approved. The clerk will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of the impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Noted. Appearances for the counsel for the respondent?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Same appearance for the respondent accused.
Noted. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honors, before we...
Senator Rafi Tulfo is seeking recognition. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo?
Thank you, Presiding Judge Scudero. Short inquiry lang po for the defense, particularly kay Attorney Mark Biduan. Attorney Binuan. During the last hearing, when you delivered a manifestation in reply to the prosecution's statement regarding the fourth article of impeachment, you said, and I quote, "The truth of the matter is this: she and her family were threatened, and while her response was unconventional, it was justified. What triggered her response was a question about Operation Romanov, which is the plot to eliminate VP Sara and her family." End of quote. Now, Attorney Binluan, this Operation Romanov that you mentioned, are you referring to the Operation Romanov mentioned by the blogger Princess Maui during the online press conference of VP Sara?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So the question was raised during the press con by this Princess Maui, but I did not see her name sa list of defense witnesses in the pretrial order. So will you be presenting her as your witness?
Your Honor, at this point, it will depend on what will be established by the prosecution. The defense reserved its right to call or not call any witness depending on the course of the trial.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, in other words, will you also be presenting any other witness to prove this threat or this Operation Romanov?
Yes, Your Honor, that will be part of our evidence in chief.
May this court know now kung sino-sino itong mga witnesses na inyo ipipresent?
Of course, Your Honor. We are not at liberty to disclose that at this time. Again, it will depend on the course of the trial.
Your Honors, Presiding Judge, the first time I've heard about this Romanov is during the Maisog Leaders Forum in Davao City. That was on January 28, 2024. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was mentioned by Mayor Baste Duterte. At that time, hindi ko alam anong ibig sabihin ng Romanov at sino mga ito. In fact, ginugil ko yan. Sino itong family Romanov? So napag-alaman ko, apparently, they were the ruling family in Russia that was murdered by the Bolsheviks in the night of July 16, 1918. Malapit-lapit na sa anniversary, 108th anniversary. Kasi ano ba tayo ngayon, July 13. Anyway, may relasyon ba ito sa binanggit ni Baste sa sinabi ni Princess Maui at yung binanggit mo? Magkakarelasyon ba yung tatlo?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge of what Mayor Baste said, so I cannot comment on that, Your Honor.
So hindi mo napanood yun? Hindi...
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And last question. What did you mean when you said that BP Sara's response was unconventional?
Your Honor, it was a description, Your Honor, of the statements that she made during that press con.
Kaya nga, why do you consider it, why is it unconventional?
Your Honor, the basic meaning of the word is, it will explain itself, Your Honor.
Okay. That's all, Presiding Judge and
Noted and entered into the records. Yes, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Defensor, one of the members of the panel of prosecutors? You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honors. Your Honors, before we proceed with the examination of our second witness, Your Honors, the prosecution is in receipt of a letter dated July 10, 2026 from NBI Director Melvin A. Matibag requesting that his testimony be scheduled or calendared at the earliest setting, considering that the National Bureau of Investigation, Your Honors, has been invited by the Federal Bureau of Investigation in coordination with the Royal Thai Police for a regional summit on scam center compounds and transnational organized crime. In that regard, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to request that the scheduled testimony of NBI Director Melvin Matibag be scheduled tomorrow after the testimony of our second witness, Attorney Jeremy A. Loto.
After the testimony of your second witness. After the
Yes, Your
testimony of your second witness. Supposed witness scheduled for tomorrow is Attorney Zulaika Lopez per the gentleman's manifestation in the last hearing.
That's correct, Your Honor. After we have dispensed with the testimony of NBI Director Matibag, we can proceed with the schedule of witnesses as provided in the list to the senator judges last week, Your Honors.
To include Captain Bello, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken?
we can proceed with Attorney Lopez and Captain Bello as manifested last week, Your Honors.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano, Alan?
Mr. Presiding Officer, if no one objects, I will not object to having Director Matibag yesterday, but maybe as a caution to government officials, my good friend, Congressman Defensor, I read over the weekend that Director Matibag is writing because he is to be in a convention meeting the FBI next week. So actually, we're going to be here 30 weeks. We have put aside many, many important things. We have put aside many foreign trips, many local trips, whether it's to help dun sa tinamaan ng lindol sa Mindanao or tinatamaan ng baha ngayon, because we have to be here 2 o'clock until matapos tayo every Monday to Wednesday, then after the SONA every Tuesday to Wednesday. I find it in bad taste that a bureau head will dictate to us that he's not available next week. I was Secretary of Foreign Affairs. That's why you have undersecretaries. That's why you have deputy directors. So I mean, I admire the patience of the prosecution, no? But even the prosecution, they have a way of timing and laying down the witnesses. So I don't want later on to say na dapat natanong ko muna to sa unang witness, kaya lang si Director Matibag inuna dahil ganito o ganyan. No? So I'd like to put that on the record and ask my colleagues if that's acceptable to us. I mean, yung 20, well, at least those who are not in jail or the 21 of us are here. The whole government nakatutok. We put aside so many important things. And then one witness who is in the government, who is a bureau head, will tell us, sorry, but because he has to be with the FBI, siya na yung mauna tomorrow. That might be a bad precedent, Mr. Presiding Officer.
May I be allowed to give a
The
reply, Your
gentleman
Honor?
will please respond to the point of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano.
With due respect to the Honorable Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano, we will always respect the decision of the Honorable Court. However, we will only be advancing his testimony one day based on the subpoena that we have requested the Honorable Court. He is scheduled to testify until Wednesday, and that we will not disrupt the scheduled list of witnesses. We will simply advance it one day.
With due respect, Congressman Representative Defensor, I asked that question poignantly last week. If Matibag will be one of your witnesses for this week, and you said no. In fact, you corrected Attorney Ligutan when he mentioned Director Matibag as one of your witnesses, and instead gave me a list of Lotok, Zulaika Lopez, and Captain Bello. Matibag was not included. In fact, I don't think we issued a subpoena for Director Matibag for this week, given your manifestation after you took over, given that you have, as you said, control and supervision over the counsel for the prosecutors. So he's not in your list this week. He's not being advanced for.
May I respond, Your Honors?
Please so.
Your
Please
Honors,
do so,
that's
sir.
correct. I gave a list of witnesses scheduled for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. However, Your Honor, to add, I also added that since NBI Director Matibag has been requested for a subpoena to testify within the week, I also added in my statement that we will inform the Honorable Court which day we can present the Honorable Matibag, and I was expecting him to be presented on Wednesday after testimony of Captain Belinda Bello, Your Honors.
I confirm that, but the situation is, given the one witness per day rule that we supposedly have under the rules of court, no subpoena has yet been issued to Director Matibag to appear this week. Can the Clerk of Court kindly confirm that for us on the record?
No subpoena has been issued for NBI Director Matibag.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano is recognized.
Actually, my statement and my question to the court is not really addressed to the prosecution. You will have to do the best you can to represent, what you're fighting for. No? So I commend you for adjusting. But my recollection is, because I'm also waiting for his testimony, and my recollection last week, he said that we will not see him this week. And I think 11 days, no? 11 days ang...
That's correct, Your Honor.
Sa article na to. So we're on day 4. So kung hindi siya pwedeng this week, that's day 7, 8, 9. Again, I don't want to dictate sa prosecution or ano, but to suddenly say na tomorrow na siya, when I'm preparing for our oral argument tomorrow and the other witnesses, is a little bit small inconvenience for today. But I hope it doesn't become a rule, especially for a bureau head. I mean, if no one else objects, but if someone objects, I don't think it's really a good rule. Rules are important. I'll have to keep, you say technicalities. No, rules are important. So even yung notice, we agreed on, presiding officer, 3-day ba? 5-day notice.
5 days for witnesses not mentioned in the pre-trial order.
And then 3 days kapag...
3 days, given the fact that we will be announcing the witnesses for the following week on the last day.
Yeah, anyway, I said my piece, but I hope we will not be able to move faster if we have to accommodate the witnesses, especially if they're in government.
May I add something, Your Honors?
Before the Honorable Defensor, presiding officer would like to hear from the counsel for the respondents. Attorney Binlon, what say you?
Yes, Your Honor. We would have to oppose on the basis of the following. Number one, it will be in violation, Your Honor, of the impeachment court's directive that was given last week, insofar as the identities of the witnesses and as well as the order of the presentation. Number two, Your Honor, it will be, again, as mentioned by Senator Judge Cayetano, a violation of the 5-day notice rule. Since while he was subpoenaed the week before, Your Honor, we are learning that he will be presented this week. So the 5-day notice will not be observed. Number three, the prosecution cannot compel also the defense and the impeachment court to present witnesses according to their schedule, considering also that these witnesses have already been identified and determined. Of course, it will be a violation of the basic tenets of fair play. And to join again the manifestation of Senator Judge Cayetano, it will set a bad precedent insofar as surprise witnesses will be allowed at any point in the proceedings. Number five would be, it will also violate our right to cross-examine intelligently. We have done our best to prepare for their witnesses. However, these last-minute changes really a preparation involved, Your Honor, and insofar as laying down the case that we want to establish. And finally, if there are violations of these preceding rights, there will be a give way to Moreover, Your
delay
Honor,
the
proceedings. Moreover, Your Honor, we would, if the prosecution would also allow, can we also get a copy, Your Honor, of that invitation, and maybe inquire of the prosecution if at the particular travel authority has already been made? Because, Your Honor, we received information as well that the FBI had already conducted a summit, a regional summit of some sort, but it was conducted in other words, last month, Your Honor, also in Bangkok, Thailand. So we would have to, again, manifest, and we would have to study, Your Honor, the invitation, and counter-check and do the proper verification as well. So that if it is indeed viable, then we would understand, Your Honor, why it has to be attended to by Director Matibag, Your Honor.
Senate President Gatchalian is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Sinusuportahan ko po yung statement ni Senator Judge Alan Cayetano dahil hindi lang naman po yung counsels ng prosecution at defense na naghahanda, pati mo mga senator judges naghahanda rin. At sa totoo lang ho, itong weekend, marami rin sa ating mga senator judges ay pinag-aaralan kung ano yung kanilang maitatanong sa mga testigong ihaharap ho ngayong linggo. Marami po ay pinag-aralan po yung mga ebidensyang in-upload na ho para po sa ating mga senator judges. At hindi ho ito konting ebidensya, pinag-uusapan ho natin dito. Libo-libong mga papel at libo-libong mga ebidensya. Kaya kung bigla pong may isisingit na testigo, hindi ho rin makakahanda po yung ating mga senator judges sa kanilang pagtatanong at hindi rin ho nilang mababasa yung mga dokumento at ebidensya na nakakabit ho doon sa testigong iharap. Kaya napakahirap naman po na naghahanda ho tayo pero biglang may mga ganitong suppression na hindi ho natin paghahandaan at hindi naman ho yan magiging maayos at patas para po sa ating mga senator judges. Maraming salamat po.
For the record, Chair would like to confirm the statement of the Honorable Defensor. I will quote, Presiding Officer, quote, so Director Matibag is not yet going to be presented next week. Representative Defensor, not yet, Your Honor. We will manifest on Monday. If we can consider him for the Wednesday session, depending on how the trial goes and how long the testimonies will take for both parties. With the permission of Senators, Senator Judge Cayetano and the Senate President, may we defer our ruling on this matter and ask the counsel for the prosecution to submit to us the letter given to you by Director Matibag for us to be able to look at it, copy furnished, of course, the counsel for the respondent, so that we can adequately go over it and hopefully come up with a ruling before the day is over.
We submit,
would that
Your
be
Honor.
possible?
We will submit the letter. The Honorable
Thank you, Your
Court.
Honor. So we shall do it that way. Kindly furnish a copy to the counsel for the respondents as well for their review.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Counsel for respondent, Attorney Vinluen's
Your Honor,
manifestation
if the travel authority is also available, if we can ask
If
for a
the-
copy. Travel authority, if it's already issued.
yes, of course. Kindly furnish us that as well.
Your Honors, we will submit in good faith whatever the prosecution has received from Director Matibag, Your Honor.
As well as...
Kindly communicate with him, if possible, if he already has a travel authority for the same, so that we could evaluate it based on what you have. We
Yes,
cannot
Your Honor.
evaluate it based on what you don't have, so we will presume if you don't have it, it's not yet there.
Your Honor,
Yes,
one last
Attorney
addition. Considering that there's if and when they provide the travel authority, I understand, Your Honor, that one of the requirements is also the official invitation from the foreign body. So if they can also provide that, Your Honor,
Well,
so that we can do a full review of this matter.
Attorney Vinluen, it's not really for the full review of the counsel for the prosecution, but rather for this court's evaluation, whether or not to allow the motion of the counsel, panel of prosecutors. But everything that will be submitted to us, you will be furnished with a copy.
We will
so that you
submit
can argue your way through this motion before we decide on it. So ordered. Counsel for the panel of prosecutors, kindly call your next witness.
Your Honors, I respectfully request that the counsel for the panel of House Prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Ligutan, be recognized for the presentation of our second witness.
Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecutors, is recognized to present the prosecution's second witness. You may proceed, sir.
Mayong hapon sa atong tanan. The second witness for the prosecution is no other than Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, Your Honor, please. We call to the witness stand Attorney Lotok.
Kindly situate Attorney Lotok to the witness stand. Attorney Lotok, please remain standing as the clerk of court administers the oath. So far as the prosecution's second witness is concerned. Clerk of court is recognized.
Please raise your right hand. You, Jeremy C. Lotok,
I, Jeremy C. Lotok,
do swear
do swear
that the evidence you shall give
that the evidence that I will be giving
in the case now pending
in the case now pending
between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte
between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Your witness, counsel for the prosecutors.
Attorney Lotok, you may sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honors, the testimony of our second witness, Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, is offered to prove the following. Number one, Jeremy Lotok is a lawyer by profession, and he was the chief of the Cybercrime Division of the National Bureau of Investigation, or NBI, in 2024. Pangalawa, kasama siya sa NBI team na nagsagawa ng investigasyon sa mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente na ginawa sa isang online media briefing noong Nobyembre 23, taong 2024, kung saan diniklara ng Vice Presidente na siya ay kumontrata na ng isang tao para patayin ang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, ang unang ginang at ang dating Speaker ng House of Representatives. Pangatlo, napag-alaman ng NBI na ang mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente ay seryoso at totoo. Matapos silang isaalang-alang ang mga sumusunod. Una, the manner of the respondent's delivery of the statement that she intended her remarks to be real and serious threats. She was not merely joking when she uttered those threats. Pangalawa, mga kababayan, even before that fateful press conference on November 23, 2024, bago yung press conference na yan, may nakontrata ng mamamatay tao yung Vice Presidente. Bago pa man ang press conference na yan. Pangatlo, ang utos ng Vice Presidente sa assassin na huwag siyang titigil hanggat hindi napapatay ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas, ang unang ginang at ang Speaker ng House of Representatives ay nagpapakita na ang Vice Presidente ay determinado at porsigido sa kanyang pagbabanta. Number 4, the result of the investigation and after determining that the respondents' threats are serious and real, led the NBI to file complaints for 3 counts of grave threats and 1 count of inciting to sedition. Number 5, this witness, Attorney Lotok, will identify and authenticate the affidavit of investigation, the annexes, as well as a couple of videos in relation to the NBI's investigation. And number 6 offer, he will also testify on such other matters as are relevant and material to the impeachment of the Vice President. Ready for comment, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the respondent, Attorney Binduan.
Subject for cross, Your Honor.
Thank you so
The
much.
counsel for the prosecutor may proceed.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer, Honorable Judges. Attorney Lotok,
Sir.
maupay nga kulup haimo.
Maupay nga kulupman, sir.
Waray-waray po. We are both waray-waray. At the same time, si Wano, Attorney Lotok, pwede bang mas malapit pa sa microphone para marinig ng sambayanan lahat ng isasagot ko mo sa mga tanong ko? Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Lotok, kindly state your name, edad, and other personal circumstances.
I am Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, 50 years of age, and currently the Regional Director of the NBI Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, sir.
Sinabi mo ikaw ay isang abogado, Attorney Lotok, di ba?
Opo.
Now, yung tanong, kailan ka naging membro ng ating Philippine Bar?
I was admitted to the Philippine Bar and took my lawyer's oath in 2013, sir.
2013. Now, Mr. Lotok, ano ba yung current position mo, occupation mo, kung meron man?
The Regional Director of the NBI Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, sir.
Ikaw ay isang NBI Regional Director for BARM. Now, yung tanong is, how long have you been with the NBI?
I've been in the NBI for the past 12 years, sir.
12 years. No? Tanong is, I think, based on my counting, that would be since 2014. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Now, kailan ka ba na-designate as the NBI Regional Director ng BARM?
I was designated in January this year as Regional Director of the NBI BARM, sir.
January 2026. Now, prior to your designation as the NBI Regional Director for BARM, ano ba yung previous position mo within NBI?
I was the Regional Director for Region 4B or Mimaropa, sir. I think July 2025.
July 2025 you became. Okay, now, prior to your designation as NBI Regional Director for Mimaropa, what was your previous position kung meron man?
I was the Chief of the NBI Cybercrime Division, Your Honor.
Chief ng NBI Cybercrime Division. Now, kailan ka? Kailan ka na-designate as Chief ng NBI Cybercrime Division?
I was designated in February 2023, sir.
2023, no? Now, sinabi mo ikaw ay naging Chief ng NBI Cybercrime Division. Now, yung tanong, Mr. Attorney Lotok, is what were your primary duties and functions bilang hepe ng NBI Cybercrime Division?
Primary duties, among others, to plan, direct, supervise the investigation of cybercrime cases pursuant to Republic Act 10175 and other relevant laws. And part of my duties and responsibilities is to investigate high-profile cases pursuant to Republic Act 10867, specifically crimes committed by, through and with the use of information and communication technology, sir.
Now, Mr. Witness, of course, you are aware na ikaw ay tumitestigo sa impeachment trial ng respondent. Now, yung tanong is, kilala mo ba yung respondent sa kasong ito?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, yung tanong now is, why do you know her?
She is the incumbent Vice President of the Philippines, and she is the subject of the investigation by the NBI Cybercrime Division, Your Honor.
So nasabi mo, she is the subject of an investigation ng NBI Cybercrime Division. Now, yung tanong, Attorney Lotok, is kailan ba? Kailan nagsimula yung investigation ng NBI Cybercrime Division on the respondent?
November 23, 2024, sir.
November 23, 2024. Yung tanong now, Attorney Lotok, is why? Why did the Cybercrime Division commence an investigation on the Vice President?
We were directed by the then Director Judge IBB Santiago to conduct an investigation with regard to a certain video involving an online press conference held on November 23, 2024, where the Vice President uttered that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, Lisa Marcos, and the former Speaker of the House, sir.
Now, yung tanong, Attorney Lotok, is, sa pagkakaalam mo, or kung alam mo, ba't yung NBI yung inatasang gumawa ng investigasyon na ito?
Well, under the law, specifically Republic Act 10867, the NBI has primary jurisdiction to undertake investigations on cases, among others, cases involving threats to security and assault against the persons of the highest officials, sir.
So, threats or assaults on or against highest officials, sabi mo, di ba? Now, yung tanong, Attorney Lotok, is, sino ba yung mga highest officials na kung may threat or may assault sa kanila, NBI has to do it, an investigation? Sino yung mga officials na ito?
Yes, Your Honor, they are the President, the Vice President, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, sir.
All right. Now, so you mentioned Presidente, Vice President, tsaka yung iba pa. Now, you mentioned, Attorney Lotok, that the NBI conducted an investigation on the respondent's statements during an online media briefing on November 23, 2024. Yung tanong now, Attorney Lotok, is, what exactly did the respondent say on that day that resulted to the investigation?
On that online press conference held on November 23, 2024, the Vice President uttered the following. Huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko sapagkat may kinausap na akong tao. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, pag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Marcos, si Martin Romualdez. No joke, no joke. Nagbilin na ako, ma'am. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, pag namatay ako, huwag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo sila mapapatay. And he said yes.
Now, Attorney Lotok, no, yun yung statement. No? Now, sino ba yung mga membro ng investigation team na galing sa division mo, yung Cybercrime Division?
We have Attorney Van Angluben, the then Executive Officer for Operations ng Cybercrime Division. Attorney Vanessa Asuncion, the Executive Officer for Administration back then. John Mark Calilong, the agent on case, and myself, Your Honor.
You mentioned Agent John Mark Calilong.
Yes, Your Honor.
The same person who testified before you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, how did your division commence the investigation?
I instructed the team, specifically Agent Calilong, that for this particular case, we have to follow the 5 phases or stages of cybercrime investigation, sir.
So you instructed John Mark Calilong to follow 4 stages of the investigation?
The team and John Mark Calilong, sir.
Now, you mentioned, Attorney Lotok, yung 4 stages ng Cybercrime Division for the information ng ating honorable judges sa kanyang publiko. This is the question now. Ano ba yung 4 stages ng investigation na ito?
Yeah, Your Honor. For that particular case, first, the identification and preservation of the digital evidence, the collection and hashing of that same digital evidence, that's the second phase. The analysis and attribution phase, the third one. And then the legal evaluation and case filing as the final phase, sir.
So these are the 4 stages. Now, if you know, what was Agent Calilong's response, and if any, sa naging instruction mo sa kanya na sundin yung 4 stages ng cybercrime investigation?
Well, he said yes, and then he proceeded to identify. He proceeded to identify and preserve.
Continue.
Identify and preserve the digital evidence in question, sir.
Now, you said and that you instructed Agent Calilong to identify and preserve. Na-mention mo, digital evidence. Yung tanong now is, what is this evidence that you are referring to?
It refers to a certain video, Your Honor, involving an online press conference held on November 23, 2024, which was streamed through the Facebook page of one attorney Herminio Lopez Roque Jr. or Harry Roque, Your Honor.
So it was the Facebook page of Harry Roque who live streamed the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Witness, after Agent Calilong identified and preserved yung sinasabi mong video, which you said is the first stage of the investigation, ano yung nangyari after that, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo?
Yes, Your Honor. The agent on case proceeded to collect that digital evidence and generated hash value on that digital evidence, and at the same time stored that in a data carrier, Your Honor.
Alam mo, Attorney Lotok, this is the first time na narinig natin yung term na hash value. And I think it's just proper na yung next question ko para malaman ng publiko, Attorney Lotok, ano ba yung hash value na yan?
Well, under the implementing rules and regulation of Republic Act 10175, or the Reorganization and Modernization Act of NBI, hash value refers to a mathematical algorithm applied to the information like the file, the physical disk, or the logical disk, in this case, the digital evidence, thereby creating a digital fingerprint or DNA for that information or digital evidence, Your Honor.
So to create a fingerprint for the video, is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, the video.
All right. Now, Mr. Witness, after the identification, preservation, collection, and hashing, so far these are the 2 stages, what happened next, if any, in relation to your investigation on the Vice President's statement?
We proceeded to the analysis and attribution phase.
Now, ano yung nangyari kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, in this analysis and attribution phase?
In the analysis, we established the intent, the motive, the capability of the Vice President to carry out the threat she mentioned, as well as we proceeded to identify the individuals present in that press conference on November 23, 2024, sir.
Okay, so sinabi mo, you proceeded to identify the different individuals in that video. Siguro yung publiko, they're now interested. So, what happened? What happened pagkatapos yung mag-proceed sa pag-identify sino ba yung nasa video na yan?
First, we have identified media personalities from Philippine Daily Inquirer, from the Manila Times, from the Reuters, SMNI, etc. And then we have also identified the Vice President herself, who in their presence, openly and publicly, uttered that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, Lisa Marcos, and the former Speaker of the House, and instructed the person to be relentless in killing the three. And it was streamed through the Facebook page, again, of Harry Roque, Your Honor.
You said to be relentless in the killing. Okay, now. After finding out that indeed the Vice President uttered that, to be relentless in the killing, what happened next, if any, in relation to the investigation you conducted?
We continued the open source investigation to determine if there were utterances made by the Vice President in previous dates, Your Honor.
Now, ano ba yung naging resulta, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, sa naging open source investigation ng NBI into sinasabi mong mga previous statements ng Vice President?
We have found a press conference dated October 18, 2024, streamed through the official Facebook page of the Office of the Vice President. And we were able to identify, for us, being the investigator, at least 3 material lines or utterances made by the Vice President, sir.
Okay. So you said in that press conference, sinabi mo, you found 3 utterances or statements ng Vice President. Okay,
Among
now,
others, sir, yeah.
Among others. So let's focus on these 3. Ano ba yung 3 statements na sinasabi mo?
Well, the first one, the Vice President uttered, gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? And then the second one, the Vice President uttered, I realized toxic na itong relationship, referring to the relationship between the Vice President and the President. And then number 3, I imagine myself cutting his head.
Okay, now, recap, sinabi mo, gusto kong tanggalin nung ulo niya. And then sinabi mo rin sa third, I imagine cutting his head. Based on your investigation, Attorney Lotok, kaninong ulo ba yung rinirefer ng Vice President na gusto niyang tanggalin?
The President of the Republic of the Philippines, sir.
Yung ulo ng Presidente ng Republika ng Pilipinas.
Opo.
What proof, if any, do you have that the Vice President said this?
We have that video, Your Honor, dated October 18, 2024.
Now, kung maaalala mo, Mr. Witness, saang portion ng video na iyan maririnig yung Vice President, sinasabi yung mga katagang, gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya, I imagine myself cutting his head.
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
Your Honor, I move that.
Witness may do so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may my co-counsel be allowed also to peruse such notes, Your Honor?
Yes, counsel for respondent may observe as the witness peruses his notes.
Your Honor, may we also be allowed to do the same through
Similar
Attorney
order
Stephen
with
Magalon?
respect to the counsel for the prosecutor.
Your Honor, from timestamps 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 57 seconds to 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 10 seconds. And then 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 52 seconds, and then 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 58 seconds.
Okay, so far, Your Honor, for the record, Okay, Your Honor, please, sorry. The gentleman mentioned 2 timestamps. So question, if those portions, okay, are shown to you, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this juncture, Your Honor, please, the video has already been identified, marked and identified by our previous witness, and it is marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-11 for the prosecution. We move that these 2 portions with individual timestamps, as mentioned, be shown to this witness for his identification, Your Honor, please.
Where is the USB, counsel?
Your Honor, we move that we be allowed to unseal the marked exhibit, Your Honor, please, that was presented last time, Your Honor, please. It's with us. It's with the prosecution.
Kindly unseal the document in the presence of the counsel for respondent. Witness is instructed to unseal the USB. This has been previously marked. So after the unsealing, counsel for the prosecutor and for the respondent are instructed to kindly accompany each other to the tech booth to make sure it is the same, one and the same USB that will be played. Kung may bala kayong buksan ulit, huwag nyo na masyadong i-tape na madami. Para hindi masyadong matagal pag i-unseal.
For the record, this will be timestamps 1 hour 35 minutes to 57 seconds to 1 hour 36 minutes and 10 seconds for the first timestamp. For the first portion. And the second portion is from 1 hour 36 minutes to 52 seconds to 1 hour 36 minutes and 58 seconds.
Gusto ko tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? I realized toxic na yung relationship.
There's one more, Counsel, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Waiting for the second video. Consisting of 6 seconds only, Your Honor, please.
Imagined myself cutting his head.
Okay, thank you so much, Your Honor, please. May proceed, Your Honor, please.
Counsel may proceed.
Mr. Witness, what relation, if any, do those videos have, portions of the videos have, with the video you mentioned earlier?
That's the same video I mentioned, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's proceed. Attorney Lotok now. After you discovered these previous statements by the Vice President, what happened next, if any, in relation to the investigation you conducted on the Vice President's statements on November 23, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor. We have also discovered reactions from the recipients, specifically from the President himself, the Speaker of the House, relevant government agencies tasked to secure the life of the President and the national security,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Thank you so much. You know, Mr. Witness, let's focus on the President kasi it's his head eh. Ulo ng Presidente yung gustong tanggalin ng Vice President. Let's focus on the President. Now, what did he say again in particular?
If I may refer to my notes, sir.
Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Among others, quote, nakakabahala ang mga pahayag na narinig natin itong mga nakaraang araw. Nandyan ang walang pakundangang pagbumura at ang pagbabanta ng planong ipapatay ang ilan sa atin. Kung ganun na lang kadali ang pagplano sa pagpatay ng isang presidente, paano pa kaya ang mga pangkaraniwan na mamamayan? Yang ganyang kriminal na pagtatangka ay hindi dapat pinalalampas. Yan ay aking papalagan. Unquote.
Now, thank you so much. Okay. Attorney Lotok, you said that the former Speaker of the House of Representatives also gave yung tugon niya sa naging mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente laban sa buhay niya. Could you just summarize exactly ano ba yung tugon ng former Speaker ng House of Representatives?
Yes, Your Honor. If I remember it right, I think the Speaker issued a statement during the plenary session November 25, 2024, which was published in the ANC Digital. And among others, the former Speaker stated that the utterances were dangerous, unprecedented, isa itong banta sa demokrasya at sa seguridad ng bansa.
Alright. Now, Mr. Witness, Attorney Lotok, sinabi mo rin na may mga ahensya ng gobyerno na nagbigay din ng kanilang tugon sa mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente. If you may, anong mga ahensya na ito?
Yes, Your Honor. For one, the Presidential Communications Office, the Philippine National Police, the National Security Council, and the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Okay. Let's focus on muna sa Presidential Communications Office. Na ano ba yung statement ng Presidential Communications Office kung alam mo?
If I remember it right, the PCO classified the threat as an active threat.
As an active threat.
And directed the Presidential Security Command to, I think, investigate the matter.
As an active threat.
It was the Executive Secretary who directed the Presidential Security Command, sir, based on that statement.
Okay. Now, sinabi mo rin yung Philippine National Police. Yung tanong is kung maalala mo, ano ba yung sinabi ng PNP in response sa naging mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente sa buhay ng Presidente sa kayong dalawa pa?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
Your Honor?
You may do so, Your Honor. You may do so, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Philippine National Police issued a statement relative to the press conference made by the Vice President. Quote, the Philippine National Police threats any threat to the safety and security of the President and all public officials with the utmost seriousness in light of the Vice President Sara Duterte's recent statement, which directly referenced an assassin contracted to target the President. The PNP recognizes the grave nature of this matter. The safety of the President is a national concern, and any direct or indirect threat to his life must be addressed with the highest level of urgency. Close, unquote. Hindi ko na binasa lahat.
All right. Now,
Your Honor.
Attorney Lotov, now, the PNP used, based on your statement as the response of the PNP used the term assassin in referring to the person contracted by the Vice President to kill the President and two others?
Your Honor, it was not just the PNP, even the Presidential Communications Office also used the term assassin, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, what about the National Security Council? Ano bang sinabi ng NSC kung alam mo?
Again, Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes. Pwede na ba?
Your Honor? Your Honor? May the witness be allowed to refer to his notes once more?
You may do so, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the question was about the statement of the NSC, right?
Yes.
Quote, the National Security Council considers all threats to the President of the Philippines as serious. Any and all threats against the life of the President shall be validated and considered a matter of national security, unquote.
Okay. Now, sinabi mo rin na yung Armed Forces of the Philippines or AFP nagbigay din ng kanilang response sa naging pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente. Kung alam mo, tsaka kung maaalala mo, ano ba yung sinabi ng Armed Forces of the Philippines?
Same, Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
For orderly proceeding, Your Honor, please, I think it's proper for Attorney Season to ask to be recognized first.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that. If I may be recognized, Your Honor.
Depends. What is the pleasure of Attorney Counsel for Respondent Attorney Season?
We'll just state an observation on the note.
Your Honor, I think
Counsel,
you must
we
be
agreed
recognized first.
that only one counsel shall speak insofar as the presentation of a witness is concerned. This was objected to by the counsel for respondents, even if it was asked for by the counsel for the prosecutors.
Your Honor, for
We will do
the
that, Your
record,
Honor.
we are not objecting, but for a properly proceeding, Attorney Season should be
Counsel,
asked
it's
to be
okay. The chair
recognized.
will make a ruling. Attorney Vinluan can
Thank you.
handle
Thank you,
that.
Your Honor.
With your permission, Attorney Season.
Your Honor, I'd just like to share the observation that the witness is reading from notes, from his notes and not directly from the document that he identified.
And if I may reply to that, Your Honor, to that non-issue, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Your Honor, there's nothing...
Yes, counsel for the prosecutor.
Your Honor, wala po sa rules na kailangan na yung tugon ng isang witness, sinabi niyang notes, dapat based isang dokumento. In fact, Your Honor, please, yung iniisip ng ating rules, yung mga notes na ginawa mismo ng witness. For the public, if you're interested, you may look at Rule 130, Section 16 ng Rules of Court. Andun yun, po pwedeng tingnan ng isang testigo yung notes na ginawa niya. Rule 130, Section 16, Your Honor, please.
Before I recognize counsel for respondent, Senator Judge Lacson, what is your pleasure, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. This is relevant to the discussion.
The gentleman may proceed and he has 2 minutes.
Yes. You requested to refer to your notes a number of times during your direct examination. Ang tanong ko, are you referring to an investigator's notes or notebook or simply notes?
No, Your Honor. During the investigation, I have copies of the affidavit of investigations that we have.
Yeah, I asked that question because my understanding of an investigator's notes or notebook to be credible and may even be used as part of the examination or evidence in chief, depending on its authenticity and purpose, and the rule of evidence is that the contents therein were written on the exact dates when the subjects of those notes actually happened. Ito yung ginawa nyo mismo?
Yes, Your Honor, during the investigation.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Senator Judge Lacson. Noted and entered into the records. Counsel for respondent, what is your pleasure?
Your Honor, that was a mere manifestation, Your Honor. We just want to put it for the record.
There being no objection, some witness may proceed and answer, or counsel may proceed with his questions.
The Armed Forces of the Philippines. Ano sinabi ng Armed Forces? Are we done? Not yet. Okay, so let's go back.
Yeah, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Witness may continue to answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. On November 23, 2024, General Romeo S. Browner, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, issued the following statements. Quote, the Armed Forces of the Philippines is a professional organization focused on its mandate to protect the people and the state. Our personnel are loyal to the Constitution and the chain of command, unquote. Hindi ko na po binasa lahat, sir.
Okay, now, after you and your team discovered these responses, Attorney Loto, what happened next, if any, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, in relation sa investigation nyo, sa mga statements ng Vice President on that day, November 23, 2024?
We issued subpoena to the media personalities present during the online press conference of November 23, 2024. Sir,
What?
For them to appear on December 4, 2024, sir.
You issued a subpoena to the media personalities that you said andun sa media conference na iyon to appear on December 4, 2024. Now, sino ba yung mga media personalities na pinasubpoena ng NBI?
Again, Your Honor, if I may refer to my...
You may do so, Mr.
Thank you,
Witness.
thank you, Your Honor. First to the late Dempsey Saidin Reyes of the Philippine Daily Inquirer, and then to Red Hor Marky J. Mendoza of the Manila Times, Bons Magsambol of Rappler, Ana Rosario Malindo Uy of the Manila Times, Jason Rubrico of the SMNI, and Mikael Flores of the Reuters, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Witness, yung tanong now is, ba't kailangang isubpoena ng NBI itong mga media personalities na ito na mag-appear sa NBI sa araw na iyon, December 4, 2024?
Your Honor, they were there during the online press con, and they participated the press conference. So, ang tingin namin, meron silang personal knowledge kasi nandoon sila at nag-participate po sila. Kaya, we deemed it proper to issue subpoena on them.
Now, so you said na they were subpoenaed to appear on December 4, 2024 in the NBI. Now, what happened on that day, December 4, 2024, if any, and if you know, in relation to the investigation you conducted?
The agent on case reported to me that Mr. Reyes and I think Mr. Magsambol appeared before the Office of the Cybercrime Division and participated in the process of the interview, sir.
Now, how do you know? How do you know that these two individuals, at least, si Dempsey Reyes, again, may his soul rest in peace, and Magsambol appeared before the NBI on that day, December 4, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor. Aside from the fact that the agent on case reported that to me, he showed to me the minutes of meeting wherein the signatures of the late Mr. Reyes and Magsambol were affixed on it, Your Honor.
Okay.
May nakapirma ho sila doon sa minutes of meeting, sir.
All right, now, thank you so much, Attorney Lotok. Now, Attorney Lotok, you said that your team interviewed members of the media. You issued subpoena to them, and they appeared. Now, what else happened, if any, in relation to the investigation you conducted?
We issued subpoena ad testificandum to the Vice President herself to shed light in the investigation we are conducting, sir.
So you're telling the public that you, NBI, also issued a subpoena to the Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor.
answered, Your Honor.
Okay, now, proceed, Your Honor. Now, what proof, if any, do you have that, in fact, the NBI issued a subpoena addressed to the Vice President?
We have copy of that subpoena ad testificandum dated November 25, 2024, sir.
Now, kung yung subpoena na binigay ng NBI sa Vice Presidente may petsang Nobyembre 25 taong 2024 ipapakita sa iyo, makikilala mo ba yung dokumentong ito?
Opo.
Now, we are now in the process of presenting to you a subpoena ad testificandum dated on even date, December 25, 2024. That
Counsel
is,
for the parties are authorized to approach and view the document.
for the record, this is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-4 for the prosecution. Have you perused the same, Attorney Lotok?
Yes, Your Honor.
Question, what relation, if any, does that document have with the subpoena you mentioned?
This is the same subpoena I mentioned, sir.
Thank you so much. So the NBI issued a subpoena to the Vice President.
Your Honor, can we just make a comment?
Counsel for the respondents recognized.
Your Honor, may we just put on record that Exhibit P-4-4 is a photocopy and it was not, the original or the certified copy thereof was not produced.
We are ready to produce that, and that's the next step we are supposed to do. Your Honor,
Noted. Please proceed.
We have a copy of the certified true copy. We invite the defense to check the same for comparison, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the respondent.
Your Honor, it is a faithful reproduction of the certified true copy, Your Honor.
Noted for the records.
May
Counsel
proceed,
for
Your
the
Honor.
prosecutors may proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, we would like to know, how did the Vice President respond, if any, if at all, and if you know, to the NBI subpoena issued to her?
Well, the Vice President did not appear, Your Honor. Instead, she sent her lawyer, Attorney Paul Lawrence Lim, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, she did not appear.
Yes,
Question
Your Honor.
answered.
Okay, now, question. If you know, what was the Vice President's reason for failing to appear at the NBI, in the NBI, despite the subpoena issued to her?
I think the Vice President, in effect, was saying there were office matters to tend to, so she cannot attend the scheduled subpoena date, sir.
Office matters. Now, how did the respondent, the Vice President, inform you that she could not attend the subpoena because she was attending to, quote, office matters, unquote?
There was a letter, I think, dated November 28, 2024, which was submitted by the Council of the Vice President, sir.
So the letter, December 20, 2024. Now, kung yung kopya ng letter na yan ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba yung letter na ito?
Opo,
Now,
Your Honor.
we are in the process of showing you a copy of the letter dated November 28, 2024.
Counsel for the prosecutor may approach, as well as counsel for the respondent.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the same letter that I mentioned.
Your Honor, can I make a manifestation on these points?
The prosecutor may proceed.
Your Honor, the letter from the Vice President's lawyer is not marked an exhibit. At this juncture, Your Honor, please, if the defense will agree, we move that the same be marked as an additional exhibit for the prosecution, and the specific marking that we are asking the court to follow is Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-32 for the prosecution, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the respondent.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor.
So ordered. So marked.
Thank you so much. Now, so what did the... Your Honor, please. Your Honor, do we have to pause for the marking, or do I proceed?
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. Thank you so much. Now, so what did the NBI do? Anong ginawa ng NBI after yung Vice Presidente hindi sumipot sa NBI despite the subpoena, kung meron man?
Yes, Your Honor. We deemed it proper to issue another subpoena to give the Vice President another time so she can prepare. And at the same time, in reply to the letter submitted by the lawyer, we issued also a letter dated December 2, 2024, because the Vice President in that letter from her lawyer was asking copy of the complaint and the question to be propounded by the NBI to the Vice President.
All right. Now, let's go to that letter, Attorney Lotok na. Puntahan natin yung letter na iyan. Now, kung alam mo, ano ba yung sinabi ng NBI sa letter na iyan na pinadala sa Vice President after hindi siya sumipot despite the subpoena sent to her?
Your Honor, the document would speak for itself. No need for the witness to read.
I think the counsel
Witness may
is...
answer
Yes.
if he knows.
Yeah, among others, sir, sinabi ho doon sa letter namin noong December 2, 2024 na ini-inform namin ang Vice Presidente na iniimbestigahan din po namin yung alleged threat against sa kanyang life. At sinabi namin na kailangan namin yung kanyang presensya para may makuha kaming information, para ho may mapagsimulan kami doon sa investigation against threat to her life, Your Honor.
Now, what proof, if any, do you have that the NBI issued another subpoena addressed to the Vice President?
Yeah, we have that copy of the subpoena dated, if I'm not mistaken, December 2, 2024. Sir?
Na, okay. Attorney Lota, kung yung kopya ng pangalawang subpoena ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are now in the process of showing you that subpoena. The defense may also check.
Counsel for the prosecutor as well as respondent may approach to compare.
And for the record, that second subpoena addressed to the Vice President has been previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-6 for the prosecution.
That's the same subpoena I mentioned, sir.
Okay, so that's the same subpoena. Do we have any observation from the defense?
Counsel for respondent.
The document is a machine copy, Your Honor.
Machine copy. Stephen. Where's the Stephen? Your Honor, we move that the certified true copy in our possession be compared with the photocopy identified by the witness, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, this has not been marked, right?
This has been marked this time, Your Honor, please. The second subpoena.
This has been marked already.
Yes, Your Honor.
Same observation, Your Honor, as the last document.
Meaning it is a photocopy?
It is the same as the photocopy of the copies are the same, but it is not the original, just a photocopy of the original, Your Honor. That was certified.
Wait, so
I do not get it, Counsel.
Your Honor, the other document that the prosecution is showing is a certified copy, Your Honor. So in other words, it is the same as the photocopy that was previously marked, Your Honor.
But certified.
Correct, Your Honor.
Noted.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Now, you also mentioned, Attorney Lotok, yung isang letter, this time, it's dated December 2, 2024. Now, kung yung letter na iyan ipapakita sa'yo, ma-identify mo ba ito?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are in the process of showing you a copy of that letter that is previously marked as Exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-5 with submarking P-Roman numeral 4-5, small letter A. May you peruse the same and answer the question, after perusing the document, what relation, if any, does this document have with the one you mentioned?
The same document that I mentioned, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, Mr. Witness, sa pangalawang subpoena,
Your Honor, the document again is a photocopy, machine copy.
Your Honor, we move that the certified true copy that we have in possession be compared with the photocopy that is marked in exhibit for the prosecution, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for respondent is instructed to so view the certified true copy and make the corresponding manifestation of their observation.
Faithful reproduction of the certified copy, Your Honor.
Noted.
Thank you so much.
Counsel,
Proceed,
may
Your Honor. Now, Attorney Lotok, ano ba yung naging tugon, kung meron man, tsaka kung alam mo, ng Vice Presidente sa pangalawang subpoena na inisyo ng NBI?
Yes, Your Honor. The Vice President, again, did not appear, but instead sent her lawyer with another letter.
Another letter?
Yes, Your Honor. Submitted to the Office of the Cybercrime Division.
Okay, now, kung alam mo, ano ba yung nilalaman ng letrang iyan, yung pangalawang letter ng Vice President in response to the second subpoena ng NBI?
If I remember it right, sinasabi doon we must state the obvious. The NBI is under the administrative supervision ng Secretary of Justice, who is an alter ego of the President. And the Executive Secretary is the chief alter ego. So, minarapat daw niya makinig sa kanyang counsel at hindi na mag-appear sa subpoena ng NBI, Your Honor.
Now, kung yung, what proof, if any, do you have of that letter?
We have copy of that letter, Your Honor.
Kung yung kopya ng letter na yan ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, we are showing you a copy of the letter dated December 10, 2024. The question after you peruse the same, what relation, if any, does that document have with the letter you mentioned?
The same document that I mentioned, sir.
Your Honor, manifestation, the same letter coming from the Vice President's counsel is not marked in exhibits by the prosecution. Same with the previous letter we moved, that the same, with agreement from the defense counsel, be marked as our exhibit P-Roman numeral 4-33 for the prosecution. It is a photocopy of that letter, Your Honor, please.
What does counsel for the respondent say?
No objection to that, Your Honor.
No objection. Thank you so much.
Noted. Kindly have it marked.
Your Honor, proceed. Now, Mr. Witness, what else, if any, did the letter state, if any?
Well, the counsel for the Vice President stated that the Vice President is confident that the NBI will also investigate the alleged threat against her life. Yun po yung tenor ng letter na yun, sir.
Now, ito yung tanong now. You mentioned earlier that the Vice President stated that she already contracted an assassin to kill the President and the two others. Now, Attorney Lotok, wait, not yet done. No question yet.
Please proceed, Counsel.
As the head of the investigation team, what was your impression of the Vice President when she declared that she already contracted an assassin to kill the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls
What
for an
ground?
opinion.
Opinion. You may cite the rule, Your Honor, please.
And misleading as well, Your Honor. She never mentioned the word assassin.
Your Honor, the term, may I reply to that, Your Honor, please?
Counsel for the
The
prosecution
term
is recognized.
assassin is not a fiction. It is the same term used by the PNP and by the PCO. So it's not plucked out of thin air, Your Honor, please. So we have basis for using the term assassin.
But Your Honor, the counsel mentioned that it was VP Sara who mentioned it, and that was phrased in his answer. So we are objecting to that, Your Honor.
With the understanding that the witness will base his answer on his investigation or knowledge insofar as the investigation that he himself conducted and led is concerned, and not as a conclusion of fact and law. The witness may answer.
What was your impression?
Yes, Your Honor. To me, as the chief investigator at that time, the utterances made by the Vice President was serious, and the threat was real and actual, sir.
Mr. Witness, if I may intercede, counsel, is this contained in your investigation report?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, counsel.
Seryoso tsaka totoong pagbabanta. Now, what made you say that? Na yung pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente ay both seryoso at totoo.
Well, Your Honor, we considered the content and context of the utterances made by the Vice President in November 23, 2024, as well as the utterances made by the Vice President in October 18, 2024, and the reactions from the recipients, as well as reactions from several government agencies, sir.
Content and context. Now, exactly, yung tanong is, exactly, how did you analyze the content and the context of the entire press conference?
We considered several factors, Your Honor, in the analysis of that content and context.
Several factors. To be exact, kung alam mo, ilang factors kinonsider nyo?
At least four.
At least four.
Your Honor. Number one, the delivery or manner in which the utterances were spoken.
That's one.
Number two, the literal meaning of the statement, Your Honor. Number three, the nature of the instruction. And number four, the relationship between the parties, sir.
So 4 factors. Now, Attorney Lotok, let's go to the first factor, no? Let's go to the first factor. The delivery of the manner in which the threats were spoken. What made you say that the respondent was both serious and real when she uttered those threats?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for an opinion.
Your Honor, if I may?
Based on his investigation, counsel, he may testify as to that. Witness may answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The Vice President was furious and fuming mad when she uttered those.
Could you repeat it? Furious and?
And fuming mad, sir.
Fuming mad. Furious and fuming mad. Now, what made you say na yung Vice Presidente was both furious, and fumingly mad?
Well, nakita ho namin dun sa video nung niran ho namin, Your Honor. If I'm not mistaken, I think more or less 8 beses ho siyang galit na galit at nagmumura at minumura yung Presidente, si First Lady, and then si former Speaker of the House, sir.
8 beses.
If I'm not mistaken, more or less, sir.
Now, and then you're referring to the video. Now, in what particular portions of the video, okay, did the Vice President hurl invectives or sa Tagalog, pagmumura kung sa Cebuano pamalikas, kung hawaray-waray, buyayaw. Mga ilang beses? 8? In what particular portions?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
You may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In the interest of time, Your Honor, please, while the councils are doing that, I move that the previously marked and identified Exhibit P Roman numeral 4-10, which is the flash drive containing the video of that press conference, be unsealed in the presence of counsels from both sides.
You may proceed.
And then you may now answer, Mr. Witness, anong mga timestamps ba ito?
Yeah, Your Honor, from timestamp 53 minutes to 27 seconds, and 53 minutes to 39 seconds.
So 53 minutes, 27 seconds to 53 minutes, 39 seconds. The second timestamp, if you may.
54 minutes to 03 seconds, and 54 minutes to 08 seconds.
54 minutes, 03 seconds to 54 minutes, 08 seconds. That's the second timestamp. What about the next timestamp, if you know?
55 minutes to 42 seconds, and 56 minutes to 07 seconds.
55 minutes, 42 seconds to 56 minutes, 06 seconds. What about the fourth timestamp, if you know?
58 minutes to 38 seconds, up to 58 minutes to 47 seconds.
58 minutes, 38 seconds to 58 minutes to 47 seconds. What about the fifth timestamp, if you know?
1 hour, 02 minutes and 25 seconds. 1 hour, 02 minutes and 32 seconds, sir.
1 hour, 02 minutes to 25 seconds to 1 hour, 02 minutes, 32 seconds. What about the next, the sixth timestamp, if you know?
1 hour, 05 minutes and 08 seconds, up to 1 hour, 05 minutes and 31 seconds.
1 hour, 05 minutes, 08 seconds to 1 hour, 05 minutes, 31 seconds. What about the last timestamp, Mr. Witness?
1 hour, 08 minutes and 43 seconds, and then 1 hour, 08 minutes and 54 seconds, Your Honor.
1 hour, 08 minutes, 43 seconds to 1 hour, 08 minutes, 54 seconds. Your Honor, we move that those 7 timestamps identified by the witness be shown in sequence, Your Honor, please.
So ordered. Counsel for the prosecutors will kindly give the flash drive to be unsealed by the witness, as witnessed by counsel for the respondents. Thereafter, for counsel of the parties to kindly accompany each other to the tech booth so that the USB may be played with respect to the specified timestamps of the witness.
Punitin, okay lang.
kay Attorney, sa ngayon, kasalukuyan pa rin naman na nakasalang si Attorney Jeremy Loto. Siya nga yung NBI Regional Director ng NBI sa BARM. Ano po yung tinutumbok ng prosekusyon sa pagsalang dito kay Attorney Loto?
This time, ang ginagawa nila, in-investigate nila kung may truth behind yung bagbanta ng Vice President. No? Kasi sabi niya, no joke. And sabi nga niya, may silang obligation under the law na investigate itong mga threats sa Presidente. And ang ginagawa nila dito is to show na they have actually conducted an investigation and that the Vice President herself was asked to participate in it, that nag-issue ng subpoena twice to get her to cooperate, but that she refused, diba? Citing whatever reasons. So it also shows, no, yung expansion ng kanilang investigation to include other statements made by the Vice President.
Parang yan po yata, no? I-play nila yung video. But they're still waiting for it, Attorney?
Grabe sila mag-seal, no?
Oo, kasi yun nga yung sinabi kanina ni Presiding Officer Chisa Escudero. Sana naman, wag masyadong i-tape. Pero ito yata yung hinila.
Na kesyo taksin, kesyo korap, abusado. Utang ina ninyo. Sino ang korap? Itong ginagawa ko eh. Putang ina, hindi mo pala gusto ginagawa mo eh. Bakit mo sinisira pangalan ko? Joel Chua. He did not know what he was talking about. So incompetent, or he was lying through his teeth to get the votes of people. Utang ina ninyong lahat. Martin Romualdez, Lisa Marcos, Bongbong Marcos.
I think we have two more.
Kami yung nagsisinungaling? Nagpipigil ako eh. Kasi gusto ko lang magtrabaho. Gusto ko lang tapusin nyo na yung show ninyo dyan sa House of Representatives para makabalik na kami.
think we have two more.
Ang ina ninyo.
I think that will be the last. Your Honor, that will be the last.
Counsel, that's the 7 timestamps?
Let me confirm. Attorney Magallon. Okay, we have one more. We have two more, Your Honor, please. I was told we have two more timestamps, Your Honor, please.
Two more.
Thank you.
Martin, nangangampanya tayo. Nakasakay tayo sa eroplano. Magkatabi tayo. Nagre-reklamo ka, putang ina ka, walang pera.
And the last one.
Maalis mo man ako sa presidential days, hindi pa rin ikaw ang presidente, king ina mo. Walang buboto sa'yo. Please lang.
Okay.
Wala.
So, Your Honor, those were the 7 timestamps, portions of the video where the Vice President hurled invectives and profanities. Now, the question is, may I proceed, Your Honor?
Counsel, to clarify, that the Vice President hurled invectives, period, not necessarily against the 3 officials mentioned.
Most of them were against the 3 officials, Your Honor, please.
I only counted or heard 1 or 2. Out of the 7, I heard Representative Chua, but he's not one of the subject matters of this case. But just for the record, does the witness confirm that? Out of the 7 timestamps, there are approximately 2 or 3 that mentioned either all 3 or 1 of the top officials. Would that be correct, Mr. Witness?
I think more than that, sir, if you can see the
Make the
context.
voice louder, louder.
If I'm not mistaken, I think 5 times referring to either Martin Romualdez or Liza Marcos or the president.
The rest were either congressmen or a particular congressman.
If I'm not mistaken, sir. Yeah.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, etong mga 7 timestamps kung saan nagmumura yung Vice Presidente, why is this a factor in classifying her threats as serious and real?
Yes, Your Honor. It's very much factor because we want to establish the intent of the Vice President, and that intent is crucial in our investigation. We want to determine whether those utterances made by the Vice President were just a product of a temporary fit of anger. Was it just spur of the moment? Or were they really serious, actual, and real threat?
So what was your conclusion?
Your Honor.
So what was your conclusion? Was it serious, real?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay.
Serious and real.
Let's go to factor number 2. So 2 out of 4 factors. Now, sinabi mo yung literal meaning ng mga utterances ng Vice President. Yung literal meaning, why is this a factor in your conclusion na seryoso at totoo yung pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente?
Yes, Your Honor. Klaro po dun sa utterances ng Vice Presidente. Even before the online press conference held on November 23, 2024, the Vice President had already contracted a person to kill the President, Liza Marcos, and the former Speaker, Your Honor.
Siguro, so the public will understand. I want you to answer in Tagalog. Ba't mahalaga sa inyo sa investigasyon nyo na yung pagkukontrata ng tao na papatay sa Pangulo at dalawa pa, nangyari ito bago pa man yung press conference. Ba't mahalaga sa investigasyon nyo yan?
Yes, Your Honor, mahalaga ho yan para sa amin. Basically, it's indicative of intent that the utterances was deliberately made of by the Vice President. And it really shows serious, actual, and real threat, Your Honor.
All right, now, Attorney Lotok, let's go to the third factor. Yung third factor is now sinasabi mo, yung nature ng instruction. Now, could you tell the public and the court, ano bang ibig sabihin ng factor number 3, nature of the instruction?
Yes, Your Honor. In those utterances, the Vice President said, wag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo sila mapapatay. It shows persistence on the part of the Vice President, that she was determined to carry out those utterances. And from the point of view of law enforcement agency like the NBI, it's alarming for us, sir.
It is alarming from the point of view of law enforcement agents. Now, in Tagalog, if you may, ba't mo nasabing nakaka-alarma yung sinabi ng Vice Presidente na yung instruction na huwag kang titigil hanggat hindi mo napapatay ang Pangulo, ang unang ginang, at ang former Speaker ng House of Representatives. Ba't mahalaga? Ba't alarming yan?
Well, Your Honor, pwede hong mag-take advantage yung ibang grupo dyan, ibang individual. God forbid may mangyari sa Vice Presidente for one reason or the other. Matitrigger ho ngayon yung instruction, and then papatayin ngayon yung, God forbid again, ang Presidente, Lisa Marcos, ang former Speaker. And in fact, even yung triggering na phase na yon, pwedeng mag-take advantage doon yung ibang grupo, thinking na pag in-assassinate natin ang tatlo, ang sisisihin ang Vice Presidente. So marami hong angulo, Your Honor, para ho sa amin sa law enforcement, medyo magiging disorder, magiging chaotic, magiging anarchy yung society pag hindi siya na-address. Yun po yung sa amin as investigator, sir.
But was she not only joking, Attorney Lotok?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
There's basis to that, Your Honor.
Sustained. Reform your
Okay,
question.
now, let's go to, let's proceed, Mr. Witness. So far, you mentioned, ito yung mga factor, no? Manner, literal meaning, nature of the instruction. Ano ba yung fourth factor kung alam mo?
The relationship between the parties, meaning the relationship between the Vice President and the President, sir.
Now, what about the fourth factor? No? Why is it significant to investigation?
Well, in one of the utterances made by the Vice President, she characterizes the relationship with the President as toxic.
Toxic.
If I'm not mistaken, at least 3 times niya binigkas yung term na toxic, referring to the relationship between her and the President, sir.
Now, what were your reasons, if any, that made you conclude na nasabi na ng Vice President na toxic yung relationship niya between her and the President?
Objection calls for an opinion, Your Honor.
Investigation.
Witness may answer part of his investigation.
Una, yung resignation niya as Secretary ng Department of Education. Pangalawa, yung utterances niya noong October 18, nung sinabi niya na I realized toxic na itong relationship. Gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya ba? And then I imagine myself cutting his head.
What else, if any?
The reaction of the recipient of those utterances, Your Honor. The reaction from the President himself, sir.
So the reaction from the President himself. Now, you already mentioned kanina ano yung reaction ng President. Yung tanong now, Attorney Lotok, is, why did you consider yung reaction ng mga recipients ng pagbabanta, kagaya ng President, let's focus on the President. Ba't nyo kinonsider yung reaction nila?
Well, we want to establish whether the recipient of those utterances felt intimidated by those statements, or did they took it serious and actual threat. Material ho sa amin yun, Your Honor, if only to establish the mens rea of
Mens rea
Yes,
ng
sir.
krimen. Now, let's focus on the President. No, let's focus on the President. Ito yung premise now. Based on your investigation, no, what was your impression of the President based on his reaction? Was he intimidated?
Well, yung opening statement ng Presidente, ang sabi niya, nakakabahala ang mga narinig natin itong mga nakarang araw. Ito'y isang kriminal na pagtatangka. Papalagan ko to. Yes, Your Honor. The President took the threat by the Vice President as serious and real.
Now, Mr. Witness, aside from yung reaction ng mga recipients, we focus on the President. Ano pa yung ibang mga factors na kinonsider nyo kung meron pa man?
Yes, Your Honor. We find it, this is from the point of view of the investigator, we find it disturbing when we try to compare the utterances made in October 18 and the utterances made in November 23. And may nakita ho kami doon, at least 3 o 4 na medyo, sabi ko nga, disturbing from the point of view namin.
Disturbing. 3 or 4 na disturbing na?
Na utterances, Your Honor.
Utterances. Now, let's go to that. So you said you compared the utterances in October 18 tsaka November 23. Sabi mo, you found at least 3 or 4 disturbing statements. Tama ba? Now, ano ba yung 3 statements na ito?
Your Honor, we are trying to establish the patterns and the consistencies of those utterances. For instance, nung October 18, ang sabi niya is, walang number 1 ang Pilipinas na to. Para sa akin, number 2 lamang ito. Walang number 1. And then we compared it in November 23. Ang sabi niya, ni-reiterate niya, I do not recognize anybody above me. That's number 1, Your Honor. The number 2, ang sabi niya nung October 18, hindi marunong maging presidente yung nakaupo, kasalanan ko ba yon? And then we compared it in November 23, ang sabi niya doon, this country will go to hell because that person who's sitting, sabi niya, doesn't know how to be a president and who is a liar.
All right.
The number 3, ang sabi niya sa October 18, meron akong 5 impeachable offense na alam kay BBM pero papasabad dyan sa House. Siyempre hindi. Then kinumpare namin yung November 23. Ang sabi niya doon is he was lying through his teeth para makuha lang yung boto ng mga tao. And then nagmura na siya, PI ka, BBM, Lisa Marcos, and Martin Romualdez, Your Honor.
What do you mean by PI?
Putang ina, sir.
Okay. You said that you found these 3 comparisons disturbing. Now, these 3, ano yung significance ng 3 comparisons nito sa investigasyon nyo? Kung meron man.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on these patterns and consistencies in the utterances made by the Vice President, it appears that these statements have tendency to stir up the people against the government, have tendency to disturb the peace of the community, have tendency to undermine the peace and order, the public peace and order, sir.
Now, Mr. Witness, given all these findings, sinabi mo, seryoso, tsaka totoo, yung mga pagbabanta ng Vice Presidente, anong ginawa ng division mo, kung meron man, in relation to the investigation?
We executed, Your Honor, affidavit of investigation, and we recommended criminal charges. 3 counts for grave threats, and 1 count for inciting to sedition, sir.
Your Honor, now, na-mention mo yung affidavit of investigation. For clarity, anong date ng affidavit of investigation na nasabi mo?
February 10, 2024.
February 10.
2025, sir.
February 10, kung yung affidavit of investigation and the annexes ipapakita sa iyo, ma-identify mo ba yung affidavit na ito?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now a copy of the affidavit of investigation. May petsang February 10, 2025. That is previously marked for the prosecution as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 4-3. You peruse the documents and access. I move that the defense be allowed to peruse the same. And the question is, what do these documents have? What relation, if any, do these documents have with the documents you mentioned?
Counsel for both parties may approach.
Manifestation, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent may proceed.
Your Honor, we just like to manifest, Your Honor, that the marked document, permanently marked by the prosecution, does not contain any annexes. And the other set of documents that he is comparing it to has annexes, Your Honor.
I can reply to that, Your Honor, please. if I
Counsel
may,
for
with-
the prosecution will please reply.
Number one, the affidavit of investigation, the annexes thereto, ay makikita yung mga annexes, most of them, as separate documents that have been pre-marked. Ulitin ko, yung mga hinahanap ng depensa ng mga annexes sa affidavit of investigation, nasa record ng Senado yan because na-marka separately because they have been identified separately also by the previous witness. I hope that satisfies.
Counsel, what does counsel for the respondent say?
Your Honor, is that an admission that the affidavit of investigation was stripped of its annexes?
No. Your Honor, if I may, ang klaro namang sinabi ko. Can I reply to that, Your Honor, please?
Chair would like to clarify the matter instead. Are all the annexes listed and identified in the footnotes of the affidavit of investigation marked or pre-marked by the prosecution?
I can answer that. Most of them, Your Honor, please, and I can identify ano yung mga hindi na mark tsaka yung reason.
So most, not all.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And for the record, that the affidavit of investigation that the witness is identifying and that you have marked does not contain any of the annexes mentioned in the affidavit of investigation, without prejudice, of course, to the annexes that you already marked.
Yes, Your Honor.
And identified by either this or other witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. Not attached specifically to the affidavit, but found in the same record of the
Not
court
attached to the document that the witness is identifying right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does that satisfy the counsel for the
Your Honor, we're
respondent?
not objecting as to how they marked it. We're just manifesting it for the
That
record.
it's not there.
Yes.
Yes,
So
sir.
noted. Witness
you.
may answer.
Yeah, this is the same document that I...
Okay. Yeah, you have.
Your Honor, this is the same document that I mentioned.
Okay. May proceed, Your Honor, please.
You may proceed.
Now, Attorney Lotok, sorry.
Just to manifest, Your Honor,
Counsel for the respondent is recognized.
just to manifest, Your Honor, that again, the comparison, Your Honor, was made with the certified true copy, not the original, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So noted.
Thank you so much.
Please proceed, counsel for the prosecutor.
Attorney Lotok, sa pahinang 28 ng Affidavit of Investigation, may makikitang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang S.A. Jeremy Lotok. Yung makikita mo ba yan? Yung tanong, kaninong pirma ito?
This is my signature, sir.
And sa pahinang 29, ng affidavit, may makikita ang pirma sa ibabaw ng pangalang S.A. Jeremy Lotto. Kaninong pirma ba ito?
Again, sa akin, pirma ho ito, sir.
Your Honor, at this juncture, the prosecution manifests and move that the two signatures of the witness be marked as Exhibit P Roman numeral 4-3-1, that's for the first, and the other one P Roman numeral 4-3-2. Reason is these signatures have not yet been marked in Exhibit, Your Honor, please.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Attorney Lotto, in paragraphs 202 tsaka 203 ng naging answer ng Vice President dated May 25, 2026 to the articles of impeachment, which document forms part of the record of these courts, sinasabi ng Vice President na she was merely exercising her freedom of expression. Freedom of expression, sinabi niya. That's protected, yung pagbabanta niya. Are you aware of this defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Lotto, as a lawyer and as the head of the NBI Cybercrime Division, that's the basis, Your Honor. Do you agree with this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for an opinion. This is not part of the investigation.
She's a lawyer, Your Honor. That's a
It
matter
does
of
call
law.
for an opinion, and it's not part of their investigation, counsel. Kindly reform your question. I know where you're getting at, but kindly reform your question.
Okay. Your Honor, Attorney Lotto, you are aware of the defense.
Yes.
That
sir.
is a freedom of expression. Okay. In your investigation, did you consider this, if at all, and if any?
Objection, Your Honor, leader.
There's basis, if at all, if
Witness
any.
may answer.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. We consider that whether magfo-fall ba siya sa confines ng freedom of speech.
And what was your finding? That's the basis now. What was your finding?
Well, una, three reasons, Your Honor, if kung okay lang. Una, when the second highest official of the land openly and publicly uttered that she had already contracted a person to kill the highest official of the land, the First Lady and the former Speaker, and that she instructed the person to be relentless in killing them, we failed to see any amount of freedom of speech in that utterances, Your Honor. That's number one. Number two, we talk to ourselves. If we allow the argument that it is within the bounds of freedom of speech, if we allow that to become the norms of our society, then who would prevent anybody from doing the same to anyone? Pwede na pong sabihin, patayin mo si Senator ganito pag itong nangyari, patayin mo si Congressman ganito pag ganito ang nangyari, patayin mo si Justice ganito pag ganito ang nangyari. So imagine, Your Honor, the anarchy, the disorder, and the chaos it would bring to our country. And number three, Your Honor, as a lawyer and being in the law enforcement, freedom of speech protects lawful expression, but it does not protect utterances that satisfies the elements of a criminal offense, like this one, Your Honor.
Satisfies the elements of a criminal offense like this one. Ito yung tanong now. Attorney Lotto, based on your finding, based on your affidavit of investigation, did the Vice President commit a crime?
Based on our
Objection,
findings.
Your Honor, leading and calls for conclusion of
This is
law.
based on his investigation. Let the witness answer.
Sustained, but the presiding officer will ask the question to the witness. Based on your investigation, Attorney Loto,
Yes, sir.
was
Yes,
there
Your Honor.
enough basis to file a criminal complaint, as you did, for the crimes you charged the Vice President with? Prima facie evidence only, ha? Not as to whether or not she indeed committed it or not, because only a court of justice can determine that.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on our findings, we believe that the Vice President committed the crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Only insofar as satisfying the requirement of prima facie evidence sufficient to file a case.
Prima facie evidence with reasonable certainty of conviction.
Yes,
sir.
that would be a more complete description of what you have to comply with before you can file a case.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes po.
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much. Let's continue. Attorney Lotok, kita magpapadayon hininaton mga pakiana nga naimo pagbaton hininaton mga
Your Honor,
pakiana.
Your Honor.
What's
May
your
I
objection?
be allowed to make a manifestation? Your Honor, as I understand, only Filipino and
my goodness.
English was...
Be careful.
because I cannot understand, Your Honor, what he was saying. So can we just ask that he states his statement in Filipino or English, Your Honor?
Your Honor, Filipino language encompasses all the languages, dialects. It includes our very own waray-waray.
But
Counsel, the rules state only Filipino and English, but I will let it go once in a while, but not each time.
we will submit, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed, counsel, for the prosecutors.
Now, you mentioned that the respondent's lawyer, Attorney Lim, through a letter said that the Vice President was confident in your office's assurance that the alleged threats to her were also being investigated. Malala mo sagot mo yun doon?
Yes, Your Honor. Opo.
Now, what did the NBI do, if any, on the alleged threats? This time, sinasabi niya, to her, to the Vice President, kung meron man.
Yes, Your Honor. We started the investigation on the alleged threat against the life of the Vice President.
You started. So, what was the result? If any, if at all, if you know, to that investigation?
Well, Your Honor, the fact that we issued a letter dated December 2, 2024, we informed the Vice President that we are investigating on that alleged threat against her life and that we want information, any information that would give us any investigative lead on that matter, Your Honor. Unfortunately, the Vice President did not appear. So wala ho kaming makitang pagsisimulan na imbestigahan. Well, may nakita kami sa I think 75 PNP personnel insofar as the security of the Vice President is concerned. Per record sa news na inalis sa BPSPG and then inilipat sa Manila. And I think the reason being is that may issue ng peace and security kung di ako nagkakamali. Yun po yung medyo nakikita naming security issues.
Now, if you know, no? Ilan ba yung natira sa Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group? If you know. Pagkatapos ma-remove yung sinasabi mong 75 personnel of that VP SPG, if you know.
Well, based on, if I'm not mistaken, based on the record, the COA record, I think more or less 335 security personnel. Kung di ako nagkakamali, base doon sa...
335 personnel protecting a single person, the Vice President?
Based on that record, Your Honor, based on the news, yeah.
335. Last point, Your Honor, please.
Wind up, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, you mentioned earlier that your office considered in its investigation in the November 23, 2024 online briefing na aside kay respondent yung Vice Presidente, tsaka yung mga media personalities, okay, na nabanggit mo, sino pa, kung meron pa, yung nandun sa online briefing na yon, kung alam mo?
Well, yung pinakaunang part ng video, si Attorney Zulaika Lopez.
Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Now, yung tanong, Mr. Witness, ano yung na-observe mo kung meron man, okay, about Attorney Zulaika Lopez during that online media briefing?
Objection vague, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, what's vague? Okay.
Witness is smart enough to answer if he knows. Witness may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, based on that video, it appears na nagko-complain si Attorney Zulaika referring doon sa paglipat niya from HOR to women correction facilities, I think. And then yung health issue niya, so parang kinu-complain din niya na yon.
Okay.
At yung nangyari sa kanyang pagka-held in custody sa HOR.
All right. Now, Attorney Lotok, what significance, if any, do these complaints ni Attorney Lopez have, okay, in your investigation on the threats made by the Vice President in that online media briefing?
Yes, Your Honor. We take that into account. Tinignan namin yung sitwasyon, yung issue ni Attorney Zulaika. But when we see the bigger picture, taking all the pieces of the puzzle, it has nothing to do with the Vice President contracting a person, because even before Zulaika Lopez appeared in that video, the Vice President had already contracted a person to kill the President and Lisa Marcos and the former Speaker. And when we consider all the facts and circumstances, the instance where Attorney Zulaika was complaining does not diminish, it does not alter, it does not affect the totality of the findings that we have in our investigations. Right?
Senator Judge, is counsel for the prosecutors done? Attorney Ligutan, are you done?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're done? Before cross-examination, Chair would like to recognize, with the permission of Senator Judge JV, Senator Judge Bam Aquino had earlier sought recognition. Chair will recognize him first. Thereafter, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin. Thereafter, Senator Judge Ejercito, and then Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Aquino is recognized. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Yes, maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney Lotok,
Yes,
meron
po,
pa
Your
po bang ibang grupo sa NBI ang nag-imbestiga doon po sa mga utterances ni Vice President Sara Duterte noong November 23 to 24?
During our time, insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned, yung Cybercrime Division, Your Honor, and the team that was yung binuo ni former Judge, Director Judge.
So kayo lang po?
At that time, sir, hindi ko na po alam ngayon kung sino yung mga team na, kasi nalipat na po ako sa ibang region, sir.
Okay. Yung tanong ko po kasi ay nakatukoy dun sa taong nakausap o sinasabing na kontrata ni Vice President Sara Duterte para patayin yung Presidente, First Lady at former Speaker. So tinuloy niyo po ba yung investigasyon para mahanap ang taong ito?
Well, aside from the fact, Your Honor, na nag-issue kami ng subpoena sa Vice President para makakuha ng information, kasi we need a validated information, we need a confirmed information. Nung inisyuan namin ng subpoena yung mga media personalities, bawat isa sa kanila na nag-appear, tinanong din po namin, nandun ka ba nung sinabi ito ng Vice Presidente?
Hindi ko po tinatanong kung sinabi ba ito o hindi. Dahil may witness rin po tayo nung nakaraang linggo na nasabi nga ito at napanood naman ho natin po lahat. Ang tanong ko, tinuloy niyo ba yung investigasyon para matukoy ang taong ito?
Nagtanong kami, Your Honor. We tried to elicit information both from those people who have personal knowledge during the online press conference. Unfortunately, wala ko kaming ma-establish na validated information na confirmed. So, in fact, hanggang ngayon, nag-aantay po kami. Hindi ho katulad dito sa nangyari. May apparent commission of the crime dahil nandiyan yung video eh.
Opo. So ang ibig niyo pong sabihin, bilang NBI, hindi niyo nahanap yung taong ito, pero literal niyo tong, sabi niyo, literal itong pag-assess niyo dun sa statement dahil ito mismo yung nasabi ng Vice President.
Well, Your Honor, if the second highest official of the land sinabi yan, it's hindi ho biro yan. Medyo mabigat ho yan at yung pagkasabi pa niya na may kasamang galit at mga pagmumura. So we took it very serious, Your Honor.
All right. I have a question for the defense. Sa lahat ng mga sagot ninyo, Attorney Vinluan, parang hindi ko nakita na tinanggi ng inyong kliyente o ng depensa na may nakausap ang Vice Presidente na tao para gawin yung mga bagay na ito. Tama ba? Wala ito sa mga sagot ninyo?
We deny that, Your Honor.
You deny?
That is not accurate, Your Honor, and we will present evidence or counter evidence to prove
Okay.
that.
So let me clarify. Sa lahat ng sagot ninyo so far, hindi pa nyo tinatanggi ito, pero in your time presenting evidence, you will deny that there was a person contracted by the Vice President.
Your Honor, to clarify, I don't understand, Your Honor, when we were asked, but...
in your
because
answer, you have an answer. There is an impeachment
we
complaint.
denied it, Your Honor. We denied it in our answer, which we filed before the Senate Impeachment Court.
You denied it in your answer?
Correct, Your Honor.
If I remember correctly, ang nabanggit doon ay freedom of expression. Was there an exact statement there na hindi totoo na meron ngang kinontrata ang o kinausap ang Vice Presidente para gawin ito?
We maintain our position that we denied it, Your Honor.
Okay.
It is there in our answer.
Mr. President, I don't want to take up time, but I do want to check the official records and look for this because I don't remember seeing that in any of your answers, Mr.
Your Honor, all allegations were denied.
It's a general denial, a blanket denial.
There were, that was the general denial, and there were also specific denials.
Okay, we'll take a look, Mr. Presiding Officer. Hanapin natin to with, and if I may come back to this once we take a look at the records, Mr. Presiding Officer.
The gentleman may do so at the appropriate time. With the permission of Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, since nakatayo na po si Senator Judge Ejercito, ang papaunahin ko na muna siya. Senator Judge Tulfo, Ejercito is recognized. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Tanong ko lang, no, just to clarify, may we know if the NBI has the authority to issue subpoena against impeachable officials? Kasi kanina po, no, sa mga pinisend kanina, subpoena po ang inyong pinadala sa Vice President instead of a mere invitation. Yun lang po, clarify ko lang po.
Yes, Your Honor. Under Republic Act 10867, the NBI has authority to issue subpoena. And as a matter of fact, the case involving the Vice President falls under Section 5, Paragraph G, which the NBI has primary jurisdiction to undertake investigation, Your Honor.
Likewise, for the information may we know what constitutes a grave threat that will prompt the NBI to conduct an investigation as compared to a light threat? No? What are the elements that are needed to be present to be considered a grave threat?
Well, for grave threat, Your Honor, if naalala ko siya, if a person threatens another person with the infliction upon the latter's person, property, or honor, or that of the latter's family, with a wrong or with any wrong amounting to a crime, if that threat is with condition or without condition, or with involved with monetary consideration, yun po, Your Honor, yung kabuuan nung sa grave threat.
So yung grave threat po, may condition or wala condition?
The crime of grave threat, Your Honor, can be committed with or without condition.
With or without
law,
condition.
Yeah.
So as an investigator, have you ever investigated and filed a complaint for grave threats apart from this one?
Again, Your Honor?
As an investigator, have you filed any case or investigated and filed a case for grave threats against anyone aside from this, no? Excluding this one?
I think May, nag-start po kasi ako as counter-terrorism and then organized crime group and then cybercrime. Wala akong maalala, Your Honor, kundi ito lang. I mean, insofar as my being in the NBI is concerned, Your Honor.
So ito lamang yung ito pala yung kaso na naimbestigahan nyo concerning grave threats, you know?
I think yung iba, may mga naimbestigahan, Your Honor. Pero again, sabi ko, yung sa sarili ko po, yung experience ko from counter-terrorism hanggang sa organized transnational crime group, hanggang sa cybercrime division, ang naalala ko lang, Your Honor, kasi matagal na ho yun kung ano yung nasa record. I think itong grave threats na to is pag hindi first time, doon ko lang na-experience.
Gaano katagal ho kayong parte nitong cybercrime division bago kayo nalipat?
Since 2018, Your Honor. Nagsimula ho ako bilang investigation agent. And then 2022, I was designated as Chief of the Digital Forensic Laboratory Division. And in 2023, designated as Chief of the Cybercrime Division, sir.
So more than 5 years kayong nandito sa Cybercrime Division ng NBI.
Opo.
That's all, Mr. Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Tulfo Irwin is recognized. You have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President or Presiding Officer. I'd like to direct my clarificatory question to the witness on the stand, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney Jeremy Lontok.
Opo, Your Honor.
What findings, if any, convince the NBI the motive of the respondent to kill the President and 2 other people? Meron po bang kayong nakitang motibo? Kasi maaari pong sabihin lang nung isang tao, sa sobrang galit niya, napag-usapan na po kanina yan, di ba? Spur of the moment. Pero did you find any motive? Bakit niya po gagawing patayin ang Pangulo?
Yes, Your Honor. As I've said before, when we take into consideration all the facts and circumstances surrounding that issue, nagkaroon ng hindi magandang relasyon yung dalawa, and then nagbato na ang Vice Presidente ng mga salitang mabibigat laban sa Presidente. Pinapakita doon sa October 18 na toxic na nga yung relationship nila. Galit na galit si Sara dahil sinasabi ng Vice Presidente is politically motivated yung pag-attack sa kanya. And then at the same time, pinagtutulungan siya ng buong gobyerno. So, then na-trigger ho yun, if my memory serves me right, nung incident nangyari noong 23 November 2024. So parang nagpatong-patong na ho siya, convolution ng iba't ibang issue. So nakita ho namin, talagang galit ang Vice Presidente sa Presidente.
Okay. So you saw that the Vice President is very angry, right? Galit po siya. Did the investigation uncover any evidence, if there's any, that the respondent had taken steps to carry out these threats or these statements that she made in public and online? Did you have or did you cover any evidence?
Your Honor, insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned, we focuses on the investigation on the alleged grave threats and inciting to sedition. Ngayon, pagdating doon ng whether or not meron na-execute na o may inutusan, I think ang makakasagot po niyan, Your Honor, yung aming director kasi sa kanya po yung pool ng information. At the same time, yung jurisdiction na yan, nasa intelligence service po namin. kami ho nasa investigation service. So, insofar as the NBI Cybercrime Division is concerned, at that time, nakafocus ho kami sa grave threat and inciting to sedition. But insofar as whether meron na bang in-engage ang Vice Presidente, jurisdiction ho yan ng aming intelligence service, at maybe ang makakasagot niyan yung aming director kasi siya po yung recipient ng full of information from different divisions and regions.
You mean the inciting to sedition will be answered by the director, is that correct? Kasi parang hindi po natalakay kanina yung inciting to sedition. Is it?
Well, Your Honor, inciting to sedition, in our investigation, we were able to establish that those utterances from 18 October 2024, November 23, 2024, and other facts and circumstances, even the November 26, 2024, we believed that those utterances have tendency, Your Honor, to stir up the people, to go against the government, have tendency to disturb the public peace of the community, the peace of the community, and have tendency to undermine public safety and public order. And I think that's elements of the inciting to sedition, Your Honor.
I have last two questions,
Please proceed.
Mr. Presiding Officer. So you're saying they're intertwined, killing the president and then inciting the people to revolt against the government. They're intertwined. Is that what you're saying?
Based on our findings, Your Honor.
Based on your findings. And what could be the motive of the vice president inciting people to sedition, to revolt against the government, when in fact she will be the next president of the republic? She's been saying, and everybody knows, and she's been claiming. Why do you think? I mean, did you look deeper? Why incite to sedition? I mean, well, in fact, you're the vice president. Usually, in our country, Mr. Witness, the vice president would run for presidency. What could be the motive?
Well, Your Honor, what we have established is the fact that the relationship between the two were already hostile. And what we established is the fact that the Vice President has committed great threats and inciting to sedition. Yun ho yung focus namin, Your Honor. Insofar as yung mas malalim pa na motibo, wala akong personal knowledge.
All right. Well, I'm running out of time. Can you identify the strongest piece of evidence which you relied in deciding to file these cases before the Department of Justice? And what is the status of this case, Mr. Witness?
Well, Your Honor, the pieces of evidence that we attached or we incorporated in our investigation is sufficient and has satisfied the requirements of the quantum of evidence required, which is prima facie evidence with reasonable certainty of conviction. And the fact, Your Honor, that the Department of Justice has issued certification stating that your referral, your transmittal, has complied all the elements of the crime charge and therefore good for preliminary investigation.
What is the status of the case, Mr. Witness?
It's ongoing, Your Honor, if kung tama ang naalala ko. It's ongoing, Your Honor.
One very, very quick question, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge.
Do you think at this point you have an airtight case against the respondent?
I believe so, yes, Your Honor. Otherwise, the Department of Justice would not issue a certification stating to the effect na kumpleto ang elements namin, na nakuha namin yung requirement, at ready na siya for preliminary investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Tulfo. Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Villanueva, and thereafter we pause for a 10-minute break. You may proceed, ma'am. You have 2 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney Lotok,
Opo, yes, Your Honor.
sa Affidavit of Investigation dated February 10, 2025, nirekomenda ng NBI na sampahan ng mga kasong grave threats at inciting to sedition ang Vice Presidente. Pwede po bang idahilan sa mga kasong yan na nadala lang ng emosyon or may matinding trigger kaya nakapagsambit ng ganoon?
I don't think, Your Honor, kasi wala naman ho sa elements ng grave threats yung situation na yon. As long as we were able to satisfy the elements for grave threats, Your Honor, and when the Department of Justice certifies na kumpleto yung elemento doon, so no, Your Honor, hindi ho yan mamatter doon sa findings namin.
At yung sinabi po ninyong elements of grave threats, yun po yung 4 na in-enumerate nyo kanina. Ano pong elements of grave threats?
Yes, Your Honor. Number 1, that a person threatened to inflict another person upon the latter's person, honor, or property, or that of the latter's family with any wrong. That's the first element. The second element, that wrong amounts to a crime. Then the third element is yung may demand for money or may condition na imposed. In our investigation, mayroon hong 3 acts para makommit yung grave threats. Base doon sa 3 elements na sinabi ko, the offender have complied with the threat na sinabi niya. The offender hindi niya na-comply yung threat na sinabi niya, or yung pangatlong act, yung walang condition, yung threat na yon, Your Honor.
Mga 2 beses nyo po binanggit yung salitang kondisyon, Attorney Lotok. Itatanong ko yan mamaya-maya. Sa DOJ po, sa DOJ naman, may criteria ng reasonable certainty of conviction bago magsampa ng kaso. Sa
Yes, Your
NBI, yes, Attorney, sa
Opo.
NBI, ano naman po ang pamantayang sinusundan ninyo bago magrekomenda ng kaso?
Well, sinusunod din ho namin yung quantum of evidence na prima facie evidence with reasonable certainty of conviction. Kaya ho, kung makikita nyo, yung pong aming processes o yung phases, yung pang-last po niya is legal evaluation. Meaning, pag meron na ho kaming conclusion, bago ho namin ito isubmit sa Department of Justice, meron hong referral kaming ginagawa sa legal division or nagpapatulong ho kami sa aming mga legal experts. So sila ho ngayon yung nag-evaluate, sila ang mag-qualify kung na-satisfy na yung requirements at kung pwede na siyang isubmit sa Department of Justice for purposes of preliminary investigation, ma'am.
Alright, salamat, Attorney. So kahit papaano, ina-approximate nyo yung criteria na sinusundan ng DOJ, kahit bilang NBI?
Yes, Your Honor, and that is on the basis of our cherished principle, the 2-pillar rule in investigation, thoroughness and legality, Your Honor.
Alright, salamat po. Eto, in principle, kailangan po ba ng patunay na may kinontratang assassin para maituring na grave threats ang mga sinabi?
Well, Your Honor, in so far as the crime of grave threat is concerned, hindi po yan kailangan.
Alright. Speaking of condition, kanina na binanggit nyo 2 beses, posible po ba ang grave threats kahit may kondisyon ang banta? Ibig sabihin yung kapag ito nangyari sa akin, ito ay mga gawin mo. Kahit may kondisyon yung banta, posible po ba ang grave threats?
Very much possible, Your Honor. As I have said, grave threats can be committed with or without condition. And as a matter of fact, meron akong naalalang isang case, SPO2 Jamaica versus Attorney Bangot. Ang sabi ho doon ni SPO2 Jamaica, if I lose my job, I will break your head or I will. So it's for us, it's a kind of event-based condition na matitrigger yung execution ng threat pag nangyari yung event. But then when the Supreme Court nag-decide the Supreme Court at sabi niya, the threat was absolute. So it's
sinabi ng SC
absolute yung threat, Your Honor,
Okay.
hindi conditional. So parang ganito, akin sa situation dito, meron siyang sort of event-based condition na pag nangyari yung event, mati-trigger ngayon yung threat na inatter ng offender, Your Honor.
Masasabi pong may jurisprudence po dahil may nakikita kayong paghahalintula dun sa kasong ni rule ng SC, kaugnay ni PO2 Jamaica at itong kay Vice President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. Huling tanong na lang po, Attorney Lotok. Bilang abogado po, as a general rule, kailan po masasabing lampas sa free speech ang pananalita at nagiging grave threats o inciting to sedition na?
Well, we consider the two tests. Number one, yung hindi ko mabigkas, Your Honor, but it's like ano bang tendency rule. If I may, Your Honor, just to refer my notes.
May he, presiding officer.
Konti lang
Witness
po.
may do so.
Yeah.
Kindly turn on the mic. Witness may do so, yes.
Thank you po, Your Honor. We consider, Your Honor, the clear and present danger rule and the dangerous tendency rule. But among the two, ang nakita ho namin yung the dangerous tendency rule. Meaning if the speech would have a tendency to create chaos or to create illegal acts, then that should be restricted. Pag may tendency ho na magiging ganon ang resulta.
So, huli po, attorney, masasabing bang may parang spectrum pwedeng nagsisimula sa free speech pero pag lumalapit na dun sa dangerous tendency rule ay maaari na talagang tumawid sa magiging grave threats o inciting to sedition? Yon.
Yes, Your Honor. Pwede ho yun.
Alright. Maraming salamat po, Attorney Lotok. Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Noted and entered into the records. Senator Judge Villanueva, you have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President, Presiding Officer. Just a few questions to our witness. Mr. Witness, it's been mentioned several times the importance of your investigation, that it falls under yung prima facie evidence with reasonable certainty of conviction. And nabanggit niyo po na fulfill po lahat yan, no? Kaya ho siguro nagkaroon ng first report at second report. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And can you just, for the record, give us an idea, ano yung mga boxes that you have to fill in para pumasok po dito?
You mean, Your Honor, yung comment ng Department of Justice dun sa first affidavit namin?
Yes, to make it clear na it's indeed goes dito sa, pumapasok siya dun sa prima facie evidence with the reasonable certainty of conviction.
Well, basically, Your Honor, yung requirements na binigay ng DOJ, from our point of view, were administrative requirement. Hindi ho yun yung sustansya ng aming affidavit. Kasi hindi ho namin binago yung affidavit namin, yung pa rin ho yun eh. Ang nakita ho ng DOJ doon, yung affidavit ng, I think, authentication na kailangan i-attach doon, and others, yung TSN, affidavit of transcription. This is, from our point of view, to satisfy the requirements of admissibility. But insofar as the substance nung aming affidavit, Your Honor, hindi namin binago yon yung pangalawang submit namin.
So it didn't change, so that's part of your fourth stage, no, yung legal evaluation. In that stage na legal evaluation, no, was it considered, Mr. Witness, yung binabanggit ni Vice President and even some of the defense panel, no, na it is actually a conditional threat that And it appears that the Vice President, during the presentation of the video, is also getting threats. What can you say about that?
Well, insofar as the threat against the life of the Vice President, the very reason why we issued subpoena and we sent letter for us to have the chance to talk to the Vice President and elicit some information, baka meron siyang maibigay na lead na pagsisimulan namin. Unfortunately, hindi ho siya nagpakita ng 2 beses at wala ho siyang may ipinadalang representative para magbigay ng info. Kahit info lang na mapavalidate namin, then matitrigger ho yung aming...
But part of your investigation, did you pursue that? If indeed there is a threat to the Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor. We nag-check kami sa mga open sources. Nagtanong din kami. But again, insofar as the cybercrime division is concerned, limited ho kami doon, Your Honor, sa cases na may cyber aspect. Siguro ang makakasagot po niyan, yung aming intelligence service. Sila po ang may hawak dyan sa mga issue na yan. Kasi sila ho po yung recipient ng mga information from different
But do you think it is important, if it is a conditional threat, it is also important to look at this aspect?
Yes, Your Honor. I think
Thank
so,
you.
yeah.
Mr. Witness, gusto ko lang maintindihan din yung standard na ginagamit ng National Bureau of Investigation. Kung hindi po ma-identify o ma-locate ang sinasabing assassin, does that automatically mean that the threat is no longer credible or actionable? Or does the NBI still consider the statements uttered and the surrounding circumstances and the totality of the evidence before deciding to proceed with further investigation?
No, Your Honor. The threat was absolute. We follow the test of mens rea, Your Honor, in considering whether the threat is totoo. Una, we examine the utterances objectively, and we interpret the same in light of the circumstances where the utterances was made, the manner in which they were spoken, the person to whom they were addressed, the relationship between the parties, and the reactions of the recipients of those utterances, Your Honor.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Witness. I have here with me yung binanggit po niyo sa notes ko, yung 4 stages, identification and pag-preserve ng digital evidence, collection of evidence, analysis and attribution, legal evaluation, and then you have the 3 statements. Binanggit nyo rin, tanggalin ulo niya, toxic relationship, and I always see myself cutting his head. Now, you also mentioned the factors considered: delivery, manner, literal meaning, nature of the instruction, relationship of the parties, and last but not the least, yung utterances na binanggit nyo doon sa October 18 and November 23. Last question, Director Luntok. Bukod po doon sa authentication ng recordings, maaari nyo po ba sa amin ipaliwanag yung kung ano po yung mga naging batayan ng NBI sa pag-assess sa mga pahayag ng respondent? Halimbawa po, binabanggit po ninyo yung kakaibang bagay na nangyari dito sapagkat ang binabanggit nyo pong nagbibigay ng statement ay dun sa nakita nating video ay no other than our Vice President, no?
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
did her position, her access or authority naka-apekto po doon sa how your investigation was conducted?
Yes, Your Honor. As I've said a while ago during the direct examination, in the analysis phase, we considered the intent, the capability, and the motive, Your Honor. Kasama po yun, kinonsider po namin. The fact that she is the second highest official of the land, and definitely she's capable of doing so. And then there is that motive in the sense na may mga issues na sila, galit na ang Vice Presidente, then na-trigger dito sa November 23.
And you would say it's not usual, the usual?
It's not the usual.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Villanueva. We will be pausing for a break, Senator Bam.
Point of order lang. Mr. Presiding Officer, may hiningi
What
po
is the
tayo.
pleasure of Senator Judge Aquino?
No, just a point of order, Mr. Presiding Officer. May hiningi po kami sa defense na pagklaro. May we tackle this after the break if they have identified it in their pleading.
This is in relation to your question earlier. After the others shall have been able to speak, Senator Judge Aquino, we shall be pausing for a break for 15 minutes. We shall resume on 4:40. 4:59 sana sasabihin ko eh. We shall resume at 5 p.m. When we resume, we shall recognize Senator Judge Tulfo, Senate President Gatchalian, and thereafter Senator Judge Cayetano and Marcos.
Huwag po kayong bibitiw. Magbabalik ang special coverage ng GMA News, The Vice President on Trial. Nagbabalik po ang special coverage ng GMA News sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ito ang The Vice President on Trial. At kasama pa rin natin dito sa studio si Attorney Gatmaytan. Hi, sir.
Hello.
Kanina pa po tayo nakikinig nitong impeachment. So, kanina pa po from 2:25 in the afternoon ay nakasalang na po itong si Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Dun sa mga ipinakita niya, sa mga iprinisinta niya, sir, what supports grave threat?
Yan yung kasi generally it's a threat against somebody's life and property. And I think klarong-klaro naman talaga na nagbanta yung Vice President. And I think that's why it led the investigation to file those cases against the Vice President.
Kasama na dito, sir, kasi parang he started with, may mga, yung tatlo, no, yung gusto ko tanggalin ng ulo niya. May mga ganong statements, sir, no? Aside from the video, dun sa una nung pagbabanta niya na sinabi na may hinire na siyang assassin, may iba pang mga video.
Yes.
Oo, kasama po yun.
Yes, I think pag nung nag-start na sila mag-investigate nung main video, of course it led them to other speeches and other utterances, statements made by the Vice President. And kinonsolidate na nila lahat yun. Diba? To determine whether meron ba talagang actual active threat against the President.
Tapos sinasabi nila na meron, sir, no?
No, yun na yun. Considering a lot of factors, including sino ba yung nagsabi, diba? It's the Vice President, so hindi an ordinary person. Kung ako nagsabi nun, walang papansin sa akin. Yeah, and yung relationship niya with the President, which she said, explained na naging toxic na. And if you put all those things together, ang conclusion nila ay hindi ito, it's serious. It's an actual threat.
It's an actual threat. Pero dun sa, you mentioned this when we started, sir. Tapos, na-mention din kanina, may nagtanong kanina na senador, na para magkaroon ng grave threat, kailangan bang maipakita na you actually hired someone to carry this out?
And we said no. We both said no. Kasi yung crime nga for which he was investigated is grave threats. Okay? So yun na yung pagbabanta. And hindi mo kailangan hindi element ng offense po yung nag-hire ka ng assassin. If ever, ibang kaso pa yun eh. Kung mapatunayan mo na she actually hired someone, that's a different investigation altogether. Pero yung mga elements ng crime ng grave threats ay mukhang napatunayan na ng investigation and therefore nag-proceed sila doon sa pag-file ng kaso.
Pero kanina, sir, was this leading to yung kadikit na inciting to sedition?
Yun natin yung theory ng police, which is that itong mga utterances na to can be used by people to be incited to people to do illegal things. Kaya daw inciting to sedition.
Yung pagmumura yun, sir, kanina?
I think all of it. I think
the whole thing?
Lahat ng mga sinasabi niya, maaaring gamitin o exploit ng mga tao daw to go against the government. So legally, sabi nila, that can be inciting to sedition.
Alright. So sa punto pong ito, sir, makakausap po natin. Mahingi muna tayo ng update kay Mariz Umali. Mariz, update mula sa Senado.
Yes, Maki at kay Attorney Gatmaytan, magandang hapon sa inyo. No? Sa ikaapat nga na araw ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte, ang Regional Director ng NBI-BARMM na si Attorney Jeremy Lotok na isa sa mga nag-imbestiga sa video ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte ang isinalang. At sa direct examination sa kanya ni Counsel for Prosecution Attorney Amando Ligutan, lumalabas na sa kanilang pag-iimbestiga ay seryoso at totoo raw ang mga binitawang banta ni Vice President Sara Duterte laban kina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Pangunahin daw nilang isinasaalang-alang ang content at context ng kanyang mga pahayag, partikular noong October 18, 2024 at November 23, 2024. Ipinalabas ang hindi bababa sa 7 hanggang 8 pahayag ni Vice President Sara. Isinaalang-alang daw ng NBI rito ang 4 na factor. Una, delivery o manner of utterances made by the Vice President, and it was serious and the threat was real. Pangalawa, literal na kahulugan ng kanyang pahayag. Pangatlo, nature of instruction. At pang-apat, relationship ng mga partido. So sa una, more or less 8 times daw, na galit at minumura pa ni Vice President Sara sina PBBM, First Lady Liza at former House Speaker Romualdez doon sa mga naging pahayag na ipinalabas. Pangalawa, lumalabas sa investigasyon na may nakontrata na raw na tao ang Vice Presidente bago pa ang November 23 press conference. So this is indicative daw that the intent is deliberate and real, and it shows the actual and real threat. Pangatlo, yung utos di umano na wag titigil, yung utos di umano ni Vice President Sara Duterte doon sa kanya umanong kinontrata na huwag titigil hanggat hindi napapatay ang Pangulo, First Lady at former House Speaker. Nagpapakita raw ito ng persistence, determined to carry out the utterances. And from the point of view raw ng NBI, it is alarming. Pwede raw ito i-take advantage kasi ito kanina narinig ko kayo pinag-uusapan nyo ni Attorney Gatmaitan na pwede daw kasi itong i-take advantage ng ibang grupo o individual na patayin ang Pangulo. At pag nangyari ito, ay pwedeng ibintang na lang basta-basta sa bise. So it may create a chaotic and disorderly situation, and it may cause anarchy. At yung panghuli, yung relationship between parties. So inihayag ni Attorney Lotoc na toxic na nga ang relationship ng bise at ng Pangulo na mismong binanggit ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa kanyang October 18 press conference when she said gusto raw niyang tanggalin ang ulo niya. And I imagine cutting his head. At nang tanungin kung sino yung tinutukoy dito ng pangalawang Pangulo, sinabi ni Lotoc na she is referring to the President Bongbong Marcos. At ganun, makikita rin daw ito sa reaksyon mismo ni na President Bongbong Marcos na nagsabing nakakabahala yung mga pahayag ng bise. At ganun din ang former Speaker Romualdez nung siya naman ay magbigay ng kanyang pahayag na nagsabing ang seryoso at nakakabahala rin ang ganitong mga pahayag mula sa Vice President. Sinabi ni Lotoc na disturbing dahil dahil may nakita sila at na-establish silang patterns, no? At least 3 times, Maki, na may pattern daw ang sinabi umano ng bise noong October 18 na may kahalintulad na pahayag noong November 23. And if you may just allow me, banggitin ko lang yon. Yung una raw, noong October 18, sinabi niya walang number 1 ang Pilipinas, number 2 lang. At noong November 23, ang sinabi naman niya na I don't recognize anybody above me. Pangalawa, na nasa pattern daw. October 18, sinabi ng pangalawang Pangulo, hindi marunong mamuno, kasalanan ko ba? And then November 23, may sinabi raw ulit si Vice President Sara na sinasabi niya, the country will go to hell. The President is a liar. And then third pattern, October 18, sinabi daw ng Vice President, may alam ako na 5 impeachable offense pero papasaba. November 23, sinabi naman niya sa kanyang press conference ni Vice President Sara Duterte na he is lying to his teeth. PI ka, PBBM, First Lady Liza at former House Speaker Martin Romualdez. So ito yung at least 3 times nga na may pattern, no? So lumalabas din daw sa kanilang pag-iimbestiga na hindi ito pasok sa freedom of expression. Una, kung papayagan na it is within the bounds of freedom of speech, if we will allow daw, according to Attorney Lotoc, sa kanilang pag-iimbestiga, if we will allow it to become the norm of society, who would prevent others from saying or doing the same? Pangalawa, it will cause disorder and chaos. Pangatlo, the lawful expression satisfies the elements of a criminal offense. Kaya nang tinanong ni Attorney Ligutan kung ito ba ay mga elements that will prove that the Vice President committed grave threats, and of course nag-object dito ang defense, no? Sabi ito ay leading. At sinabi ni Senator, the presiding officer, Cheese Escudero, na sustained yung objection pero siya na mismo yung nagtanong. At dito sinabi ni Attorney Lotoc na nakikita niya sa kanilang investigasyon na merong prima facie evidence with reasonable certainty of conviction kaya sila ay nagsampa ng kasong grave threats and inciting to sedition laban sa Vice President. Lumalabas din, Maki, no, banggitin ko lang din, na dito sa kanilang pag-iimbestiga ay binanggit nila sa Vice President, kay Vice President Sara Duterte na iniimbestigahan din nila yung threat na binabanggit ni Vice President Sara Duterte, yung threat sa kanyang buhay, yung threat sa buhay ng kanyang pamilya dun sa Oplan Romanov. Pero nung sinabi na raw ang Vice Presidente ng 2 beses ng NBI para makahingi pa ng karagdagang impormasyon dun sa di umano'y threat nga na ito, ay hindi raw nagpakita o hindi raw sumipot ang Vice Presidente, bagkus yung sa 2 pagkakataon na ito ay tanging mga abogado lamang niya ang kanyang pinapunta dun sa NBI. So up to now, according to NBI, ay naghihintay pa rin daw sila ng malinaw na evidence regarding this threat to the life of the Vice President and to her family. Pero wala pa raw silang malinaw na nakukuhang ebidensya rito na kung ikukumpara naman dun sa threat na binitawan niya laban sa Pangulo, sa First Lady at sa former House Speaker, talagang malinaw daw dahil siya mismo ang nagbanggit nito. Maki?
Ayun, Maris, I guess I just want to clarify. Yung on the part of the NBI, nung ini-investigate na nila to, hindi nga dumating no, si VP Sara dun sa kanilang subpoena, sa kanilang imbitasyon. Did they still investigate itong plano, yung alleged plan na security threat against the VP, against the Vice President?
As far as I heard, Maki, no, doon sa minonitor natin na sagot ni itong si Attorney Lotok, ay pending pa yung investigation na yan. Actually, ongoing pa yan at katunayan, naghihintay pa rin sila ng sagot mula mismo sa panig ng Vice Presidente because how can they continue to investigate daw kung hindi naman nadaragdagan yung impormasyon na ibinibigay sa kanila. That is exactly the reason why they are asking na sana sumipot yung pangalawang Pangulo para mabigyan ng kalinawan itong sinasabing Oplan Romanov at mabigyan ng karagdagang detalye yung sinasabing banta sa kanyang buhay at sa buhay din ng kanyang pamilya. Pero dahil nga hindi sumisipot ang pangalawang Pangulo, wala na raw nadagdag dun sa detalye nung di umano'y threat na ito laban sa pangalawang Pangulo at sa kanyang pamilya, Maki.
Last na, Maris, kumusta naman? Kasi ba naka-break sa ngayon? Kumusta? If you can describe yung Senado ngayon, yung sitwasyon ngayon sa Senado.
Oo, kung ikukumpara natin, Maki, kumpara nung first week, no, na talagang very technical yung naging sitwasyon last week. Parang bawat question, halos hindi na nga matapos-tapos yung question. Nakita natin yan from the prosecution side. Halos hindi na natatapos yung pagtatanong ng prosecution. Object na kagad yung defense. Tapos nung part naman ng defense para siya mag-cross-examine, hindi pa natatapos din halos yung tanong, meron na ring objection. So nakikita natin dito parang mas naging mas tuloy-tuloy yung flow ng of course yung pagbibigay ng testimonya ng witness natin dahil parang very limited yung narinig nating objections from the part of the defense. Of course narinig din natin from experts, legal experts na normal lang naman na mag-object, no, hindi naman to bahagi ng posibleng bahagi ng legal strategy pero hindi lang pang-aasar pero kundi bahagi ng legal strategy, no. Pero ngayon nakita natin tuloy-tuloy, mas narinig natin na nakukumpleto talaga yung mga questions, nakukumpleto. And as a matter of fact, may mga dokumento na hiniling itong prosecution, no, na kung pwedeng magamit bilang additional evidence or ma-mark as a part of the exhibit, pinahintulutan to ng defense na siya namang ipinagpasalamat ng prosecution. So, kung i-compare natin, siguro parang yung last week, parang they were still getting the hang of it or part ng legal strategy. This time, medyo iba. So,
kindly situate the witness at the witness stand. Henceforth, the clerk of court is directed to kindly make sure that if a time is given by the presiding officer, that the witness will already be at the witness stand by that time.
Okay, so sa ngayon, ang
The
sabi
Sergeant at Arms is directed to be more mindful insofar as the time of the court is concerned in bringing the witness back to the witness stand whenever we go on recess. Attorney Locke, you shall be under the same oath. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Tulfo, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, do you consider yourself as an expert when it comes to threat assessment?
Threat assessment, Your Honor?
Yes.
An experienced investigator, Your Honor.
There's a difference between an investigator as opposed to threat assessor. Somebody who assess a threat being given against a person or individual. Kasama dyan, halimbawa, mag-imbestiga ka, tatanong ka sa mga testigo, tatanong ka sa mga taong nakarinig tungkol doon sa banta, titingnan mo yung security detail niya, saan siya nakatira, etc., etc.
Yes, Your Honor. Just an experienced investigator, Your Honor.
As an experienced investigator.
Opo.
So sa ginawa mong pag-iimbestiga, whether or not merong real or imminent threat against the Vice President, sino-sino po yung mga naimbita nyo at na-interview?
Yung media personalities po, Your Honor, from late Saidin Reyes to Bonos Magsambol to others, lahat po sila tinanong namin kung kilala nila yung kinausap na ni VP Sara, yung tao na kinontrata. Lahat po sila nagsabi na hindi nila kilala at wala silang alam doon.
Did you also invite Princess Maui, yung influencer na nagtanong kay VP Sara during that online press conference?
I believe so, Your Honor. I asked the executive officers back then at ang sabi nila sa akin, hindi ho nag-appear chief.
So you invited her pero she failed to appear?
Yes, Your Honor. Yun po yung report sa akin ng aking mga executive officers.
Okay. So masasabi niyo ba na talagang merong imminent threat, real and imminent threat against the life of the Vice President based on the investigation you conducted?
Against the life of the Vice President, sir?
Yes, Vice President. Kasi siyempre, pag nag-imbestiga sa Presidente, dapat imbestigan mo rin yung threat against the Vice President para patas.
Yes po. Precisely, the reason po, Your Honor, kung bakit ho namin inimbitahan ang Vice Presidente, may separate ho kami na sulat noong December 2. In-inform po namin siya na, ma'am, iniimbestigahan din ho namin yung alleged threat against sa life mo at para ho ma-expedite ito, bigyan niyo po kami ng any information na pwede maging lead doon sa investigation namin. Unfortunately, wala ho kaming na-receive na information. Hindi naman po kasi nag-appear ang Vice President, Your Honor.
Pero nagpadala ba siya ng representative to represent her doon sa sabina ninyo na pinadala sa kanya?
Nagpadala siya po ng representative and then with a letter, sir. In fact, 2 beses po yung letter na yon. Yung unang letter niya, ang sabi niya hindi siya maka-attend kasi nga meron siyang office matters to attend to.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off. Napakinggan na natin yan para mapaiksi tayo. So, sino yung representative na pinadala niya at ano na pag-usapan ng NBI investigator at saka ng representative ni VP Sara?
I think it's Attorney Paul Lawrence Lim, kung di ako nagkakamali. Ang kumausap sa kanya, Your Honor, yung dating Director Jaime B. Santiago.
What was discussed during that meeting between Attorney, ano pangalan ulit?
Lawrence Lim po.
Attorney Lawrence Lim and the people from the NBI, particularly the investigators investigating the threat against the Vice President.
Iyon nga, pinapaliwanag lang ho ng abogado, Your Honor, yung laman ng letter kung bakit hindi makakapunta yung Vice Presidente. And in fact, doon sa pangalawang letter, may sinasabi ang abogado na 6 years ago, may threat ang Vice Presidente, so hopefully confident ang Vice Presidente, naiimbestigahan nyo rin yung issue na yon.
So 6 years ago, pero hindi nyo ba
6 years, 6 months.
Okay.
6 months yata, Your Honor, 5 to 6 months.
Alright, so sinabi nung representative ni VP Sara na 6 months ago, there was a threat against the life of the Vice President.
Yun po yung nasa letter.
Okay, inusisan nyo ba kung ano yung threat na pinagsasabi niya?
Nag-conduct ho kami, Your Honor, ng open source. Wala ho kami na-validate, sir, na aside doon sa pag-aalis ng 75 personnel na security personnel from BPSPG,
Okay.
and then inilipat ho sa Manila, wala ho kaming na-validate no, na-confirm.
Wala na-validate. Pero-
Your Honor, insofar ho as Cybercrime Division is concerned, pero hindi ko po alam, baka yung intelligence service namin meron, o kaya yung director may alam.
Last na lamang, Mr. Witness. Kasi sabi mo, ulitin ko doon, sa 6 months ago, naka-receive ng threat against her life ang BP. Sabi mo kanina,
If I may,
sabi
Your
ng
Honor.
abogado, right? So, kasi kung ako sa'yo, if I was the investigator, I would say, okay, ano yung threat 6 months ago? Pwede ka bang magpakita ng mga ebidensya? Pwede ka bang makita ng proof or mga witnesses na pwede naman interviewin to that effect? For that?
Your Honor, ang nag-usap po, Your Honor, si the then Director Judge Jaime B. Santiago at saka yung lawyers, Your Honor.
So, hindi okay. Last na naman po. Now, can you say in certainty na talagang wala o meron threat against the life of the Vice President?
I cannot...
Based on your investigation, based on your experience.
Well, given na wala ho kaming validated information at confirmed any data, hindi ho ako makakapag-comment, Your Honor. Kailangan ko po yun.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Rafi
President
Tulfo, Senate President Gatchalian. Thereafter, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano. Thereafter, Senator Judge Amy Marcos. You may proceed, Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, narinig ko kanina nung tinatanong kayo ng prosecution na yung statements ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez ay walang kinalaman dun sa threat na ginawa ng Vice President. Tama po ba?
Kinonsider namin siya dun sa totality ng aming investigation. Then nakita namin na even before nung situation ni Attorney Zulaika, base dun sa appearances ng Vice Presidente, meron na ho siyang kinausap. So,
Yan ang next na tanong ko. Ibig niyo ba sabihin na even prior to this video, meron na siyang nakausap na kinontrata?
That's the appearances, Your Honor. Ang sabi niya, huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sapagkat may kinausap na akong tao. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, pag namatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Marcos, si former speaker. So, nakita namin, may kinausap na siya. Even before the press conference was held on November 23, 2024.
So base sa kanyang statements, sa inyong pag-aanalitika, meron na siyang nakausap na kinontrata?
Yes, Your Honor, and we believe na hindi naman ho magsisinungaling ang Vice Presidente noon kasi galit na galit nga po siya.
Meron dito sa mga tanong ng counsel ng prosecution na yung mga term na ginamit nyo, serious and real threat. Tapos meron din kayong sinabi na serious and threat is actionable. Nasabi niyo yun over the course ng mga pagtatanong.
Threat is actionable. I don't remember, Your Honor, using the word threat. Actionable threat, Your Honor.
Threat is actual, sorry. Threat
opo.
is actual. No? So, I take this to mean na meron talaga siyang kausap na kinontrata.
That's what we believe, Your Honor.
And kung yan ang paniniwala nyo, dahil ito ay pagbanta no, sa ating Pangulo, may ginawa ba ang NBI na imbestigahan kung talaga bang merong nakontratang gagawa nitong banta?
Yeah, I think a couple of months ago may binuo ang aming direktor. Nagbuo siya ng task force to investigate threats against the life of the President. Kaya lang hindi na ho ako part noon, Your Honor. July 2025, nalipat na ho ako sa ibang region. So, wala na po akong idea. I think yung intelligence service namin at yung director, yun ho yung pwedeng makasagot, Your Honor.
Actually, yun ang next na tanong ko dahil tayo dito sa ating bansa, sanay tayo sa whole of government approach, whole of nation approach. Dapat merong whole of agency approach, in this case, the NBI. Ang tanong ko, meron ba kayo mismo o kasama ba kayo mismo doon sa pag-iimbestiga ng actual na threat, yung pagkontrata ng tao na pwedeng gawin itong threat na ito?
I believe so, Your Honor. The fact na mayroong binuong special task force.
At kasali kayo doon?
Hindi po ako kasali, Your Honor.
Bakit hindi kayo kasali doon? Ako nagtataka dahil kung banta to sa buhay ng ating Pangulo at nanggaling sa opisina ninyo yung source, dapat kasali kayo.
You mean, Your Honor, since nasa regional office ako, nung nagbuo ng task force, definitely itatap nila yung mga regional offices. Na meron ba dyan sa region ninyo na information o intelligence na ganito? Meron hong ganong practice, Your Honor.
Pero kayo mismo, kasali ba kayo doon sa nag-imbestiga nung actual, yung kinuntratang tao? At meron bang nakitang ganon?
Hindi ko masasagot yan, Your Honor. Ang makakaalam po niyan, yung aming intelligence service kasi nasa 40 po nila yan at ng aming director.
At meron bang ginawang coordination? Kasi ito, Pangulo, no less than our President. Meron bang ginawang coordination kayo o yung binuong task force ng NBI kasama ang nag-coordinate sa NSC, nag-coordinate sa PSG at sa iba pang mga national agencies? Dahil Pangulo natin to eh.
Opo.
Meron bang ganun na ginawa kayo o yung binuong task force?
Well, insofar as the Cybercrime Division during that time, ang focus ho namin is yung investigation dun sa threat against the life vis-a-vis yung November 23, 2024 utterances. Now, insofar dun sa sinasabi niyo po, Your Honor, ang makakasagot po niyan, yung intelligence service po namin. Kasi ano na po yun eh. Para siyang deep dive intelligence gathering na po yun.
Ang punto ko lang naman is, sa ganitong napakahalagang banta, ini-expect ko sa NBI na meron silang whole of agency approach na kasama kayo dahil nanggaling doon yung...
Yes, Your Honor. Yung binuho ng director na memo, nag-create siya ng task force, and then yung task force, tinatap po dyan lahat ng regional offices. Anong information meron kayo iba to dito sa central office?
Anong resulta nun? Last question, Mr.
Well,
Presiding Officer.
in so far as the NBI BARM is concerned, yung hawak ko pong region, meron kaming ongoing investigation pero hindi ho related doon sa kausap ni Sara. Meron kaming iniimbestigahan na nag-threaten sa presidente. As a matter of fact, na-identify namin. So, ongoing pa siya. Nag-aantay lang kami ng order galing sa taas kung ano yung guidance. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Noted and entered in the records. Senator Judge Alan Cayetano is recognized. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Mr. President, susundan ko na yung kay Senator Win, Senate President.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. So, dediretsuin ko na, no? So, what we're trying to figure out here kasi is, are you really investigating whether may threat kay VP Sara and whether she threatened the individuals mentioned, including the President? Or are you only investigating the video and finding kung meron siyang crime? So I asked Agent John Mark Calilum, hindi daw niya kinausap ang sabi ko PSG, pero PSC na sila ngayon, di ba? Presidential Security Command. So did you speak to the Presidential Security Command about the threat on the President?
Your Honor, in terms of correspondence between the Presidential Security Command at yung NBI, ang makakasagot po niyan yung director. Kasi hindi ko alam kung may usapan nun sila. Meron ho kasi kaming tinatawag na need-to-know basis. Ang focus lang ho namin as...
The problem with your answers, Witness, is that kung yan ang sagot mo parati, hindi mo inimbestigahan ng husto.
Hindi ho.
Because you didn't get the information from your intelligence. You did not get your information from the task force. You did not get your information from the Presidential Security Group. Did you talk to the CIDG?
Your Honor?
May you answer first. Did you talk to the CIDG?
No, Your Honor.
No. But nag-imbestiga din sila, di ba?
I think so, Your Honor, kasi may statement sila.
So yun din yung tanong nga ng Senate President eh. Kung iniimbestigahan nyo talaga yung buo at kayo ang head at kayo dapat ang mag-imbestiga, bakit hindi nyo kinausap yung mga ibang nag-iimbestiga? Baka may alam sila na hindi.
Yung usapan po na yan, it's a matter of intelligence. Hindi ko alam kung may usapan sila o kung wala silang usapan with the director and with the intelligence service, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll take that answer, but I think at least alam nyo yung nasa isip namin and what we want clarified. Secondly, sir, all of you, yung apat, you signed the February 10, February 2025 NBI Affidavit of Investigation. Tama po ba, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor, our affidavit of
Tapos
investigation.
kasama dito yung verification nyo, basically saying that based on the records, tama tong lahat. No?
Verification ng ano po, Your Honor?
Sa dulo, nag-sign kayo ng verification.
Verification of non-forum shopping, Your Honor?
Yes. And
Opo.
that, aside from non-foreign shopping, give me some latitude because to explain the question. We read and understood its contents and the allegations therein are true based on authentic records.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. So may mali ba dito? Factually, wala. Na-review mo naman to, no?
May konting typo dyan, which is
Hindi
normal
typo,
naman.
factual.
Insofar as I'm concerned,
Sino
lahat
po ba
yun.
nag-prepare?
Ang team po namin with the...
Tapos pinapirma sa inyo?
Hindi ho, kami ho nagtulong-tulong, mag-draft ng affidavit of investigation, kung ano yung legal basis namin, and then we agree, and we concluded na ito yun.
Then someone typed it up, then you signed. I asked this because nung tinanong ko kay Agent Mark John Calium, sabi niya, dito nakalagay conditional pero tingin niya absolute. You answered the same thing, it's absolute, pero dito nakalagay conditional.
The utterances itself, Your Honor, is what we called event-based condition, ang classification namin.
Okay.
Yun yung utterances, Your Honor.
I'll take that answer. I think mas factual yun. But sa paragraph 51, was VP Duterte ever Secretary of the Department of Justice?
No, Your Honor. Department of Education.
Nakalagay dito, to recall, VP Duterte resigned as the Secretary of the Department of Justice, and she herself admitted that her relationship with the President has become toxic, and she would imagine her strangling him and cutting off her head.
That's typo, Your Honor.
That's not a typo. A typo means yung department naging depart. Department of Justice and Department of Education are two different things.
Ang alam namin, sorry po.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Department of Education ang alam namin.
So, kasi I just filed my counter affidavit sa ombudsman about yung obstruction of justice. Ilang beses ko kailangan basahin kasi nga, pag may mali, pinirmahan nyo na sinasabi nyo. No? But anyway, going back to the condition, you mentioned the case of SPO2 Hamata.
Yes, sir.
No? But isn't it true that the lis mota of that case was really res judicata and double jeopardy? Meaning, hindi tinake up ng Supreme Court whether or not a condition.
Yes, sir.
Di ba?
Opo.
Oh, so that wasn't on point. Kasi I was going to ask, is there a difference if the condition is legal or illegal? Di ba? So halimbawa, pag sinabi ko sa yung, pag natanggal akong Senate President, patatanggal din kita. Okay. Unang-una, legal naman akong tanggalin na Senate President. We always vote. There's nothing there. But if illegal, pag pinapatay mo ko, papapatayin din kita. Is there a difference if the condition of why I will act or why I'm threatening you is an illegal act?
Well, under the law, Your Honor, it says there that even the condition is unlawful. So, regardless of the nature of the condition,
yes.
sir.
No, I want to get lang into your mind when you sign this because nga medyo novel yung case to for me. Even as a lawyer, I have to do more research and see anong ibig sabihin nito grave threats dito because you keep mentioning we keep mentioning here that this is the second highest official in the land and therefore pag trinete niya ang Pangulo. But who was the Vice President claiming na pwedeng magpapatay sa kanya?
Again, Your Honor, yun po yung reason ba't nag-issue kami ng subpoena.
No,
Gusto po namin...
sa reading nyo nung statement niya, sino tinutukoy ng Pangulo na mukhang mag-ooperate sa kanya ng Operation Romanov? Sinong pinagbibintangan niya?
Well, una, kung ang pag-uusapan Romanov, Your Honor, ang alam namin na unang nagbigkas ng Romanov ay si Mayor Baste yata noong January 2024.
Yes,
than...
that's irrelevant. Ang question ko, in the mind of the Vice President, sinong pinagbibintangan niya na pwedeng magpapatay sa kanya? You said you investigated eh. So mahaba na testimony nyo ni Agent John Mark. So of course, kasama sa investigation nyo, sino sa mind ni Vice President magpapapatay sa kanya?
Well, again, Your Honor, since wala kaming makuhang valid information.
Ano, hindi ba klaro sa video na ang pinagbibintangan niya is the First Lady, the President, and the Speaker of the House? So sabi niya, pag pinatay ako, patayin mo silang tatlo. So ang pinagbibintangan niya na magpapapatay sa kanya, yung tatlo.
I cannot answer to that, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Allen, kindly wind up.
But you have to be able to answer that because you're the one who investigated. And that is crucial. Why? Because part of your self-defense, so for example, if I know na sa senator judge, pag hindi ako bumoto one way or the other, papapatayin ako ng whatever, chief PNP or papapatay ako ng whoever. So pag sinabi kong, pag ako pinatay, si ganito nagpapatay sa akin. And then, ang difference, I don't usually give a threat na patayin mo rin. So could it be that actually that was the defense of the Vice President para hindi siya patayin?
I don't know the state of the mind of the Vice President.
But you've testified all throughout this afternoon that you went into her state of mind.
Based on the series of events, Your Honor.
Yes, and based on her statement. And her statement, and the series of events is nag-away sila ng administrasyon. And the series of events is that sinasabi niya, pag ako'y pinatay, eto tatlo ang papatayin nyo. Okay, last question. Kay Attorney Lopez, tinanong din to ng Senate President, ni Senator Tulfo. At di ko na itatanong pero napahapyawan ni Senator Erwin din to yung tungkol yung sinabi ni si Attorney Lopez, sabi mo, even before kasi nangyari yon, nakausap na ni Vice President yung papatay.
That's the literal meaning of the statement.
Yes, that's the literal meaning, but did you believe her?
Well, she's the Vice President, sir.
So she also said freedom of expression, so you also believe her?
Not based on the evidence that what we gathered, sir.
No, okay, so I'll stop there, but I'll read to you. Sinabi niyo kasi sedition. Pero tignan niyo po yung page 25 nung sarili niyong affidavit. Si Princess Maui, ang sinabi niya, ano po ba ang pwede niyong maging remedy para matapos na ito, lalo't nagsisigaw na po ang taong bayan na mag-people power na. So actually, I would consider ang nag-uudyok si Princess Maui. Of course, we can discuss people power, pero tignan niyo po ang sagot niya after yung sa pagpatay. Ang laban ay wala dyan sa EDSA, ma'am. Wala dyan sa mga highway. Ang laban, ma'am, nandun sa loob ng palasyo. Yan ang problema. We appreciate yung expression nyo ng disgust, ang pagkamuhi, ang hopelessness, kasi it reflects kung ano nararamdaman ng maraming milyon-milyon. Alam ko yan, ma'am. Kahit saan ako pumunta, ang sasabihin, binoto namin dahil sinabi mo, iboto namin. So if I look at that statement, parang baliktad. Parang sinasabi niyang huwag kayo mag-people power.
Actually, kung babasahin po natin yung buo, may sinabi siya doon na natutuwa siya sa ginagawa nila.
Sa ginagawa nila na active nagrarally. Pero sa people power, ito yung exact. But I won't argue with you. I'm just trying to get into your frame of mind.
Yes,
when do you believe her and when do you not believe her? And what did you actually investigate?
We based everything on the evidence that we've gathered.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Opo.
Thank you, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano. Senator Judge Marcos, thereafter, Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Marcos, you may proceed, ma'am, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And Attorney Lontok,
Yes,
maupay nga pag-abot din aton Senado.
Opo, ma'am.
Okay, I'd like to affirm lang yung sinabi mo kanina na noong nangyari nga itong hating gabi na interview ni Vice President sa Zoom, agad-agad in-orderan kayo, in-instructionan ang NBI na mag-imbestiga. Tama po yun?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Sabado po yon, lunchtime, mayroon kaming meeting ako with the then Director Santiago. I think between 12 noon and 1 p.m. And then mayroong instruction na nanggaling kay Delta Santiago na, Jeremy, may kumakalat sa social media, may mga utterances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente. Imbestigahan natin. Since may cyber aspect ito, imbestigahan nyo na. Doon po nagsimula yon.
Tama. So anong araw yon? Kasi andito sa inyong affidavit of investigation at yung sinabi ninyo na on even date, ang tinutukoy mo ba yung November 23 din?
November 23, ma'am. Kasi natapos ho ang...
Oo, gabing-gabi kasi yon di ba?
Madaling araw po ng alauna, ma'am.
That's right. So, nag-meeting kayo kaagad-agad? Ganun ba?
Hindi, ma'am. Hindi po kasi namin alam yun.
Kailan kayo inutusan na mag-imbestiga?
During lunchtime, nung may meeting kami ni then Director Santiago, pero iba ho ang iniimbestigahan namin krimen.
Kailan kayo sinabihan ng DOJ na mag-imbestiga? Anong araw?
That same day, ma'am.
Kaya nga, November 23.
November 23.
Oo, pareho lang. Yun ang sinabi ninyo kanina nung tinatanong kayo ng counsel ng prosecution, yan din ang nakasaad. On even date ang nakasabi sa inyong affidavit.
Opo. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, nag-umpisa na kayo. Kwento nga ninyo, 4-phase yung investigasyon, nag-umpisa sa identification, nagbigay kayo ng hash value, nag-preserve kayo ng data, pagkatapos nag-research kayo. Subsequently, sinabi mo na meron kayong open source intelligence search at natuklasan ninyo na meron palang October 18 video na press con na naman ni OVP na nasa Facebook at may mga sinasabi na naman na puputulin yung ulo. Tama ba yon yung October 18 ang nakita ninyo?
That's the continuation in the analysis phase, Your Honor.
Oo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi nag-research na kayo, no? Bilang 4th phase nga ng inyong investigasyon. Tama po ba?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Yun yung 3rd phase ho, yung analysis and attribution.
Sa analysis pa at attribution. So 3rd phase, pero bandang huli na. Ang pinagtatakahan ko, kung inutusan kayo ng November 23 na magkaroon ng investigasyon, bakit napakaaga? November 6, 2024, a subpoena was issued to ABS-CBN requiring them to submit an authenticated copy of the video pertaining to the 18 October press con. Nandito to sa affidavit ninyo, nasa page 8, number 14. Kung inutusan kayo noong November 23, ang ibig ba sabihin, November 6 pa lang, minamanmanan na si Vice President? Iniimbestigahan na siya bago pa yung Zoom conference sa Kongreso?
No, Your Honor. I believe that's a typo yung date.
Sorry?
Kasi that's a typo, Your Honor, yung date. Kasi makikita doon yung date noong appearance ng taga-ABS-CBN, which is consistent ho siya doon sa ibang inisyuhan ng
Kailan ba
subpoena.
yung appearance? Kasi hindi ko nasusundan yung timeline ninyo eh. Parang yung November 23 yung utos, pero November 6 pa lamang, may subpoena na. Ba't nagkaganon?
Typo ho yan, Your Honor. Hindi ho yan November 6.
Typo na naman katulad ng Department of Justice.
No, Your Honor. If I may refer to my notes, Your Honor.
Oo, pakita mo na lang sa akin kasi nahanap ko, hindi ko masundan eh.
You may do so,
This
Counsel.
is page 6, number 14 po. November 6, 2024, subpoena to ABS-CBN. Wala naman yatang date na binibigay tungkol sa appearance ni Patria Morales at yung iba pang
Meron po,
taga-ABS.
Your Honor, if I
Pakituro lang
have
kasi
the,
hinahanap
record
po
of the
namin.
subpoena. Subpoena mismo.
For information, the time of Senator Judge Marcos is over. Kindly...
Yes, but he's still responding
Of
to the
course, we
same
will wait for
question
the
if you will
response
allow.
first.
Siya po yung matagal, hindi tayo.
We're only counting the questions that you ask, not the answer. Neither are we counting the waiting time for the witness to answer.
I-check ko lang po, Your Honor, para...
Kasi yung mga sumunod na meeting, doon sa page 13, sa number 30 at sa mga sumunod, yung mga tinutukoy doon, yung mga media na nandun sa Zoom conference. Hindi naman siya yung ABS na humawak ng camera noong October 18. Iba naman yung mga tinutukoy doon eh.
Attorney Lutok, the question of the Honorable Marcos is on page 6, paragraph 14. You said you sent a subpoena on November 6, 2024. Unfortunately, because the annexes are not part of the document marked, it's not here. So the question is quite clear. If it's a mistake, then what is the correct date of the subpoena?
If I can see the real subpoena, Your Honor.
Kindly talk to the mic, please.
Yeah. If I can see the real subpoena, Your Honor, because the subpoena was signed by our Assistant Director for Investigation Service.
As I said, unfortunately, it was not attached to your affidavit, and I doubt if it's one of those marked or pre-marked
Wala.
by the Counsel for Prosecutors. As he said and admitted earlier, he did not or they did not mark all of the annexes in your affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, check ko lang po, Your Honor, para sigurado ho.
Wala sa'yo ngayon.
Inaanap ko po rito.
Wala nga pong annex yan eh.
Wala sa annex at wala rin sa affidavit. Kasi yung mga media na tinutukoy sa ibang pahina, yung mga nag-interview nung Zoom conference.
Dito ho yung certified true copy daw, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor, please, can I assist on this regard, if the court will allow?
Only if you can produce a copy of the November 6 subpoena, Counsel.
Exactly, Your Honor. The documents are present. They are in the possession at present of the witness, Your Honor, please. They may not have been physically attached to the affidavit investigation, but they do exist in the records of the case as separate pre-marked documents, Your Honor, please.
So
Okay.
it's here?
Presiding officer, then is counsel saying that therefore the affidavit is defective or wrongful and
With
that
all
November 6 is not the right date? What then is the right date to
With
the
all due
subpoena
respect,
to
Your Honor,
ABS?
please, with all due respect, we object to the use of the term defective.
Counsel, we shall await. Let the
Yes.
document speak for itself.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
If it's there.
The witness is
Yes,
now
it
in the
was the
process.
witness who said that it was a mistake, not me.
No, it doesn't make the entire affidavit of investigation defective.
No, I merely said the date was wrong because that's what he said.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's just been brought to my attention that, in fact, presiding officer, two documents were issued on November 6. Not only the subpoena to ABS-CBN, but further the affidavit of investigation regarding the October 18 press con. Can we please be clarified as to these two documents which don't seem to appear in the affidavit nor in the annexes provided?
Let's first wait for the witness to answer the first question, Senator Judge Marcos.
Okay.
Yes, Attorney Lotok.
If I may, Your Honor. Ito ho, ang subpoena, Duces Tecom, yung date ho ng appearance niya is December 11.
Appearance po. Ang tinatanong yung date ng subpoena.
Date
Attorney
ng
Lotok.
subpoena, Your Honor, is 6th day of November 2024, which I believe this is a typo kasi magkakasunod ho ito doon sa mga inisyuhan namin na media personalities.
Attorney Lotok, typo na yung affidavit mo? Typo pa yung subpoena?
Hindi po.
What are you looking at? The subpoena or the affidavit?
Dalawa yan eh.
What are you looking at, Attorney Lotok?
Subpoena, Your Honor.
So the subpoena is dated November 6.
Okay. And the affidavit also is November 6. Dalawang typo carried over.
Asan yung affidavit? Hindi ko pa nakita, ma'am, yung affidavit na November.
Your
6.
affidavit
Ikaw ang
says
pumirma
November
eh.
6.
Pero patingin ako ng affidavit.
Yung affidavit of investigation mo na binigay, pati
I-check
yung
ko po,
amended, carried over din. Yung first draft na rineject ng DOJ, yung ikalawa, parehong November 6. Pirmado ninyo eh.
Page 6, Counsel, paragraph 14 of his affidavit of investigation.
Yes, Your Honor. It's November 6, 2024 ang nakasulat dyan.
So typo din yan? Is it your testimony na typo din yan?
I believe so, Your Honor. Kasi ang intention namin dyan is 11 December 2024.
Anyway, Senator Judge Marcos, let the document speak for itself. That would be the best evidence of it, if at all, of the dates of either the subpoena and or the affidavit.
Yes, presiding officer, just to provide our witness a chance to correct himself or the documents, sa palagay mo, ano yung tamang date kung mali yung November 6?
Same ho, Your Honor, doon sa mga subpoena na inisyu namin sa media personalities.
Dapat magkakapareho.
Yes, magkakasunod po yun.
Okay, sige. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much, presiding officer. Damong ang salamat.
Salamat po, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Bamakino, and then we proceed to cross.
Your Honor, can we just
Yes,
point out
Attorney
one
Binloan.
Your Honor, regarding that matter, Your Honor, may we just manifest, Your Honor, for the record, that not only in paragraph 14, page 6, does the November 6, 2024 date appear, it also appears on the footnote. Footnote 12, November 6, 2024. So I don't think, we just want to read for the record, footnote 12, subpoena to Francis Toral, head, ABS-CBN News, dated 06 November 2024. In addition to that, if you look at the subpoena, and paragraph 14 also is on 06 November 2024, a subpoena was issued to ABS-CBN News. Now, it is actually, it states that a copy of the video pertaining to the 18 October 24 press conference. And when you look at the subpoena itself, can you just ask for time? The subpoena, if you look at the subpoena, there's an attachment, and the photo there contained therein actually pertains to the 18 October 2024 press briefing. So in other words, Your Honor, this is a substantive, this is not a mere typography.
Objection, Your Honor. Counter manifestation. The witness said it's typographical, that you are milking that and say it's substantial.
Just for the record, it was a manifestation.
The manifestation
That's why a
of counsel
counter
for
manifestation.
respondent is duly noted. Insofar as the counter manifestation of the counsel for prosecution, the witness already answered. That is a typographical error from his point of view. Senator Judge Bamakino.
Yes,
Then we proceed to cross.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. So ito po yung continuation po ito nung tanong ko kanina tungkol sa general denial tsaka specific denial. Pero bago yon, Attorney Binloan, let me ask Attorney Lotok, kanina po tinanong kayo kung bakit nyo tinuloy yung kaso, no? Why you continued with filing. Sabi nyo po kanina, hindi naman siguro siya magsisinungaling. Siya meaning the Vice President. Could you just quickly tell me, what do you mean by that? Hindi naman siguro siya magsisinungaling.
Well, the surrounding circumstances, Your Honor, at that time, yung atmosphere, sabi ko nga, galit na galit siya at madiin yung kanyang mga binitawang salita. At ito ay nagugat pa sa mga naunang event. So doon, nung winika niya na wag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sapagkat may sa security ko, sapagkat may kinausap na akong tao. From the point of view of the NBI, we believe that...
so you took it as truth?
Yes.
Okay. In succeeding interviews, I'm sure nag-imbestiga ka, meron bang pagtanggi dito sa pagkausap sa isang tao na papatay kung may mangyari kay Vice President Duterte? Meron ba kayong napanood o naimbestiga na pagtanggi nito in the succeeding interviews?
Yes, Your Honor. I think there was a video dated November 26, 2024. Doon sa video na yon, instead na i-deny niya yung nangyari noong November 23, ni-reiterate pa ho niya, Your Honor, in-admit po niya na indeed may kinausap siyang tao.
So
para
inulit
doon.
pa, kumbaga.
Opo.
Okay, so let me repeat my question to the defense. No? So far, wala pang actual statement si Vice President Duterte na tinatanggi itong pagkausap sa isang hitman. And for the benefit of the public, magkaiba ho kasi yung general denial sa specific denial. No? Ang general denial, hindi ko ginawa yan. Wala akong kasalanan. No? Yung specific denial, hindi ko ginawa ito mismong mga bagay-bagay na ito. Hindi ko yun nakita sa sagot ng depensa. So I asked the defense, is there a denial that the Vice President actually spoke to a person to contract, spoke to a person to kill, the individuals that we're talking about, Attorney Vinluan? Sabi niyo meron.
Your Honor,
Could you point us to where it is in your answer?
Your Honor, I just want to clarify because specific denial is a legal term. So in other words, we just want, in order to satisfy the query of Senator Judge Aquino, we will give him a copy of our answer, and we highlighted certain portions thereof, particularly paragraph 3 and paragraph 197 for his
Can you
perusal.
read both paragraphs, please? Because I've also read kami dito, binabasa naman namin yung mga sagot ninyo at siniseryoso namin yan. No? So can you read the two, please?
It reads, the rest of the allegations in the articles, including the supposed evidence attached therein, are specifically denied for being false, misleading, impertinent, mere conclusions of fact and law, and subject to the affirmative allegations and special and affirmative defenses below. And then
That's Article 3.
Paragraph 3, Your
That's
Honor.
paragraph 3. So the rest, itong mga iba. Okay, paragraph 197.
197. It says there, finally, no such purpose contemplated by law was attained or could have been attained precisely because the respondent did not have any purpose other than simply answer a speculative inquiry. So that is our position on the matter.
So your position is that is enough of a specific denial to the allegation na may kinausap na hitman si Vice President Sara?
Yes, Your Honor, because we discussed in our answer that the presumption never shifts. It is in light of our discussion that it is the burden of the prosecution to prove their claim, considering that according to our laws, he who alleges must prove. And so we just presented our arguments accordingly, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm sure, Attorney, sa inyong summation, you will argue this, that the burden of evidence has shifted, pero hindi nyo po na take into account na ito mismo'y galing sa Vice President natin.
Your Honor, to clarify, the burden of proof is with the prosecution and not with the defense. In fact, Your Honor, according to our laws, even if we do not present evidence, if they do not overcome that threshold, Your Honor, then we believe that our client is entitled to.
So ang sagot po nyo, and this is my final question, Presiding Officer, ang sagot po nyo, kailangan i-prove ng prosecution na merong hitman. And you're not denying that the Vice President spoke to a hitman.
No, we are denying that, Your Honor. It's just that was our presentation and our answer.
Okay, so for the record, you are denying that the Vice President actually spoke to a hitman na, in fact, ang sabi nga ni Attorney Lotoc, hindi siya nagsisinungaling.
Yes,
sinasabi nyo, actually, nagsinungaling siya at wala siyang kinausap na hitman. Yan pong sinasabi ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know what's the frame of mind of Attorney Lotoc, but that is our answer, Your Honor.
Okay.
That she denied.
Maraming salamat, Attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Zubiri is recognized. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just want to go to the line of questioning continue the line of questioning of Senator Bam Aquino to the prosecution, Attorney Vinluan. So there is
Defense,
not
Your Honor.
yes,
Defense.
I'm sorry, defense. My apologies, Attorney Vinluan. Has been no in any instance that the Vice President had come out on TV or radio saying that hindi, joke only, nagkamali ako, nagbobo. Kasi si Tatay Digong nung araw, sinasabi niya yun eh. Sabi, papatayin ko siya. Tapos mamaya, joke only yan. Nagloloko lang ako. Parang ganun. So at no particular point in time, has she issued a denial that she said these statements? Aside from what you submitted to this court as a blanket denial.
There is, Your Honor, and we just reserve our right to present that evidence at the proper time as well, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's a video or recording that was done maybe a month or during the period of time that she had mentioned this, that she was denying? Because we'd like to see that as well. That would weigh in heavily on our decision because kung ngayon lang po nagpalabas ang depensa ng denial, parang after the fact na kasi nagkaroon na po tayo ng impeachment trial. We'd like to see that if you have that kind of evidence.
We will provide, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Zubiri. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano?
I'm not going to ask a question, just for clarification. May I just put it on the record?
The gentleman may proceed, and he has 2 minutes.
If you look at the articles of impeachment, Article 4, Respondent Vice President Sara Duterte committed culpable violation of the Constitution, high crimes, and betrayed public trust by contracting for the assassination by the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House by making grave threats and actively inciting sedition against the public. To be fair to the prosecution, I think it was asked of them that merely threatening for you is already, I hope I'm representing it correct, is already impeachable,
Yes, sir.
either high crimes, grave threats, or by culpable violation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But there's a difference between saying that that mere statement is impeachable by alleging that she did in fact contract someone to kill. Because if you look at the next page, it is the position of the prosecution of the House of Representatives. The fact that respondent contracted an assassin no longer requires further proof, as it is already established under the matter of light of her own public admission. That's a conclusion of law. Because it is basic that if someone alleges that someone contracted assassin, you have to prove.
Your Honor.
Diba? So what I wanted to clarify, and to be fair to both sides, you can comment. As far as I'm concerned, ang understanding ko, the prosecution did not stop short by saying that by merely uttering that is impeachable.
Yes.
They went further to say that they are alleging that she did in fact contract an assassin. In fact, nowhere in her words assassin, in the words of the Vice President, was assassin or contracted. Contracted means may kontrata. Sinabi niya lang may kinausap siya. And yung assassin came from, at least on these documents, from them. So I just want to clarify because baka yung manunod, bakit nga naman hindi kailangan i-prove nasabi in public? Those, what I wanted to clarify, those are two different things. Whether the threat as said is an impeachable offense, but if you're alleging that there was an actual assassin contracted, you have to prove that, as far as I'm concerned.
Can I reply to that, Your Honor, please?
No need to reply. Senator Judge Cayetano was not asking a question. He was merely making a manifestation for the record. Let's move on, counsel. Counsel for the respondent, if you're ready with your cross, you may proceed.
Attorney Lotok, the NBI is an investigatory body, correct?
Yes, sir.
But unlike the DOJ, it is not a prosecutorial body, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you have investigators and not prosecutors. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in relation to this case, what you did was only fact-finding investigation, correct?
Fact-finding and recommendations, sir.
And recommendation, not preliminary investigation.
Not preliminary.
Because that function is with the DOJ, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of your fact-finding investigation, you subpoenaed witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Conducted interviews,
Yes, sir.
gathered evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, thereafter, you transmitted the result of your fact-finding investigation to the DOJ, correct?
Our recommendations, sir, yeah.
Okay. We learned from Agent Calilong last time, just to clarify, that there were two transmittals, correct? The
Yes,
first
sir.
transmittal was on January 30, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For the benefit of this court, there was a transmittal letter then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can we flash that on the screen? For the benefit of our senators, that is page 7 of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9 or GGGG. All right. Now, if you look at the document, this was received by the DOJ also on the same day, so January 30, 2025, correct? Well, it is not clear, but it can be read. If I may be allowed to use a pointer, Your Honor, just to...
You may do so, Counsel.
It's quite unclear, but actually, if you look at the actual document, it can be read as January 30, 2025. Do you confirm this?
I don't have the document, sir.
Well, we have a hard copy, and I asked my co-counsel to show the document.
Co-Counsel may approach.
30. Yeah, hindi siya clear, Your Honor.
All right. Now, this was addressed to Prosecutor General Fadulyon. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And NBI's recommendation was for 1 count of inciting to sedition and 3 counts of grave threats. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Now, attached to this transmittal letter was your affidavit of investigation. I won't bother to read the body, but it says there that it was attached to that transmittal letter, correct? Because, of course, the transmittal letter won't be empty. It has to contain something, correct?
Your Honor, let the witness, I move that the witness be allowed to answer first before the counsel asks a follow-up question.
Witness will please answer.
I think yung copy ng affidavit is nasa DOJ na, yung first affidavit.
So there was an affidavit of investigation because Agent Calilong also confirmed this last time. So I just want a clarification from you. There was a first affidavit of investigation dated January 30,
Yes,
2025. All right. But we never saw this because it was never released, correct?
I think nasa DOJ.
With the DOJ.
For purposes of case build-up.
But didn't you keep a receiving copy for your office?
No, kasi meron na kaming copy sa computer
So in
namin.
other words, you have a
Your Honor,
copy of this January 30, 2025 affidavit of investigation, correct?
Your Honor, I move that can the witness finish his answer first before the counsel.
You already
Counsel
gave
for
his answer.
respondent, kindly wait for the witness to finish his answer.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, personally, I believe na nandoon sa DOJ yung copy and then yung sinubmit sa amin is yung unang certification stating na kailangan yung i-comply itong 7
All right.
requirements.
Okay. Now, there was also an investigation data form attached, correct?
I don't have the copy, Your Honor.
But if you know, if there is a investigation data form that was attached to it, correct? Okay. Now, very well. Now, the DOJ thereafter evaluated the case.
Part of the DC-15 requirement, Your Honor.
No, it's a yes, sir. It's answerable by yes or no.
Your Honor, the witness is in the process of answering a question. He is intelligent enough to answer the question.
Let the witness finish his answer.
Part of the requirement of the DC-15, series of 2024, if I'm not mistaken, the circular has directed the prosecutors to proactively engage in the investigation of crimes or in the criminal investigation. Kaya ho yung ginagawa namin, nung nag-submit kami, nung transmittal, ang purpose ho nun, for evaluation ng ating prosecution. At the same time, for case build-up. So pag nakita ho ng prosecutor na may kulang, part ho ng evaluation at case build-up process, nagbibigay ho sila ng recommendation, NBI, may kulang kang ganito, may kulang kang ganito, hindi pa sa sufficient, i-comply nyo muna to. Part po yun ng DC-15 requirements.
All right, clear. So in other words, the evaluation is to determine if the recommendation is sufficient or insufficient for the purpose of preliminary investigation, correct?
For purposes of case build-up, so that the transmittal or referral would be able to comply the requirements of preliminary investigation.
At any rate, preliminary investigation is the next step, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, after the evaluation and case build-up process.
Can you receive this evaluation or response from the DOJ? Am I right?
You mean the certification, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, the first
No,
certification.
If only you receive.
Your Honor, again. The witness is in the process of answering the question, and the counsel is excited to propound a follow-up question. Let the witness answer first.
Same ruling, same reminder. Witness, kindly proceed to answer.
Again, sir, what was the question?
So you received the response from the DOJ.
A certification dated February 5, 2025.
All right. Oh, no. That's not my question. But anyway, let me direct your attention to a certification issued by the DOJ through Senior Assistant State Prosecutor J.V. Lawrence B. Bandong and approved by Senior Assistant State Prosecutor Herbert Calvin P. Abugan, dated February 5. For the benefit of this honorable court and the Filipino people watching, this is Articles of Impeachments Annex G9 as well, pages 10 and 11. May we ask that the witness peruse this certification? Just a manifestation, Your Honor, Annex G9 is actually not numbered, so pages 10 and 11 was based on the PDF file or the soft copy, but the hard copies are not actually numbered.
Noted.
So, Mr. Witness, was this the response from DOJ following your January 30, 2025
Yes,
transmittal?
sir.
So this certification contained the DOJ's evaluation, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And-
Part of the requirement
Wait,
of PC 15.
again, the same.
Yes, Your Honor.
same.
Your Honor.
The witness still answering. Let the witness answer first before propounding the next question.
And the NBI received this February 5 certification, correct?
Yung copy ko, Your Honor, hindi ko makita yung date.
Oh, I'll help you. There is a note received on the upper right that is unclear. Can we flash that on the screen as well? It is unclear, but it appears to have been received on February 5, 2025, correct? So more or less 6 days after transmittal. Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, before the witness answers the question, I would like to
Yes,
commence
counsel.
my objection on the ground of relevance. May I explain, Your Honor, please? This witness testified that what they filed with the NBI, with the DOJ, is a February 10 affidavit investigation. And here comes the defense now, asking questions as to the first affidavit of investigations that the NBI submitted, which the DOJ asked them to correct and to provide additional information, which they complied with. And what is now at issue is the February 10 affidavit investigation. That's why I'm now asking, objecting, on the grounds of relevance.
Your Honor.
What's the wait, let me finish. What's the point of digging into a prior affidavit investigation when what this witness testified to, when what this witness identified is a later affidavit investigation that is now being considered by the DO? The question is simple: what's the relevance?
Objection is overruled. It goes into the credibility of the witness as well as his ability to testify as to his investigative report. And witness is competent enough anyway. Witness may answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, we received that letter on 10 February 2025 based on the second letter submitted to Honorable Richard Anthony D. Fadulyon, signed by Judge Jaime B. Santiago, states here that on 10 February 2025, this Bureau received the certification dated 05 February 2025, where the evaluating prosecutors referred the case for case build-up, citing reasons thereof.
Then in that case, Your Honor, we have a problem because this is
Oh,
part...
Your Honor, objection.
I'm not yet...
Objection.
Kindly let counsel finish.
Because, like, as I mentioned a while ago, Your Honor, this forms part of the records of this honorable court. This was submitted as page 10 to 11 of Annex G9. This is part of the court's record, and we also received this. These are not our documents.
That's why I'm objecting,
These are
Your Honor.
the prosecution's... the
Counsel for the
prosecution's
prosecution,
documents.
kindly let him finish.
These are not our documents, Your Honor. These are part of the records of the court. This came from them, and they attached this to the articles of impeachment. Your Honor, we have all the right to confront each and every document because that forms part of the charge against our client.
Counsel,
now, if Attorney Lotok is saying, Your Honor, if I may just be allowed
It
to
is now
finish,
a manifestation, Your Honor.
that it was received on February 10, we just want to counter-manifest, Your Honor, that there is a received stamp here, says February 5.
Your Honor, this is not highly...
Counsel, the presiding officer already overruled the objection of counsel for the prosecutors, and I thought you would end up with a question. Kindly proceed with your cross-examination.
So in other words, you deny that it was received on February 5, 2025, as seen here in this document that is part of the records of the Senate Impeachment Court.
Well, first, Your Honor, hindi ho ako yung nag-receive niyan. Then pangalawa, ang nakapirma ho rito ang dating director namin, Jaime B. Santiago, at ang sinasabi niya, on 10 February 2025, this Bureau received the certification dated 05 February 2025.
All right. Anyway, I'll move on to a new point. This certification noted 7 items, and we went through this the last time with Agent Calilong, so I won't delve on that. But basically, just to go through this very quickly, the first point says that there is no affidavit of the person, so no affidavit. The second point is, or the second note is, the press briefing conducted on October 18, so no TSN and affidavit of the person taking the TSN. Number 3 is annexes I and K with marking, so no affidavit of recorder and no TSN and affidavit. Number 4, Annex L did not indicate who made such TSN, so incomplete information. Number 5, the affidavit of Juan Patria Morales, so no USB. Number 6, only the minutes of the meeting with several so no affidavit. But I'd like...
Oh, Your Honor, that's my objection now.
I'm just reading
Where's
it, Your
the
Honor.
question?
Wait for the question.
Okay,
I'm going to the question. I'm just laying the basis, Your Honor. Now, I'd like to highlight note number 7. Please allow me to read that portion, or at least the latter portion thereof. It says there, in the instant complaint, only the NBI executed an affidavit, and there was no participation on the part of the offended parties. As it appears, NBI is not the offended party for the crime of grave threats. My question is this. So based on note number 7, according to the DOJ, the NBI is not the offended party, correct?
Based on number 7, NBI is not the offended party for the crime of grave threats.
Okay, very well. So the offended parties, if at all, are President BBM, the First Lady, and the former Speaker, correct?
Yes, sir.
At any rate, all these, the 7 notes that I mentioned, are all deficiencies in the first affidavit of investigation, correct?
It's not deficiency, Your Honor, because the first affidavit we've submitted is substantial in terms of establishing the evidence required. This requirement is a matter of complying the required quantum of evidence required under DC-20. And if I may, sir, the purpose of submitting our referral to the Department of Justice is for preliminary investigation, which under the NPS rules, the new rules under the NPS, the law enforcement agency can submit a complaint affidavit, or in fact submit a complaint before the DOJ for purposes of preliminary investigation. The requirement that the offended party should have that complaint affidavit is not an indispensable requirement, and so far as the preliminary investigation is concerned. So far as the preliminary investigation is concerned.
Very well. Now, based on that answer, I'd just like to point your attention to the portion of this certification dated February 5, 2025, next to the box ticked with an X. Kindly allow me to read, if we can highlight that portion. Okay? It says here, and you can read with me, insufficient for the conduct of preliminary investigation and must first be referred for case build-up. So in Filipino, this is my question, I'll do it in Filipino. So in other words, nakulangan yung DOJ, correct?
For purposes, Your Honor, of satisfying the elements, the required quantum of evidence, the DOJ required us to attach the affidavits and other documents like the TSN, sir.
Thank you. And the DOJ itself mentioned this, correct? Or said this, correct?
Based on the certification.
All right. In fact, let me direct your attention to the portion after, I quote, must first be referred for case build-up. Can we flash that also on the screen? And allow me to read. The complaint/referral does not contain all the necessary evidence to prove the essential elements of the crime. Therefore, it is recommended that the same be first referred for case build-up. Okay? Now, let me get this straight. I'll summarize first and then I'll ask the question. So the subject incident happened on November 23, 2024, and the NBI conducted fact-finding investigation, as you said. You subpoenaed individuals, conducted interviews, gathered evidence, among others, as you said also, and the NBI spent over 2 months or until January 30, 2025 for this process. Is this a fair summation of what we had just discussed?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
You don't agree. And yet, when the NBI transmitted the case to the DOJ on January 30, 2025, the DOJ found it to be insufficient for the conduct of preliminary investigation.
Objection, Your Honor. Continuing objection as to this series of questions as to the prior affidavit investigation, which was corrected in a February 10, 2025. Continuing objection, Your Honor.
The
Register.
continuing objection is noted. Same ruling by the court. Witness may answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The fact that the Department of Justice
that would be
issued
enough.
another
That would be enough. I
certification.
Kindly let the
All right.
witness finish.
We will
counsel.
comply, Your Honor.
Are
The
you
fact
done,
that the
Mr.
Department of
Witness?
Justice issued another certification on February 14, 2025, and it states here that the referral is sufficient for conduct of preliminary investigation and that it contains all the necessary evidence to prove the essential elements of the crime and should be docketed for preliminary
With the
investigation.
permission of the parties, Attorney Latok, that's the second certification. that
Yes
you're
po,
speaking
Your
of.
Honor. The second certification.
Counsel for the respondent.
Yeah, we
please.
will go to that. In other words, based on this certification, the DOJ did not affirm the NBI's recommendation, correct?
No, part of the process of evaluation and case build-up, the DOJ require us to comply with the requirements na hinihingi nila, gaya ng mag-attach kayo ng affidavit, mag-attach kayo ng TSN, pero wala hong sinabi ang DOJ doon na hindi substantial yung aming affidavit. Ang require lang ho nila, mag-attach kayo ng yun nga, yung affidavit na nirecord yung video, at then yung TSN, sir.
Well, according to you, but we just
Oh,
read
no, you're
that it was
argumentative.
insufficient.
Objection, argumentative.
Asked and answered. Move on, counsel.
Okay, that's interesting because there was a 2025 impeachment complaint filed against VP Sara also on February 5, 2025. If you know.
Again, Your Honor, what?
The date is important because there was also a February 5, an impeachment complaint filed against VP Sara also on February 5, 2025. Correct?
Hindi ako familiar.
You're
dun
not
sa
familiar. That's
situation.
okay. If I may refresh your memory, this was the fast-track 2025 impeachment complaint cited by the
Objection,
215
Your Honor.
representatives.
If a ground arises, a counsel can object. The term fast-tracked,
Your Honor,
you are labeling a process made by House of Representatives as fast-tracked. Objection, Your Honor,
Counsel,
please.
move on and ask your question.
if you know, if this coincides with that impeachment complaint that was signed by the 215
Objection, Your Honor.
representatives.
There's no basis. This counsel,
If you
this
know.
witness, again, already said that he is not aware that on that day there was an impeachment complaint. There's
Counsel-
no basis for that question.
Counsel, witness already answered. The counsel for prosecutor is correct. Witness already answered. He's not familiar with the filing of an impeachment complaint on that date.
At any rate, this
Move on.
pertains to the November 23, 2024 video, correct?
Objection, vague, Your Honor. What's the question? Referring to a video. Objection, vague.
Kindly restate your question, counsel.
The complaint. The complaint that was filed against the Vice President also pertains to the November 23, 2024 video.
Objection,
if you know,
complaint.
if you know.
Again, vague. Complaint filed on that date.
Well, if he knows, he already answered he doesn't. Who knows? He might all of a sudden recall. Do you know? Are you familiar with that, Mr. Attorney Lotok?
I said, Your Honor, hindi ako familiar nung filing nung sa impeachment.
Yeah. You're not familiar. Okay, I'll move on to a new point then.
Move on, counsel.
Now, did you rectify your January 30, 2025 affidavit of investigation?
January 30,
2025 affidavit of investigation. In short, the first affidavit of investigation.
We complied with
You
the
complied.
requirements of the Department of Justice.
All right. Did anybody ask you to rectify?
What do you mean, sir?
Microphone. Use the microphone.
What do you mean?
Did you receive any directive from anybody to rectify that affidavit of investigation?
Objection argumentative. The question was asked. He said we complied, and then he's now asking the same question.
I'm asking who? I'm asking if there is another person who directed you to satisfy the requirement.
Overruled. Witness will answer. Witness is an intelligent witness, aside from the fact that he's a lawyer.
Your Honor, when we received the certification dated 05, February 2025, ito ho yung kinumply namin.
All right. And you added affidavits executed by your agents, correct? To your revised affidavit of investigation, correct?
No, we didn't revise the affidavit of investigation. We just produced the affidavits of the fact that the video was recorded and there was TSN. Yun ho yung in-attach namin sa affidavit of investigation.
So you are denying that you produce a revised affidavit of investigation?
Well, when you say kasi revised affidavit, binago namin yung affidavit namin. Hindi ho namin binago, Your Honor, yung affidavit namin. Nag-require ho ang Department of Justice, kulang kayo ng affidavit as to the fact na nirecord nyo yung video, kulang kayo doon sa affidavit kung sino nag-execute ng TSN, etc. But not the substance ng affidavit, Your Honor.
All right, I'll go back to the point later, but let me highlight one very important observation. Okay, your January 30, 2025 affidavit of investigation included a transmittal letter, as you said, as well as an investigation data form or IDF, correct?
Wala akong kopya dito, sir.
You don't have a copy. Okay. In fact, let's show that IDF. Page 12, this is page 12 of Annex G9. For the benefit of this honorable court as well. Okay, this is an investigation data form. You're very familiar with this document because you're an investigator, correct? Now, this was...
Kindly wait for the witness to answer.
He
Are you
nodded his
familiar?
head.
Yeah, investigation data form, sir.
Okay.
Opo, Your Honor.
All right, so in other words, the IDF serves like a cover letter for your affidavit of investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the transmittal letter, along with this IDF, was received by the DOJ, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, sir.
All right. Now, my question is this. Was the investigation data form also received by the DOJ?
I don't have personal knowledge.
You don't have, but you were the one who caused the filing of the affidavit attached to this affidavit of investigation data
I
form,
instructed
correct?
the agent on case as well as the executive officer na pagkumpleto na, pwede ninyo nang i-file yan sa Department of Justice for purposes of evaluation and case build-up if warranted, sir.
Okay. Upon perusal of this investigation data form, there is a stamp received in the upper left portion of this data investigation form. And I'd like to note, Your Honor, and for the benefit of the court, can I ask my co-counsel also to distribute among the senator judges a printed copy so that they can peruse this document better, as well as the witness so he can confront. There is a stamp Department of Justice received, but it appears that it was initially stamped February 2, 12, 2025, but there is a marking, a manual marking that converted it to January 30, and there is also a word there, JAN. So January 30 ang lumabas, no?
Okay.
My question to you is this. The stamp says Department of Justice, correct?
Well,
No,
Wala akong hawak na document ko,
you
Your
can
Honor.
perceive it.
Kung-
And
kung
mind
yung-
you, these are
kung-
not our documents. These are part of Annex G9 of the Articles of Impeachment. So these are not our documents.
Your Honor, I would like to object now. The witness already said that he is not aware as to the actual filing because he only asked his agent on case to investigate. And then now the witness is now being propounded to question as to what appears on the stamp as to the time or date of receipt by the DOJ. So the witness said he is not competent to answer that. Your Honor, please. Oh, wait, I'm not done. That's the first one. Your Honor, please. No need for the court to rule, but I am registering my continuing objection to this series of questions as to the prior affidavit of investigation, when in fact, this witness already said that he complied with all the requirements by the DOJ and came up with a February 10, 2025 affidavit investigation. So I move that it be noted, Your Honor, please. The continuing
objection of counsel for the prosecutor is noted, but counsel, as pointed out by counsel for the respondent, this is part and parcel of the complaint.
Yes, ma'am.
That the panel of prosecutors filed before this court. If the witness knows, he may answer.
So the question is, the SAMSES Department of Justice, correct? It's a very basic question.
Again, I don't know, Your Honor.
No, based on this document,
Argumentative, Your Honor.
the only question is, it says Department of Justice, correct?
As I've said, Your Honor, hindi ho ako ang nag-file. May inutusan ho ako.
Do you see it in the screen and
Your
do you
Honor,
see it
the
in the hard
witness-
copy?
Counsel asked and answered, move on. That's
Okay.
the response of the witness.
So will you agree that considering that this was supposed to be received by the DOJ, it is only the DOJ that has the authority to change the date?
Again, you asked the DOJ, sir. Wala ho akong
Exactly.
idea dyan.
All right.
Counsel for the prosecution, kindly avoid.
All right, but
side
this
remarks.
is not from the DOJ. This is your copy. This is a receiving copy. So when you receive back your receiving copy, you did not bother checking this portion?
Your Honor, hindi ako personally nag-receive niyan.
But this is your affidavit of investigation.
Objection argumentative, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Asked and answered. Move on, counsel.
All right. My question to you now is this. The discrepancy is not 1 day or 2 days. The discrepancy is from Feb 12 to January 30, so it is a substantial discrepancy. My question to you is this. Who changed this
Objection.
date?
Objection, Your Honor. That's misleading, Your Honor. My goodness, that's misleading. This counsel is assuming that somebody changed what? The counsel failed to elicit any answer from this witness. And now the counsel is conceiving that somebody changed that and confronting our witness with that. Misleading. This is the classic case of a misleading question. You assume something that has yet to be established. That's not how we do it, with all due respect.
Counsel for respondent, I think you made your point and you gave a copy to the senator judges, and we see your point.
All right.
Move on.
But my more important observation is this.
Objection, Your Honor, please. You are supposed to ask questions and
Yes,
not
I will.
make
I will go to the
observations.
question. I will go to the question.
Kindly allow counsel for respondent to finish his question. He may just still be laying the basis. You may
Thank you,
proceed,
Your Honor.
counsel.
That's precisely
for
what
respondent.
I'm doing, Your Honor. Can I direct everyone's attention to the date appearing at the bottom portion of this document?
Well,
It says here,
counsel, technically not everyone, just the witness.
Yes.
And let's see if the witness can answer your question.
it says here February 11, 2025. So in other words, it was and it says here subscribed before NBI agent Ricarte. In other words, the date of the document is February 11, but it was received on January 30, 2025 by the DOJ. Do you have any explanation for this? That's the
Objection,
question.
Your Honor. Objection. This witness is incompetent to attest to that exactly because he said he is not aware of this series of facts. I know where the counsel for respondent is going. Unfortunately for him, his line of argument was already nipped in the bud when this witness said he is not aware of that. He should move on to other points.
Your Honor, the witness said that the investigation date, this investigation data form was attached to the original affidavit of investigation. And we want an explanation why there is a discrepancy on the date. The witness is a lawyer.
Exactly.
He has
that's
an
the point.
experience, Your Honor, in filing cases. We just want to know, Your Honor. We want to get to the bottom of
this
I have to object
matter.
to that. I have to object to
Considering
that.
also, Your Honor, that this is about transparency.
Will the parties please settle down? If the witness knows,
Yes.
Attorney Latok, do you know? Can you explain the discrepancy, or are you personally aware of the discrepancy?
I cannot explain this, Your Honor. Unang-una, hindi ako nakapirma dito, hindi ako nag-receive. At wala akong ideya dito sa...
But Attorney Latok, you see the point that the counsel for respondent is trying to make, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That the date of receipt was changed to 1/30, January 30, but it was subscribed to on February 11. Meaning, you see it, but you have no personal knowledge how that came about.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have...
Move on,
personal
counsel.
knowledge.
So, doesn't this demonstrate that that the document was
Allow
tampered
counsel
with?
to finish.
Doesn't this demonstrate, if you know that this this document was tampered with,
Objection, Your Honor.
demonstrate that?
Exactly. He's now arguing with our witness, Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, counsel. Move on to your next topic, counsel.
Your Honor, but you agree, Attorney Lotok, that the IDF is not a simple cover letter, correct?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Okay, in fact, it is an affidavit, correct? An IDF is an affidavit, correct?
An ID? I don't think so, Your Honor. It's not an affidavit, Your Honor. It's
The investigation data form.
It's not an affidavit.
So you don't agree. So in other words, this certification part here, and with the subscribed and sworn to, it is for you. This is not an affidavit.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just
Argumentative.
made my question more specific, Your Honor. There is a part here, subscribed and sworn to, and the witness is. I want to ask the witness if he considers this document as an affidavit despite this portion. What's the answer? Is it an affidavit or
Attorney
not?
Latok, is this sworn to? Is this document sworn to? What's the title of the instrument again? Can you go up?
Investigation data form, Your Honor.
Is an investigation data form subscribed and sworn to by the person filing it? To your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor. There is subscribed and sworn to before this 11th day of February and signed by the administrating officer.
Okay.
And as law practitioners, we know that when we file a case before the office of the city prosecutor, this actual page is signed and subscribed before the public prosecutor,
Your Honor,
correct?
again.
If you know, you are a lawyer and you are a
as to-
supervisor
If
of
I
your
may.
department, I'm just asking a basic question.
I am now-
As a law practitioner, as a lawyer, you know that this IDF is signed and subscribed before the public prosecutor when you file a case, correct?
If I may objection, Your Honor, continuing objection as to the relevance of this series of
Noted,
questions.
same
Your Honor, please.
ruling. Witness may answer if he knows.
Again, Your Honor, before the prosecutor?
Correct. In normal cases, the IDF is subscribed and sworn to before the public prosecutor, correct?
Well, in this case, Your Honor, it was administered by AD Assistant Director Glenn Ricarte, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm glad you pointed that out. Isn't Ricarte from the NBI?
Yes, Assistant Director po siya.
In other words, this is a DOJ document, but you made your subscription before an NBI agent. Isn't that supposed to be before the DOJ agent?
But again, wala akong personal knowledge dyan sa details na yan, sir. Siguro tanungin nyo kung sino ho yung naka-affix ang signature.
All right.
dyan, sir.
But what is worse, if I can direct
Your Honor,
your...
objection. Another objection, Your Honor. You know, this council is in the habit of inserting,
Your Honor,
adding value
if we
to
may
what is otherwise.
Just be allowed to continue, Your Honor. This is our time. We've given them enough leeway, Your Honor, after more than hours.
Let him lay the basis of his question.
Yes.
All right. Can I direct your attention to the upper right portion of this IDF? It states docketed 3/7/2025, and there is a docket number XVI-INV-25C-00048. Again, this is not with the source of this document is not the DOJ. This is your receiving copy, correct? In fact, this was part of the subpoena documents which you sent to the House of Committee on Justice, correct?
Objection. Compound questions. 2 questions.
Okay, I'll
Kindly reform, counsel.
So, all right. My question is this, okay? So do you confirm that there is a marking on the upper right which says docketed 3725, and there's a docket number assigned?
In this document, sir, yes.
All right. We manifest, Your Honor, that this is still the same Annex G9. So in other words, you're telling this court that this document was subscribed on February 11, 2025, received on January 30, 2025, and docketed on whatever it is, July 3 or March 7, 2025. Is that what you're saying?
That's compound. That's compound. You're asking 2 dates and asking for one question.
No, Your Honor, I just described the document
Exactly.
as it
Compound
is.
question. Ask one question per date. That is exactly the genius why we don't allow compound questions. You are asking 2 questions and asking this witness to answer once. That's dangerous. That's compound question.
Counsel, presiding officer will clarify the matter. Questions were earlier asked already with respect to the February subscription and the January 30 receipt. Insofar as the docketing is concerned, do you see the numbers and or dates?
Magpapaalam muna tayo sa ating TV broadcast dito sa GTV, pero samahan niyo pa rin po kami sa ating tuloy-tuloy na pagtutok sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa aming live stream sa YouTube at Facebook. Susunod na po ang 24 oras.
Agent Kalilong, which is an attachment now to the revised affidavit of investigation. You added this document to rectify the January 30 affidavit of investigation, correct?
Again, sir?
You added this document in order to rectify the January 30, the first affidavit of investigation, correct? And we will confront you with the document. Again, these are not our documents.
The document was signed by Agent Mark Kalilong and subscribed and sworn to before Attorney Van Homer Angluben. Sir.
Okay. So in other words, I just want to take a look on the date. Can we flash the date? So when you received the February 5 certification from the DOJ, you executed this, and it was February 10.
Objection.
Correct?
I'm not the one
That's
who
now
executed
misleading.
it.
That's misleading. It's Agent Kalilong who executed that, and then you're asking, you executed that. That's misleading.
No.
It's clear
But
on the record.
But this is part of the revised affidavit of investigation, which
Objection,
this witness
revised.
co-signed.
The
If he
witness
knows-
already said
if
that
he
they
knows.
did not revise it. They just complied. Misleading, Honor.
Oh, you want to go?
Misleading.
Okay, since
Counsel, kindly settle down. The question, Attorney Lotok, is did you add, in order to comply with the DOJ requirement, this affidavit signed by Agent Kalilong? And is the date February 10? Meaning in compliance with the DOJ observation, is this one of the affidavits that you added? And is it dated?
Although I don't have my record, it appears so, Your Honor, based on the document shown to me by the counsel.
Both as to the fact that it was one of the affidavits added and as to the date, Attorney Lotok?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All
Go
right.
on, Counsel.
I am showing you another affidavit. This is page 178, 179 of Annex G9. This now pertains to the Geran affidavit. This was also an attachment to the revised affidavit of investigation.
Objection
correct?
again, Your Honor, please. The continuing use of revised, when this witness already said that they did not revise anything, they just complied with the requirement. That's now misleading.
Your Honor, just
many times over, misleading.
All right, just to put this issue at rest, Your Honor, I'm confronting the witness with a letter to Richard Anthony D. Fadulion dated February 11, 2025. And I want to read, Your Honor, the last paragraph thereof. It says, to support our recommendation, attached herein is the revised affidavit of investigation. This is not our document. This is the NBI's document. Can Attorney Lotok be confronted with this document, please?
It
Attorney
was signed.
Lotok, please answer.
Yes, Your Honor. It was signed by Then Director Judge Jaime B. Santiago.
Can you confirm the last sentence for the record? Can you read it for the record?
To support the recommendation, attached herein is the revised affidavit of investigation, including its attachment.
Can you repeat the word before the word affidavit of
Asked and
investigation,
answered,
please?
Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Then I'm not misleading after all. Anyway,
Objection, Your Honor. That's an unnecessary statement. Counsel is supposed to ask questions and not make these remarks.
Councils, kindly settle down. We're about to wind up the day.
all right. I'm showing you now pages, proceed, 178 to 179 of the revised affidavit of investigation. Can we be confronted with that document? The date is February 10, 2025. I just want to confirm the date, if that is correct. As it
Date-
appears from the document.
As it appears here, 10th day of February 2025.
Oh, very well. I am showing you now pages 187 to 188 of Annex G9, also a kalilong affidavit, which is an attachment to the revised affidavit of investigation. Can we flash the date of that document?
What's the question?
Also, February 10. So, in other words, you attach this to your revised affidavit of investigation.
It appears here, 10th day of February 2025, sir.
And you attached it to your affidavit of investigation, correct?
As an attachment, sir.
All right, very good. Now, showing you 199 to 200 of Annex G9. Now, this is the Asuncion affidavit. And I'll make a point in a couple of questions, Your Honor. Can you just confirm the date also and if it was attached to your revised affidavit of investigation?
10th day, it appears here, 10th day of February 2025.
All right. So it was attached also to your revised affidavit of investigation.
Assumption. Yes.
All right. Now this is the question. I'm showing you now page 112 of Annex G9, another kalilong affidavit. Did you also add this to rectify your January 30 affidavit of investigation or the first affidavit of investigation? We have here a soft copy, affidavit of transcription. Was this also a document that was lacking in your first affidavit of investigation, which you added to your revised affidavit of investigation?
Again, Your Honor, registering my continuing objection as to the relevance of this series of questions that is consuming the entirety of the defense's turn to cross-examine this witness. What's the relevance?
Noted. Same ruling. Witness may answer.
Again, Your Honor,
Was this also part of the revised affidavit of investigation to rectify the defects that we highlighted a while ago?
No, there was no rectification. There was no defect. Again, this is part of the compliance given us by the Department of Justice for us to comply.
All right, if you want to use that term. So in other words, after you received the Feb 5 certification, this was also one of the documents that you attached to your revised affidavit of investigation. Correct?
I believe so, part of the compliance.
All right.
Sir?
My issue is this. Let me direct your attention to the bottom portion of this affidavit. It says here, in witness hereof, I have, can you zoom that in? I can't read it. The date is February 3, 2025. Can you zoom that in? So in other words, you are trying to convince this court that when you...
What's the question? What's the question?
This is the question. Are you trying to convince this court that you executed this affidavit prior...
Objection, misleading.
He did not execute
did not.
the affidavit.
No, sorry. You attached this affidavit prior to the Feb 5, 2025 certification?
Prior to what, Your Honor? February 10?
Okay. You received a certification on February 5, 2025, correct? And you said that you added affidavits after receipt thereof. Now,
you mentioned a while ago that this was one of the affidavits that you added, and yet the date came prior to the DOJ certification dated February 5, 2025. Do you confirm this?
I think ang makakasagot po niyan si Agent Calilong, Your Honor, kasi may mga attachment na kami during the first affidavit na na-include na doon sa mga nire-require ng prosecutor na nandun na. And then nung nag-issue ang prosecutor, gaya po ng number 2, the press briefing, sige muna. Ito, Your Honor, gaya ng number 1, there is no affidavit of the persons who recorded the video entitled BP November 23 Press Con at Batasan through OBS. When in truth and in fact, kasama ho na in-attach na doon yung affidavit of authentication doon sa unang affidavit.
So in other words, you're telling this court that the DOJ made this mistake? That there was no...
Not necessarily, Your Honor. Pwedeng hindi nakita ng prosecutor na naka-attach na yun. Kasi nandun po sa date na January 30 yung execution ng affidavit of authentication.
Your Honor, if before we continue, Your Honor, I'm noticing something, Your Honor, please. The defense is in the process, has been presenting portions of an alleged document, and they're making notes. I don't think that's proper, Your Honor. When you present a document, you present the document as is. You don't make annotations.
Exactly, Your
Note
Honor.
number 2, that's not proper, Your Honor.
We are presenting the actual document and we're confronting it. This is just to address, Your Honor, what was intimated by the senators, that they want to be able to follow the discussion, Your Honor, using the screen.
If I may, my problem with that, Your Honor, please, because it's like you presenting your observation on a document and you're showing that to the court when what you're supposed to do is just to confront this witness with a document without any annotations. That's just my observation, Your Honor.
Noted. Counsel, please proceed. For respondent, please proceed.
Meaning, but if you go to the contents, right, it says here, and let me read, the press briefing conducted on October 18, 2024 was not recorded and or stored in a DVD. No video submitted and there was no TSN of the said briefing. And do you confirm now that this note on Feb 5 was actually addressed by the affidavit submitted by Agent Calilong?
What? Come again, sir?
This note was satisfied by the submission of the affidavit by Agent Calilong.
What affidavit, sir?
The affidavit of transcription dated February 3.
But can I see the affidavit, sir? Para lang sure.
The one that we showed a while ago. It pertains to the same because if you read here, if I may be allowed to read paragraph 1, can you zoom that in? Or no, paragraph 2, it says there, in relation to the ongoing investigation, the undersigned was tasked to transcribe. So this transcribed the screen-recorded video of the press conference of VP Sara on 18 October 2024. So in other words, this was exactly what the DOJ required, correct?
Yeah, based certification na in-issue, ang sabi ng DOJ, the press briefing conducted in October 18, 2024 was not recorded and was stored in a DVD. There was no TSN of the said briefing and the necessary affidavit of the person taking the TSN.
And yet, on its face, this was, because the date is February 3, on its face, this was executed prior to the Feb 5, 2025 certification, which noted this requirement.
As I've said, Your Honor, ang nag-uusap po dyan ang prosecutor at saka si Agent Calilong, may mga attachment ho kasi nung first affidavit na hindi napansin ng prosecutor. So
that's your answer. Okay. So, but the thing is, if I let's go back to the IDF, investigation data form. Now, the docket number that is indicated here is XVI INV 25C-0008. But in the Feb 5, 2025 certification, can we flash that? The docket number is different, appears to be different. It's XVI eval INV 25A-0049. Moreover, in the subsequent DOJ certification dated Feb 14, 2025, the docket number is also XVI.INV-25A-0049. Do you confirm the difference in the docket numbers?
Your Honor, no personal knowledge, and DOJ ho ang naglagay ng docket number niyan.
But do you confirm that it was different? These are all received copies.
Ask and answer, Your Honor, please. Ask and answer, argumentative.
No, the answer is not responsive.
Counsel, move on.
So in other words, despite the discrepancy in numbers, you still decided to push through with the case.
What, Your Honor?
Despite the discrepancy in docket numbers, you still decided to push through with the handling of this case, correct?
Again, I cannot confirm on the numbers because it's the DOJ who placed that number, sir. Ulitin ko ho, mas maganda ho tanungin nyo ang Department of Justice, sir. Chan.
But insofar as you are concerned, as you are the complainant in this case, correct? Insofar as you are concerned, what is the correct docket number? Is it the one ending in 0049?
I will now object.
Or
I will now
is it the
object.
one ending in 0048? What they used, Your Honor?
I will now object on the ground of misleading. You showed two docket numbers which appear different. And you have yet to establish that there is a wrong one and a correct one. And you have not established that. This witness said he is not aware of that. You have not established that there is something to be corrected. That's why the objection now, Your Honor, please. That's misleading. You assume that something is wrong that has to be corrected. Misleading.
Counsel, witness is not competent to answer your question. He already responded that this is a DOJ format. He is not aware, and that it might be proper to ask the DOJ instead at the proper time. Move on with another point, Counsel. I think we've, unless there's another inconsistency, you can move on to another inconsistency or another point.
Your Honor, just one last on this point. But in terms of what you followed, because as we know, you submit subsequent pleadings as to these two docket numbers. Which one did you follow, the 00048 or the 0049?
Well, I don't have the record here, Your Honor. If I can check my own record.
Do you have it
Can you do that now?
Counsel, can you give him a copy of his record?
Yung full record. Yeah.
The chair finds that relevant because in filing additional pleadings or other materials to the DOJ, they need to indicate the NPS number for reference. So which one are you following? Which one did you follow subsequent to this?
Yes, sir. February. Wala rito ah. Ito ba? Well, wala ho rito, sir. Teka. Ang naalala ko, sir, yung sa investigation data form, dated February 11.
Ano pong nakalagay na NPS docket number doon? Meron po ba?
Yun po, sir, ang hindi ko, Your Honor, hindi ko po ma-confirm kung anong NPS docket number. Ito ba yun? Teka, saan ang NPS na po?
Your Honor, may we just manifest for the record that the witness is perusing the IDF, investigation data form, that is attached to the articles of impeachment, Annex G9.
So noted.
Well, this is the document from the defense, Your Honor. I cannot confirm, Your Honor. As of the
Move on,
moment, I
counsel.
cannot confirm.
But this is as received, correct? So in other words, you just received the document and you didn't bother to
Argumentative.
to check?
Objection.
Counsel, let him finish, but indeed it is argumentative. Move on to the next question, counsel. With the permission of Senator Judge Tulfo, are you winding up or not yet, counsel? Not yet?
Far from it, Your Honor.
Then Senator Judge Tulfo is recognized. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Tulfo?
Just manifestation,
You may
Mr.
proceed, sir.
Presiding Judge. And question as well. Mr. Witness,
You have 2 minutes.
okay. Mr. Witness, a lot of questions were asked to you regarding the filing with the Office of the DOJ, in particular, regarding the docketing, dating, subscription for an investigation data form. Now, can you tell this court what exactly is your role and what did you do in relation to the filing of this investigation data form? Ano yung pinaka-role mo talaga dito?
I
Yung
instructed-
papel mo talaga rito?
Yes, Your Honor. I instructed the executive officers as well as the agent on case to file our referral to the Department of Justice. So sila na ho ang nag-ayos niyan, sir, insofar as the investigation data form, insofar as other requirements. Ang instruction ko is comply with the requirement given by the Department of Justice, and then you submit it, and then kung ano yung kanilang guidance, you comply with it.
Okay, Mr. Presiding Judge, in my humble opinion, I think the errors in the investigation data form should be answered by the receiving office, and I think he's not, hindi siya talaga yung dapat sumagot sa mga katanungan na ibinabato sa kanya ngayon. Mukhang hindi siya really that qualified at sumasablay-sablay itong taon to. Thank you.
Noted. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, thereafter Senator Judge Alan Cayetano.
Quick question, Mr. Presiding Officer, to the witness and
You
to
have
the
2 minutes, sir.
prosecution or prosecutor here. Mr. Witness, kailan mo ba talaga final itong kaso laban kay VP?
Yung una na affidavit po, Your Honor, nag-file kami January 30, if I'm not mistaken.
Taon po, anong taon?
2025, sir.
2025.
And then nag-require po ang Department of Justice ng compliance dahil sabi nga nila nung una na certification insufficient for conduct of preliminary investigation and must be referred for a case build-up. Now, ang ginawa po namin, kinumply po namin yung kanilang mga requirements. And then, come 11 February 2025, niresubmit po namin yung aming affidavit of investigation, Your Honor.
Nasaan na po itong kaso? Naisampa na po ba ng DOJ o hindi pa?
I think ongoing po ang preliminary investigation.
1 year, preliminary. 1 year, over 1 year. January to January is 1, February, March, April, May, June, July. Is that normal for the DOJ to conduct a preliminary about over a year, Mr. Witness?
Di ko po masasagot, sir.
Hindi ninyo
Sorry po.
masagot.
Sa
Could it
DOJ.
be, hindi po kayo nagtatanong sa kanila, Sir, ano problema? Bakit hindi po pa naisasampa sa korte yung aming isinampang kaso dito sa inyo? Hindi po kayo nagtataka?
Ang alam ko, sir, Your Honor
No,
po,
hindi kayo nagtanong po sa kanila kung bakit? May kulang pa po ba? DOJ, ano po ang kakulangan?
Pag ang referral po, Your Honor, is nasa DOJ na, hands off na ho kami doon. Sila ho ang magde-decide noon kung paano nila ipaprocess yung dokumento.
Kaya nga, hindi po kayo nagtataka. Hindi kaya, sir, dito sa mga nakita po natin mga ebidensya rito, mukhang sablay-sablay, parang minadali ho ninyo. Ay kaya nagkakaproblema ho tayo sa mga korte natin na i-dismiss sa mga kaso dahil kulang ang mga dokumento at parang minadali.